In a parallel universe of the Dragon Ball realm, Goku, entangled with Shishi, inadvertently missed his appointment with Bulma. This led to a mysterious new life emerging 5 months after his heart failure. What pivotal elements lie hidden within this unrecorded if line? Is it a continuation of a Saiyan bloodline or the inception of a temporal paradox? This narrative faithfully restores the original story's context and delves deeply into the butterfly effect underlying the notion of lateness. Chapter 1. A Future World? On May 12th, 771 of the Age of the Universe, at Bunko Mountain, majestic peaks encircle a landscape of lush greenery, creating a picturesque scene. In the jungle, beasts gallop, and birds sing jubilantly from the branches, portraying a vibrant tableau. However, beneath this seemingly beautiful facade lurks an inescapable sorrow and pain, a depth of regret and hatred buried within. 5-year-old son Goten gazed at the vibrant flora and fauna around him, then turned to his elder brother beside him, filled with astonishment. For on this day, son Goten had finally confirmed a truth intimately connected to himself and the world's future. This world was not the familiar Dragon Ball universe, but rather that terrifying, despair-laden future. This revelation caused Goten's previously relaxed demeanor to tighten with anxiety. After all, being well-versed in the Dragon Ball saga, he knew all too well the harsh realities of the future. The warriors who once defended Earth had perished, and the Dragon Balls had vanished from history due to their demise, leaving behind only solitary fighters engaged in a desperate struggle. Indeed, while Goten was still Goten, he bore the soul of another world, retaining fragments of memory that provided him with knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe. Initially, he believed he was in a typical Dragon Ball setting, harboring some concerns, yet knowing there were mighty figures to shield him. However, recently, Goten sensed something was amiss. The father his mother cherished had not succumbed to Cell's explosion, but had instead perished from heart disease. Soon after, his brother, who had been absent for years, returned, but instead of the carefree schoolboy he had envisioned, Goten found his brother donning an orange martial arts uniform, his youthful countenance marred by the weight of hardship. Thus, the last flicker of hope within Goten extinguished, compelling him to accept the unsettling reality that this world was not the main timeline of Dragon Ball, leaving him with a profound sense of unease. He was acutely aware that the Dragon Ball world was not stable, bizarre adversaries that could emerge at any moment, leading to Earth's devastation. Even worse, in this world, there was no father to rescue them, nor the 7 Dragon Balls to grant wishes, only his inadequately trained brother and the young Trunks. Goten bit his finger deep in thought. He had always considered Android 17 and Android 18 to be trivial foes, even finding 18 somewhat appealing. Yet, in the three-dimensional world, he could easily defeat androids by cutting off their power or tearing up comic books. But now, with a heart full of trepidation, he savored the delicious meal prepared by his mother. Son Gohan, clad in his orange martial arts uniform, ruffled Goten's spiky hair, forcing a smile. "You certainly resemble Dad." But Goten looked up, staring intently into Gohan's weary eyes. If Dad were here, could he defeat the androids? Gohan, observing Goten's earnest expression, recalled another image in his mind. He nodded, stating if Dad were still alive, he would never lose to any foe. Goten, seeing a glimmer of sadness in his brother's eyes, earnestly asked, "Brother, have you ever considered that you might surpass Dad on your own?" Gohan hesitated, then shook his head. "Perhaps, but that would require an immense amount of time, and I don't have the luxury of time to train. Besides, Saiyans can only grow stronger through battle." Goten was taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "So, from the very beginning, you've resigned yourself to certain death?" Gohan gazed at Goten incredulously. Truth be told, he had fought with the conviction that he might not survive. Master Roshi and Aunt Bulma had suggested he train, and he had indeed attempted to do so, but that period was fraught with torment. The relentless androids were slaughtering his comrades, and he found himself unable to control his emotions, rendering his training futile. Observing his brother's astonishment, Goten asked, "But brother, have you thought that if you trained properly, you could achieve a lasting victory? Continuing to fight like this will inevitably lead to your demise, and then Earth will truly be lost." Gohan shook his head, forcing a smile. "The spark of hope has been ignited. It is now flourishing. Even if I die, there will be warriors who inherit my will and continue to fight until the androids are defeated. Furthermore, you are now a Super Saiyan. You may not necessarily lose to them." Goten paused, stepping outside and closing his eyes in concentration. In an instant, the flow of air around him seemed to slow. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, Goten opened his eyes, and the air around him surged as if struck by an invisible force, swirling rapidly. Golden light enveloped his slender figure, and a powerful gust spiraled upwards, causing his spiky hair to stand on end. The velocity of the swirling air intensified, and the frequency of the golden light flickering around him increased. At last, the golden radiance ignited the surrounding air, flames of gold roaring to life, transforming his black hair into a brilliant golden hue while his dark eyes turned a vivid green. In that fleeting moment, Goten underwent a remarkable transformation. He looked intently at Gohan and asked, "Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan?" Gohan, mouth agape in astonishment, could only nod in a daze at Goten's words. At that moment, Shishi, who had just finished washing the dishes, sensed the commotion outside. She stepped out to behold Goten's transformation, her gaze filled with affection. "Goten resembles your father not only in appearance, but also possesses remarkable talent. When he was 4, I thought that as Goku's son, he would surely have some martial arts skills, yet I never anticipated he would evolve into this so quickly." Finally emerging from his astonishment, Gohan smiled and remarked, "What a wonderful sign Earth has gained a new glimmer of hope." Goten exhaled slowly, the winds calming, golden flames dissipating, and his emerald eyes reverting to their original dark hue, the golden locks returning to his familiar spiky black hair. "We should indeed be able to defeat the androids." Shishi's eyes brimmed with concern as she opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent. She understood that Gohan and Goten were both Goku's sons. While Goku was alive, she wished to shield them from danger, yet now that he was gone, she could only silently support them, despite her reluctance. Gohan shook his head with a smile. "Although you can transform into a Super Saiyan, you are still quite young and not yet ready to face the androids." Goten replied, "I'm aware of the android strength. Even with the two of us, and Trunks as well, it would be challenging to overcome the androids." Son Gohan was taken aback and asked, "How do you know about Trunks? I don't recall mentioning him." Son Goten took a deep breath and suddenly exclaimed, "Because I had a dream." "A dream?" Son Gohan questioned, puzzled. Son Goten nodded and continued, "I dreamt of the future of this world, and in it, you fell in battle." Ah! As soon as Son Goten finished speaking, Shishi, standing at the door, could no longer contain herself and cried out, tears welling in her eyes. Son Goten glanced at his mother, sighed, and continued, "Then Trunks fought alone. Even if he could transform into a Super Saiyan, facing 2 androids simultaneously was overwhelmingly difficult, and ultimately, he too perished." Son Gohan froze, his heart filled with anguish. He forced a bitter smile and said, "So, everything is predetermined, is it?" Son Goten shook his head and replied, "In the end, I saw Dad. He wore a martial arts uniform, just like yours, and patted my head, telling me that above the temple, there exists a room of spirit and time, where everything can be changed." Goku. Upon hearing this, Shishi could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Son Gohan was momentarily stunned, looking up at the sky, his eyes similarly brimming with tears. He spoke, "Father, is this your guidance for us?" Son Goten then ran to his mother, gently patting her back, saying, "Mom, everything will be all right. Dad said you must take care of yourself." Shishi was already sobbing uncontrollably, murmuring, "Goku, how could you be so cruel?" Suddenly, Son Gohan turned his head towards the west, glanced back at Son Goten and Shishi, and finally stated, "Mom, Goten, I must leave. Take care of yourselves." With a surge of energy, Son Gohan leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light heading westward. Son Goten then patted his mother's shoulder and said, "Mom, I will go check on my brother. We must all survive. I believe Dad wouldn't want you to be this way." Shishi gradually ceased her crying, smiling as she ruffled Goten's hair, saying, "My Goten has grown up. Go, bring your brother back and restore peace to the world." Son Goten nodded vigorously, calling out Kintoon. A golden cloud descended from the heavens, and Son Goten leaped upon it, heading westward. Chapter 2. The initial confrontation with the androids. The golden cloud raced across the sky, cleaving the sea of clouds in two. Son Goten sat atop the cloud, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Although he had spoken confidently with Son Gohan and Shishi, the thought of facing the androids left him feeling uncertain. In the Dragon Ball world, the androids were formidable opponents, yet Super Vegeta could easily defeat them. However, they were undeniably ruthless and powerful. Even the weakest android possessed the capability to annihilate worlds. Son Goten was, after all, merely an ordinary person with a Saiyan body, having only tussled with petty criminals in his previous life. Facing these androids was undeniably daunting. Yet, he understood that some tasks must be undertaken, for no one else would do them, and he could not simply watch his older brother march to his demise. Kinto-1 could not match Son Gohan's full-speed flight, and in mere seconds, Son Goten lost sight of him. He could only rely on his vague perception of energy to search for him. Kinto-1 soared hundreds of kilometers in an instant, revealing cities mostly in ruins, with only a handful of humans huddled together for warmth. Son Goten's spirits sank. Boom! Just as Son Goten's mind wandered, a golden cyclone erupted, nearly knocking him off Kinto-1. Following the shockwave was a series of violent explosions. Although he did not witness it firsthand, he could surmise that the battle had commenced. Indeed, the next moment, a powerful energy burst forth from a distant location, a blazing golden light illuminating half the sky. Son Goten felt a mix of excitement and fear, but urged Kinto-1 to speed towards the source. The cloud flew at breakneck speed, dodging debris from collapsed structures as Son Goten employed the martial arts techniques learned from his mother to evade them. Finally, Son Goten arrived at a dilapidated city, where a golden light clashed with two figures. It was clear that the golden light was losing ground against the two figures. Although Son Goten was not well versed in sensing energy, he could feel the golden energy waning. He pondered, surely, Gohan wouldn't die at this moment, would he? It can't be due to my butterfly effect, can it? One figure abruptly halted, looking up towards Son Goten. At that moment, he clearly saw the figure. A girl with golden hair, striking features, and pale skin, her sapphire eyes filled with cold indifference. She wore a blue tank top with white sleeves featuring black stripes, and a blue denim skirt concealing a black ribbon, completed by tan boots. She exuded an aura of calm mystery. Son Goten recognized her as Android 18, a figure idolized by many in the anime community. Yet, rather than feeling excitement at seeing a goddess, he was engulfed in fear. The coldness and cruelty in 18's eyes pierced through the distance, sending chills down his spine. Huh! Son Goten lowered his gaze momentarily, a flash of golden light igniting in his eyes. In the next instant, golden flames erupted from his body, swirling upward like a great dragon as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Android 18 crossed her arms, her alluring figure accentuated by her fitted attire, and smirked. You must be Goku's son too. In the blink of an eye, Android 18 had closed the distance between them, appearing right before Son Goten. Panic surged within him as he flipped off Kinto-1, landing atop a crumbling rooftop. Android 18 followed closely, her beautiful visage graced with a gentle smile as she cooed, "Why are you so frightened, little brother? I wouldn't harm you." Son Goten's vigilance peaked. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and launched a punch at 18. To his surprise, she effortlessly caught his fist. She had expected a child to lack strength, yet the impact caused her arm to ache, her sleeve torn apart by the residual force. Boom! Android 18's expression shifted as she realized the damage to her sleeve. With a swift motion, she pushed Son Goten's head down into the rubble of the collapsed building. Standing tall, she gazed down at him as he emerged from the debris, only to receive a swift kick to the face. Son Goten barely had time to react before he felt the pressure against his face, his head colliding forcefully with the stone behind him. Android 18 continued to stomp on his face, coldly mocking. "You refuse to behave, so you wish to be punished, do you?" As she spoke, she removed her boot, grasped Son Goten by the collar, and lifted him up, her face twisted into a sadistic grin. She remarked, "Your face looks so familiar. Should I chop off your limbs and keep them as playthings? That would certainly be entertaining." Upon hearing the words of Android 18, Son Goten was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. He struggled in vain, his attempts futile as his collar was firmly grasped by 18, resembling a clumsy turtle flailing about, much to her amusement. In truth, Son Goten's mind was a blank slate. He was utterly unaware of his actions, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Indeed, thus far, Android 18 had not inflicted any egregious harm upon him. However, the inherent coldness of her demeanor, coupled with the palpable aura of death that surrounded her, having extinguished countless lives, rendered Son Goten an ordinary boy, devoid of any rebellious spirit. As he observed the golden aura around him dissipate, 18's gaze returned to its initial indifference, and she raised her right hand, poised to sever his arm. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant azure wave rushed towards them. Reacting swiftly, 18 thrust Son Goten in front of her just as a vibrant orange figure barreled in, its fists aglow with golden light. The punch landed squarely on 18's exquisite face, though a synthetic being. The force of the blow sent her reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, the orange figure whisked Son Goten away, darting around the corner of the city. Another android, however, was quick to pursue. Gohan, one arm securing Son Goten, concentrated energy in his other hand, emanating a radiant glow. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere he had conjured detonated just as Android 17 closed in, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the two elongated figures gradually emerged. Android 18, touching her cheek, remarked, "What an audacious fellow. Hey, 17, next time, I intend to eliminate this Gohan. Do you have any objections?" Android 17 shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Kill him if you wish, he's merely a toy. However, if you do, we shall forfeit much of our amusement." With a playful glance towards the distance, Android 18 continued, "Isn't the other son of Goku the perfect candidate for a new toy? He bears an uncanny resemblance to Goku, yet possesses a remarkably timid disposition, quite amusing. Wouldn't you agree?" Android 17 chuckled softly, shaking his head in silence. Meanwhile, Gohan, having maneuvered several times, ascended into the sky, heading towards the western wilderness. After an indeterminate interval, Son Goten gradually regained consciousness, greeted by a canopy of twinkling stars. As he adjusted himself, he assessed his condition. Apart from a slight ache at the back of his head, he felt relatively well. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted Gohan, his upper body marred with scars, engaged in physical training at a distance. Noticing that Son Goten had awakened, Gohan somersaulted and stood upright, smiling as he addressed his brother. "Ah, Goten, you've finally come to." Son Goten, observing his brother's battle-worn physique and the forced smile upon his face crafted to spare him from sorrow, was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Bowing his head, he murmured, "I'm sorry, brother. I was utterly useless." Gohan approached, gently ruffling Son Goten's hair, and reassured him, "You did splendidly. At least you confronted the androids when I was your age. I was reduced to tears by dinosaurs." Son Goten nodded, feeling a sense of bewilderment wash over him. He had once thought that the so-called androids were merely a stepping stone, believing that even as a Super Saiyan, he could handle one with ease. Yet he had underestimated the challenge, discovering that he was utterly defenseless against the somewhat weaker Android 18. With a sigh, Son Goten reflected, "So, it appears that battles are not as effortless as one might imagine." Chapter 3. Resolution. Gohan observed the despondent expression on Goten's face and could roughly infer his thoughts. With a warm smile, he offered words of comfort. Fighting has never been a simple endeavor. Battling formidable foes requires not only immense strength, but also a resilient heart. Goten looked up at Gohan, murmuring, "A resilient heart." Gohan nodded and continued, "Do not be deceived by my current demeanor. It took me a long time to reach a point where I could fight. In fact, during my earliest battles, my cowardice even put Uncle Piccolo in peril." A flicker of nostalgia and sadness crossed Gohan's eyes as he mentioned Piccolo, a sentiment that Goten, lost in his complex thoughts, failed to notice. Gohan gazed at the sky for a moment before turning back to Goten. "In truth, you should not partake in the battles, for Mother has already endured enough suffering." Goten shook his head, momentarily banishing the devilish gaze of Android 18 from his mind. "Yes, Mother has suffered greatly, and she must not lose another child." Gohan paused, a shadow of melancholy passing through his eyes. He understood this truth well. If given the choice, he would gladly forsake battle to stay with their mother, dedicating himself to study and becoming a scholar. Yet, he felt he had no choice. The androids, like demons, relentlessly slaughtered humanity, and only he could step forward at this moment. Gohan looked earnestly at Goten and inquired, "So, have you made your decision? Will you join the fight?" Goten hesitated, the chilling, sadistic gaze of Android 18 resurfacing in his mind. He touched the back of his head, feeling an unexpected fear. Gohan's sharp gaze fixed on Goten. "If you have resolved to battle the androids, I will train you rigorously." Goten, overwhelmed by Gohan's earnest stare, turned away. "Can I take some time to think it over?" Gohan nodded. "Of course. Every human decision is not made lightly, for once a choice is made, one must bear the consequences. Take your time to contemplate." Goten's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He longed for the supernatural powers of the Dragon Ball world. Yet the reality of being here made him acutely aware of the risks accompanying such power. In his recent encounter with Android 18, he had been utterly powerless, toyed with at her whim, and felt the very specter of death looming. Had Gohan not been there, he shuddered to think of what might have happened. perhaps being slain by 18, or even worse, transformed into a grotesque being, suffering in despair until death. The very thought was unbearable, and a deep-rooted fear gripped him. He understood distinctly that fighting 18 was altogether different from brawling with their thugs. The latter might result in a mere exchange of punches, but battling 18, or even stronger warriors, was a matter of life and death, where a single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Goten found himself wanting to laugh. In the past, while watching Dragon Ball or reading various novels, he often scolded protagonists for their indecision, thinking he would handle things more decisively. Yet now, faced with his own dilemma, he found himself hesitating. After a prolonged contemplation, as dawn broke on the horizon, Goten resolved to fight. Yes, the future of battling the androids was shrouded in uncertainty, and facing stronger foes could lead to untimely death. But did Goten have a choice? As one of the last 3 Saiyans in the universe, could he truly opt out? He pondered, ultimately realizing he had no choice. He could hide now, avoiding conflict, but what would happen when Majin Buu awakened, or when Zamasu arrived? Majin Buu, Zamasu, and countless hidden adversaries possessed the power to obliterate planets effortlessly. Where could he flee then? Reflecting on these thoughts, Goten felt a flicker of relief that he was Goten and not just an ordinary person or someone like Yamcha. He possessed the potential to confront formidable enemies, and his path forward was not without guidance. Thus, he approached Gohan, who was training diligently. Gohan turned to him, asking, "So, have you made up your mind?" Goten nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "I've made my decision. I will fight." Gohan regarded Goten with a mix of pride and concern. Truthfully, he was reluctant to let his younger brother engage in battle, as it was far too cruel for a 5-year-old child. Yet, he recognized that with his own personality, he would eventually meet his end, and he hoped someone would carry on his legacy to defeat the androids. But then, what pain would that inflict upon their mother? Shaking his head, Gohan dismissed these troubling thoughts. "Very well, starting today, I will train you until you become a qualified warrior." Goten gazed at the sky and suggested, "Perhaps we should visit the Supreme Kai. There might be something there that could turn the tide in our favor." Gohan nodded. "Indeed, let us go and see. I, too, hope to eradicate those 2 demons swiftly." Goten then noticed the numerous scars adorning Gohan's body. "Brother, your body is covered in wounds. Why don't you eat some senzu beans?" Gohan looked at Goten with mild surprise. "You know about senzu beans?" Goten sheepishly nodded. "There are not many left, and I can still endure. Eating them now would be wasteful. I will save them for when I truly need them." Goten obediently nodded in understanding. Gohan continued, "I noticed you haven't yet learned the instant transmission technique." Goten confirmed with a nod. "In that case, let us use this time to teach you the technique." Gohan began to explain. "First, you must understand Ki, which is the energy contained within living beings. Although ordinary people possess Ki, they cannot utilize it. You are no different. You have immense Ki within you, but you instinctively use it without being able to channel it. To wield it properly, it must be guided, like this." As Gohan spoke, he concentrated his energy in his right hand, radiating a brilliant white light that culminated in a Ki blast. Goten attempted to mimic him, opening his palm and trying to summon a Ki blast in his Super Saiyan form, but to no avail. Gohan advised, "Of course, you cannot generate Ki this way. Ki must be guided with intention. Focus your mind, clear your thoughts, and try to concentrate your internal energy into a single point." Goten closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. He held his breath and attempted to gather all his strength to his right index finger. "Breathe slowly, don't hold your breath." Gohan's voice reached his ears, prompting Goten to find a rhythmic breathing pattern. It seemed that the energy within him was indeed being stirred. Moments later, a dazzling white light burst forth from his index finger, manifesting as a Ki sword. Gohan nodded approvingly. "Just like that, your energy is sufficient. Mastering Ki is relatively straightforward. Next, I will teach you how to use the instant transmission technique." He elaborated, "The essence of this technique is to use Ki to counteract gravity. However, Ki cannot support your body while it remains within. Thus, you must project it outward, forming a barrier to lift your body and resist gravitational force." Goten listened intently, yet he felt as though he were merely hearing words without comprehension. He understood the principle, but suddenly found the notion of the instant transmission technique lacking in grandeur. Lifting one's body to fly and counteracting gravity felt far less impressive than he had imagined. Chapter 4. The training in the room of spirit and time. In the boundless wilderness, swirling dust clouds enveloped the landscape, with only a few patches of vegetation breaking through the desolation. Amidst the swirling sand, formidable creatures seemed to roam, exuding an air of menace. Sun Wukong, traversing freely through the golden haze, moved as effortlessly as a fish swimming in a river, reveling in his newfound freedom. He felt a surge of excitement in his heart. having feared he would never master the art of flight, only to find he had succeeded in mere minutes. At last, he could bid farewell to the Nimbus cloud. Sun Wukong contemplated this with a hint of honesty. Aside from the initial thrill, he had been reluctant to ride the Nimbus. The peculiar nature of the cloud often left him unable to ascend, leaving him perplexed about its criteria for flight. Was purity of heart a sporadic trait? In truth, when he first rode the Nimbus, his emotions had been tumultuous. He yearned to ascend, yet hesitated. For doing so would signify his true purity of heart, a term not regarded favorably in his era, akin to the legendary status of the dragon and phoenix. As he pondered these thoughts, his focus wavered, nearly causing him to tumble from the sky. He quickly regained his composure and soared upward with renewed vigor. Observing his brother's antics, Son Gohan ignited a brilliant aura, performing the same flight technique and swiftly joining Wukong's side. Pointing towards the heavens, he adjusted his posture and surged towards the temple. Wukong nodded in agreement, aligning himself beside his brother, and together they propelled upward through a towering column of light, reaching the pinnacle of the sky where a majestic and sacred structure awaited. Recognizing it as the temple, Wukong felt a profound and solemn energy envelop him as they landed atop it. As he prepared to admire the temple's grandeur, a squat, rotund figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. Fixing his gaze on Gohan, he exclaimed, "Gohan, it has been far too long." Gohan acknowledged the dark figure with a nod, replying, "Indeed, Mr. Popo. It has been a while." Despite Mr. Popo's dark complexion, his face bore signs of weariness. "I am aware of the happenings in the mortal realm, but alas, I am powerless to intervene," he lamented. Gohan reassured him. "There is no need for you to feel guilty, Mr. Popo. Those demons are beyond your capacity to confront." Mr. Popo shook his head, his eyes reflecting a profound stillness. After a moment, he inquired, "What brings you here this time?" "I recall mentioning my inability to repair the dragon." Gohan's heart sank at Mr. Popo's expression, for he shared the same sorrow. Yet, he knew he could not succumb to despair. There was much to be done. If he were to abandon hope, humanity, and indeed the earth, would face utter ruin. Noticing his brother and Mr. Popo ensnared in melancholy, Wukong raised his hand and declared, "I had a dream where Father revealed that the temple conceals a method to defeat the androids." Only then did Mr. Popo notice the younger Wukong beside him. Upon seeing him, a flicker of light seemed to ignite in his eyes, only to be extinguished moments later. He shook his head and said, "You must be Goku's second son, Wukong. I regret to inform you that there exists no method here to defeat the androids." Wukong bit his right index finger and replied, "It need not be a direct defeat. Perhaps there is some method to achieve victory, like a place conducive to training." "A place conducive to training?" Mr. Popo pondered, recalling something. "The only location worthy of such a title within the temple is the Room of Spirit and Time." Gohan paused. "The Room of Spirit and Time?" Wukong thought. "Indeed, that is it." Mr. Popo continued, "The only true sanctuary for training in this temple is that very place, which connects to another dimension where the flow of time differs from that of Earth. A year spent training there equates to merely a day passing on Earth." Gohan's eyes widened with excitement. "Such a place exists? That is splendid." Mr. Popo cautioned, however, "Training in the Room of Spirit and Time is no trivial endeavor. The air is thin, temperatures fluctuate, and gravity is tenfold that of Earth. Even your father, Goku, could only endure a month inside." Gohan replied, "We must at least try, for this may be our only chance to surpass the androids." "Very well," Mr. Popo said, "if you are determined to attempt it, follow me." He then led them inside the temple, with Gohan and Wukong trailing behind. Upon entering the temple, they beheld walls as white as ivory adorned with pearl-sized orbs that emitted a soft, ethereal glow, illuminating the space as brightly as daylight despite the modest brilliance of the spheres. The interior was immaculate, suggesting it was frequently maintained. Finally, Mr. Popo halted at the end of the room, before an unremarkable small door. He gestured towards it, saying, "This is the entrance to the Room of Spirit and Time. I must remind you that time within is distorted, affecting one's mind. If the spirit is influenced for more than 2 days, one may lose the ability to find the exit. Therefore, be mindful. As for sustenance, it is abundantly provided within." Gohan nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Popo. I shall train diligently to defeat the androids." Mr. Popo acknowledged, "It appears you have a plan for your training ahead. Best of luck, Gohan." With a push, the door to the Room of Spirit and Time swung open, spilling bright light into the outer world. Gohan said, "Until we meet again in a year, Mr. Popo." Wukong followed suit, bidding farewell as well. As Gohan prepared to close the door, a thought struck him, and he called out, "Mr. Popo, please keep an eye on the lower realm. If the androids attack the city again, do not hesitate to summon me." Mr. Popo nodded in agreement. With a resounding thud, The door to the room of spirit and time closed, sealing Gohan and Wukong in a realm distinct from Earth. How heavy! Gohan felt little of the shift, but Wukong, stepping into the room of spirit and time, was immediately struck by the oppressive weight, nearly immobilizing him. Exhaling deeply, Wukong encased himself in energy, counteracting the extraordinary gravity. Gohan advised, do not rely on your energy to resist the gravity. Adapt your body to the weight. That is part of the training. Following his brother's guidance, Wukong dispelled the energy enveloping him, allowing the immense pressure to return. Struggling to move, he soon found his breath labored, anxiety creeping in. The air here is quite thin. Gohan instructed, focus your mind and regulate your breathing. Maintain your rhythm. Though Wukong found it challenging, he endeavored to clear his thoughts and control his breath, gradually acclimating to the energy within the room. On the first day, focus on adapting to this environment, Gohan said. Wukong nodded as he watched his brother remove his martial arts uniform, heading deeper into the room for physical training. Inwardly, Wukong mused, is the impact of tenfold gravity and thin air truly this significant? I am a Super Saiyan, yet this proves so arduous. I cannot fathom how my father and Vegeta endure hundreds of times the gravity. Son Goten struggled to adapt to the tenfold gravity, daring not to let his mind wander for even a moment. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual from another world. Despite having consumed countless novels and animations, he had never experienced such conditions firsthand, and thus, he failed to comprehend that enduring and adapting were two distinct matters. Take Son Goten, for instance. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, he would soar effortlessly even under 200 times the gravity. However, would that mean the tenfold gravity no longer affected him? The answer was a resounding no. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he merely amplified his inherent energy to withstand the tenfold gravity, rather than fully acclimating to it. In other words, the tenfold gravity still exerted its influence over him. It was only that his energy was sufficiently immense to negate the weight. Vegeta, born on planet Vegeta, had been raised in an environment where the gravity was 10 times that of Earth, allowing him to fully adapt to such conditions. Yet at that time, his battle power was far inferior to that of Goten. Chapter 5, Training Part 1. In a vast, wide expanse, Son Gohan trained with his bare torso exposed. His so-called training was rather simplistic, consisting of relentless physical exercises. At times he performed push-ups, at others, squats, and occasionally sprinted, none of which differed from the training routines of an ordinary individual. Meanwhile, Son Goten focused intently, gradually finding his rhythm. By this point, he could navigate the room of spirit and time with relative ease. He began to emulate Gohan, doing push-ups, sit-ups, and practicing rapid movements. After what felt like a day in the room of spirit and time, Son Goten had fully acclimated to the gravity and was ready to advance his training. Suddenly, Gohan interjected, all right, Goten, that's enough for today, we should eat something. Hearing his brother's words, Goten nodded obediently and followed closely behind Gohan. Gohan inquired, how are you feeling? Can you adapt to this environment now? Goten nodded and replied, yes, I can manage. Gohan acknowledged him with a nod, saying nothing further as he headed to the storeroom for food. Outside, Goten quietly reflected on his training. To adapt to this environment in just one day suggests that my talent and adaptability are commendable. Though today was exhausting, I did not encounter any significant discomfort. I believe I can at least surpass my youthful father. With renewed determination, Goten declared to himself, as long as I can achieve full power as a Super Saiyan, I will be able to face many forthcoming challenges with composure. Let's go, Son Goten. Before long, Gohan returned with food, some black and white striped bars that resembled bread yet were distinctly different. He remarked, it seems this is all there is here. The taste may not be great, but it is what it is. Consider it a test of will. Goten nodded and took a seat at the round table, ready to eat. After taking a bite, he was immediately taken aback. Ugh. He felt a wave of nausea and promptly disposed of it in the trash bin. Gohan shook his head at Goten's reaction and continued eating. Goten lamented to himself, how foolish of me. I had only heard that the food in the room of spirit and time was unpalatable. I never imagined it could be this dreadful. However, having gone a day without food, his stomach truly grumbled with hunger. He took another bite, feeling nauseous once more, yet resolved to force himself to swallow to satiate his hunger. Observing Goten's struggle, Gohan poured him a cup of water. Goten eagerly drank, but still felt slightly uncomfortable. The meal was endured in a state of considerable torment, leaving Goten feeling quite unwell. Gohan glanced at the remaining food on the table and grimaced, recalling that they would have to consume this for an entire year. I thought the cafeteria food in middle school was the worst. I never expected this food to be even worse. Who prepared this? Yet, no matter how unwilling Goten was, it was ultimately futile. The conditions of the room of spirit and time were immutable. Even divine intervention could not alter it. After their meal, Gohan tidied up and said, "You should rest a bit. I'll continue training." Goten was taken aback. "Brother, aren't you going to take a break?" Gohan shook his head. "I want to rest now. I feel quite invigorated and must seize the opportunity to continue my training." Goten replied, "But training should involve a balance. Overexertion may not yield the best results." Gohan shook his head, a hint of sadness in his gaze. "Although a year here only equates to a single day outside, those two rascals could destroy a city at any moment, so I cannot afford to wait." Goten was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Gohan resumed his training, starting once more with physical exercises. Goten observed him with a sense of perplexity, pondering whether such training would genuinely lead to improvement. It was not unreasonable for Goten to harbor such thoughts, as Gohan's method of training differed immensely from his expectations. He had envisioned that training would at least involve transforming into a Super Saiyan followed by a series of exercises to enhance his strength, maintaining the Super Saiyan state during regular training to eventually reach full power. After contemplating for a moment, Goten took a deep breath and ignited his golden aura, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gohan, who had been training, paused and turned to Goten. "What is going on? Is transforming into a Super Saiyan part of the training?" Then, he witnessed Goten's golden aura gradually dissipate, revealing his usual golden hair and blue eyes. Goten then approached the bed and reclined slowly. Gohan pondered for a moment, then smiled. This child is quite clever. Using this method to strengthen his control over the Super Saiyan form is indeed a far superior approach than my clumsy methods. Keep it up, Goten. Reclining on the bed, Goten focused intently on mastering the power of the Super Saiyan. However, it proved exceedingly challenging. The energy of a Super Saiyan was overwhelmingly potent, and a moment of carelessness could result in catastrophic consequences. Before long, the bed was reduced to ruins. "I'm so exhausted." Goten sprawled out on the floor, reflecting on his predicament. He had never anticipated that controlling the energy of a Super Saiyan would be so arduous. In the comics, it appeared so simple, just this and that, and it was accomplished. Worn out, Goten began to reminisce about life at home, where he merely needed to practice with his mother for a short while before lounging on his bed, playing on his phone. Yet now, with his focus waning, he found himself unable to maintain even the Super Saiyan form, his golden hair cascading down to revert to its natural dark hue. Goten touched his head and surveyed the wreckage of the bed, a wry smile forming on his lips. What a futile endeavor this training has been. He folded his hands behind his head, contemplating. Indeed, the imagination is beautiful, but reality is harsh. With a sudden flare, the golden aura reignited, scattering the splintered wood in all directions. Goten sneered. "I refuse to believe that I, a traverser, cannot conquer even the Super Saiyan form." 10 minutes later, the golden aura dissipated once more, and Goten exited the Super Saiyan state, his eyes weary as he gazed at the vast, white sky. How much more interesting my phone is. I miss my study materials and my heroic brawl. 3 minutes later, Goten glared at his reflection in the mirror, seething. "Son Goten, how could you have fallen so low? Have you forgotten the dangers you faced before?" Thus, Sun Wukong, with great effort, summoned his spirit and transformed once again into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. After 5 minutes, the golden aura dissipated, leaving Sun Wukong with vacant eyes and a pallid complexion. Let today be as it is. There is ample time ahead. Perhaps exhausted beyond measure, he soon succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate period, Son Gohan returned to rest. Observing the dilapidated lounge, he shook his head and remarked, "Training is not such a simple endeavor. Without perseverance and determination, even the best methods prove futile. I hope you grasp this truth soon, Wukong." He then retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. A plume of white smoke swirled, revealing a grand bed within the room. Gently, Son Gohan placed Wukong upon it and leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. The two brothers temporarily fell into a state of rest, while the clock in the hyperbolic time chamber continued its relentless ticking. Chapter 6, Training, Part 2. It was unclear how long he had slept, but Son Wukong eventually awakened from his haze. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he scanned the room, only to find no trace of his brother. As he turned to rise, he realized he was not upon the cold ground, but rather on a soft, cushioned bed. A glance outside revealed his brother's aura, sending a warm wave through his heart. Tidying the bed, he washed his face and brushed his teeth, then clenched his fists, silently vowing, "Today, I shall train diligently. I cannot afford to falter as I did yesterday." With this thought, Son Wukong found himself once more in the vast, white expanse. A wave of heat washing over him. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Though the conditions here are harsh, I am no longer the Wukong of yore. I now possess a heart that relentlessly pursues strength." First, he became a Super Saiyan. Closing his eyes, he envisioned another version of himself on a different Earth. Feet planted apart, fists clenched and crossed before him. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, each pressed tightly against his body, forming a stance. Reality and his consciousness converged as the present Sun Wukong mirrored the same movements. With a whoosh, a golden vortex erupted from his form, initially transforming into a colossal golden dragon that soared into the sky. The dragon let out a fierce roar before turning back, crashing into Wukong's body. Morphing into the energy of a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong transformed into his golden-haired Super Saiyan visage, his eyes snapping open as the golden vortex, imbued with life, surged into his pupils, shifting their hue from black to a vibrant green. Once the transformation was complete, Sun Wukong exuded a sense of calm, his green eyes reflecting a mixture of disdain, solitude, and indifference as he gazed into the depths of the wide expanse, meeting the astonished gaze of Son Gohan. "What are you doing, Wukong?" Son Gohan inquired, his expression a blend of curiosity and disbelief. To be honest, a hint of embarrassment flickered within Sun Wukong. He yearned to retort that he, Sun Wukong, need not explain his actions, yet refrained, as further displays of his youthful exuberance would surely lead to ridicule. Thus, suppressing that youthful bravado, he smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just testing my control over energy. By the way, don't you need to rest?" Son Gohan's gaze remained oddly fixed upon him. "I've already rested. I must seize the time to train. Additionally, I must caution you, avoid performing such elaborate movements during battle. In the face of life and death, no one will concern themselves with your theatrics." Sun Wukong nodded. "I understand. That's good to hear. You should train solo for a while. Once I finish this set, we shall begin partner training." Sun Wukong obediently nodded and ventured to the other side to commence his training. A twinge of awkwardness lingered in his mind as he reflected. Yet he did not regret his desires, for this had long been his dream. After all, who among them had not yearned to become a Super Saiyan? In his youth, he had mimicked the characters from Dragon Ball, attempting various techniques such as the Kamehameha, instant transmission, and the Spirit Bomb. However, back then, he could only imitate, indulging in youthful fantasies. Now, he had the opportunity to become a genuine Super Saiyan. Contemplating another Earth, a shadow of melancholy swept over Sun Wukong. His memories were fragmented. While he could recall some plots from Dragon Ball and fragments of other experiences, he struggled to remember any friends or family. Such thoughts were of no consequence. He resolved to focus on his training. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, hoping to one day summon Shenron to resolve these issues. He maintained his Super Saiyan form as he began his training, which was less about skill development and more about acclimatizing to the pressures of being a Super Saiyan. Engaging in physical training. An hour later, Sun Wukong relinquished his Super Saiyan form, feeling utterly exhausted, even contemplating collapsing onto the bed. At that moment, Son Gohan also concluded the first phase of his training. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he assessed the energy within him, his brow furrowing in concern. "It feels as though I have made little progress. Could this truly be my limit? Or is my method of training flawed?" Perplexed, Son Gohan decided not to dwell further on it and instead focus on guiding his younger brother. With a leap, he reached Sun Wukong, who lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat. Son Gohan sighed. "How are you holding up, Wukong?" Hearing his brother's voice, Sun Wukong struggled to rise, replying, "I'm all right, just mentally and physically drained." Training is inherently arduous and monotonous. It is only within such an environment that true warriors are forged with resilient wills, Son Gohan asserted. Sun Wukong wholeheartedly agreed, recalling how Goku had spent a month in the chamber during his first visit. "If he could do it, so can I," he mused. Vegeta had spent 2 years in contrast to Goku's month, yet here he was, faced with the reality of enduring an entire year himself. Son Gohan continued, "So, do you still have energy left? Shall we spar for a while?" Sun Wukong's eyes brightened at the suggestion, finding it intriguing. "Shall we spar in our normal states?" "That is up to you, but I should be fine with just my normal state," Son Gohan replied. Taken aback, Sun Wukong felt underestimated and declared, "Then I shall not hold back." With a flash, a brilliant white aura enveloped Sun Wukong as he clenched his fists and launched a punch. Son Gohan deftly sidestepped, his palm positioned before Sun Wukong's face, a radiant white energy gathering upon it. "Your intentions are far too apparent. Your energy is scattered. And that is not how one executes a strike. If this were a life-or-death battle, you would be as good as dead." Sun Wukong's pride was stung, and he quickly formed a fist with his left hand, striking out towards Son Gohan's abdomen. Son Gohan's right hand unleashed an energy blast, colliding squarely with Sun Wukong's face and sending him sprawling a considerable distance away. Furthermore, you must learn to assess the dynamics of battle. If an opponent can strike you first, your priority should be defense, ensuring you avoid injury in combat, Son Gohan instructed. With a crash, Sun Wukong, having been propelled away, was enveloped in a shimmering golden aura. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes, awaiting this moment, eager to impart a lesson learned through his own trials and tribulations. Son Wukong's silhouette flickered rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place engulfed in golden flames. He crouched slightly, his right fist clenched tightly, launching a powerful punch that struck Goten in the abdomen. In that moment, Son Wukong's energy surged through his fist and penetrated Goten's body, scattering the energy he had gathered. Consequently, the golden flames began to dissipate, and Goten staggered back 2 steps, crouching on the ground with a pained expression. Observing Goten's incredulous gaze, Son Wukong remarked, "Do not look at me like that. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires seizing the right moment. Few would wait for you to transform before engaging in battle. Or, you could approach it as I do." With a flash, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, continuing, "Mastering the Super Saiyan form allows one to transform in an instant, provided the energy is sufficient, leaving no opportunity for interruption." Goten appeared momentarily dazed, pondering that it was customary for others to wait during transformations. How had it come to this? "Wukong, with your prominent brows and big eyes, how could you have come to this?" Noticing Goten's expression, Son Wukong added, "These are insights gleaned from my battles with the androids. Had those 2 miscreants not toyed with me, I might have perished. Thus, one must never underestimate any battle." Goten stood up, nodding earnestly. "I understand now. One must possess the resolve to fight." Son Wukong nodded, the aura of the Super Saiyan dissipating, stating, "As long as you comprehend, let us continue." Suddenly, Goten thrust his hands forward, conjuring countless tiny energy waves. Just as Son Wukong prepared to act, the myriad energy waves surged toward him. Utilizing the power of the energy waves, Goten propelled himself backward and shouted as golden flames enveloped him, transforming into the visage of a Super Saiyan. "Now, it is my turn." Chapter 7, Trunks. The hyperbolic time chamber. Almost a month had passed, and the 2 brothers continued their training, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. The golden flames danced energetically, seeking to strike the other figure, now a Super Saiyan Goten. Meanwhile, Son Wukong maintained his base form, yet his focus was razor-sharp, perfectly blocking all of Goten's assaults. Over the past few days, Son Wukong had imparted numerous combat techniques to Goten, even transforming Goten's approach to fighting. Son Wukong himself had experienced significant growth, surprising even himself. Yet, he seldom engaged in battle using his Super Saiyan form, as he needed to ensure he could strike in that state at all times. Boom! The golden brilliance clashed with the bright white flames, a tremendous roar resonating as ripples spread outward. Although Son Wukong's strength could not match Goten's, his experience allowed him to retreat the instant the explosion erupted, dissipating the force. Magic flash! As he retreated, Son Wukong overlapped his hands above his forehead, brilliant light shimmering. A radiant beam shot toward Goten, who, momentarily startled, quickly retracted his fist to his waist. Kamehameha! Another dazzling burst of light, the signature technique of Master Roshi, surged forth to collide with the magic flash. The 2 beams intersected, illuminating the already bright hyperbolic time chamber. At this moment, Son Wukong's power paled in comparison to Goten's. And unlike combat, one could not employ tricks with energy waves, thus the focal point of their clash continuously shifted towards Son Wukong. With a determined shout, he ignited the golden flames surrounding him, declaring, "Prepare to experience my full might, Goten." In the next instant, the beam of magic flash doubled in size and surged forward, overwhelming Goten. Boom! Just as Goten intended to unleash his power, the energy wave bore down upon him, leaving him only time to activate a protective shield. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, spiraling upward like a mushroom cloud. Observing the smoke obscuring Goten's form, Son Wukong extended one hand, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that dispersed the smoke, revealing Goten's glistening, dust-covered figure. Seeing Goten's defensive posture, Son Wukong felt a flicker of pride as he said, "You did quite well this time, Goten." Goten lowered his defensive stance, glancing at his body, now utterly bare and covered in dust, and sensing the scant energy within him. He shook his groggy head, stating, "Brother, you are still incredible. I cannot gain any advantage." Son Wukong replied, "All right, Goten, your training ends here. Continuing any longer may jeopardize your mental state." Goten appeared perplexed. "But we haven't even trained for a full month." Son Wukong nodded. "Though it has been less than a month, you must exit. Have you not noticed? Since arriving, you've barely eaten, yet trained for extended periods, your mind always restless. You've even spoken of bizarre dreams recently. If you stay any longer, it will be torture rather than training." Goten pondered, "Am I truly unable to endure any longer?" As he calmed his thoughts and reflected, he realized that he could hardly settle his mind. When not training, he was preoccupied with other thoughts. restlessly longing for his gaming console and phone. Had he unknowingly succumbed to such a state? Goten felt a chill run down his spine. Sun Wukong, observing Goten's dawning realization, advised, the hyperbolic time chamber separates external time from internal flow, profoundly impacting one's psyche. Given your youth and inexperience, it is only natural to be affected. However, in your current condition, I recommend you exit and regroup before considering further training. Goten nodded. Though he found it curious that during rest he felt a desire to give up, yet during training, his mind was solely focused on improvement. Will you also leave, brother? Goten inquired. Sun Wukong shook his head. Though my strength has increased, defeating 2 androids simultaneously remains a formidable challenge. Thus, I wish to continue my training here until I surpass my current limits. Goten nodded and said, all right, then I shall exit first. With that, Goten opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber and strode confidently outside. The moment he stepped through the threshold, a refreshing breeze swept over him, and he felt a hint of chill against his bare skin. Suddenly, an extraordinary sensation enveloped his mind. Time and space seemed to fracture. The path ahead unfurling toward the horizon, branching off at certain points. What is this? Goten rubbed his eyes, still incredulous at the sight before him. Thud. After taking just 2 steps, he felt as if the world had turned upside down. His mind was a tumult of thoughts, intertwining like chaotic threads. Unable to bear the overwhelming sensations, Goten collapsed to the ground. Nearby, Mr. Popo approached, lifted Goten, and glanced back at the hyperbolic time chamber, saying, hang in there, Wukong. The future of Earth hinges on you. Mr. Popo then carried Goten into another room. West City, once a bustling metropolis, had now become a mere shadow of its former glory, reduced to crumbling remnants. Where throngs of people once thrived, it was now an empty landscape, even from above. One could scarcely find a soul. The renowned Capsule Corporation had also fallen into disrepair, its owner and son now residing in a concealed underground space. In the clandestine depths of the Capsule Corporation, Trunks, clad in a blue shirt, paced anxiously, his demeanor betraying an underlying tension. Beside him, Bulma, adorned in a white lab coat, busily tapped away at her computer, seemingly engrossed in her research. After a while, Bulma, unable to tolerate Trunks' restless movements any longer, tossed him the remote control and remarked, Gohan should be fine. Instead of fretting here, why not check the news for updates? Trunks accepted the remote and ventured into another room to turn on the television, seeking the latest reports. To his astonishment, he discovered alarming news about the androids. The frontline report indicated that the androids were advancing towards the West City once again, their sinister intentions directed towards the very heart of the city. Trunks was taken aback, cursing under his breath, damn it. This marks the 3rd time this year they've targeted West City. What on earth are these 2 fiends plotting? Resolute, Trunks informed his mother of the impending threat, recognizing the necessity of preparation should the androids decide to attack. Bulma, upon hearing the news, set down her peculiar device, her expression tinged with frustration. What a calamity this year has become, with these 2 robots incessantly wreaking havoc in West City. As she spoke, she began gathering her belongings, preparing to retreat deeper underground. After packing, Trunks interjected, Mom, there are still many people out there unaware of the danger, and Gohan's whereabouts are unknown. I intend to warn them. Bulma immediately countered, no, those 2 monsters could arrive at any moment. With your current strength, if you were to encounter them, it would be disastrous. Trunks, however, remained steadfast. I'm sorry, Mom, but I cannot stand by and watch those innocent lives be lost. Rest assured, I will be cautious. With a sigh, Bulma conceded, if you must go, do so swiftly. Remember, you are the last hope for Earth, so at all times, prioritize your survival. Trunks nodded firmly before pushing open the tunnel door and making his way through the passage. Chapter 8. Goten's spiritual training in the temple. Goten awoke with a dazed expression, his eyes lacking focus. After a moment, he shook his head vigorously, gradually regaining his senses. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed only a table laden with an array of food. The tantalizing aroma wafted into his nostrils, triggering an unprecedented wave of hunger that almost overwhelmed him. He hurriedly climbed out of bed and stumbled to the table, eagerly stuffing food into his mouth. As he devoured the feast with gluttonous fervor, Mr. Popo observed from the doorway, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his otherwise vacant gaze. Goku. This child is remarkably like you. May he, too, create miracles, he murmured. With that, Mr. Popo rummaged through the storage room, finally retrieving an orange martial arts uniform. A wave of reminiscence washed over him as he beheld the garment, and after a moment, he clasped his hands together in prayer, saying, Goku, Lord Kami, may you bless this child to overcome adversity and triumph over the androids. Upon entering Goten's room, Mr. Popo found the table nearly depleted of food. He placed the uniform beside the bed and returned to the kitchen to prepare more sustenance. For 3 hours, as Mr. Popo continued to cook, Goten relentlessly feasted, finally patting his belly and sheepishly looking at Mr. Popo, saying, "I'm full now, Mr. Popo. Thank you so much." Mr. Popo replied, "It is but my duty. Yet it is all I can do." Noticing Mr. Popo's melancholic demeanor, Goten earnestly stated, "I will surely defeat the androids. And perhaps then I can use the Dragon Balls on Namek to resurrect Kami and the others." Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo's vacant eyes flickered again. He gestured towards the uniform on the bed, saying, "You should put on the clothes first." Realizing he was completely unclothed, Goten turned away. Walking to the bed to don the uniform, only to notice his arms were covered in a layer of black grime. "Mr. Popo, do you have a bathroom?" "I would like to take a shower first," he inquired. Mr. Popo nodded. "Yes, follow me." Goten enveloped the uniform in a sphere of energy and followed Mr. Popo through the door, turning down 2 corridors until they reached the bathing area. After a refreshing wash, Goten emerged transformed, his handsome visage restored. He picked up the martial arts uniform, feeling its weight, and observed, "This is the outfit my father wore during his training. It's fantastic." Dressed and looking into the mirror, he saw a 123-meter-tall youth with a striking appearance, sporting an unusual hairstyle and clad in the orange uniform, giving him the air of a martial artist. The weight of the attire felt manageable to Goten, and as he stepped out of the bathing area, he found Mr. Popo staring at him in shock. "Mr. Popo, can you sense the energy within the androids?" he asked. Mr. Popo shook his head. "The energy of the androids differs from that of ordinary life forms. They draw power from the machines within them, making it impossible to detect using standard methods." "Is that so?" Goten replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "I wanted to gauge how I measure up against the androids." Mr. Popo continued, "While I may not detect their energy, I can ascertain the extent of Gohan's power. And from that, deducing the android strength would not be overly challenging." Goten's eyes brightened. "In that case, I would appreciate your assistance." Mr. Popo shook his head again. "Your current state is not optimized. Even if we were to test, your true strength would remain elusive." Goten considered his body, feeling an invigorating surge of power, and curiously remarked, "But I feel better than ever." Mr. Popo explained, "Your spirit has been affected by the hyperbolic time chamber. You have yet to fully recover. And in this state, your energy is erratic, rendering a test insignificant." Goten found this puzzling, feeling no substantial issue with his condition, and thought only of annihilating the androids so he could return to spend time with his mother, as playing on his phone seemed far more enjoyable than training. Seeing Goten's skepticism, Mr. Popo added, "Though your energy surpasses that of nearly everyone on Earth, including myself, it is derived from your lineage, not your martial arts mastery. Thus, you lack fundamental knowledge of martial arts and how to regulate your state." Goten nodded, resembling a diligent student. Mr. Popo continued, "A true martial artist not only focuses on enhancing strength, but also harmonizes the mind and body. Failing to do so can lead to spiritual imbalance, mental collapse, and a transformation into a mindless killer." Goten nodded seriously. "So, what must I do to unify my mind and body?" Mr. Popo stepped outside, stating, "During this time, you may train alongside me." Goten agreed and followed Mr. Popo outside to the temple courtyard. Sun Wutian eagerly anticipated his upcoming training. As a devoted reader of Dragon Ball, he was well aware of Bobo's extraordinary martial arts prowess, which ranked him just beneath the most formidable fighters, and the only one likely to surpass Mr. Bobo was his own father. Filled with joy, Sun Wutian imagined he would learn fascinating techniques. However, reality often proved to be harsh, and the path of cultivation was seldom simple. Thus, Sun Wutian sat cross-legged outside the temple, employing his energy to form a protective shield, allowing his body to hover in midair. With his hands resting on his legs and eyes closed, he sought to unify his spirit and mind. Sun Wutian couldn't help but feel a twinge of sarcasm. "What kind of training is this? It's more tedious than completing my summer homework." Nevertheless, he resolved to persist in his chosen practice, no matter how arduous it became. He made earnest attempts to empty his mind and attune himself to nature. Yet his thoughts were chaotic and difficult to control. Time flowed on, and after 3 monotonous hours, he gradually began to grasp some principles. Managing to truly empty his mind for fleeting moments, feeling the melding of spirit and body, though each instance lasted only a few seconds. "Perhaps I should give up. After all, my brother is here." After 3 hours, Sun Wutian could no longer clear his mind, and thoughts of surrender began to creep in. Once that thought took root, it sprouted rapidly, like mushrooms after rain, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. He recalled his brother Sun Wufan's training, which would surely lead him to defeat the androids, after which they could request the Kai to search for a new Namek, and then use the Dragon Balls to resurrect their father along with Vegeta. His sense of resignation grew stronger. Ultimately, Sun Wutian's thoughts became increasingly convoluted, and the protective shield enveloping him dissipated, causing him to plummet to the ground. Lying there, he gazed up at the sky above the temple and mused. Writing a novel is far simpler. An author can craft a narrative with a mere stroke of the pen, rendering millennia of training inconsequential, free from mental anguish and physical fatigue. I could just say whatever I wanted, and if I grew weary, I'd simply obliterate everything. Oh well. It seems no one will come to my aid. Sun Wutian rose once more, surrounded by a fiery white aura, floating in the air. Yet, I truly miss the days of learning. Chapter 9. Sun Wutian goes to battle. Sun Wutian attempted to adjust his state near the temple, striving to reach his pinnacle. Alas, the abstract nature of the spirit made it all the more elusive. The more he sought to enter it, the more challenging it became. Sun Wutian, possessing considerable resilience, pressed on, unlike others who might have surrendered long ago. Bang! Once again, Sun Wutian's thoughts became disordered, and he fell to the ground, his eyes vacant as he stared at the azure sky, exclaiming, "How can this be considered cultivation? It is indeed a task unbecoming of man. Especially this intangible and absurd mental state. Why is it that traversers like me are not granted any advantages?" Contemplating external assistance, he flipped over and initiated his 404th attempt. "System, are you there?" The anticipated chime did not resonate. Unyielding, he called out again in his mind. "Is there a chat group? I have 30 years of experience managing chat groups, capable of engaging in any topic. I request to join the multiverse chat group." The multiverse chat group paid him no heed. With no other options, he shifted his focus. Grandfather, come out and bask in the sun." Without the ring, the old man would not emerge casually. Sun Wutian smirked cynically, declaring, "Such a trifling advantage, I need not one. Even without it, I, Sun Wutian, shall remain invincible and the strongest in the multiverse." He continued his cultivation endeavor, unaware that at the very moment he wore a crooked smile, something extraordinary was occurring with Trunks in West City. In West City, Trunks was busily informing others about the impending arrival in the area when suddenly, a purple crystal struck his mind. Life simulator binding in progress. Analyzing world. Loading character data. Life simulator successfully bound. Wishing you a fulfilling life. Trunks was taken aback, glancing around but finding no one in sight. Then, astonishment flickered in his eyes as he noticed several lines of text appearing before him. "Welcome to the life simulator. Would you like to begin simulation?" Confused, Trunks pondered, "What is this?" Driven by curiosity, he decided to initiate the simulation. Waves of purple light flickered before him, coalescing into characters, which he focused on intently. Year 765 of the IQ era. You were born in West City. Year 766, Son Goku passed away. Year 767. Your father died fighting against the androids, and your mother took you into hiding in the basement. Year 769, you met Son Gohan for the first time, held him in high esteem, and secretly trained under his guidance. Year 771, while evacuating civilians, you encountered an android who forced you to choose between revealing Son Gohan's whereabouts or facing death. Fearless, you attacked the android and perished, aged 6. Tip: when confronted with an unbeatable opponent, do not blindly engage. Learn to delay as much as possible, for your reinforcements may arrive at any moment. Simulation complete. Please choose one of the following to retain. 1. Your martial arts experience at 6 years old. 2. Your life experiences at 6 years old. 3. The clothing worn by Android 18. Trunks was filled with uncertainty. So I died, yet I am clearly still alive. What is this? With trepidation, he selected option 2. And images flooded his mind. He envisioned himself at a street corner, encountering the approaching android, only to be obliterated during their confrontation. Instinctively, Trunks touched his head, his expression growing serious. So this thing can predict the future. Am I truly going to encounter an android and die in battle? Avoiding the location of the anticipated encounter, he concealed himself among the rubble to observe. He was not afraid of death, but did not wish to die carelessly. Sure enough, after a while, an android driving a car sped through the city, blood dripping from the vehicle's front. Android 17 halted the car, remarking, "It seems there are fewer people in West City. Such a situation diminishes the fun." Android 18 exited the vehicle, gazing down at the ground, stating, "They must have hidden underground. Truly, this makes them akin to a bunch of rats lurking in the shadows. How distasteful." Android 17 also stepped out of the car, placing a hand on the roof and chuckling. "Rats hiding in the dark, huh? Let us play a game of whack-a-mole." Boom. Android 17 pressed down firmly on the car, unleashing a brilliant wave of energy that sent the vehicle crashing into the earth. Damn it. Trunks gritted his teeth, repeatedly tempted to rush out and confront the androids. Yet the vision in his mind constantly warned him. He longed to leap into action, but the scene reminded him that any engagement would only lead to his demise. Trunks forced himself to remain calm and began to contemplate the simulator's final advice. His brother Gohan was likely to be his savior. Yet even Gohan could not triumph over these two fiends. So, how should he resolve this predicament? As Trunks pondered his strategy, the androids continued their idle chatter. Android 18 laughed, saying, "Your luck seems to be lacking, 17. Boom. Android 18 took a couple of steps forward, her 5 delicate fingers splayed open. And a radiant beam of light surged forth, plunging into the earth, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries from below. Tears streamed down Trunks' face as he lay amidst the rubble, while Android 18 wore a smug expression and remarked, "See? This made it easy to hit." Android 17 chuckled softly, adding, "But the commotion is still too subtle. It may not be enough to attract Gohan." As he spoke, Android 17's body seemed to lift, ascending vertically and gazing down upon the world below. Android 18 followed closely, soaring into the sky with a smile, declaring, "Let the beautiful fireworks of the city welcome Goku's little son." Boom. Countless golden energy waves were hurled towards West City, their explosive sounds echoing throughout the continent. Meanwhile, in the temple, Goten was still grappling with his challenges, but to no avail. Suddenly, Mr. Popo rushed over, exclaiming, "The androids are attacking West City." Goten, surprised, responded, "West City? That's where Aunt Bulma lives." Mr. Popo confirmed, "Exactly, and Trunks is there too." Goten hurriedly dashed towards the room of spirit and time, saying, "I'll go call my brother." Mr. Popo shook his head, saying, "Gohan is currently at a crucial moment in surpassing Super Saiyan. Even if he comes out now, he can only suppress the 2 androids, not achieve complete victory." Goten hesitated, his heart heavy with uncertainty. Sensing Goten's indecision, Mr. Popo continued, "You are the only one who can stop the androids now, Goten." Upon hearing this, Goten was flooded with memories of Android 18's cold, cruel gaze, and he felt an inexplicable surge of fear. He shook his head, saying, "I'm still far from being able to defeat the androids." Mr. Popo replied, "You may not win, but you can certainly hold them off for a while." Goten was extremely reluctant to confront the androids alone, paralyzed by fear. Mr. Popo, perceiving Goten's internal struggle, urged, "The choice is yours. Wait for your brother to emerge and fight the androids together, which would result in many casualties. Or go alone to delay them, in which case you might be injured. Regardless, I support your decision." Goten was momentarily stunned, feeling lost. Deep down, he was unwilling to engage in battle, terrified of the unknown outcomes. He rationalized that even if he chose not to fight, the Dragon Balls could rewrite the fate after defeating the androids. He thought, it's normal for someone to die in the Dragon Ball world. If I don't go, those people might die anyway. I should prioritize my own safety. Goten convinced himself, slowly sinking to the ground. Even if I am Goku's son, I don't have to shoulder the burden of saving humanity alone. I'm still just a child. It's too early for me to fight the androids. I need to preserve myself. Mom is waiting for me at home. I can't let her lose her son. Goten's excuses multiplied, and Mr. Popo's disappointment deepened. Suddenly, Goten stood up, his golden aura blazing like the sun against the sky. Tears filled his eyes and streamed down his cheeks as he declared, "Indeed, I have 1,000 reasons not to fight, but one undeniable truth remains. I live in this world, and my blood still flows." Mr. Popo gazed at Goten in awe, as if witnessing a light. Goten then inquired solemnly, "Mr. Popo, where's West City?" Mr. Popo placed a hand on Goten's head, and a shimmering white light enveloped them. Instantly, Goten's mind was filled with a vivid map of the lower world. He dove from the temple, murmuring, "If everyone gave up fighting like me, who would save the world?" A brilliant golden beam sliced through the wilderness, illuminating the night-shrouded earth. Chapter 10, The Clash in West City. Android 17 and Android 18 unleashed their energy waves, spreading devastation far and wide, shrouding the city in smoke. The air was punctuated by the anguished cries of humanity, which served only as entertainment for the androids. Hidden amidst the debris, Trunks watched the havoc wrought by the androids, his anger swelling and overwhelming his reason. "I can't tolerate these beasts any longer." With a roar, a brilliant white aura erupted, scattering the rubble around him. Trunks stood at the center of the energy, tears in his eyes, vehemently declaring, "I absolutely cannot allow you 2 bastards to harm anyone else." Noticing the commotion below, the androids ceased their assault and landed. Upon seeing Trunks, they appeared somewhat disappointed. "Oh, it's just Vegeta's son. How dull. I thought it was Gohan." Trunks glared at them with seething hatred, gritting his teeth. "I will defeat you both." Android 18 chuckled at Trunks' words, seemingly amused. Without even glancing at him, she turned to Android 17 and asked, "Hey, 17, did I hear him right? This little brat claims he will take us down." Android 17 shook his head, replying, "It seems he is just echoing what his father said. Those who boast without strength tend to perish early." Trunks' eyes burned with fury, his aura intensifying with his rage. Android 18, still smiling, extended 2 fingers towards Trunks and said, I'll give you 2 choices. First, tell us Gohan's whereabouts, and we'll spare your life and refrain from further demolishing this city. Second, we kill you and continue our rampage until Gohan shows up. Trunks, memories flooding back, calmed himself slightly and attempted to stall for time. What do you want with Gohan? He doesn't like you 2 monsters at all. Android 18 shrugged, saying, funny enough, we don't like him either. We're here to kill him, but if he is willing to bring out that child who looks just like Goku, we might reconsider. That child who looks just like Goku. Trunks' mind raced as he pieced together the information. He recalled Gohan mentioning a younger brother, and with that he asked, are you referring to Goten? But he is only 5. Exactly, because he looks just like Goku, Android 18 replied. Trunks paused, bewildered by the absurdity of their reasoning. Android 17 glanced at Trunks, then at 18 with a smirk. Hey, 18, can't you see this kid is just trying to buy some time? Android 18 flicked her golden hair, grinning. I noticed, but what does it matter? Aren't we already waiting for someone? Android 17 sighed. Honestly, you're still so playful at this age. Android 18 turned back to Trunks, her demeanor reminiscent of a friendly neighbor as she said, while I wouldn't mind chatting a bit longer. You see, 17 is getting impatient, so I can only give you 3 more seconds. 3. Ultimately, there was no avoiding it. Mom, I'm sorry, I might let you down, but I have no regrets. 2. If the end is unavoidable, then I shall fight with all my might to prove that I was here. Trunks' aura soared to unprecedented heights. Even after having been killed by the androids in simulations, he felt no fear. Perhaps he had long embraced the inevitability of death in this world. 1. Trunks lifted his head, his aura exploding with intensity. He propelled himself forward with a force akin to a cannonball, launching an assault on Android 18. The android, momentarily taken aback, remarked, are you so eager to meet your demise? With a thunderous crash, Trunks' strike, infused with rage and despair, was effortlessly intercepted by Android 18 with a single hand, nearly stirring up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, she raised her right hand, intent on cleaving Trunks in 2. Suddenly, a brilliant golden streak descended from the heavens, slicing through the ominous clouds to reveal a hopeful blue sky. Android 18, momentarily stunned, witnessed the despair in Trunks' eyes gradually transform into joy, while Android 17 stood by with crossed arms, seemingly unfazed. The golden streak spiraled in the air before hurtling towards Android 18. In that instant, she released her grip on Trunks' hand, unleashing a searing beam of light that engulfed him completely. Boom. At that moment, the golden streak reached Android 18, exerting an immense pressure from above, causing even the seemingly invincible 18 to be momentarily startled. She extended both hands, attempting to seize the golden light. However, as it approached her, it halted abruptly, followed by the explosive release of a blinding energy wave. Caught off guard, Android 18 was propelled several miles away by the force of the blast. The golden streak then returned, retrieving the battered Trunks from the rubble. Android 17, observing the golden figure, chuckled. So it's Goten. Hasn't it only been a day since we last met? Look how much you've improved. Goten, ignoring the comment, gently touched the bruised area on Trunks' neck, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I wasn't too late. With a surge of golden energy, Goten transferred his power to Trunks before laying him down on the ground and stepping forward to confront Android 17. Boom. In the distance, the ruins exploded as Android 18 charged towards Goten, initiating her attack. Did I feel fear? Goten sensed his body tremble, a flicker of anxiety coursing through him. But there was no time for hesitation. Boom. The golden flames ignited as his small fist struck with tremendous force. Android 18 and Goten's fists collided. Yet neither gained an advantage. With a flick of her hands, Android 18 stepped back, her palms blooming outward like petals, unleashing a barrage of small energy blasts. Goten, already wary of Android 18, felt his apprehension peak. As the android launched a continuous assault of energy blasts, he mirrored her actions, sending forth a multitude of energy waves to counter. The energy blasts and Goten's waves collided, producing a cacophony of deafening roars. A stalemate ensued between them, with neither side yielding. Suddenly, Goten gathered countless tiny energy waves between his hands, coalescing them into a massive energy wave that surged towards Android 18 with overwhelming force. Reacting swiftly, she pressed her hands downwards, flipping in midair to evade. As Goten's energy wave dissipated, he clenched his right fist, darting swiftly to Android 18's side. He struck down with a heavy punch, only for it to be caught in her grasp. Kamehameha. As Goten silently recited the incantation, a radiant white light gathered in his other hand, aimed directly at Android 18's exquisite visage. Alarmed, Android 18 released her hold on Goten's hand. as though drawn by an unseen force ascending towards the sky. Goten took 2 steps back, focusing intently. He reflected on their brief skirmish, while androids were formidable and ruthless. They were not without vulnerabilities. Now, he felt confident that he could hold out until his brother arrived. Meanwhile, Android 18 executed a graceful flip in the air, landing beside Android 17. He chuckled. What happened, 18? Struggling against a mere child? Android 18's expression turned serious as she replied. It's only been a day since I last saw him, and he seems like a different person. Android 17 shook his head with a wry smile, stepping forward and declaring, Let me see just how much this child has changed. Chapter 11. Goten's battle. Android 17 strode confidently towards Goten, with Android 18 flanking him. As Goten observed the advancing figure of Android 17, an overwhelming pressure surged within him, for he knew that 17's combat prowess far surpassed that of 18. Standing before Goten, Android 17 scrutinized the wary expression and trembling form before him, grinning wickedly as he said, You must be Goten, right? Quite bold to challenge us alone. Sweat trickled down Goten's brow as he stood tense, his anxiety reaching its zenith. Android 17, amused by Goten's demeanor, taunted, Are you so frightened that you can't even speak? If so, what brings you here to challenge us? Where's that timid brother of yours? Summoning his courage, Goten declared, I'm here to defeat you. Defeat us? Android 17 laughed heartily at Goten's words, as if hearing the most absurd joke. He pointed at himself, saying, You should understand, child, that you stand before a true ultimate warrior. Seizing the moment, Goten's pupils dilated, and with unparalleled speed, he charged at Android 17. Bang! His fist, imbued with thunderous might, struck 17's face before he could react, delivering a series of powerful follow-up strikes. Though 17 boasted of being the ultimate warrior, he was caught completely off guard by the onslaught. He was sent crashing into the ruins, carving a deep trench in his wake. Clatter! Goten seized the opportunity, lunging forward as glimmers of starlight danced between his hands, swiftly transforming into an oval-shaped energy wave that rained down upon 17. Energy slice. Perhaps this is how it should be. With a keen understanding of the prince's techniques, Goten noticed the smoke rising from the ground. He withdrew his right hand, raising it high as energy coalesced, forming a brilliant white disk. With a flick, he sent the energy slice hurtling towards Android 17. After releasing the attack, Goten clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Though the skirmish lasted only an instant, it drained him greatly, both in energy and spirit. However, he felt fortunate to have landed a hit. Even if 17 wasn't defeated, he was surely wounded. With a resounding crash, debris fell from above, revealing a vibrant green energy shield expanding outward amidst the smoke. Goten steeled himself, contemplating, Did my previous attack truly fail to penetrate the protective barrier? As the smoke gradually dissipated, Android 17 finally revealed himself within the energy barrier. His attire was tattered, and his right hand, with only 4 fingers remaining, was drenched in blood. The smug expression that once adorned his face had vanished, leaving only an overwhelming sense of gloom. Son Goten's gaze collided with that of Android 17, who extended his bloodied right hand with a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You little brat, you severed one of my fingers. I'll make sure to sever your hand and arm in return, so you can experience the feeling of being a mere plaything. A chill ran down Son Goten's spine as he assumed a fighting stance, bracing himself for the impending clash. Android 17 surged forward, his energy barrier swiftly contracting until it gathered in his left hand. Witnessing 17's aggressive momentum, fear crept into Son Goten's heart, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Yet, gritting his teeth, he charged forward. Boom! The golden aura clashed with Android 17, sending ripples through the air. The golden light struggled against the immense force, being propelled backwards several meters. Zing! The impact left Son Goten's internal energy roiling, threatening to unleash his Super Saiyan aura uncontrollably. Unfazed, Android 17 pressed the attack, his left hand landing on Son Goten, accompanied by a crackling surge of energy that rendered him momentarily paralyzed. The cruel smile on Android 17's lips widened as he stepped back and clenched his left hand. Son Goten felt an alien energy invade his body, careening wildly within him, primed to explode. Boom! The inexperience of Son Goten became his downfall. Caught in such a dire situation, he was utterly at a loss. The energy within him surged without restraint, reaching a critical state in mere moments. Son Goten first sensed the energy erupting within him, flames roaring in his chest, followed by a sharp explosion ringing in his ears. His body swelled with pressure, small wounds tearing open, crimson blood cascading down. Is this what true combat feels like? As he endured the excruciating pain, a realization dawned upon him. This was how his father had fought through this world. Did they not feel pain? Hiss. Son Goten beheld Android 17 and 18 advancing from the sky, determination fueling his resolve. Struggling to rise, blood poured from his wounds, causing him to stumble. With quick reflexes, he bent his left leg and crouched low. The pain was unbearable. Was this what death felt like? It seemed that I could never be a hero. Amidst his inner turmoil, Son Goten focused on harnessing his energy. If there were to be a next time, no, there shouldn't be a next time. I never want to fight again. Splash. He channeled his energy to seal his wounds, staunching the flow of blood, and stood once more. The golden aura ignited around him, heralding the resurgence of Super Saiyan Son Goten. Android 17 remained grounded, a mocking smile on his lips. What now? You're in such a state and still wish to continue fighting? Do you truly believe you have a chance of victory? Son Goten wiped the blood from his face and suddenly burst into laughter. The ultimate warrior is indeed the ultimate warrior. To be mocked by a mere 5-year-old for losing a finger? Impressive indeed. I can only imagine the materials Dr. Gero used to create you. Android 17's face darkened, and without a word, he lunged at Son Goten. Anticipating the attack, Son Goten darted aside, fully aware that a direct confrontation would lead only to his demise. No matter what happens, since the fight has commenced, it must reach its conclusion. In that moment, fear dissipated from Son Goten's heart. He focused intently on Android 17's movements, evading and seeking opportunities to counterattack. However, Son Goten was gravely injured, and his actions and awareness suffered as a result. Within a few breaths, he endured 3 strikes. I can't hold on any longer. His body felt as though it would shatter, overwhelmed by pain and fatigue, urging him to surrender. Yet, a voice within him urged him to persevere, to endure just a little longer. The golden light narrowly evaded Android 17's punch, propelling Son Goten towards the rooftop of a nearby building. However, in a moment of unsteadiness, he fell. Son Goten sighed. I can't be the first Saiyan to die from a fall. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped him, catching Son Goten and safely guiding him to the ground. Chapter 12. The fruits of Son Gohan's training time rewinds to when Son Goten leapt from the temple. Son Gohan slowly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber and approached the temple's edge, his eyes fixed on the golden figure piercing through the clouds. Once the figure vanished completely, Son Gohan sighed and spoke. Mr. Popo, I am neither a competent brother nor a worthy warrior. Mr. Popo shook his head, opening his mouth, but refraining from saying much. Despite residing in the temple, he had kept a constant watch on the happenings below, aware of Son Gohan's trials and the emotional turmoil he faced, guilt, regret, and helplessness. However, understanding such feelings made it clear that they could not be easily remedied, for he too experienced them. Son Gohan's eyes brimmed with sorrow as he continued. As an elder brother, I possessed the strength to defeat the androids, yet I sent my younger brother into danger first. I have failed our father, our mother, and especially Goten. As a protector of Earth, I am unable to vanquish the androids, allowing them to continue their slaughter of humanity until this very moment. Mr. Popo inquired. Son Goten is still immature in many ways. It is too difficult for him to battle the androids. Why did you insist on sending him to fight? Gazing into the distance, Son Gohan replied, Goten's potential surpasses my own. His current strength is comparable to mine when I first entered the time chamber. What he lacks is experience and courage, qualities I cannot impart. He must face combat on his own. Mr. Popo questioned, wouldn't it be better if you fought alongside him? In Son Gohan's eyes, a flicker of recollection appeared as he continued, in the end, one must rely on oneself. In my past, whenever I faced danger, there was always someone to rescue me. Even when confronting the formidable Saiyan Nappa and the tyrant Frieza, my father and Uncle Piccolo shielded me. I believed this would persist indefinitely, yet my father perished succumbing to heart disease. Then the androids emerged. Without my father, Uncle Piccolo and Krillin also fell in battle. Thus, I found myself the sole warrior remaining. In the depths of despair and sorrow, I transcended my limits and became a Super Saiyan. Yet even then, I could not vanquish the androids. For years, I pondered the reasons, not only why I could not overcome the androids, but also why Uncle Piccolo and the others faltered so easily after my father's demise. Gradually, I understood it was due to dependency. I had grown accustomed to relying on my father and Uncle Piccolo, so after losing them, I could not find a way to defeat the androids, needing Goten to guide me. Uncle Piccolo and the others, although capable of fighting independently, had also grown reliant on my father as support. Consequently, when he was gone, they were utterly unprepared and met their end. Goten resembled me in my childhood, but he lacked even more confidence and courage. Though he possessed strength and talent, he lacked the bravery to engage in combat, a quality that must be cultivated through experience. Hence, I hope Goten will no longer depend on me, for I dread the day when I may perish, and he lacks the courage to resist. Mr. Bubbles nodded in agreement and remarked, yet you have the ability to defeat the androids now, correct? Son Gohan shook his head, responding, "Indeed, I can now vanquish the androids. But who knows if new androids, or even more terrifying creatures will arise tomorrow. I might also fall in battle. The ember of hope must not be extinguished." Mr. Bubbles understood this sentiment profoundly. Turning to Mr. Bubbles, Son Gohan expressed gratitude. "Thank you for listening to my musings. I must take my leave now. Goten's battle will commence." In a flash, a brilliant white aura surged from the temple, heading towards West City. In West City, Son Gohan caught Goten and gently set him down. He smiled with a sense of pride, saying, "Goten, you have done remarkably well. I never expected you to contend with the androids to such a degree. Remember, I have never inflicted any substantial damage upon them myself." Boom. At that moment, Android 17 charged forward once more. Son Gohan, holding Goten with one arm, clenched his other hand into a fist and struck out fiercely. The golden aura ignited, illuminating the starry sky and earth. The self-proclaimed ultimate warrior, Android 17, was caught off guard and sent crashing into the ruins with a single punch. Afterward, Son Gohan placed Goten on the ground, reached into his pocket for a pouch, and retrieved a light green bean. He pried Goten's mouth open and crushed the bean, tossing it inside. Goten, still conscious, could guess that the substance in his mouth was the legendary Sinza bean. He made an effort to swallow it. And in the next moment, a surge of pure life energy washed over him, revitalizing his spirit and leaving him in an unprecedented state of well-being. "You've provoked my wrath," roared Android 17, soaring into the air, his expression twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot like a demon. Simultaneously, Android 18 positioned herself before Son Gohan. Her expression cold as she stated, "You seem to have changed. It appears I cannot let you go now." Son Gohan disregarded Android 18's words, noticing Goten's wary demeanor. He retrieved another Sinza bean from the pouch and handed it to Goten, instructing, "Goten, feed this to Trunks. As for the androids, leave them to me." Goten nodded, taking the Sinza bean, while Son Gohan discarded the now empty pouch and turned his attention to Android 18. Seeing Goten take flight to the side, Android 18 attempted to intercept him. In a flash, Son Gohan moved like lightning, appearing before Android 18 in an instant. He bent slightly, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through Android 18's body, blood spraying everywhere. Son Gohan solemnly declared, "This punch is for Uncle Piccolo." In that moment, he recalled the scene of Uncle Piccolo being toyed with and fatally struck by Android 18. Boom. With disbelief etched on Android 18's face, Son Gohan withdrew his right hand and struck her on the head with his left fist. The explosion resonated, leaving only half of Android 18's beautiful visage intact, blood splattering across Son Gohan's face. Yet, he remained unfazed, murmuring, "This punch is for Uncle Krillin." In that instant, Son Gohan envisioned Krillin's head being obliterated by Android 18's blow. Finally, he prepared for the last strike, proclaiming, "This one is for Uncle Vegeta." Stepping back, he placed his hands upon his forehead, gathering brilliant energy, and unleashed a beam of light that obliterated Android 18's exquisite form. At that moment, Son Gohan recalled Vegeta being overpowered, his limbs shattered, before being consumed by the light. Though Vegeta was not a true friend, he had fought valiantly for Earth against the androids, deserving of acknowledgement. Android 18. The series of attacks on Android 18 transpired in mere moments. By the time Android 17 reacted from the air, Android 18 had already vanished beneath Son Gohan's dazzling onslaught. "Die!" roared Android 17, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts towards Son Gohan. In the ruins, Goten similarly pried open Trunks' mouth, inserting a Sinza bean, then manually closed Trunks' mouth with a firm tap. The Sinza bean quickly took effect, reviving Trunks' consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he found himself staring at Goten, who had the appearance of a crab. He rolled over and asked, "You must be Goten, right?" Goten nodded, replying, "Yes, I am Goten. It's a pleasure to meet you, Trunks." Trunks seemed to recall something and urgently said, "Goten, those two androids are searching for you and Gohan." Goten pointed into the distance, smiling, "Brother's training is complete. The androids are about to become history." Trunks followed Goten's gaze and witnessed the magical flash consuming Android 18's body. His eyes widened, filled with admiration. Watching Son Gohan effortlessly conclude Android 18's existence, Goten felt astonished. Initially, he believed his brother could barely manage to suppress both androids simultaneously. Yet he had grown so powerful that he now deemed a confrontation with Android 17 unnecessary. He pondered how his brother's strength compared to Super Vegetas. While Goten was lost in thought, Android 17, fueled by boundless fury, charged at Son Gohan. Energy blasts rained down like a tempest upon Son Gohan. He sidestepped, extending his hands forward, and unleashed a barrage of energy waves in response. Boom. The clash between Son Gohan's energy waves and Android 17's blasts erupted into a symphony of explosions, shaking West City to its core, while the dilapidated buildings between them crumbled into ruins. Perhaps recalling a memory, the golden aura surrounding Sun Wukong surged dramatically, his muscles swelling with newfound strength. In an instant, the power of the energy wave in his hand intensified, swiftly overpowering Android 17. The android, feeling the weight of this immense pressure, was consumed by rage. Yet, despite his fury, the countless energy waves unleashed by Sun Wukong advanced relentlessly towards him. In a desperate bid, Android 17 abandoned his energy blast, spreading his arms to conjure a green spherical energy shield to withstand the onslaught. "This is Tien's Kamehameha," Sun Wukong noted as he observed Android 17 activating his barrier. He too relinquished his energy wave, bringing his hands together before separating them, thumbs touching. Right pinky meeting left index finger to form a square aimed directly at the shielded Android 17. Boom. A square-shaped energy wall surged forth from his hands, extending rapidly to several dozen feet in length. The golden wall collided with Android 17's energy shield, instantly fracturing it like a spider's web. With a thunderous roar, as one energy blast struck Android 17's shield, another followed suit, shattering it into countless fragments, raining down like broken glass. Android 17's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "But I am the ultimate warrior." As disbelief washed over him, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging forward. Thud, where the golden lightning converged. A fist imbued with the hope of shattering darkness descended heavily, creating a fist-sized indentation in Android 17's abdomen. "Damn it, I am the ultimate warrior." Blood trickled from the corner of Android 17's mouth as he staggered back, his eyes filled with incredulity. Sun Wukong raised his right hand, a radiant white light gathering at his fingertips. In the next moment, a beam of blinding white light pierced through Android 17's body as Sun Wukong silently chanted, "This is Kaiatsu's Dodon Ray." At that moment, memories of Tien and Kaiatsu flooded Sun Wukong's mind, two warriors who had fought valiantly yet to no avail. Mocked and belittled by Android 17, their eyes never closing even in death. "You beast, I shall slay you." Android 17, recalling his own injuries and the horrific fate of Android 18, lost all semblance of composure, roaring and lunging at Sun Wukong. The golden aura surrounding Sun Wukong blazed fiercely like an inferno, and without fear, he engaged Android 17 in a fierce combat. The golden flames clashed against the android's form, rending the sky and shaking the earth as the entire West City trembled on the brink of collapse. Wolf Fong Fist. Ultimately, Android 17 could not withstand Sun Wukong's might. Retreating step by step, unaware of the destruction he wrought upon countless abandoned buildings. Suddenly, Sun Wukong altered his stance, striking out with a ferocity akin to a ravenous wolf. The golden flames transforming into a howling beast that lunged at Android 17. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed as Android 17's body was finally driven into a stone wall by a single punch. In that moment, Sun Wukong recalled the image of Yamcha, whose neck had been crushed by Android 17 and cast aside into a crater of explosions. Stepping back a few paces, Sun Wukong extended his hands forward in a petal-like formation before resting them at his waist, igniting a brilliant light between them. He declared, "At last, this is the Kamehameha." The dazzling white light illuminated the entirety of West City in an instant. The overwhelming Kamehameha surged forth, crushing everything in its path. Boom. The earth shook with a cacophony of explosions, the sound resonating for miles. The ground quaked continuously under the relentless assault of the scorching white flames, which consumed Android 17 and dispersed the dark clouds, revealing a cerulean sky. How powerful! The intense wind whipped around as Sun Goten, transformed into a Super Saiyan, stood before Trunks, absorbing the searing energy flow and feeling a surge of astonishment. The blinding white light persisted for an indeterminate duration before gradually dissipating. Sun Wukong gazed at the ashes of the once mighty stone wall, exhaling deeply. He lifted his gaze to the sky, the golden aura fading, and a relieved smile graced his lips. "Father, Piccolo, did you see? We have triumphed." As if sensing Sun Wukong's heartfelt message, the clear night sky suddenly began to rain. Trunks, looking around, realized that Android 17 had vanished, and elation surged within him. He dashed towards Sun Wukong, throwing himself into his brother's embrace, tears brimming in his eyes. "Gohan, we finally won." Sun Wukong lowered his gaze, gently stroking Trunks' head. Smiling as he replied, "Indeed, we have finally emerged victorious, and peace has returned to our world." Unlike Sun Wukong and Trunks, Sun Goten, though exhilarated, could not fully comprehend the emotions of his brother and Trunks, having only battled the androids twice. He joined them, smiling, "Yes, the evil has been vanquished. It's time for us to step into a new era." Sun Wukong tilted his head slightly to glance at Sun Goten. The first hint of a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Sun Goten gave his brother a thumbs up, and Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, returned the gesture. At that moment, a figure in military garb appeared, scaling the ruins and approaching them. She looked at Sun Wukong and the others with a hint of curiosity, asking, "Who are you? Do you not know that the androids are in West City? Why are you out here at this hour?" Hearing this, Sun Goten and the others turned to face the woman in gray military attire, noting her slender figure, approximately 5 feet tall. She wore a blue helmet with 2 black ponytails cascading from the back. Her face, slightly smudged with dirt, bore a pair of expressive, delicate eyebrows and lively eyes. Sun Goten's eyes lit up upon seeing the female soldier, thinking, "Isn't that Baidili? What a coincidence." Trunks spoke up, "The androids have been defeated by Gohan. Peace has returned to this world." "Really?" Baidili, seemingly skeptical, scrutinized Sun Wukong. Suddenly, recognition dawned upon her, and she pointed at him, exclaiming, "You are the legendary Golden Warrior who has fought against the androids." Sun Wukong did not respond, merely smiling as he said, "You are from the Resistance, right? Please inform your comrades that the androids have been eradicated, and peace has been restored." Chapter 14. Sun Wukong's thoughts. Baidili nodded, looking at Sun Wukong and stating, "I see, you must be the Gohan they spoke of. Thank you for saving us so many times in the past." Sun Wukong shook his head gently, replying, "I apologize. It was my inadequacy that led to your suffering all these years." Baidili shook her head in turn, asserting, "No, it is precisely because of your relentless battles on the front lines that our defense forces found the courage to stand against the androids. Without you, our army would have been obliterated long ago." Sun Wukong replied, "Very well, please notify everyone. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Wait." Baidili suddenly called out to Sun Wukong, stating, "Since you have defeated those 2 fiends, you should be recognized as a hero of humanity. Surely, the people you saved should meet the hero." Sun Wukong shook his head, smiling as he replied, "There is no need for that. I have never considered myself a hero. I am merely an ordinary warrior who fought against the androids. Farewell." During their conversation, Sun Gohan exchanged a knowing glance with Goten and Trunks before soaring into the sky. Trunks followed closely behind, while Goten cast a fleeting look at Baidili before joining them. As he watched the 3 figures ascend into the heavens, a spark of realization lit up in Baidili's eyes, dispelling his lingering doubts. He thought to himself, "Indeed, it is he, the Golden Warrior who has saved us countless times. Gohan, I shall remember you forever." With that thought, Baidili surveyed his surroundings and swiftly retreated to the concealed area of his team. A tall soldier, hiding behind a building, was the first to spot Baidili. He lowered his voice and asked, "Captain, what is going on over there? Wasn't it the androids causing destruction in the city again?" Baidili strode confidently to them, exhaling slowly before announcing, "Everyone need not fear anymore. Those 2 androids wreaking havoc have been defeated, and we no longer have to live in dread." "What? No way." The squad members were taken aback by Baidili's words. They had faced the androids directly and understood their terrifying prowess. Although they were still engaged in battle, deep down, they believed the androids to be invincible. Noticing the disbelief etched on their faces, Baidili reiterated, "You heard me correctly. The androids have indeed been vanquished, and it was our Golden Warrior who accomplished this feat." The Golden Warrior. The soldiers began to entertain the notion, for they had witnessed the Golden Warrior engage the androids in combat multiple times and knew of his extraordinary abilities. Only someone of such caliber could hope to defeat the androids. Unlike the incredulity of his comrades, the vice captain pondered for a moment and inquired, "So, Captain, did you see the Golden Warrior with your own eyes?" Baidili nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, it was he who informed me of the android's defeat." The vice captain stroked his chin thoughtfully before asking, "So, Captain, you did not witness the android's demise firsthand?" Baidili met his gaze and replied, "No. But the Golden Warrior's words should not be mistaken, for I observed the aftermath of a fierce battle, and you all heard the commotion, did you not?" The vice captain's expression turned serious as he remarked, "It is not that I doubt you. However, the extermination of the androids is no trivial matter. We cannot announce this to humanity without a thorough investigation." Baidili understood the gravity of the situation. If the military declared the androids defeated only for them to resurface the following day, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet, she had no means to provide evidence. Having neither inquired about the androids' remains nor discovered any substantial proof amidst the ruins, the vice captain continued, "Captain, do you know the identity of the Golden Warrior? Perhaps we could seek him out for clarification." Baidili shook her head, saying, "I only heard others refer to him as Gohan. I did not inquire further before he flew away." The vice captain murmured the name Gohan twice, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a team member exclaimed, "Could it be Son Gohan?" The vice captain halted, his eyes lighting up as he said, "It must be Son Gohan. If it is indeed him, then there is a genuine possibility." Biddy was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by him? Son Gohan?" The vice captain explained, "Captain, you may not have heard of Son Gohan's story due to your youth, but we grew up listening to tales of the legendary warrior. He trained under the martial arts god, Master Roshi, and mastered various martial arts styles. It is said that he transcended human limits 80 years ago, reaching an incomprehensible level of power. If he is alive today, defeating the androids is certainly within the realm of possibility." Biddy shook her head, clarifying, "That cannot be the same person. The Gohan I encountered appeared to be around 20 years old, wearing an orange martial arts uniform." The vice captain paused, realizing, an orange martial arts uniform? That must belong to the Turtle School. But how could a young man be involved? If the elder son Gohan were alive today, he would be over 100 years old. Biddy suggested, "Since we cannot ascertain the truth for now, let us return and report our findings while we await further investigation. I am confident that as long as Gohan remains on Earth, we will eventually locate him." The team members nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Gohan and his companions made a turn in the sky before descending into the concealed chamber of Capsule Corporation. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Bulma, who first checked on Trunks for injuries before addressing Goten and Gohan, saying, "Gohan, you've come. And you must be Goten. You look just like him." In that instant, Bulma seemed to drift back in time, recalling the days spent searching for Dragon Balls with the young warriors. Goten respectfully bowed and introduced himself. "Hello, Aunt Bulma. My name is Son Goten." Bulma snapped back to the present and smiled. "Such good manners. Seeing you reminds me of the young Goku." Goten scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Bulma invited them to sit and turned to Gohan, asking, "From your appearance, it seems the androids have been defeated?" Gohan nodded, affirming, "The androids have been eliminated, and we need not fear that kind of terror any longer." Bulma pressed further, "But how exactly were they defeated? I recall that during your last encounter, you were far from their match." Gohan glanced at Goten and explained, "It was Dad and Goten. Dad conveyed a dream to Goten, revealing that there was a method to defeat the androids at the temple. So, Goten and I trained there." Bulma's expression turned skeptical. "Is that truly the case?" Gohan confirmed, "There is a place at the temple where one day on Earth equates to a year there." Realization dawned on Bulma. Though she lacked expertise in martial arts, she understood Gohan's exceptional talent. His inability to defeat the androids stemmed from his gentle nature, preferring to risk his life in battle rather than prolong training while others suffered. Sighing, Bulma lamented, "Old son could have come himself instead of relying on dreams." Goten interjected, "Perhaps Dad has his reasons." Bulma nodded. "In that case, there's no need to continue building time machines. We should focus on resurrecting Goku and the others." Goten felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of abandoning the time machine, realizing the dire consequences it could have. The main storyline of Dragon Ball could vanish, leaving them vulnerable to the likes of Black Goku or Baby. As Goten contemplated how to convince Bulma, Gohan interjected, "If possible, I still hope you, Aunt Bulma, can create the time machine. Although everything may seem to be in perfect order, I cannot bear the thought of others suffering in a hellish existence in another world." Bulma nodded. "Since Gohan has expressed this, I will continue to attempt it. After all, the androids have been defeated, so I need not work alone." Gohan replied, "Thank you, Aunt Bulma." Bulma then asked, "By the way, Gohan, now that the world has returned to peace, what are your plans?" Gohan stated, "I wish to locate the new Namek and resurrect those who perished due to the androids." Bulma remarked, "I'm afraid I'm not aware of the new Namek's location either." Gohan replied, "There's nothing that can be done. I will visit the temple later. Perhaps Mr. Popo might know something. If we still cannot find it, we may have to abandon the search." Bulma continued, "And what are your other plans?" Gohan stated, "I aspire to open a martial arts dojo." Trunks' eyes lit up at this. Chapter 15. The fortune teller. Bulma nodded and said, "Opening your own dojo is indeed a commendable choice. However, I recall you previously expressed a desire to become a scholar." Gohan shook his head and responded, "While I once thought I would return to my studies after winning, through these years of battle, I have come to realize that an individual's power is ultimately limited. The world one protects is also inherently unstable. Even a person as formidable as my father will eventually pass away. Thus, I must contemplate the future. I hope to establish a dojo to guide everyone in the martial arts, enabling all on Earth to become extraordinary." After Gohan finished speaking while Bulma remained contemplative, Trunks jumped up excitedly and exclaimed, "As expected of you, Gohan. This idea is fantastic. I am eager to work alongside you." Bulma glanced at Trunks and then at Gohan. Before finally speaking, "It seems you've truly matured into a genuine savior, unlike your somewhat erratic father." Upon mentioning Goku, a hint of melancholy flickered in Bulma's eyes. After a moment, she added, if you genuinely wish to open a dojo, I can arrange for Capsule Corporation to provide you with financial and technical support. Gohan nodded appreciatively, saying, thank you very much. Bulma smiled and replied, do not be too quick to express your gratitude. I have a condition. Bring Trunks along. Trunks, taken aback, looked at his mother. He had always known she disapproved of him training in martial arts or engaging with the androids, so this sudden openness surprised him. Gohan shared a similar confusion, for although he had been privately teaching Trunks martial arts, Bulma had previously been unwilling to allow Trunks to engage in battle. Seemingly sensing their bewilderment, Bulma chuckled and explained, my reluctance for Trunks to fight stemmed from the dangers posed by the androids. He was still quite young, and the risks were too great. However, now that the androids have been eliminated and you wish to open a dojo, it would be beneficial for him to train with you. After all, regardless of my hesitations, as a Saiyan, he will inevitably face battles. Moreover, Trunks has been training with you for some time, has he? Trunks felt a stir of emotion and called out, Mom. Gohan nodded, affirming. Trunks possesses great talent and an incredibly resilient spirit. If he trains, he will undoubtedly become an exceptional martial artist. Trunks then remarked to Goten, my talent is actually quite average. I still can't transform into a Super Saiyan, and Goten, who is a year younger than me, can already do so. Really? Bulma appeared somewhat astonished. Goten chuckled and replied, that is probably because Dad was already a Super Saiyan when I was born, so I benefited from his legacy. My talent may not necessarily surpass Trunks, and besides, I am nowhere near as strong as he is. Trunks scratched his head and said, not at all. I can't even withstand a single attack from the androids. But you, Goten, seem to have fought them for quite a while. Seeing the two of them humbly exchanging compliments, Bulma couldn't help but smile. You two should stop being modest. Though the androids have been defeated, the city still needs to be rebuilt and the company restored. Many lives lost must also be revived. We have much to do. All right. Gohan stood up and declared, I will go to the temple to seek the coordinates of the new Namek. Goten rose as well and said, I will accompany you, brother. Trunks stood up and added, I will join you too, Gohan. Bulma, however, laughed and said, for the quest to find the Namek coordinates, the two brothers are sufficient. You stay here and help your mother with some tasks. Trunks, resigned, nodded in agreement. Gohan tousled Trunks' hair and smiled. Trunks, even if we find the coordinates, we will need to borrow a spaceship from Capsule Corporation, so please wait here for a while. With that, Gohan and Goten departed from Bulma's home. Suddenly, Bulma remarked, there is something about Goten that seems out of sync with his age, and he appears to know things we are unaware of. Trunks was momentarily stunned. Unsure of what she meant, Bulma shook her head and added, yet I can tell that this child possesses a kind heart. Trunks asked, how can you discern so much in such a short time, Mom? Bulma remained silent, rising to her feet and saying, we must get busy. Whether it is traveling to the new Namek, reorganizing Capsule Corporation, or assisting Gohan in opening a dojo, preparations are necessary. As Trunks followed his mother, a line of text suddenly appeared in his mind. Year 731, May 13th. You narrowly escaped death, earning 2 fate points. Fate points can be used for life simulation. Each point increases simulation time by 1 year. Current fate points, 2. Trunks was filled with questions and quickened his pace to ask his mother, Mom, have you ever heard of something called a life simulator? Bulma shook her head and casually inquired, what is that? Trunks pondered for a moment and replied, it seems to be a device that can read your own and the world's data, simulating a person's future life. Bulma laughed at this. How could such a thing possibly exist? Trunks insisted, but it seems like I genuinely have something like that in my mind. Bulma paused, turning back in surprise. Above in the sky, 2 bright streaks soared towards the heavens, marking the passage of Gohan and Goten to the temple. After a long silence, Gohan finally spoke. I'm sorry, Goten. I was already out when the androids attacked West City, yet I still allowed you to fight alone. I am not a qualified brother. And if you harbor any resentment towards me, I cannot refute it. Goten turned to Gohan, eyes wide with astonishment, contemplating, I never imagined you, Gohan, would indulge in such thoughts. Is Uncle Piccolo aware of this? Initially, Goten did feel some resentment, but upon reflection, he realized he hadn't lost much in this battle. Instead, he had gained much, including the initial courage to fight. As for his safety during the skirmish with the androids, it was clear that Gohan had likely been watching over him the entire time. Seeing Goten's silence, Gohan felt a twinge of sorrow. Eventually, Goten spoke up. There's no issue. I was the one who insisted on fighting, but I lacked the courage. It took my brother's actions to spur me into battle. I should be the one apologizing to you, for I know you aren't one to lie, yet you chose to do so for my sake. Gohan felt warmth in his heart upon hearing Goten's words. He looked at Goten with gentle eyes. Sun Wutian felt a shiver as he was observed by Sun Wufan. He sighed deeply and confessed, I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of being a warrior. Compared to my brother, and even Trunks, I fall woefully short. During training, I lack the tenacity and often succumb to laziness. Before battles, I hesitate and second-guess myself. I must be a source of great frustration for a brother like me. Sun Wufan gazed at Sun Wutian and suddenly broke into a cheerful smile. Wutian, do not belittle yourself. You claim to lack determination in training, yet you persist through every hardship. You may feel fear in the face of formidable opponents, yet you ultimately overcame your trepidations against the androids, bravely striking back and using your intellect to gain the upper hand. This clearly demonstrates your remarkable potential. Moreover, humanity is inherently flawed. It is not the existence of flaws that we should fear, but rather the awareness of them without the will to overcome them. Wutian, I believe you will undoubtedly become an exceptional martial artist. As Sun Wutian pondered the title of martial artist, he was plagued by doubts. If I cannot even be a warrior, can I truly become an outstanding martial artist? In the midst of his contemplation, he caught sight of the temple above. Sun Wufan transformed into a streak of light and ascended swiftly, with Sun Wutian following closely behind. Upon their arrival at the temple, they were greeted by the exuberant Mr. Popo, who deeply bowed to both brothers. I cannot thank you enough for saving humanity and this planet, he expressed gratefully. Sun Wufan shook his head, replying, Mr. Popo, you are too kind. We are merely doing what we can as inhabitants of Earth. Mr. Popo nodded, his eyes reflecting peace, and inquired, what brings you here today? Sun Wufan explained, though the android threat has been neutralized, many lives were lost due to them. I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls of the Namekians. Mr. Popo, do you know the location of the new Namek? Mr. Popo shook his head. The Namekians did not leave any coordinates behind when they departed. Sun Wufan frowned. This presents a dilemma. Sun Wutian then asked, is there someone who governs a quarter of the universe and possesses the authority to locate Namek? Mr. Popo pondered for a moment and said, if it were King Kai, he would indeed have the ability to find the new Namek. Sun Wufan glanced at Sun Wutian and asked, how can we reach King Kai? Mr. Popo replied, only the god of Earth has a means to contact King Kai. I have no way of reaching him from here. Undeterred, Sun Wufan pressed, does Mr. Popo have King Kai's location? Mr. Popo shook his head once more. King Kai resides at the crossroads of life and death, at the edge of the universe, at the end of the Yellow Springs. The simplest way to find him is to traverse the underworld through the Snake Way. Sun Wufan felt a headache coming on. But living beings cannot enter the underworld, can they? Mr. Popo replied, the former gods possessed such abilities. Sun Wufan's head throbbed. While Sun Wutian continued to inquire gently, is there someone who is skilled in divination, who frequently interacts with life and death, and is capable of guiding people from the living world into the realm of the dead? Mr. Popo regarded Sun Wutian with curiosity. Are you referring to the fortune teller granny? Chapter 16. Master Roshi. Sun Wufan looked at Sun Wutian in astonishment, while Sun Wutian, feeling somewhat sheepish, responded, I am unsure if it is granny. But I simply feel that this world is vast and surely there are individuals with unique abilities. Mr. Popo affirmed, the fortune teller granny may indeed be the person you seek. She possesses the power to traverse between the realms and frequently interacts with the deceased, even bringing them to the living world. Sun Wutian remarked, that must be her. But how can we reach her? Mr. Popo turned his gaze downward, contemplating before speaking. She used to reside in an oasis in the desert, but since the androids appeared, she has left. I regret to say that I do not know her current whereabouts. Sun Wufan expressed his disappointment. This complicates matters. Mr. Popo added, however, you might inquire with Master Roshi. I believe he's the brother of the fortune teller granny and should have her contact information. Sun Wufan was taken aback. Master Roshi is actually Granny's brother? Mr. Popo nodded. I hope you succeed in resurrecting those who perish due to the androids. Sun Wufan solemnly nodded in agreement. The two brothers bid farewell to Mr. Popo and leaped from the temple. They shot through the sky like two beams of light, heading towards the southeastern islands. As they traveled, Sun Wufan widened his eyes, gazing intently at Wutian. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. Wutian, it seems you knew about King Kai and the fortune teller granny all along. Sun Wutian replied, brother, how did you figure that out? Sun Wufan explained. Your earlier remarks were pointedly clear. However, I find it puzzling that you should be so knowledgeable about the fortune teller granny and King Kai. Sun Wutian regretted his earlier hints. But upon reflection, he realized that such matters could not remain hidden forever. It was better to be forthright, after all. He was Sun Wutian from the moment of his birth, not someone who had taken over another's identity. Moreover, his brother and mother were his true family, and he wished to share everything with them. confident that his brother would believe him. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wutian finally stated, "You may not believe this, brother, but it seems I have memories from before my birth." Sun Wufan was taken aback. "Memories from before your birth?" Sun Wutian nodded. "As they flew towards the haunted house in the southeastern islands, I seem to have had an understanding of many things in this world from the very beginning. I know about our father and your past, even the future developments of this world, though I initially found it hard to accept." Sun Wufan nodded. "I recall when you were just 1 or 2 years old, our mother remarked that you were unlike any child of that age. If you had those memories since birth, it would indeed explain much." Sun Wutian was astonished. He pondered. "I concealed it so deeply, yet Mama noticed. They say Dragon Balls are for those who think with muscle." Sun Wufan then inquired, "You mentioned knowing the future of this world. Does that mean I was meant to die?" Sun Wutian chose not to address that topic, simply stating, "It matters not whether one lives or dies. Memories are static, while reality is ever-changing. As long as we are alive, we must engage in the pursuits of the living." Sun Wufan regarded Sun Wutian, who appeared wise beyond his years, and laughed. "I suppose I have been schooled by you. Very well, Wutian. Let us stride forward together into the future." Sun Wutian nodded, feeling grateful for his brother's trust. Sun Wufan felt a surge of happiness as well. While he found the idea of possessing memories from another life peculiar, his brother's willingness to share indicated a bond of trust. In a mere span of minutes, the brothers arrived above Master Roshi's abode. However, without even landing, they could see that the place was desolate, as if no one had resided there for a long time. Sun Wufan sighed. "It appears that Master Roshi has gone into hiding as well. This truly complicates matters." Sun Wutian suggested, "Brother, why not attempt to sense Master Roshi's energy?" Sun Wufan peered into the distance, saying, "I am already searching, but it seems he has concealed his energy. I find it exceedingly difficult to locate him." Sun Wutian felt a headache coming on, unsure of what to do next. As Sun Wufan landed beside Master Roshi's house, he declared, "If we cannot find him, we may have to bring him out ourselves." Sun Goten was somewhat perplexed. "He wants me to come over? Drink up." Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Gohan, shaking the very atmosphere around him, sending ripples that expanded wildly from his center. After what seemed like a minute, Gohan finally ceased his display and settled onto a stone bench outside the Kame house. Goten, sitting beside him, inquired, "Brother, will Master Roshi come if you do this?" Gohan nodded and replied, "The old man recognizes my ki. He should surmise the intent behind my display. If he is still alive, he will surely come." Thus, the two brothers continued their wait. Approximately an hour later, the waves parted, revealing an elderly figure standing atop the surf, gliding toward Kame house. Gohan rose joyfully and waved vigorously at the old man. Goten also stood, scrutinizing the legendary martial arts master. Before them stood a slight figure with a familiar bald head, a bushy white beard, and iconic sunglasses, exuding the demeanor of a martial arts sage. His attire consisted of a pink shirt, grayish-white shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. "Well, perhaps I take that back. Master Roshi truly embodied his eccentricity." Gohan called out to the old man, "Grandpa." Upon reaching the island's shore, Master Roshi leaped from the waves and landed beside Gohan, glancing at him with curiosity. "Gohan, I heard you've been battling androids. What brings you here? Have you defeated them?" Gohan nodded, stating, "The androids are a thing of the past. Earth is safe for now." Master Roshi regarded Gohan thoughtfully, about to speak, when he noticed Goten behind him, his expression shifting to astonishment. "This child." Goten respectfully bowed to Master Roshi, introducing himself. "Hello, Master Roshi. My name is Son Goten." Gohan explained, "This is my brother. It's his first time meeting you." Master Roshi scrutinized Goten for a moment before commenting, "He truly resembles your father, if not for those eyes. I might have mistaken him." Lost in reminiscence, Master Roshi noted, "Gohan, you are indeed remarkable to have defeated such formidable foes." After a pause, Master Roshi continued, "Gohan's talent was always high. Had someone guided him, he would have vanquished the androids long ago. By the way, you haven't come just to introduce Goten or to inform me of the android's demise, have you?" Gohan then shared his desire to use the Dragon Balls and the conversation he had with Mr. Popo in the temple. Master Roshi listened attentively, responding, "You wish to seek help from my sister, correct? No problem. I have a means to contact her. Please wait a moment." He then leaned on his familiar cane and rummaged through the Kame house. The turtle glanced at Gohan and Goten, remarking, "Who named you two? One is named after your grandfather, and Goten shares a name with Master Roshi." Gohan and Goten exchanged awkward glances. After a brief silence, Master Roshi emerged from the house, holding a large white crystal ball. "This is the crystal ball. It can connect with my sister no matter where she is." Gohan said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Master Roshi placed the crystal ball on the ground and circled it twice, chanting incantations, resembling a fortune teller. If anyone were near, they could hear him muttering about his sister. Business is here. The fortune teller is needed. Someone seeks you. Time passed, and finally, the crystal ball illuminated, floating in the air, revealing an image of a witch dressed in black. "Oh, Master Roshi, you are still alive," she greeted warmly upon seeing him. Master Roshi replied, "Elders first. I've been waiting for you." Goten and Gohan were taken aback. "Is this how you two greet each other?" The fortune teller retorted, "Oh, my foolish brother, what brings you here? Let me be clear. Bringing Son Goku back to Earth to defeat the androids is out of the question, or I'll be on my way to the afterlife." Master Roshi responded, "I am well aware of that. While visiting the deceased is fine, altering the world requires serious consequences. I'm not here for myself, It's Son Goku's sons who seek your assistance." She glanced at Gohan and Goten, asking, "What do you two want?" Gohan replied, "Hello, I am Gohan. I would like to inquire if it is possible to bring the living to the underworld." The fortune teller regarded him quizzically. "Isn't it simple to send the living to the underworld? Just have them battle the androids, and they'll be there by tonight." Goten felt a bit embarrassed, realizing how conversational the fortune teller was. Gohan, remaining composed, stated, "The androids have been defeated. We now seek to harness the power of the Dragon Balls to revive certain individuals." "Really?" The fortune teller, surprised by Gohan's claim, stared at him. "You defeated the androids? Surely, you jest." Gohan affirmed, "It's true. If you don't believe me, you may verify in the underworld. Also, we wish to visit King Kai. Could you escort us to the afterlife?" Defeating the androids is indeed monumental news. "I'll arrange a visit with Yama. You want to meet King Kai, correct?" Gohan nodded, saying, "Only King Kai can assist us now." Master Roshi interjected, "In fact, her greatest strength lies in divination. Perhaps you can rely on her abilities to locate the new Namek." Gohan and Goten turned to the fortune teller, who replied, "The location of New Namek is far too distant. My powers are insufficient for such precision." Gohan asked, "In that case, could you take us to the underworld?" The fortune teller replied, "I can, but bringing living beings to the underworld is illegal and will incur a fee." Master Roshi shook his head, muttering, "Truly a troublesome old woman." The fortune teller shot him a glare. "You're the shameless old turtle, bringing disgrace to our family. Speak again, and I'll have Yama toss you into hell." Master Roshi chuckled, choosing silence. Gohan, feeling a bit troubled, asked, "We likely don't have many zenny left. What is your fee, madam?" The fortune teller held up a finger, stating, 100 million zenny will suffice. I'll take a small loss." Gohan's expression darkened. His family had been living off their savings, and 1 million was difficult to procure, let alone 100 million. Master Roshi seemed to sense the fortune teller's predicament and said, "Old lady, don't make it hard for the kids. By the way, don't you have a way to help people for free?" The fortune teller glared at him. "They defeated the androids. How can I find 5 martial artists capable of such a feat?" Master Roshi chuckled. "You should know someone." The fortune teller smacked her forehead. "What a splendid idea. Watching 5 high-caliber martial arts matches would be quite the treat." Son Goten observed the two siblings sharing a knowing smile, feeling somewhat puzzled about their thoughts. The fortune teller then said, "You two wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. If you manage to defeat the 5 formidable opponents I present to you, I will escort you to the underworld." Son Gohan nodded and replied, "Thank you, dear fortune teller." Buzz. The image in the crystal ball vanished, and the orb seemed to lose its vitality, crashing to the ground. Master Roshi glanced at Son Gohan, then at Son Goten, and advised, "You both should prepare yourselves as best as you can. Your adversaries this time are not to be trifled with." Son Gohan nodded and sat down, closing his eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, Son Goten floated in the air, attempting to achieve mental harmony as instructed by Mr. Popo. Master Roshi, satisfied with their efforts, tossed the crystal ball onto the back of the giant turtle, instructing, "Return the crystal ball to the house and inform Launch and the others about the android situation." The giant turtle grumbled, "You lazy old sage." However, Master Roshi paid him no mind and retreated into his hermitage. In the underworld, on King Kai's planet, the fortune teller arrived atop her crystal ball and immediately spotted King Kai lounging in a rocking chair, accompanied by a lethargic gorilla and a grasshopper. Not far from them, a man in a white shirt was meticulously tending to flowers. Further away, a noseless bald figure radiated a crimson glow, seemingly engaged in meditation. Even farther back, a green-skinned creature and a being with 3 eyes floated mid-air, surrounded by an aura of energy. The fortune teller approached King Kai, bowed respectfully, and said, "It is a pleasure to see you again, King Kai." Upon opening his eyes, King Kai regarded the fortune teller and asked, "What brings you to my domain, dear fortune teller?" Suddenly, he leaned closer, chuckling, "I hope you haven't come to share another of your infamous jokes." The fortune teller felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Is it proper for a dignified king to jest in such a manner?" At that moment, the man tending to the flowers approached and greeted the fortune teller. "Hello, fortune teller. It's been a while." Ignoring him, she nodded slightly and addressed King Kai again. "Your Majesty, I require the assistance of several skilled fighters from your realm." King Kai, feeling a twinge of disappointment, remarked, "So you haven't come merely to share jokes. What a pity, for I found your last one rather amusing." The fortune teller clarified, "Indeed. I wish to borrow a few experts, if I may." King Kai responded, "If it concerns the destruction of androids, then you need not proceed. For you know the denizens of the underworld cannot interfere with the affairs of the living. The consequences would be severe." The fortune teller chuckled lightly. "That is not the case. The androids have already been defeated. It is merely that the two children of Sun Wukong seek my assistance, and they cannot afford to pay. Hence my condition that they must first defeat 5 skilled fighters of my choosing." King Kai nodded. If the androids have been vanquished, then there is no issue. Suddenly, he realized the implications of her words. Gasping in astonishment, "The androids have been eliminated?" His exclamation startled the 3 meditators nearby. The man tending the flowers looked equally shocked and stammered, "You're joking, right? How could such things possibly be destroyed?" The green-skinned creature inquired, "Who managed to defeat the androids? It wasn't Wukong who ventured to Earth, was it?" The fortune teller shook her head. "No, it was Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan." Upon hearing the name, the green-skinned creature's eyes gleamed with admiration. "Gohan, that child is grown. The 3 being lamented, even Wukong's progeny has surpassed me?" The noseless bald figure remarked, "That child, Gohan." At that moment, an antenna-like protrusion on King Kai's forehead seemed to spark with energy as he stated, "The androids have indeed been defeated. This is quite remarkable. I had thought we would have to wait until Wukong obtained a decree allowing him free passage between realms." The fortune teller inquired, "So, your Majesty, may I borrow a few skilled fighters from you?" King Kai replied, "It is not impossible, but as a deity, I have my principles. To borrow martial experts, you must first amuse me." The fortune teller appeared to have anticipated this, confidently stating, "I advise everyone against staying up late. Truly, I know a turtle hermit who stayed up all night." King Kai fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach. "That's hilarious. Fortune teller, you truly possess a gift." The others exchanged glances, acknowledging King Kai's sentiments. The fortune teller then asked, "May I take 5 skilled fighters with me, your Majesty?" Still chuckling, King Kai waved his hand in consent. She continued, "Are there any of you willing to accompany me back to Earth? Just to clarify, it is for sparring with Son Gohan and the others." Piccolo responded, "I shall go. I am eager to see Gohan's progress." Krillin added, "Count me in." Tien Shinhan stated, "As martial artists, we must always strive for greater heights. Though Son Gohan is formidable, I shall not lose my resolve to advance. I will join as well." Yamcha chimed in, "While my strength may be insignificant, I wish to go. I still have concerns for Poir." The fortune teller counted the willing participants, noting, "That makes 4. What of Sun Wukong?" The green-skinned creature remarked, "The southern galaxy appears to be in a state of severe distress. King Kai has entrusted Wukong to investigate, so he is unlikely to return soon." The fortune teller was taken aback. "Did we not agree that the denizens of the underworld cannot interfere with the affairs of the living?" Seemingly reading her thoughts, Piccolo explained, "The rule of non-interference is relative when it comes to threats on a galactic or universal scale. King Kai has the authority to mobilize any force necessary." The fortune teller nodded, "If Sun Wukong is unavailable, I shall seek others." 1 hour later, crack. The fabric of space rippled like the surface of water, and suddenly, 6 figures emerged from the undulations. Son Gohan and Son Goten simultaneously opened their eyes, gazing at the 6 figures. At the forefront was the fortune teller, floating atop her crystal ball. Behind her stood 5 figures, on the far left. A bald man with 3 eyes, his muscular frame exuding strength. On the far right, a scar-faced man donned in an orange martial arts uniform akin to Son Gohan's, with slightly curly black hair and an air of confidence. Second from the left was a short, bald man in an orange martial arts uniform, notably lacking a nose. Second from the right was a green-skinned creature clad in purple martial attire with a white cape, his demeanor one of irritation. And in the center stood a figure of similar height to Gohan, adorned with a turban, wearing a blue long-sleeve martial outfit and orange trousers. Son Goten, upon seeing the 5, exclaimed in awe, while Son Gohan could barely contain his excitement, calling out, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha." Noticing Gohan's enthusiastic call, the 5 turned, smiling warmly at him. The green-skinned creature, known as Piccolo, the uncle referred to by Gohan, beheld him with a rare smile gracing his verdant face. "Gohan, I heard you defeated the androids. Well done." Krillin, upon spotting Gohan, also broke into a radiant smile. I can hardly believe it, Gohan. You have grown to such an extent. Tien Shinhan managed a slight grin and remarked, Gohan, you have truly excelled. Thank you for saving this world. Yamcha gave Gohan a thumbs up, exclaiming, you truly are Goku's son. The fortune teller interjected, we can reminisce later. After all, you have a day to spend in the living world. Now, you must fight on my behalf. Tien nodded and responded, that is precisely why I have come. To be honest, I am eager to witness Gohan's current strength. Gohan chuckled as he patted Goten's shoulder, gently nudging him forward. My own prowess is nothing to behold, but if possible, I would appreciate it if Uncle Tien could guide my younger brother. It was then that Tien and the others noticed Goten, who had been hiding behind Gohan. Their faces filled with astonishment. Is this child also Goku's son? Krillin laughed, saying, his appearance is identical to Goku's. It must be true. Piccolo regarded Gohan, saying, I remember when I first met him. He was just born, and now he has grown so much. Yamcha touched his head, chuckling, indeed. Seeing this child brings back memories of the days spent adventuring with Goku. Goten, pushed forward by Gohan, felt a twinge of nervousness but still clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect taught by his mother, greeting them. Hello, uncles. My name is Son Goten. Tien responded with a smile. Hello, I am Tien Shinhan, a friend of your father. Piccolo, with an air of cool detachment, stated, I am Piccolo. Once an adversary of your father. Krillin added, greetings, I am Krillin, a former battle companion of your father. Yamcha, with a gentle smile, said, hello, I am Yamcha. Also a comrade of your father. In fact, I suppose I am somewhat of a senior to you. Goten then glanced at a figure clad in a blue long-sleeved martial arts uniform. Though he could not clearly discern the person's face or sense their aura, he felt an inexplicable warmth from them and inquired, is this uncle also a partner who fought alongside my father? Krillin shot a peculiar glance at the mysterious figure, responding, well, sort of, but he is not very talkative, just ignore him. The fortune teller urged from the side, all right, enough introductions, you lot should hurry and complete your task. Just then, a sharp voice echoed from the other side of the Kame house. Yamcha. The group turned to see a small creature floating in the air. Its petite form cloaked in blue fur, with its face, chest, inner ears, and the tip of its tail adorned in white. Its cheeks sported 2 whiskers on each side, making it appear quite adorable. Yamcha, spotting the creature, exclaimed with joy, Poir. He rushed forward and embraced Poir passionately, who, overcome with emotion, even shed tears. Krillin and Tien, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. At that moment, a delicate girl with blue hair suddenly leaped into Tien's arms, exclaiming, Tien. I thought I would never see you again. Launch. Tien silently repeated her name in his mind before pushing her away. In the past, I was solely focused on martial arts and could not accept you. Now that we are separated by life and death, I cannot accept you even more. I apologize. Launch. Krillin sighed inwardly, pondering how, as a single man, he could console others. Observing around him, he noticed that Piccolo had Gohan, Yamcha had Poir, and Tien had Launch. While he felt entirely alone, the winds of Kame Island suddenly seeming quite boisterous. Just as Krillin's mood soured, a small pig trotted up to him, saying, Krillin, is that really you? I missed you so much. Krillin glanced at the pig and felt slightly better, responding, yes, it has been quite a while, Oolong. At that moment, Master Roshi emerged from the Kame house, smiling, everyone has gathered. It truly has been a while since such lively commotion. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien exclaimed in unison. It's been too long, Master Roshi. The old master nodded, looking at his disciples adorned with halos, reflecting on the passage of time. He turned to the fortune teller, saying, thank you, sister. The fortune teller scoffed, I did not bring them here for you. Now hurry and fight, unless you wish for me to take you back to the underworld. Tien stepped away from Launch and approached Goten, saying, I feel somewhat uneasy about battling a child. Gohan approached from Piccolo's side, smiling, Uncle Tien, do not underestimate Goten. He has given the androids a run for their money. Surprised, Tien replied, to have made the androids suffer greatly, he truly is Goku's son. Very well, Goten. Let us begin. Goten folded his hands in respect, and said, then I humbly ask for your guidance, Uncle Tien. The two positioned themselves, ready to engage in combat. When Master Roshi suddenly interjected, stop. Do not wreak havoc on my island. The vast sea and sky offer ample space for your contest. Goten and Tien exchanged awkward glances before both executed the instant transmission technique, landing on the surface of the sea. Tien assumed the initial stance of the crane school, declaring, Goten, is it? Let us begin. I wish to witness your martial prowess. Goten focused intently, aware that while Tien might not be a formidable opponent in the Super Saiyan era, he could not afford to be complacent, as a loss would be difficult to accept. With a loud boom, Goten's white aura ignited, transforming into a streak of light as he charged forward. Goten's speed was unparalleled. However, Tien, with his 3 eyes, easily tracked the rapid movements. Tien crossed his arms defensively, and in the next moment, Goten's powerful punch collided with the point where his arms crossed. A tremendous force erupting that compressed the air, creating a shockwave. Though Tien was prepared and did not allow Goten's punch to break through his defenses, he was still pushed back approximately 10 meters, astonished by the Saiyans' incredible power. It seemed that he could not hold back any longer. Emboldened by his initial success, Goten charged again, but Tien had already regained his footing. Noticing Goten approaching with a similar punch, Tien became curious. Was this child relying on the same move? In the blink of an eye, Goten was upon Tien, who shimmered with a brilliant white aura. He deftly sidestepped, his body twisting, and his hands pushed forward, deftly evading Goten's arm. Tien's power surged as he struck Goten's arm repeatedly, delivering 6 precise blows that significantly diminished Goten's strength. Then, as he moved past Goten, Tien stepped forward, gripping Goten's shoulders and lifting him into the air. Is this the essence of martial arts? Goten thought as he found himself suspended aloft, attempting to unleash his energy to break free, yet Tien's strength matched his own, firmly restraining him. Tianjin Fan remarked, "This hardly seems like a situation that could bring anyone to a disadvantage." The Kamehameha. Goten silently chanted within, gathering energy in an instant to his hands, and then thrusting it forcefully toward the sea. Tianjin Fan, somewhat puzzled, felt a tremendous force surge through his hands, causing him to relinquish his grip, while Goten was propelled upward by the recoil of the Kamehameha. Glancing back at Tianjin Fan, Goten realized that in his current state, victory was unattainable. With a sudden tremor, a brilliant white aura tinged with gold erupted around him, transforming into a golden whirlwind that ascended into the sky, scattering the clouds in every direction. In that moment, Goten's black hair stood on end, radiating a dazzling golden hue, his aura intensifying to an astonishing degree, creating ripples in the sea and shaking Kame Island. At this instant, not only Tianjin Fan but also Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha below were left agape, their faces a canvas of astonishment. While they had anticipated Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, given their understanding that one could not combat the androids without such a transformation, witnessing a mere 5-year-old like Goten achieve the same was perplexing. Gradually recovering from his astonishment, Tianjin Fan recalled that he had come to battle the Super Saiyan Gohan, and facing Goten, a Super Saiyan as well, was still a worthwhile challenge. Kaioken times 10. Tianjin Fan stood firm, his aura swelling with vigor, his blood coursing rapidly, and the currents of energy around him surged, transforming the white aura into a vivid crimson that enveloped the sky. In an instant, the waves roared, akin to a tsunami. Boom! The golden energy surged forth, while the red energy cascaded downward, both exuding an unmatched might. The two torrents of energy collided, their luminescence bursting forth, igniting a series of explosions that seemed to boil the entire ocean. The red energy was pushed back several meters, its foot landing upon the surface of the sea, sending waves soaring, yet its fighting spirit remained unyielded as it charged forward once more. Chapter 19. The Oracle's Test, Part 3, Boom. Tianjin Fan's entire being was engulfed in a fiery crimson aura, his muscles bulging as if they might tear through his white shirt. Seeing Goten dive toward him again, he remained unperturbed, positioning his hands in a scissor shape before his face as brilliant light began to converge. Solar flare, he shouted. In the next moment, a blinding golden light flashed from Tianjin Fan's head, akin to sunlight, instantly searing Goten's eyes, forcing him to shut them tightly. With his vision impaired, Goten's punches lost their accuracy, striking erratically. Seizing the opportunity, Tianjin Fan unleashed a flurry of punches upon Goten. Dazed by the loss of sight, Goten's small frame was bombarded by a myriad of blows in an instant. This can't continue. Goten gradually regained his composure, letting out a low roar as the golden aura erupted once more, the currents swirling around him, pushing Tianjin Fan back a short distance. Tianjin Fan was inwardly astonished. This child, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, possessed strength far beyond his own. Yet it seemed he lacked the understanding of how to fight effectively. Goten released his golden aura, enveloping himself in a spherical energy shield. Tianjin Fan's fist struck the shield with no effect, forcing him to retreat. Observing the expanding energy shield, Tianjin Fan commented, "You think you can overwhelm me with energy?" Kaioken times 20. A crimson light flickered in all 3 of Tianjin Fan's eyes, and in the next moment, a torrent of red energy erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, its might nearly toppling Kame Island. Krillin observed in surprise, "Little Goten is impressive. He can compel Tianjin Fan to exert his full strength." Gohan shook his head, commenting, "Still lacking. His movements are excessive during combat, and his approach is rather crude. To this point, he relies solely on overwhelming power to crush his foes. Yamcha chuckled. It should be fine. Such raw strength often requires little technique. Piccolo noted. His fighting style is lacking, yet he possesses a degree of innate talent. He merely lacks experience and practice. Boom. In midair, Tianjin Fan stood afar, clasping his hands together before separating them, connecting his thumbs while aligning his right pinky with his left index finger to form a square. The square aimed directly at Goten, who was encased in the energy shield. A square energy wall was unleashed, striking the shield with a powerful impact. Though the collision was insufficient to shatter the shield, it sent vibrations coursing through it. Though Goten was within the shield, he felt the energy's tremors, causing his body to sway unsteadily, and the shield's radiance dimmed momentarily. Fortunately, at that moment, Goten's vision returned, allowing him to locate Tianjin Fan's position. He promptly withdrew the energy shield, transforming into a golden streak as he charged toward Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan exited his Kamehameha state, also transforming into a red streak as he advanced toward Goten. In the next instant, they collided, Goten harnessing all his strength, unleashing his fist with unparalleled speed and power, while Tianjin Fan, undeterred, responded with a barrage of punches. The four fists clashed continuously, the skies echoing with the sound of bursting air, while the sea churned beneath them. However, Tianjin Fan's speed and strength paled in comparison to Goten's, and relying solely on martial arts techniques could not sustain him. Within mere breaths, he was overwhelmed and sent crashing into the ocean, creating a massive splash akin to a dragon diving into the sea. Boom! The echoes of four resounding impacts shook the heavens and earth, and from the depths of the sea emerged four figures, each standing at a cardinal point around Goten. As Goten surveyed the scene, he tilted his head, noting the four Tianjin Fans preparing to engage. He recognized this as Tianjin Fan's Four Wills technique, but remained unfazed, aware of its inherent weaknesses. In the next moment, all four Tianjin Fans launched their assault simultaneously. Goten's aura surged, his fists transforming into arcs of light that struck all four Tianjin Fans in unison. They were sent reeling, coalescing back into a single form. Just as Goten aimed to capitalize on his momentum for victory, the crimson aura enveloping Tianjin Fan gradually dissipated, and his bulging muscles returned to normal. Breathing heavily, he remarked, I concede. In the state of Kaioken times 20, I can only reach this level. Yet it remains a considerable distance from your full power. I never anticipated you could possess such strength at your age. With a sigh, Tianjin Fan seemed to reflect on something before continuing. However, your martial arts skills are not quite refined. If you could calm yourself and devote time to mastering martial arts, you might one day become a martial artist on par with your father. With a soft thud, Tianjin Fan landed on Kame Island as he declared, I have lost. The power of a Super Saiyan is indeed beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. The Oracle turned her gaze toward the others, asking, who will step up next? Yamcha replied, I would like to volunteer, but facing an opponent who could not even defeat Tianjin Fan would yield little hope for me. I concede. Krillin then stood to stretch his limbs, stating, I will take my turn. Though I know victory is unlikely, I must at least give it a try. At that moment, Piccolo ceased his conversation, gazing at Gohan and stating, it seems you have experienced much over the years. Allow me to witness your growth, Gohan. Gohan nodded, then ascended into the air. In an instant, a golden light erupted, illuminating the starry sea, as Gohan transformed into his golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan form, radiating an aura even more formidable than Goten's. Piccolo shed his cloak, discarding it to the ground, removed the white cloth band from his forehead, and joined Gohan at the same altitude. Observing Gohan's appearance, he felt a surge of joy and remarked, I can sense your immense power. Come, Gohan. Let us engage in a full-force battle. Gohan nodded, his golden aura swirling fiercely as he charged forward. Unfazed, Piccolo extended his arms, naturally positioning his hands before Gohan. This technique had previously caused Gohan considerable trouble, yet after years of perilous encounters, he was no longer the same Gohan. He darted through the gaps between Piccolo's arms like lightning, swiftly arriving before him. Gohan clenched his fist and aimed a punch at Piccolo's abdomen. However, at that moment, Piccolo's arms unexpectedly elongated in reverse, propelling him several meters away, causing Gohan's punch to miss entirely. As Gohan prepared to charge again, Piccolo's extended arms suddenly ensnared him, rendering escape impossible. In the next moment, several images of Piccolo appeared in the sky, each extending 2 fingers to their foreheads. Gohan's golden aura erupted once more, his muscles swelling dramatically as his energy surged, tearing through the clouds and shaking the ocean. Although Piccolo's arms were also enveloped in energy, they ultimately could not withstand Gohan's overwhelming force, shattering into countless pieces that scattered into the sea. With a swift motion, Gohan saw the myriad of Piccolo's forms, slightly crouched. He crossed his arms, then forcefully spread them apart, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that ripped through the illusions, leaving only the true Piccolo. Magic Flash. Gohan pinpointed Piccolo's true form, placing his hands together at his forehead, gathering an immense energy before thrusting his hands forward. A powerful energy wave transformed into a meteor, hurtling toward Piccolo. Piccolo, unable to fully charge his magic beam cannon, shot it directly at Gohan's Magic Flash. Boom. The violent explosion resounded as Piccolo's attack, lacking sufficient power, was overwhelmed in an instant by Gohan's Magic Flash. In the following moment, the attack engulfed Piccolo's form, resulting in a fierce explosion in the sky, with waves of heat spreading wildly with the sea breeze, felt even by those on Turtle Island. Immediately, Gohan charged into the explosion, raising a hand. As the smoke cleared, Piccolo's figure gradually emerged, standing before Gohan with a smile, saying, "In any battle, one must exert their utmost effort, never relaxing their focus. Gohan, you have truly matured. I have nothing more to teach you. I concede, wholeheartedly." Gohan withdrew his hand, his golden aura dissipating as he awkwardly replied, "Please don't say that, Uncle Piccolo. I owe my progress to you." Piccolo's aura surged, dispersing the surrounding smoke as he stated, "Now, the real challenge awaits you. That individual is a grand gift prepared by the fortune teller." Intrigued, Gohan glanced at the mysterious figure, asking, "Who is that person? I've been observing him for quite some time, but I cannot discern his appearance, and his aura is exceedingly peculiar, as if I have never encountered such energy before." Piccolo wore a strange smile, replying, "That individual is a formidable force within the universe. If you can truly defeat him, then your subsequent challenges should be minimal." Suddenly, a realization struck Gohan, and he exclaimed, "Could it be?" Piccolo nodded slightly, contemplating. "That meddlesome old woman who brings people to the living realm is not my claim, but rather Gohan's deduction. Uncle Vegeta, perhaps?" Gohan suggested. Piccolo's expression turned incredulous, internally lamenting the similarity in thought processes between father and son, before retorting with a green face, "Your Uncle Vegeta has been dispatched to the underworld and is likely lost there." Gohan scratched his head, choosing not to press further. Though he had his suspicions, he was uncertain about the reason for the figure's concealed identity. Yet, recognizing that there must be a rationale behind the secrecy, he refrained from rashly uncovering it. Chapter 20. The Fortune Teller's Trial, Part 4. The clash between Gohan and Piccolo unfolded like a flash of lightning, concluding within mere breaths. Meanwhile, Goten and Krillin remained at the onset of their confrontation. Noticing the end of the battle on the other side, Krillin remarked, "Goten, let us begin as well. Allow me to witness the power of a Super Saiyan. Kaioken, 20 times." Krillin shouted, his blood surging, muscles swelling, and aura expanding into a vibrant red flame. Goten did not unleash his aura. He simply stated, "Here I come, Uncle Krillin." With that, Goten transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing forward. Another familiar move? Krillin thought, extending his hands forward. Brilliant light coalesced as numerous Kamehameha waves shot forth. Goten remained unfazed, his eyes sharp as he deftly evaded the incoming Kamehameha waves, while golden light continued to gather in his clenched fist. As Goten drew nearer, Krillin remained composed, merely guiding the Kamehameha waves he had missed back toward Goten. Sensing the approaching waves, Goten disregarded them, seemingly intent on a fierce confrontation with Krillin. Solar Flare. Seeing Goten's unwavering advance, Krillin stretched his hands forward, gathering intense light, enveloping Goten in a brilliant blaze. In that instant, Goten closed his eyes, locking onto Krillin's energy, unleashing an unstoppable punch. Observing Goten's relentless momentum, Krillin hastily crossed his arms, layering his energy as a barrier before him. Boom! Goten's punch collided with Krillin's energy barrier, causing a golden explosion that shattered Krillin's defenses and struck the intersection of his arms. The air was compressed to its limit, resulting in a tremendous explosion, as Goten's Saiyan energy surged forth, overwhelming Krillin, who, despite utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken, was unable to withstand it, being sent crashing into the ocean. As Goten prepared to capitalize on his advantage, he felt energy waves approaching from all directions. Opening his eyes, he glanced around to see several energy waves converging upon him. With a burst of golden energy, Goten ignited, transforming into a lightning bolt that shot skyward just as the energy waves were about to collide with him. He intended to unleash his own Kamehameha to obliterate the chaotic energy waves when suddenly, he sensed a powerful force descending from above. Instinctively, he looked up to see a luminous energy column. Boom! The light beam from the sky struck Goten, bathing the area in a searing white light, the explosion echoing throughout the heavens. Immediately after, several energy waves surged upward, joining the cacophony of explosions surrounding Goten. The sounds of detonation were relentless, as the scorching energy waves roiled, seemingly igniting the entire sky. Clint emerged from the ocean, enveloped in a crimson glow. He shook his arms and remarked, "Do children today possess such strength? It seems we are truly falling behind." The golden flames ignited once more in the air, dispersing the thick smoke to reveal son Goten, whose shirt appeared somewhat worn. With a long sigh, Clint's crimson aura dissipated entirely, and he declared, "I concede. I shall not continue." Son Goten, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, "Really? Just as I was preparing to learn more advanced martial arts from Uncle Clint." Clint chuckled, "You are far superior to me now. No matter how powerful my skills may be, they cannot bridge that gap. However, if you truly wish to learn, the upcoming battle will surely provide you with invaluable experience." Son Goten tilted his head towards the mysterious figure, harboring doubts that he might be his father, but the reasoning was insufficient if it were indeed his father. Why conceal his identity? All right. Clint approached son Goten and patted him on the shoulder. "Prepare yourself. Your true opponent lies ahead." Son Goten nodded as the golden aura slowly faded, and his hair fell back into its original shape. The two descended onto Kame Island. The mysterious figure stepped forward, glancing between Gohan and Goten, and said, "You two can come at me together. I am pressed for time." His voice was hoarse, seemingly deliberately obscured. Son Goten looked at Gohan and felt an urge to challenge the mysterious figure one-on-one, believing the individual was somewhat arrogant and in need of a lesson. Yet, it was well known that mysterious figures were often extraordinarily powerful, so he redirected his focus to Gohan. Gohan nodded at Goten and addressed the mysterious figure. "Since you're challenging us both, we shall not hold back." The figure nodded and took a step forward. Before anyone could blink, he had appeared directly above Kame Island. As though he had teleported, Goten felt a rush of anxiety and looked to his brother. Gohan reassured him with a smile. "Do not fear, Goten. Just give it your all." Goten nodded and, following Gohan, ascended into the sky, flanking the mysterious figure. The figure turned his body, assessing Gohan and then Goten, before unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped him in flames. Both Gohan and Goten felt the terrifying power contained within that aura. Goten mused, "This aura. Even if my brother transforms into a Super Saiyan, could it really match this guy? Is he perhaps the Ribfu?" Just as he became slightly distracted, the mysterious figure seized upon the opportunity, flashing before Goten and delivering a fierce punch. Feeling the sheer force of the punch, Goten was taken aback. His golden aura ignited, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan almost instantaneously. Yet, in his haste, he could not adequately defend against such power and was sent flying at an angle by a single blow. Incredible! After taking just one punch, Goten felt an overwhelming force surge through his body, leaving him sore and struggling to regain his footing. His feet skidding through the ocean for several hundred meters before he steadied himself. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure charged toward Goten in the water. But Gohan had already rushed towards him, his golden aura blazing. The Super Saiyan who had previously defeated the androids, Gohan, was back in action. Gohan unleashed a punch toward the mysterious figure, a golden light radiating from his fist, creating a sonic boom as it passed. The figure merely twisted his body, effortlessly evading Gohan's strike. Then, the mysterious figure clenched his fist and launched a punch at Gohan. Seasoned by countless battles, Gohan quickly reacted, extending his other hand and firing a ki blast, using the recoil to dodge to the side. With his right fist's momentum, he rolled backward twice and unleashed a barrage of ki blasts. The mysterious figure's aura surged, and he did not attempt to block. Instead, he casually walked towards Gohan, almost as if strolling through a park, avoiding Gohan's ki blast without breaking a sweat. Realizing this, Gohan decided to abandon the ki blasts. He took 2 steps forward and leaped, aiming a kick at the mysterious figure's head. The figure tilted back slightly and then turned 90 degrees to the left, easily sidestepping Gohan's attack. In quick succession, the mysterious figure sent another punch towards Gohan. Gohan, having missed with his kick, quickly placed his hand against the air-created ki wall and pivoted, executing a powerful kick. Boom! Gohan's leg collided with the mysterious figure's arm, the force of the impact seemingly igniting the air, rippling outward in waves. Boom! In an instant, Gohan and the mysterious figure separated, and their fists collided again, unleashing a force that seemed to create a vacuum around them. Both engaged in rapid exchanges, their fists clashing relentlessly, sending shockwaves rippling outward while Goten hovered in the air, still shaken. The power behind that punch lingered in his body as he watched his brother and the mysterious figure engage in a fierce battle. Feeling bewildered and out of place, after an indeterminate duration of fierce combat, Gohan and the mysterious figure finally separated. Seizing the opportunity, Goten hurled a prepared ki blast directly at the mysterious figure. The figure did not even turn around. He merely sidestepped, causing the ki blast to veer toward Gohan. Gohan, recognizing his brother's intent, stepped forward, catching the ki blast and returning it towards the mysterious figure. The figure appeared intrigued but continued to evade, causing the ki blast to head straight for Goten. Goten combined another ki blast he had formed and hurled it toward the mysterious figure once more. The figure remained unperturbed. Sidestepping once again, Gohan's ki blast merged with the one Goten had thrown, and he felt a surge of energy, accelerating the ki blast toward the mysterious figure at an unparalleled speed. Caught off guard, the mysterious figure raised his right hand, a beam of energy shooting forth to strike the ki blast. Yet, the ki blast seemed to possess a will of its own, gracefully shifting to the side and colliding with the mysterious figure. A crackle of energy erupted, resembling a thunderstorm at the moment of impact, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Goten dashed forward, gathering energy in his palms. Swish! On the other side, the mysterious figure erupted with energy, dispelling the ki blast's power, then turned his gaze to Goten. Kamehameha. Seeing Goten unleash his attack, Gohan quickly joined him, golden energy coalescing in his hands as well. Wave! The brothers shouted in unison, each releasing their Kamehameha wave that merged into a colossal energy wave, surging towards the mysterious figure. Kamehameha wave. Unexpectedly, the enigmatic figure mirrored the actions of Goten and his companions, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that collided with the energy blasts of Gohan and Goten. The two immense energies clashed violently, cleaving the ocean in two, as a fierce aura stirred a wild tempest, propelling the distant Kamehameha skyward. Ha! Gohan shouted in fury, his golden aura surging, muscles bulging as the Kamehameha in his grasp thickened considerably, overpowering the mysterious figure as Kamehameha wave. Ha! At that moment, the enigmatic figure also roared in anger, his golden flames erupting, shattering his blue coat and white headscarf, transforming him into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. He bore a striking resemblance to Goten, yet the radiant halo around his head marked him distinctly. In the next instant, the mysterious figure as Kamehameha completely overwhelmed Gohan and Goten's energy blasts. Chapter 21. The Choice of the World as the mysterious figure transformed into a Super Saiyan. It seemed as if some restraint had been shattered, and that familiar aura flooded the atmosphere. Gohan blinked in astonishment and exclaimed, "Dad!" In the following moment, a blinding light imbued with unparalleled power swept over Gohan and Goten. A deafening explosion erupted, showering the sky with fireworks. Above the dazzling display, the mysterious figure held Gohan in one hand and Goten in the other, laughing as he remarked, "Gohan, Goten, you both have done remarkably well." Gohan turned to gaze at the mysterious figure, his face lighting up with joy. "Dad, it really is you." Goten also turned, finally recognizing the true identity of the enigmatic figure. With golden hair that soared just like his own and clad in an orange martial arts gi identical to his, Goten could surmise that this was indeed his father, Goku. The man, or rather Goku, released Gohan and Goten, smiling as he said, "It's me. It's been a long time, Gohan." Goten looked at the legendary figure and blinked in disbelief, then glanced at Gohan. Though Gohan felt a wave of melancholy and had much he wished to convey to his father, he smiled and patted Goten's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, Goten. This is Dad, our father." Goten, looking between Gohan and Goku, suddenly felt an inexplicable shyness. To be honest, he had always yearned to meet this man, as he seemed to represent a past era of youthful dreams. Yet, now that he stood before him, feeling the profound connection of blood, an odd sense of fear and absurdity washed over him. Goku, noticing Goten's timid expression, suddenly scooped him up and placed him on his shoulder, saying, "I'm sorry, son, for not being there as you grew up and for forcing you to battle androids at such a young age." In that moment, Goten felt an inexplicable warmth, as if drawn by Goku's bloodline. He shook his head, saying, "I don't blame you, Dad. After all, you're not a god, and you can't control everything. Besides, the power I possess at birth is all thanks to your past efforts." Gohan nodded in agreement, adding, "Goten truly is quite understanding." Goku, upon hearing this, gently ruffled Goten's hair and turned to Gohan, saying, "You've suffered over the years. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't allowed Dr. Gero to escape." Gohan shook his head, responding, "The events of this world are inherently unpredictable. Even you, Dad, cannot change everything. Each of us must be prepared to fight." A smile crept onto Goku's lips as he replied, "Gohan, you've truly grown up." Gohan sighed and then asked, "By the way, Dad, why did you initially pretend to be a mysterious figure?" As they flew toward Kame Island, Goku explained, "It was the fortune teller who advised me to do so. She used magic to conceal my aura and appearance, instructing me not to reveal my identity, saying it was meant to surprise you." Goten glanced over at the fortune teller, wishing to inquire about the nature of this surprise. Gohan, also puzzled by the fortune teller's reasoning, felt that seeing his father was a wonderful outcome. Upon landing at Kame Island, the fortune teller declared, "Well, you haven't managed to defeat the warriors I've hired, so our deal is void. Master Roshi waved dismissively, saying, hurry up and leave. Don't interrupt this reunion. The fortune teller shot him a glare before addressing Goku, Piccolo, and the others, warning, you all must return to Lord Kai at this time tomorrow, or I want to be responsible for what transpires. Krillin waved dismissively, assuring, don't worry, with Goku's instant transmission, we can return swiftly. Thank you, madam. The fortune teller huffed and nodded toward Master Roshi before gradually fading from sight. Master Roshi gazed at the group, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. For it had been a long time since he had seen them at Kame House. He turned to look at Kame House, only to realize it was no longer there. Swept away by the earlier energy wave, perhaps now resting in the depths of the ocean. Though retrieving items from Kame House wasn't essential, many rare magazines held significant value. Just as Master Roshi was about to speak, Goku interrupted, saying, let us meet here at the same time tomorrow. For now, let us each attend to our own matters, as we don't know when we'll return. Tenshinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others acknowledged his words. Well then, see you tomorrow, Grandpa. Goku waved goodbye to Master Roshi before streaking skyward like a shooting star. Gohan also bid farewell to Master Roshi, following Goku into the sky. Next, Tenshinhan and Yamcha said their goodbyes, eager to explore. Piccolo glanced at the sky before pursuing Goku. In the end, only Krillin remained on Kame Island, leaving the vast space with just a few individuals. At that moment, Master Roshi leaned closer to Krillin and said, Krillin, don't you feel your strength is increasingly lagging behind Goku and the others? Krillin nodded, admitting, indeed. I thought my training under Lord Kai would yield great improvements. Yet I find myself unable to match even Goku's son. It seems this is no longer our era. Hearing Krillin's words, Master Roshi firmly replied, Krillin, as a martial artist, how can you harbor such thoughts? Clearly, you have not grasped the essence of the turtle school over the years. It's time for a new training regimen. Krillin looked at Master Roshi with skepticism, asking, Master Roshi, can you still teach us? Master Roshi stood with an air of mystery, declaring, in terms of power, I may not be able to impart much, but I will instill in you the heart of martial arts, so you may understand the true essence of the discipline. Krillin's eyes gradually brightened, and he seemed to genuinely believe in this promise. In the sky, Goten perched on Goku's shoulder, feeling the sharp winds of the heights, and he found the experience somewhat surreal. At this moment, Son Gohan closely followed, and after flying for a while, he finally smiled and said, today feels like a dream. First, I entered the hyperbolic time chamber, trained, and effortlessly dispelled the gloom that enveloped the earth. Then, I was fortunate enough to reunite with Dad. Everything feels overwhelmingly beautiful, almost unreal. Listening to this, Son Goku sighed and replied, I'm sorry, Gohan, for placing too much on your shoulders. Son Gohan shook his head and said, the burdens I carry have always been borne by you, Dad. You have shouldered them for a lifetime, while I have only carried them for 5 years. Don't say that, Gohan. Piccolo, who had arrived at Son Gohan's side unbeknownst to anyone, interjected, compared to your father, you are the true savior. Son Goku glanced at Piccolo and asked, Piccolo, when did you come over? Piccolo replied, I have some lessons to impart to Gohan. I merely passed by. With a smile, Son Gohan suggested, Uncle Piccolo, since you're here, why not join us for a meal at my home? It's been ages since we've had so many guests. Piccolo, seeing the hopeful glimmer in Son Gohan's eyes, nodded in agreement and said, all right. At that moment, Son Goku inquired, by the way, Gohan, I heard you mention the hyperbolic time chamber. How did you suddenly think of going there? Did Mr. Popo tell you? Son Gohan shook his head and explained. It was Goten. Since his birth, he has had certain memories from another life. He knows many secrets of this world and informed me about the hyperbolic time chamber. Son Gohan chose not to mention Goten's earlier talk of dreams, knowing that since his father asked, it must not have been a dream. Moreover, such talk could create a rift between them. Huh? Son Goku exclaimed in surprise, tilting his head to glance at Goten. You possess such abilities? Truly remarkable. Piccolo expressed his astonishment as well, saying, how could such a thing be possible? Is this what they call innate knowledge? At that moment, Son Goku closed his eyes, his spiritual energy connecting with Goten's, and he felt a sense of warmth. He gleaned some insights from Goten's thoughts and chuckled. This world is vast. There are always those who are different. After all, Saiyans didn't become Super Saiyans at the age of 5. I can sense that neither Gohan nor Goten is lying. Piccolo remarked, perhaps this is the world's choice. Goten, puzzled, thought, I am a traveler from another world. How does that relate to the world's choice? Son Gohan directly asked, Uncle Piccolo, what do you mean by the world's choice? Piccolo explained, the world's progression resembles the flow of a river. The same stream may take different paths. Likewise, a single world may choose various ways to advance. Sometimes, to progress, the world bestows special abilities upon certain individuals. Those are the chosen ones. Son Gohan nodded, understanding. I see. I'm truly grateful that the world chose Goten. Otherwise, I might have been battling androids until my demise. At this moment, Goten added, brother, what has passed is past. We should focus on the future. I believe that as long as we work hard enough, we can embrace any future. Son Goku also nodded, affirming, indeed, Gohan, Goten. You are both wonderful children. I believe you can create a beautiful future. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the Baozi Mountain. Son Goku's eyesight was remarkable. Even in the night, he could see his wife Chi-Chi sitting outside their small round house, gazing into the distance as if searching for something. Though it was late at night, Chi-Chi strained her eyes to see far ahead, wanting to catch sight of something. Deep down, she knew it was time to rest. But her thoughts were chaotic, preventing her from falling asleep. After all, her two sons were battling the devilish androids, their fates uncertain. With vacant eyes, Chi-Chi stared into the distance, pondering, they will return, right? After all, they are Goku's sons. She forced herself to think positively. Yet she knew that battles were fraught with peril. Her husband, Son Goku, was undoubtedly the strongest person in the world, yet each time he returned from battle, he was left barely alive, let alone her two children. Chi-Chi could hardly bear to imagine the consequences if both of them were to be defeated. Even a fleeting thought of it left her breathless. Thus, she chose to remain there, waiting to see her two sons. With a soft thud, Son Goku landed on the ground, his gaze resting on Chi-Chi, who was lost in her thoughts, stirring a deep, inexplicable sorrow within him. Feeling a pang of pain for his mother, Goten opened his mouth and called out, Mom. Startled, Chi-Chi turned her head and was astonished to see the familiar three figures. Rubbing her eyes, she laughed and said, I must be imagining things from missing you too much. Not only have these two children returned, but how could Goku be back as well? He was. Son Gohan heard Chi-Chi's mumbling and began to reproach himself. For all these years, he had been preoccupied with dealing with the androids, neglecting his mother, even taking Goten away from her side. How could he have? At that moment, Son Goku gently placed Goten on the ground and walked over to Chi-Chi. Moved by his emotions, he instinctively embraced her, saying, I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, for the hardships you've endured all these years. As Chi-Chi was enveloped in Son Goku's embrace, she felt the familiar warmth and scent. Her body trembled slightly. And when she looked up, she saw that familiar and gentle face. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and in disbelief, she asked, Is it really you, Goku? I'm not dreaming, am I? Son Goku softly patted her back, reassuringly saying, It's all right, Chi-Chi, I'm back. His voice was so familiar, so reassuring that it was hard to believe. Unable to contain herself, Chi-Chi buried her face in Goku's chest and began to weep. Son Gohan watched the scene unfold, a smile gracing his lips as he thought, perhaps this is what happiness means for a mother, simple yet profound. However, there are always forces in this world that seek to disrupt such happiness, so I must protect it, not only my mother's happiness but everyone's happiness. Though Chi-Chi was embraced by Son Goku amidst the biting cold wind, she felt a warmth she had longed for. She wished for this moment to last forever. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, Chi-Chi appeared to drift into sleep. Son Goku quietly carried her back to their room. Son Gohan shared a room with Piccolo, while Goten returned to his own room to rest, and the night passed without a word. The next day, as dawn broke, Goten finally awoke. Glancing at the clock beside him, he realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. He quickly got out of bed and dressed. Stretching his limbs, he thought, battling truly drains both spirit and strength. I slept until 10. I need to regulate my schedule. After washing up, Goten decided to catch a dinosaur for breakfast, only to discover his father, brother, and Piccolo already seated at the table. Feeling a bit awkward, he nevertheless sat beside Son Goku and greeted, Dad, brother, Uncle Piccolo. You're all up so early? Son Goku replied, We are effectively dead. Our bodies don't require rest like the living do. Son Gohan added, I've gotten used to it. I rise early to train. If any urgent matters arise, I'll be ready to handle them. Sun Wutian nodded and said, I want to learn from my brother in the future. Sun Wukong gently patted Sun Wutian's head and replied with a smile, It isn't strictly necessary to do so. Cultivation should be a balance of rigor and relaxation. Remaining overly tense can hinder progress. Just remember to eat well and sleep well. Sun Wutian earnestly nodded and asked, By the way, Dad, will you teach us cultivation this time you're back? Sun Wukong shook his head and said, I only have one day this time, so I fear I won't be able to teach you much. However, you can go to Lord Kai to learn from me. Sun Wutian remarked, But doesn't T going to Lord Kai require asking Granny Fortune? She is not exactly easy to deal with. Sun Wukong chuckled, Actually, it's not that bad. Granny wants to surprise you, which is why she waited for me at Lord Kai's for an hour. Otherwise, I might not have made it back to the living world this time. Sun Wutian replied, but we all lost. Sun Wukong reassured him, no worries. I can use instant transmission to take you to Lord Kai. Besides, you and Gohan can learn this skill as it is quite useful. Piccolo, looking rather green, interjected, son. That instant transmission is not an ordinary skill. It took you a whole year to master it, didn't it? Sun Wukong nodded, yes. This skill requires a strict mental and spiritual discipline. It took me a great deal of effort to meet the cultivation criteria. Piccolo further questioned. If it took you a year to learn, do you intend for these two children to stay with Lord Kai for a year? Sun Wukong blinked and replied. What's the harm? If they can learn such a practical skill in a year, it would be worth it. Sun Wufan shook his head, saying, a year is a bit long. There are many things waiting for me to do on Earth. Moreover, I may not have the same aptitude as Dad. So I might not learn it well in a year. I'll pass. What about you, Wutian? Sun Wutian pondered for a moment and said, then I'll learn it. One of us brothers should master it. With this skill, many things will become much easier. Sun Wufan nodded, then it's settled. You will cultivate with Dad for a year, and I'll take care of what I can on Earth. We'll meet again in a year. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached with a table full of food, her face beaming with a long-awaited smile. Sun Wukong caught the rich aroma of meat and suddenly felt hungry. Eagerly watching as Chi-Chi set the food down. Clearly, Chi-Chi had learned much from Wukong, and she smiled, saying, we're celebrating the defeat of the androids and our family's rare reunion. Everyone, eat as much as you like today. The trio of Sun Wukong and his sons wasted no time, diving into the feast with great speed as the food quickly diminished from the table. Piccolo, having eaten a little, set his bowl aside, observing the three as they indulged. After some time, Chi-Chi finished serving the dishes and sat beside Wukong, resting her chin in her hands while watching him devour his meal, a glimmer of happiness shining in her eyes. Finally, after Sun Wukong had eaten his fill, he set down his utensils, patted his belly, and exclaimed, ah, I'm so full. Chi-Chi's cooking is the most delicious. Chi-Chi beamed with joy and asked, Wukong, are you really full? This doesn't seem like your usual appetite. Sun Wukong patted his belly and said, yes, I'm full. Although as someone who has died, I shouldn't need to eat. I can never resist Chi-Chi's cooking. Chi-Chi, feeling the warmth of Wukong's affectionate words, smiled and said, all right, I'll go freshen up a bit. Later, let us all go have some fun. Sun Wukong nodded. Okay, it's been a long time since I've gone out to have fun with Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi felt delighted and went to tidy herself up in her room. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian, having finished their meal, took the initiative to wash the dishes before returning to join Wukong and Chi-Chi. Piccolo remarked, if you want to utilize the Dragon Balls from Namek, you can have Wukong take you there now. He can use instant transmission, and it's quite fast. Sun Wufan shook his head, saying, Mom hasn't seen Dad for a long time. Let them enjoy their time together. There's no rush about going to Namek. Besides, Uncle Piccolo, you might be revived a bit later. Piccolo replied, I'm indifferent. I just hope you've considered how to revive Son, as the situation is rather complicated. Sun Wufan understood the complexity Piccolo referred to. His father had died from heart disease, which theoretically meant he could not be revived by the Dragon Balls. Indeed a troublesome matter. Sun Wukong then said, as for me, I don't need to be revived for now. After all, many disasters on Earth likely stemmed from my presence, and Gohan has already grown up. Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian looked at Sun Wukong, somewhat confused. Sun Wukong continued, moreover, I died of heart disease, making it difficult to revive me. Even if it were possible, forcing a revival would violate the principles of the universe, potentially leading to undesirable consequences. Piccolo glanced at him and said, that doesn't sound like you, son. Sun Wutian then inquired, but what about Mom? She has been waiting for Dad all this time. Sun Wukong sighed, that is something beyond our control. I am neither a good husband nor a good father. Piccolo scoffed, that may not be the case. Haven't you accumulated 6 merits for saving the world? Just one more? And you could obtain the decree to freely traverse between the realms of life and death. Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian looked puzzled, asking Piccolo, what is that? Piccolo explained. The story is quite lengthy. After our defeat, we traversed Snake Way to reach Lord Kai, initially hoping to ask him to have Wukong deal with the androids. However, Lord Kai stated that it was permitted because the threat of the androids was confined to Earth. If Lord Kai were to mobilize forces from the afterlife, it would require a situation that endangered the entire galaxy. Otherwise, Wukong and Earth would face rejection from the gods, and even Lord Kai would be dismissed. Thus, we inquired about possible solutions, and Lord Kai informed us that we would need the decree to traverse freely between the realms of life and death. However, acquiring this decree is quite challenging. One must have 7 merits for saving the world, which would then be reviewed by King Enma, followed by Lord Kai. and finally approved by the great Lord Kai before it could be issued by the legendary King Kai. Sun Wukong pondered and said, "So Dad already has 6 merits for saving the world?" Piccolo nodded. "While Ryukong was alive, defeating my previous incarnation to save Earth counts as 1 merit. Protecting Earth from Vegeta was the 2nd. Defeating Frieza was the 3rd, followed by protecting Earth from Frieza and Cooler, which was the 4th. Then, Ryukong defeated the universe-threatening Cooler in the afterlife, which counts as the 5th merit. Lastly, defeating the universe-conquering Dales counts as the 6th merit. Only 1 more is needed now." Sun Wukong felt a surge of pride as he realized his father had never given up over the years. Sun Wutian said, "So that means Dad only needs 1 more merit to obtain the decree?" Piccolo shook his head and remarked, "It's not that simple, King Enma. The Grand Kai is not easily accessible. Even after Goku claimed victory at the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, he merely received a verbal promise. However, the King of Worlds is a being that remains beyond reach. According to the Grand Kai, the King of Worlds has not shown his face for millions of years." Goku rubbed his temples and replied with a smile, "It's all right. Even if we can't obtain any official decree, as long as Goten learns instant transmission, he can still bring Chi-Chi to the Grand Kai for a visit." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he said, "Son, have you forgotten that the gravity there is 10 times that of Earth?" Goku laughed. "It's fine. Chi-Chi is exceptionally strong. Such a minor challenge won't faze her." While Gohan contemplated his father's resurrection, Goten appeared less concerned, knowing that even if the dragon couldn't bring back their dad, as long as the King of Worlds showed up, their father would surely acquire the Yin-Yang decree, allowing him free passage to the underworld. As for whether the King of Worlds would indeed emerge and grant approval, it was certain that he would be prompt when faced with the emergence of Majin Buu. Chapter 23. Informing Bulma. As Goten pondered about the King of Worlds, Chi-Chi had already dressed up and stepped out from the inner room. Goten looked up and was immediately captivated. Chi-Chi wore a blue chi-pao, accentuating her curvaceous figure splendidly. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her fair face, though slightly gaunt, bore bright and clear eyes beneath delicate brows, embodying elegance that eclipsed her previous disheveled appearance. While Goten had some awareness of his mother's former beauty, he was astonished to see her still radiate goddess-like charm at this age, silently applauding her in his heart. Chi-Chi, carrying various bags, tossed the keys to Goku and said, "Goku, you drive. I'll wait with Gohan and Goten by the roadside." Goku nodded and then opened the door, heading toward the garage. Gohan then said to Chi-Chi, "Mom, I need to find Uncle Piccolo and attend to some other matters, so I won't accompany you and Dad." Hearing this, Goten chimed in, "Mom, Trunks and I had previously arranged to train together. I'll head to Aunt Bulma's place, so you and Dad can go on your own." Chi-Chi understood the intentions of her 2 sons and smiled. "All right, you both take care of your business. Since you can fly, it's easy to keep in touch." Gohan and Goten nodded enthusiastically. After Chi-Chi finished speaking, she exited the house, with Gohan and Goten hurriedly following to assist her. Seeing Goku's family leave, Piccolo followed them out as well. Outside, Goku parked the car by the roadside, and Gohan and Goten helped load the items into the vehicle while Chi-Chi settled into the passenger seat. Goten grinned and said, "Dad, Mom, have fun." Chi-Chi waved her hand and replied, "See you in the evening." Gohan and Goten nodded, waving goodbye as Goku drove off towards the suburbs. They were not overly worried about their mother's safety, knowing that with their father around, no harm could befall her. As Goten watched the flying car drift farther away, he turned to Piccolo and asked, "Uncle Piccolo, I want to open a martial arts school and promote the use of Ki on Earth. What do you think?" Piccolo smiled and replied, "You wish to empower every human to possess the strength to confront formidable foes. It's a commendable idea. However, implementing it may present considerable challenges." Gohan acknowledged, "I understand that truly promoting Ki will pose many difficulties, but it's worth a try. Danger lurks at every corner, and who knows when it might strike. No matter how powerful I become, I cannot protect everyone. Relying on the Dragon Balls each time doesn't seem prudent. It's better to enable everyone to safeguard themselves and their families." Piccolo regarded Gohan and suddenly inquired, "Didn't you once dream of being a scholar?" Gohan nodded, a hint of melancholy in his eyes as he replied, "I once aspired to be a scholar, but that was during a time of peace. After experiencing the events with the androids, I realized that while the Earth may not lack scholars, it desperately needs true warriors capable of standing their ground. Thus, I am now more inclined to be a protector of Earth, putting my scholarly dreams aside." Piccolo felt a pang of guilt and said, "I'm sorry, Gohan. It's because we were too weak." Gohan reassured him, "Please don't say that, Uncle Piccolo. Without you, I might not have reached this point. I could have perished when Vegeta and Nappa first arrived on Earth." Goten quietly listened, feeling he had no place to interject, yet he empathized with Gohan's struggles. recognizing the weight of his brother's journey. As a former viewer of the anime, he had felt a sense of frustration when Gohan abandoned his martial pursuits for academia. After all, Gohan possessed extraordinary talent, transforming into a Super Saiyan at 10 and, at 17, becoming the strongest fighter after the Elder Kai unlocked his potential. Yet, such a promising gift was sacrificed for a path deemed by many as futile, spawning numerous memes online about the notion of knowledge altering one's fate, even leading some to dub him Nobi Gohan. However, now reflecting on Gohan's choices, Goten understood that his brother merely followed the path he loved. With their father shielding him from adversity, Gohan had the privilege and capability to choose his own way. In truth, Goten himself would prefer to avoid combat, for fighting was a reality far removed from the thrill of merely watching anime or reading novels. The latter offered exhilarating escapism without any adverse consequences, whereas actual combat risked life and limb. The pain was all too real, as he had experienced during the battle with the androids, where his skin tore and bones broke, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. If Gohan hadn't intervened, he might have perished. Even outside the android battles, Goten felt the intense agony during sparring with Krillin, Tien, and their father. This was no mere discomfort like a cut from a knife or a blow from a brick. It was an authentic suffering. The raw force of strikes tearing through his body and the recoil from his opponents. Such pain was a constant presence, capable of affecting one's very being. Having endured only a few battles, Goten found it challenging to bear the pain inflicted by combat. He could hardly fathom the torment his brother experienced. It must have been far more severe and agonizing. Reflecting on the scars adorning Gohan's body, he wished his brother could embrace the life of Nobi Gohan, at least allowing him to pursue his passions without the dual torment of mental and physical suffering. Yet, not only did Gohan lack the freedom of choice, but Goten too found himself trapped, for as a Saiyan in this future world, he was compelled to fight regardless of his desires. Rather than passively awaiting the next conflict, he resolved to train vigorously, ensuring that when adversaries emerged, he would be prepared to face them with ease. After contemplating all of this, Goten silently vowed, "Now that I have arrived in this future world, I will never allow my brother to suffer alone again." As Sun Wutian was lost in thought, Sun Wufan and Piccolo had already discussed numerous matters. Noticing Sun Wutian's contemplation, Sun Wufan remarked, "Wutian, if you have some time, please visit Aunt Bulma and inform her that father has returned. After all, we do not know when he will come back next." Sun Wutian nodded and replied, "All right, I will head over there now." In an instant, a brilliant white aura enveloped Sun Wutian, propelling him into the skies as he made his way towards West City. Piccolo observed Sun Wutian's ascent and, after a moment of silence, commented, "Your brother is quite extraordinary." Sun Wufan wholeheartedly agreed, chuckling, "Indeed, this child possesses a wealth of knowledge, often behaving beyond his 5 years, though he tends to be somewhat restless during training." Piccolo mused, "It is rather fascinating. There truly are individuals who possess innate understanding. Initially, I thought someone had replaced Wutian's soul, yet your father's mental acuity confirmed that it is indeed Wutian." Sun Wufan laughed, "Mental acuity testing. Has father mastered such abilities?" To which Piccolo replied, "Son possesses an inexplicable knack for peculiarities. When you inquire about their application, he often cannot articulate a coherent explanation." Upon arriving in West City, Sun Wutian found Bulma's home had been renovated. He landed at the entrance and knocked on the door, which was opened by a man in a Capsule Corporation uniform. "Hello. I am Sun Wutian, here to see Aunt Bulma," he announced. The man responded, "I apologize, but Ms. Bulma is currently conducting research in the basement and is not seeing anyone at the moment." Sun Wutian pressed on, "Can I see Trunks then?" The man replied, "I'm sorry, young Master Trunks is also busy with Ms. Bulma and cannot receive visitors right now." As the man prepared to close the door, Sun Wutian placed a hand against it, preventing it from shutting. He insisted, "Please inform Aunt Bulma that I have something urgent to discuss." The man, intimidated by Sun Wutian's display of strength, conceded, "Very well, I shall inform Ms. Bulma. Please wait inside for a moment." Sun Wutian stepped inside without hesitation and noticed the interior was undergoing renovations, filled with strong odors. He found a spot to wait. After a while, Bulma emerged, clad in a white lab coat. Spotting Wutian, she inquired, "Wutian, why have you come alone? Is there something you need?" Sun Wutian nodded, stating, "Aunt Bulma, my father has returned for a day, and my brother asked me to let you know." Bulma's expression shifted from surprise to immense joy as she exclaimed, "Oh, Sun Wukong has returned. Did you all visit Namek so soon?" Sun Wutian shook his head. "He is only back temporarily, using Baba the fortune teller's power. He must return tonight." "Ah, I see," Bulma said, her expression dimming slightly at the thought of Sun Wukong leaving again. "Nonetheless, it is wonderful that he has returned." It has been a long time since we last saw him. By the way, where is he now? Sun Wutian replied, he will be at Master Roshi's tonight, along with Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, and Uncle Yamcha. Bulma smiled. It seems everyone is back. Sun Wutian added, but it appears Uncle Vegeta has not returned. Bulma sighed. Vegeta is a troubled soul. He must be suffering in the afterlife. There is little we can do about that. Sun Wutian nodded and then asked Aunt Bulma, where is Trunks? May I train with him? Bulma replied, of course. At your age, you should make friends. Come with me. Chapter 24. Revelry on Kame Island. Sun Wutian followed Bulma through the corridors until they arrived at the basement, where Trunks lay on a machine. Sun Wutian, curious, asked, what is Trunks doing? Is he being studied? Bulma nodded, taking a seat beside him. Yes, Trunks has some matters he is particularly concerned about. And he asked for my assistance. Sun Wutian, puzzled, asked, what exactly is it? It wouldn't be something strange concocted by Dr. Gero, would it? Bulma shook her head. While I am not entirely certain what it is, based on my knowledge of Dr. Gero, he does not have the capability to create anything that involves time and space. Sun Wutian queried, something involving time and space? What could that be? Has he created a time machine? But how could a time machine be in Trunks' mind? Bulma clarified. No, it resembles an ethereal energy entity in his mind. Trunks referred to it as a life simulator, which can simulate the trajectory of his life through text and provide guidance. After examining it, I found it to be quite powerful, possessing some temporal abilities and seemingly capable of simulating an entire world. My current understanding is insufficient to fully analyze it. Sun Wutian's head buzzed with the term life simulator, which echoed in his mind. Was this not the very external aid he had longed for? Having called out for it in vain, he found himself here at Trunks' side, contemplating the unpredictability of life and the realization that the fool was indeed himself. Noticing Sun Wutian's troubled expression, Bulma inquired, Wutian, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Sun Wutian shook his head and simply asked, but that thing won't harm Trunks, will it? Bulma reassured him, oh, I specifically had Trunks undergo a life simulation. Initially, it may draw on his mental energy, but it will return it upon completion. As of now, there appear to be no adverse effects for Trunks, though further research is needed. Sun Wutian nodded. That's good to hear. Perhaps Trunks can use this to grow stronger. Bulma's expression still held concern. That would be ideal. She then operated the computer to cease the machinery and went to awaken Trunks, saying, wake up. Wutian has come to see you. Trunks rubbed his sleepy eyes, sitting up and asking, is there anything wrong with that thing in my head? Bulma replied, nothing significant. Just use it wisely, even if it can help you improve quickly. Do not become overly reliant on it, as my understanding does not yet encompass its full potential. Trunks nodded in agreement and turned to Sun Wutian. Hello, Wutian. Did Wufan not come with you? Sun Wutian shook his head. Brother is with Uncle Piccolo for now. Uncle Piccolo? Trunks repeated, puzzled. I thought Wufan said Uncle Piccolo died fighting the androids. Suddenly, Trunks seemed to recall something, stepping closer to ask, so you summoned the dragon to bring everyone back? Does that mean Father has returned as well? Sun Wutian was taken aback by the question, replying, we have not yet sought the dragon. We only asked Baba the fortune teller to bring back the king of Otherworld for a day. Uncle Vegeta could not come for certain reasons, but do not worry. As long as we can find the Dragon Balls, there is always hope. Trunks' expression darkened slightly, and he despondently muttered, all right then. Bulma remarked, don't overthink it. The androids have been vanquished, and life will inevitably improve. Since you wish to train, you can accompany Goten on his journey. Once I finish some matters, I'll take you to Master Roshi's to meet those friends of ours. Trunks nodded and asked, Goten, could you teach me how to train? Goten replied, I have only just begun learning martial arts myself, so I can hardly claim to teach you. We can train together instead. A hint of dejection crossed Trunks' face as he said, you can already transform into a Super Saiyan, yet I, who am a year older, find myself utterly helpless and reliant on you for rescue. Goten shook his head and smiled. That's not the case. You've shown far more courage by confronting the androids than I did. When I first battled an android, I was utterly overwhelmed and couldn't even fight back. As for becoming a Super Saiyan, I owe much of that to my father's influence. Upon hearing the mention of father, Trunks felt a pang of melancholy. He had often listened to Gohan and his mother speak of Gohan's father, their words laced with reverence and longing, as if that man could resolve all dilemmas. Yet, his own father was seldom mentioned. It was as if he were a figure of little significance. This only deepened Trunks' yearning for his father. Noticing Trunks' troubled expression, Goten added, of course, Uncle Vegeta has remarkable talent, and I believe Trunks will soon become a Super Saiyan too. Trunks, somewhat disheartened, replied, I hope so. Thus, Goten followed Trunks to the mountains outside West City for their training. In truth, both were novices, merely engaging in casual sparring to enhance their strength. Time slipped away swiftly, and before they knew it, the the sun began to set. Their training session reached a temporary halt as they sat on a rock, enjoying the cool breeze. After a day of practice, Trunks had developed a fondness for Goten and wanted to discuss the dragon. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist beeped. Upon pressing the button, Bulma's voice came through. Trunks, it's time to come back. We need to head to Master Roshi's soon. Trunks replied, okay, Mom, we'll be right there. He then turned to Goten and said, let's go to Master Roshi's together. Goten agreed, and in no time, they zipped back to Bulma's house. Meanwhile, Bulma had prepared everything and was waiting in the aircraft. Seeing Goten and Trunks return, she opened the door and waved them in. The two boys swiftly entered the circular craft and took their seats. Bulma pressed a button to close the door and declared, all right, let's set off. With that, the aircraft soared into the sky, heading towards the distant Kame house. Trunks remained silent, lost in thought, while Goten curiously observed his surroundings. As if he were a country bumpkin in the city, marveling at the novelty of it all. Throughout the journey, Trunks remained quiet while Bulma engaged Goten in light conversation, reminiscing about Goku and their past adventures. Finally, the aircraft landed on Kame Island. As the door opened, Goten, Trunks, and Bulma descended one by one, greeted by a throng of familiar friends already gathered on the island. Krillin was the first to notice Bulma, cheerfully calling out, hey, Bulma, it's been such a long time. Master Roshi squeezed his way to the front, leering at Bulma and commenting, after all this time, Bulma, you have become even more enchanting. As Bulma stepped off the aircraft, she felt a wave of nostalgia upon seeing the familiar faces. However, as soon as Master Roshi spoke, her temper flared, and she playfully slapped him on the head, scolding, you old lecher. Master Roshi fell to the ground, while Krillin chuckled, rubbing his head as if transported back to carefree days. Bulma introduced Trunks to each of her companions, and Trunks greeted them all, though he found Yamcha's demeanor somewhat awkward. After the introductions, Bulma glanced around and inquired, are Goku and the others not here yet? Gohan replied, Dad and Mom went out together. They might be a bit late. Although Bulma felt a tinge of disappointment, she nodded and said, your mother has indeed had a challenging time over the years. They deserve to take their time. Now, let us formally begin. As she spoke, she retrieved a capsule from her bag and tossed it onto the ground, instantly transforming it into a feast of sumptuous food. The atmosphere on Kame Island, indeed the entire surrounding sea, became lively in an instant. Launch was attempting to intoxicate Tien, while Krillin and Master Roshi clinked cups, joking about each other's past escapades. Yamcha distanced himself from Bulma, sharing a drink with Puar, and Piccolo sat quietly by the shore, seemingly disinterested in the revelry. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks joined Gohan, discussing trivial matters. Suddenly, a familiar energy filled the air, and before long, a man clad in an orange GI appeared before them. Beside him stood a woman in a blue chi-pao, radiant as a peach blossom. It was Goku and Chi-Chi. Goku beamed at the gathering, saying, everyone's here. Looks like we arrived late again. Upon his arrival, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Bulma, and even Master Roshi rushed to greet him. Bulma, filled with excitement, gazed at Goku for a moment and remarked, you haven't changed at all. You're just the same as ever. Goku scrutinized Bulma, reached out to tousle her hair, and responded, I've been dead. Of course, I wouldn't change. But you, Bulma, have aged quite a bit over the years. Bulma shot him a glare, gritting her teeth. Why can't you just say something without being rude? Goku simply chuckled and turned his attention to the banquet spread before them, his eyes lighting up. You've prepared such an abundance of food. This is fantastic. As he began to feast, the others gathered around him, sharing stories of yore. Trunks sat at a distance, observing Goku surrounded by friends, gradually burying his head in his knees, contemplating, Uncle Goku truly is as charming as Mom said. But where are you, Dad? Chapter 25. Lord of the Kaioshin. While the festivities on Kame Island were vibrant, no gathering lasts forever, and joyous moments are fleeting. The time for parting had come. Goku stood at the center, surrounded by friends who formed a large circle around him, and the atmosphere turned somber. He smiled and said, let us not be sad. If we ask Lord Kaioshin to find new Namek, we'll be able to reunite in due time. Chi-Chi, feeling an inexplicable sadness, looked at Goku and remarked, but Goku, you died of a heart virus. Even the Dragon Balls cannot bring you back. Goku's gaze softened as he turned to Chi-Chi and replied, it's all right. Even if I cannot return, as long as Goten learns instant transmission, we will have the chance to meet again. Bulma gazed blankly at Sun Wukong, her perceptive mind grasping the reality that he had relinquished the hope of resurrection. Naturally, Chi-Chi, who spent countless days by Wukong's side, also discerned this truth. With tear-filled eyes, she stepped forward and collapsed into Wukong's embrace. Wukong gently stroked Chi-Chi's hair and said, I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. It seems my resurrection will be quite difficult. Fortunately, our children have grown up. Once Goten masters instant transmission, He can take you to Lord Kai, and we will all meet again. Chi-Chi remained silent, unable to stem her tears. Wukong gently pushed her away, and Gohan quickly supported his mother. While Goten took her hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I will learn instant transmission soon, and it won't be difficult for you to see Dad then." Chi-Chi, with red-rimmed eyes and tears streaming down her face, nodded slightly. Goten then approached Wukong and placed his hand on his shoulder. Wukong surveyed the familiar faces around him, his gaze landing on Trunks. He smiled and said, "Trunks, right? Goten told me you missed your dad. Don't worry, I just saw him recently. He is doing well. After all, he is a proud and powerful guy." Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement at Wukong's words. Wukong lifted Goten onto his shoulder, placed his fingers on his forehead, and addressed everyone. "Well then, farewell, everyone. Let us meet again in the afterlife." Tianjin, Krillin, Yamcha, and others waved goodbye to the crowd. In an instant, all energy converged to a single point, and the next moment, a multitude of figures vanished from Kame House. The once vibrant island fell silent. Gohan continued to comfort his distraught mother, while Bulma held Trunks, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, lost in thought. Launch watched Tianjin's departing figure, her hand crushing a cup in frustration. In the realm of the North Galaxy, at the ethereal juncture of Yin and Yang, lay a tiny planet inhabited by the supreme being overseeing the North Galaxy, none other than the legendary King Kai, reclining in a rocking chair. The revered King Kai appeared quite relaxed. Suddenly, several energies approached, and 6 figures materialized before him. Without needing to look, King Kai recognized that it was Wukong and his companions returning. He lazily remarked, "Ah, Wukong, you finally returned. So, did you encounter anything interesting this time?" Wukong set Goten down and replied, "Lord Kai, this is my son Goten. He wishes to study martial arts here for a while. Is that all right?" King Kai sat up, gazing at Goten and exclaimed, "He looks just like you, Wukong. Identical. Ha ha ha, so amusing." Goten was momentarily taken aback. He knew King Kai had a low threshold for humor, but this was beyond his expectations. King Kai laughed heartily, and Wukong and the others were already accustomed to his antics. At that moment, a small figure resembling a zombie floated over. Tianjin nodded at him and said, "Sorry, Din, our return was rather hasty, and since you weren't with Lord Kai, we couldn't bring you along." Din shook his head and softly replied, "It's all right, as long as I can be with Tianjin." Goten observed the two, sensing something amiss. King Kai seemed to snap back to reality from his laughter. Goten stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Hello, Lord Kai. My name is Goten, and it's a pleasure to meet you." King Kai nodded and asked, "Do you wish to train here as well?" Goten affirmed, "Yes, and I hope you will allow me to study here." Upon hearing this, King Kai's face lit up with joy. "How rare. It seems my talent for telling cold jokes has reached Earth. Wonderful. I can guide you to become an excellent master of cold humor." Goten thought to himself, "I hope that's not the case. If Majin Buu comes, will your cold jokes freeze him?" However, he replied politely, "Lord Kai, I have long admired your ability to tell cold jokes, and I also respect your martial arts expertise. May I learn both?" Wukong and the others were astonished at Goten's audacity, while King Kai beamed, saying, "Finally, someone is willing to learn my cold jokes. You have potential. Unlike your father and his friends, who missed the chance to learn the true treasures here." Goten inquired, "So, does that mean you agree?" King Kai replied, "Of course. It's not that simple. Learning my martial arts is one thing, but mastering my cold jokes is no easy feat first. Tell me a cold joke to see if you have the talent." After a moment of thought, Goten said, "Lord Kai, you know, we can lend money to uncles or grandmothers, but never to the old man, because those who owe money and don't pay back are always the old man." The atmosphere fell silent for several seconds before King Kai finally burst into laughter. Wukong and the others facepalmed as Piccolo and Tianjin, unable to bear such a dull joke, retreated to the other side of the planet to meditate. After a fit of laughter, King Kai eventually calmed down and said, "Not bad, not bad. You have talent. I will now impart my secrets to you." As he spoke, King Kai rushed into his house, rummaging through drawers until he produced a few books, which he carefully handed to Goten. "These are my secret teachings. Study them well and return them to me. Do not let others see them." Goten, bewildered, accepted the books and was stunned. 100 Cold Jokes of Lord Kai, North Kai's Guide to Telling Cold Jokes, from beginner to master. Goten was completely flabbergasted. He cautiously tucked the books behind him and asked King Kai, "I will study these diligently. But could you help me find the coordinates of New Namek?" King Kai glanced at Goten and then at Krillin and the others, appearing suddenly enlightened. "You wish to borrow the Dragon Balls from Namek, right?" "Certainly. After all, you are my only true disciple." Goten clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Lord Kai." King Kai turned and radiated a mental aura, his antennae-like protrusions on his forehead beginning to search the cosmos for the Namekian's whereabouts. The surroundings fell silent. And after a moment, North Kai pointed in a direction, saying, on the 1,362nd planet in that direction. Goten looked where North Kai pointed and felt utterly lost. 1,362nd planet? Who knows where that is? Thus, he asked, is there a more specific location? We're traveling in a spaceship, and knowing just the general direction might make it quite difficult to locate. King Kai paused and said, are you going to New Namek from Earth, instead of having Yukong teleport you there? Goten, perplexed, replied, but Dad is dead now, theoretically. He can't return to the living world, especially not to Namek to wish for his own resurrection. King Kai chuckled and reassured him, no worries. As long as I issue an order for Yukong to address some cosmic crisis, he can temporarily return to the living realm. At that point, he can take you to New Namek to make your wish. Sun Wutian gazed at Lord Kai with a hint of astonishment. Pondering in his heart, is it truly possible that, as you suggest, he could have utilized the pretext of addressing the galactic crisis to eliminate the androids? Seemingly perceiving Sun Wutian's thoughts, Lord Kai remarked, it is impermissible to interfere with planetary development under the guise of addressing the galactic crisis. Especially considering that Earth is the place where your father met his demise. Had he truly ventured to Earth to confront the androids, the repercussions would have been dire. Though Lord Kai did not elaborate, Sun Wutian could surmise that it likely involved being forsaken by the deities. At that moment, Sun Wukong interjected, Lord Kai, if it is not too much trouble, could you please provide the specific coordinates to Bulma and the others? Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Sun Wukong continued, even if I can be revived this time, I believe it is essential for the young warriors to mature. Gohan has ventured into the cosmos before, but Wutian and Trunks have yet to experience much. It is time for them to explore the universe. Sun Wutian looked at himself and inquired, so, should I also return? Sun Wukong shook his head, smiling. If any tasks arise here with Lord Kai, you and your father can attend to them together. For now, focus on your training. Sun Wutian nodded in agreement. Following confirmation from Lord Kai, he established a mental connection with Bulma, and after a brief conversation, the coordinates of the new Namek were imprinted in her mind. Chapter 26, Journey to Namek on Earth. Bulma was bidding farewell to everyone when she received a telepathic message from Lord Kai, acquiring the coordinates of the new Namek. Despite knowing the coordinates, Bulma felt a sense of overwhelm. She genuinely felt the lack of manpower. The Capsule Corporation was in dire need of revitalization, a task she needed to oversee personally. However, seeking out the new Namek was no simple endeavor, and entrusting just Gohan and Trunks with the mission left her uneasy. Especially since Gohan had his own pressing matters to attend to. After much contemplation, Bulma resolved to entrust her parents with the company's reconstruction. For the revival of everyone took precedence over corporate affairs. She turned to Gohan and asked, Gohan, do you have time to accompany me to the new Namek? Gohan inquired, Aunt Bulma, do you already know the location of the new Namek? Bulma nodded. Lord Kai just communicated the coordinates to me. But if it's just Trunks and me venturing into space, we might encounter numerous complications. Thus, I would like to ask you to join us. Trunks, looking puzzled, said, Mom spoke with Lord Kai? When did that happen? Gohan replied, I should have time. Earth is temporarily at peace. But restoring things to their former state will take time. The dojo can wait. Bulma sighed with relief. It would be ideal if you could come along. I will return to prepare the ship for our journey to space. Estimating it will take about a month. I will inform you of the exact timeline later. Gohan nodded. Then I leave the spaceship arrangements to you, Aunt Bulma. I will take this time to spend quality moments with Mom. Bulma affirmed. Then bid farewell to Master Roshi, Launch, and the others before departing with Trunks in the spacecraft back to the Capsule Corporation. Gohan also said his goodbyes before returning to Payaz Mountain with Chi-Chi. Life resumed its tranquil pace as Gohan, Sun Wutian, and Trunks each embarked on their training in various locations. Meanwhile, Bulma entrusted the reconstruction of the company to her parents and diligently worked on developing a new model of spacecraft. Most of the populace continued to live in hiding, seemingly unaware of the android's demise, remaining fearful of the dawn of each new day. As days flowed by, a month passed swiftly. The androids, once a daily news fixture, had vanished without a trace, prompting the populace to gradually awaken to their reality. The king naturally received word of the androids' annihilation, yet as a monarch, he bore the responsibility for the safety of his citizens. Although he held some belief in the reports, he resolved to dispatch investigators. As time elapsed, his conviction strengthened, and he awaited the final confirmation. The blue-skinned king sat upon his throne, filled with anticipation, for as his secretary had informed him, the investigation results were due today. Shortly thereafter, the palace doors swung open, and a tall, golden-haired woman approached the king, laden with documents. She addressed him, "Your Majesty, I apologize. We have spent considerable time gathering information from the citizens, but ultimately, the details regarding the two Gohans remain insufficiently comprehensive. Interestingly, it appears these two Gohans share familial connections." The king remarked, "It seems our citizens' information management is lacking. Please present the documents for my review." The golden-haired woman handed over the materials. And the king inquired, "How is the investigation into the androids proceeding?" The woman replied, "It is still ongoing. However, we have identified individuals connected to the androids, and interrogations have likely commenced." The king sighed, "Truly, this world is vast and peculiar. Some individuals still maintain ties to the androids, as if they wish for their demise to be hastened." The woman smiled, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but those two androids had garnered considerable support among humans, with many even expressing a willingness to betray the world for them." The king rubbed his temples and chuckled. "The youth of today are increasingly incomprehensible. Very well. You may return to your duties. I shall peruse the documents thoroughly." After the golden-haired woman bowed and exited the palace, the king opened the materials. The first page featured an elderly man clad in traditional martial arts garb, his visage kind and adorned with a snowy beard. As he continued reading, he encountered the man's information: Son Gohan, born on August 12th, year 658 of the age, at Payaz Mountain, father unknown, mother unknown. Year 676, Son Gohan became a disciple of the martial arts master, revered as the god of martial arts, Wu Tian, embarking on his martial arts journey, dedicating his life to the pursuit of mastery, remaining unmarried. Year 680, Son Gohan achieved notable proficiency and began traveling the world, engaging in exchanges with numerous martial arts schools. That year, he participated in the 7th World Martial Arts Tournament, narrowly losing in the finals to Master Wu Tian. Years 681 to 690, Son Gohan continued his travels, mastering various martial arts, ultimately synthesizing diverse techniques into a singular form, achieving martial arts mastery, and securing victory in the 9th World Martial Arts Tournament. Years 691 to 737, Son Gohan retreated to Payaz Mountain, severing connections with the outside world. Year 738, Son Gohan adopted a child and registered him locally, listing their relationship as grandfather and grandson, with the child's name being Sun Wukong. Years 739 to 771, Son Gohan continued his reclusion in Payaz Mountain, yet he has not been seen since, suspected death unreported. Evaluation. Although once renowned as a martial arts master, age has diminished his presence, and he has not been seen for many years, rendering the possibility of him being the Golden Warrior at a mere one. The king had certainly heard of Gohan's illustrious reputation. He was a legend, indeed capable of saving the world. However, this Gohan appeared entirely different from the Golden Warrior they had encountered. The king contemplated this while turning to the next page, where he saw a man in an orange martial arts uniform with a crab-like head. The king's pupils dilated with recognition, for he knew this man as the one who had vanquished Demon King Piccolo, though he regrettably did not know his name. Upon examining the name section, he found it unmistakably inscribed as Sun Wukong. He continued to peruse the next set of documents, revealing a child of Eastern descent, strikingly resembling Sun Wukong, prompting him to delve deeper into the details. Son Gohan was born on May 7th, 757 of the age, in the tranquil region of Mount Paozu. His father, Son Goku, was born on May 8th, 737, and his mother, Chi-Chi, on November 5th, 737. Both parents were renowned martial artists, yet Son Gohan chose the path of a scholar, earning accolades from numerous teachers for his remarkable intellect. Between the years 760 and 761, he mysteriously vanished for a year, leaving no trace of his whereabouts or activities. From 761 to 766, the family enjoyed a serene existence until the emergence of the androids disrupted their peace. During the years 767 to 771, both Son Gohan and his father departed from Mount Paozu, presumably to engage in the battle against the androids, leaving Chi-Chi and Son Goten behind to reside in their home. There is speculation that Son Gohan may possess the potential to become a Super Saiyan. However, given his tender age of merely 14 and lack of martial training, it is unlikely that he harbors immense power. It is conjectured that his father might indeed be the true Super Saiyan. The king nodded in agreement, having already learned that Son Goku was the child who defeated the Demon King Piccolo, making it reasonable that he would also conquer the androids. As the king turned to the final page of Son Gohan's profile, he observed the familial connections illustrated therein and immediately recognized the tall figure clad in an orange martial arts gi. Subsequently, he retrieved a photograph of the Super Saiyan from his drawer. Although the image was predominantly golden, the silhouette was still discernible. The king scrutinized it closely, ultimately concluding that the enigmatic Super Saiyan was none other than Son Goku. Just as the king was about to delve further into the supplementary materials, the phone rang suddenly. Realizing it was an external call, he answered promptly. The voice on the other end introduced herself as Videl, stating, "Your Majesty, I bring news that our investigation has yielded results." The king inquired, "What have you found? Have the androids truly been eradicated?" Videl replied, "We uncovered a reactionary organization that had been communicating with the androids. Upon interrogation, they revealed they have not been in contact with the androids for over a month. We also enlisted the Capsule Corporation's assistance to examine the information wristbands of the reactionary group, which led us to the last known location of the androids in West City." The king's spirits lifted as he remarked, "It appears the androids have indeed been vanquished. Let us prepare to share this good news with the citizens." Videl acknowledged this and then inquired, "How shall we handle the reactionary organization and its members?" The king instructed, "Investigate those with confirmed ties to the androids. At the press conference the day after tomorrow, those directly involved should face execution, while the rest will be dealt with by the legal department." With that, the king ended the call, losing interest in Son Goku's profile, and hastily summoned the council for a meeting. At Capsule Corporation, upon receiving a message from Bulma, Son Gohan hurried to the facility. Upon entering the backyard, he was greeted by a massive spaceship. Bulma and Trunks stood beneath it, waving at him as he approached. "Aunt Bulma, your prowess is impressive. This ship is far superior to the one we used to travel to Namek," Son Gohan exclaimed. Bulma replied, "Technology has advanced over the years. Enough chatter. If there are no further matters, let us embark. The round trip will take approximately a month. Mother is settled, so I am ready to depart," Son Gohan affirmed. Bulma nodded and pressed a button on her wristwatch, causing the spaceship's door to open. She entered first, followed closely by Son Gohan and Trunks. After a series of operations on the control panel, Bulma announced, "The route is set. We are ready to launch." With a powerful burst, the circular spaceship expelled a brilliant white vapor, soaring into the sky, embarking on its journey through the cosmos. Chapter 27. Arrival at Namek. The spaceship glided away from Earth, smoothly ascending into the vastness of space. Bulma left the control panel and approached Son Gohan and Trunks. Son Gohan, having prior experience with spaceships, remained composed, while Trunks gazed in awe at the observation screen, captivated by the wonders of the universe. Bulma began to familiarize Son Gohan with the ship's amenities. Exiting the control room, she pointed out the lounge on the left, the kitchen in the first room to the right, followed by the storage room, her research lab, and further down the corridor, the personal maintenance room and gravity chamber, with the entertainment room at the end. After explaining the layout, Bulma added, "The journey to Namek is quite lengthy. I estimate it will take around 20 days. It may get a bit monotonous, so feel free to find ways to pass the time." Trunks interjected, "Gohan, can we use this time for training? I want to become a Super Saiyan." Son Gohan smiled, "Of course. I believe you can achieve it." Trunks, filled with excitement, accompanied Son Gohan to the gravity chamber. A multitude of buttons adorned the entrance, and after a brief examination, Son Gohan suggested, "Let us start with 10 times the normal gravity, Trunks." Trunks nodded. "This is my first time in the gravity chamber. I'll follow your lead." Son Gohan adjusted the settings to 10 times gravity, activating the free training mode before stepping inside. Trunks followed suit and immediately felt the weight pressing down on him, making even simple movements arduous. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to acclimate to the increased gravity. Observing Trunks struggle, Son Gohan encouraged him, "Take your time. We have 20 days to adapt and progress." Despite the difficulty, Trunks gritted his teeth, expressing, "But I want to transform into a Super Saiyan before my father returns." Son Gohan, taken aback by Trunks' determination, chuckled and said, "All right. Let us strive together to break through that barrier." Trunks nodded in agreement, his body igniting with a white aura as he committed himself to training aboard the spaceship, yearning to surpass his limits and attain the status of a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Son Goten found himself enveloped in a prolonged period of introspection. During the month, Son Goten made significant progress, reluctantly acknowledging his father's exceptional talent in martial arts. His father's understanding of the discipline was extraordinary, and his execution of techniques was nothing short of masterful. The same moves that appeared ordinary in Son Goten's hands became awe-inspiring when performed by his father. Having spent less than a month training alongside his father, Son Goten could sense a profound transformation within himself, feeling capable of confronting the Android 17 of yesteryear without issue. Yet, his training on King Kai's planet involved more than just martial arts. He was eager to master instant transmission. However, Son Goku explained that the current moment was not ideal for practicing this technique. urging Son Goten to first stabilize his mental state. Although perplexed, Son Goten complied, focusing on martial training in hopes of improving his condition. In his spare time, he also learned King Kai's signature techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. The Kaioken proved relatively straightforward to learn, akin to the methods used by Super Saiyans, but its application demanded greater exertion, making it far heavier than the Super Saiyan transformation. For Son Goten, combining the two techniques was currently unfeasible, as failure would result in dire consequences. As for the Spirit Bomb, this signature technique of King Kai was undeniably challenging, at times leaving Son Goten disheartened. In the realm of commonplace techniques, such as the air cannon and the spirit sphere slash, Son Goten could essentially grasp their essence with just a glance. However, when it came to mastering the Spirit Bomb, he found himself at an impasse for the first 7 days, which led him to momentarily doubt his own innate talent. Fortunately, a cold joke from King Kai revealed to him that the secret of the Spirit Bomb lies in possessing a pure heart. Yet, Son Goten did not fully comprehend the profound meaning of a pure heart. He believed it merely referred to an untainted mind, free from malevolent thoughts and distractions. With a singular focus on a particular goal, Son Goten considered his thoughts to be anything but simple. He did not see himself as naive or unaware of the complexities of human emotions. However, when he eventually succeeded in sensing the universal energy and establishing a spiritual connection with all living things, he fell into silence. The ability to communicate with the essence of the universe naturally led to the consolidation of the Spirit Bomb, and thus, Son Goten, filled with both excitement and trepidation, successfully formed the Spirit Bomb. After achieving this feat, Son Goten experienced a fleeting joy, dismissing his earlier concerns about being a simple-minded fool. He felt triumphant over the Spirit Bomb, believing that no obstacles lay ahead. Yet, 10 days later, when he commenced his study of instant transmission, he realized how absurd his previous thoughts had been. On King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong observed Goten and inquired, "Goten, do you understand what I just explained?" Son Goten nodded before shaking his head, responding, "Father, I comprehend your reasoning, but how do I fully integrate my body into the energy to achieve the leap through energy?" Sun Wukong smiled and explained, "This requires harmonizing your spirit and energy, achieving perfect unity of body, mind, and essence. Only then can you gradually learn to merge your body with the energy, culminating in the leap through energy." Son Goten grasped the concept, but found it rather mystical. The notion of a person as large as himself merging into energy to achieve precise jumps seemed utterly implausible. Noticing Goten's despondent expression, Sun Wukong chuckled, "In your previous training, your spirit and body have already reached perfect harmony. Now, you simply need to unify your essence with your body and spirit to proceed to the next step." Son Goten asked, "May I inquire how long it took you to achieve perfect unity among the three?" Sun Wukong replied with a smile, 150 days. "Patience is essential. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to fail." Son Goten nodded, understanding the principle. However, he knew that mastering a skill is not merely about comprehension. It is akin to taking important examinations. Knowledge alone does not guarantee success. Sun Wukong moved to the other side to consult with King Kai, and soon, King Kai erupted into laughter. While Son Goten pondered this, King Kai placed his hand on the ground, and in an instant, a sharp earth pillar erupted from King Kai's planet, piercing the yellow clouds above. Sun Wukong leaped onto the pillar, positioning his legs apart with his knees facing outward, balancing on either end of the sharp tip while maintaining a slight distance from the apex. He then pressed his fingertips together, emanating a hazy aura. Afterward, Sun Wukong jumped down, encouraging Goten, "Goten, your turn. Ascend just as I did. When you achieve your optimal state, we'll begin the second phase of instant transmission." Son Goten nodded, glancing at the towering spike, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, the prospect of learning instant transmission spurred him on. Gathering his courage, he leaped onto the spike, mimicking his father's posture in meditation. As Son Goten settled into position, the sharp point was a mere 0.1 centimeters away from him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. Internally, he grumbled, "Father, are you not concerned about the extinction of the Sun family? This absurd training method is something only you could conceive." Yet, Son Goten understood well that danger often leads to greater breakthroughs, as human potential tends to awaken under pressure. He focused his mind, channeling his essence, striving to attain a relative balance among his spirit, body, and energy. Sun Wukong observed Goten entering a state of concentration and nodded approvingly, preparing to commence his own training. Turning around, he noticed Krillin looking at him with astonishment. "What's wrong?" "Krillin?" Sun Wukong inquired. Krillin glanced toward Goten and remarked, "Wukong, this training method seems rather peculiar. Did you devise it?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "No. This is a training method from the Yard Rat people. I tried it once, and it proved to be highly beneficial for cultivation. Krillin looked back at Goten, questioning. You can endure it, but are you certain Goten can withstand such solitude and hardship at his age? Sun Wukong glanced at Goten and then at Krillin, smiling. Do not underestimate Goten. He may appear timid and prone to laziness during training, yet he possesses a remarkable tenacity. No matter the difficulty, he always strives to persevere. And through perseverance, he achieves success. Krillin remained puzzled. Wukong, how do you know this? You've only spent a month with Goten. Sun Wukong chuckled but did not answer Krillin's question, simply stating, focus on your training. When you're revived, new challenges may await you. And you will need to rely on yourselves. Krillin's confusion deepened as he queried, Wukong, do you know something we don't? Sun Wukong shook his head and began his own training. Time continued to pass, and before long, Bulma and her companions had been away from Earth for 18 days. In the gravity chamber, Gohan and Trunks had increased the gravity to 100 times normal, yet Trunks still struggled to transform into a Super Saiyan. Always feeling just short of success. After yet another failed attempt, Trunks, visibly disheartened, lamented, Gohan, am I particularly untalented? After all this time, I still haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan, witnessing Trunks' despondency, reassured him, no, Trunks, you are already quite strong. At your age, I was nowhere near your level. Trunks shook his head, but my mother and Uncle Goku both said my father was proud and powerful. If he sees Goten transforming into a Super Saiyan while I cannot, he will surely be disappointed. Gohan paused before responding, that won't happen. Trunks, you are formidable as you are. If you're still unsatisfied, let's push harder. I believe you can surpass your current self. Trunks nodded resolutely, ready to increase the gravity again. Suddenly, the gravity chamber returned to normal, and the doors opened to reveal Bulma, clad in a white coat. Training is not a race. We're about to arrive at Namek, so everyone prepare yourselves, Bulma announced. Gohan and Trunks nodded in acknowledgement and exited the gravity chamber. Chapter 28, Resurrection on New Namek. The entire planet was blanketed in lush green vegetation, with several villages scattered across its vast expanse, all sharing similar architectural styles. From a celestial vantage point, one could see the villages encircling a towering mountain, upon which the sacred symbol of the Namekians was emblazoned. Those familiar with Namekian culture would recognize this as the sacred site where the esteemed elder resided. Boom! A resounding noise erupted from a distant location on Namek, reverberating throughout the entire continent and stirring up clouds of dust in the distance. The Namekian guards, alerted by the commotion, opened their eyes and prepared to investigate, when suddenly the voice of the Grand Elder echoed in their minds. SAS, do not panic. The arrival is heralded by the heroes who once saved our kin. The Namekian warriors halted, one of them responding, should we not go forth to welcome them, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder replied, I have already informed the village leaders to bring forth the Dragon Balls. We shall await the heroes' arrival here. On a towering mountain on Namek, Gohan and Trunks gently lifted Bulma into the air. Trunks, awestruck by the surrounding landscape, exclaimed, is this truly the abode of extraterrestrials? Gohan nodded, surveying the area with a smile. It seems remarkably similar to the Namek we encountered previously. Bulma glanced around and remarked, indeed, it appears identical. Perhaps this is due to the dragon's efforts on behalf of the Namekians. Trunks pondered aloud, but this planet is so vast. How shall we locate the legendary Dragon Balls? Gohan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the familiar energy of Namek, when suddenly a voice resonated in his mind. It has been a long time. Young hero who saved our people. Recognizing it as the new Grand Elder of Namek, Gohan silently replied, greetings, Grand Elder of Namek. I apologize for intruding upon your lives. Truthfully, we have come from Earth seeking your Dragon Balls to fulfill certain wishes. The Grand Elder responded, of course, but I recall that your Earth also possesses Dragon Balls. Does it not? Gohan thought to himself, indeed, but unfortunate events befell us. Our deity was slain by two fiends, rendering the Dragon Balls non-existent. The Grand Elder sighed. It appears another calamity has struck. Come to me. SAS is our mightiest warrior, and you should be able to sense his energy. Gohan concentrated momentarily and affirmed, yes, I can sense it. I shall make my way to you now, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder replied, we shall await the arrival of our benefactors. The mental connection faded, and Gohan opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. Bulma, we must set forth. Trunks, follow me. With a surge of energy, Gohan enveloped himself and Bulma within a protective aura, grasping her shoulders as they soared through the air. Trunks accelerated with all his might, closely trailing behind. In approximately 20 minutes, they reached the sacred grounds of Namek, where Gohan spotted familiar figures in the distance. The new Grand Elder Mulin and his longtime ally Dandy. Gently placing Bulma on the ground, Gohan approached the Grand Elder and Dandy, greeting them with, "It has been a long time, my friends from Namek." Dandy's eyes sparkled with joy, and the Grand Elder smiled. "It has indeed been a while, the hero who once saved us." Gohan chuckled. "I cannot claim the credit. It was my father who rescued you. By the way, Grand Elder, may we utilize the Porunga?" The Grand Elder nodded. "Certainly, but what has transpired in your realm?" Gohan sighed and recounted the series of events that had unfolded on Earth. The Grand Elder sighed again, revealing 7 Dragon Balls and stating, "Your world has indeed faced numerous tribulations. The Dragon Balls are here, and you may use them as you wish." Seeing the 7 Dragon Balls, Gohan breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the Grand Elder and the Namekian friends. "I am immensely grateful, Grand Elder, and to all our friends on Namek. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." The Grand Elder smiled. "The existence of the Dragon Balls is meant to amend certain regrets. You, too, are seekers of peace, and it is rightfully yours to wield." At that moment, Bulma inquired, "Grand Elder, I recall that the dragon on Earth cannot resurrect individuals who have died for over a year or those who have perished naturally. Can your dragon revive these 2 types of individuals?" The Grand Elder explained, "Porunga's powers have indeed been enhanced. He can resurrect countless lives at once, and even those who have died over a year ago by creating suitable bodies for them. However, he remains powerless against those who have died of natural causes." Though Bulma had suspected as much, she felt a tinge of disappointment, stating, "That poses quite a challenge." Gohan reassured her, "It is all right, Aunt Bulma. My father will surely devise a solution. As long as we strive forward, we will find a way." Bulma smiled softly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Trunks knelt, gazing curiously at the 7 Dragon Balls. Gohan then said, "By the way, we are not well versed in the Namekian language. Grand Elder, could you assist us?" The Grand Elder chuckled, gesturing to Dandy. "Dandy, you shall aid these heroes who save the world." Dandy stepped forward, bowing to the Grand Elder before turning to Gohan. "It has been a while, Gohan." Gohan nodded. "Indeed, it has. I must rely on you once more, Dandy." Dandy responded, "No problem. By the way, how is Mr. Krillin faring lately?" Gohan's expression dimmed as he replied, "Uncle Krillin fell in battle against the androids." Dandy appeared stunned for a moment before regaining composure, saying, "Mr. Krillin has been slain again, but do not worry. With Porunga's powers, he can be resurrected." Gohan stepped back, saying, "I must entrust this to you, Dandy." Dandy nodded and approached the Dragon Balls, extending his hands towards them as he called out, "Dakaraputo, Paparuya, Puberitobaro." In the next moment, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, a mystical power enveloping the sky, plunging Namek into darkness. The Dragon Balls coalesced into a beam that shot into the heavens. Within the light, a divine being appeared, adorned with green scales, a golden underbelly, and crowned with 2 majestic horns, embodying the revered dragon god Porunga of the Namekians. Porunga, with crimson eyes, surveyed those below and proclaimed, "Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes." Trunks, astonished, gazed at the celestial dragon, awed by the spectacle. Gohan turned to Dandy, stating, "Dandy, please, our first wish is to resurrect all those who perished due to the androids." Dandy nodded and conveyed this to Porunga in the Namekian tongue. Porunga's crimson eyes flickered as he replied, "Regrettably, some souls have already reincarnated. This wish cannot be fulfilled." Anticipating this outcome, Gohan shook his head and added, "Then I implore Porunga to resurrect all those who can be revived." Dandy nodded again, folding his hands in prayer as he relayed Gohan's request to Porunga. Porunga's eyes glowed anew, and he gestured with his right hand, stating, "This wish can be granted. Though the number is considerable and traversing time may take some time, patience is required." Gohan nodded, settling in to await the outcome, while Bulma and Trunks stood quietly by, awaiting the dragon's response. On planet Namek, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian, continued his training atop the sharp peak. Although he had made considerable progress in recent days, he still had a distance to go before achieving complete mastery. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha were each engaged in their respective training. Suddenly, an extraordinarily mysterious force surged forth, causing the 5 warriors' bodies to radiate warmth, their hearts to revive, and their blood to flow vigorously. In that moment, the halos on their foreheads vanished. Piccolo was the first to sense the change within his body. He opened his eyes and cautiously assessed his physical state, finally confirming that he had indeed returned to life. He gazed towards the new position of Namek and thought to himself, "Is that you, Gohan?" In a flash, a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared before them. It was none other than Sun Wukong. He glanced at Piccolo, then at the others, and smiled, saying, "It seems everyone has come back to life." Tien added, "It appears so. My blood has begun to flow again." Krillin looked at Wukong and said, "But Wukong, you Sun Wukong chuckled. It's all right. After all, I died a natural death. If I can't be revived, there's nothing to be done about it. Krillin felt a pang of sadness but was at a loss for words. Yamcha suddenly exclaimed, but why have we been revived here? Piccolo pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps it's because we possess physical forms, and King Kai's realm exists in both the afterlife and the living world. The dragon only received the message of resurrection. So we couldn't return to Earth like those without physical bodies. Kaiatsu asked, so how do we get back? Sun Wukong smiled and said, the Supreme Kai has already contacted me. Soon, I will send you to King Yima, and you can follow him back to Earth. Somewhere on Earth. A man engulfed in flames appeared out of thin air, his naked body radiating confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. Wasn't I in hell, watching those mundane things? How did I end up back here? Is this yet another one of their silly tricks? The man sensed the energy around him and soared into the sky, seemingly heading toward West City. Chapter 29. The revived ones on Earth. Numerous naked individuals emerged from the ruins, looking around in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend their situation. Back on Namek, Porunga finally spoke. Your first wish has been granted. Now, please state your second wish. Trunks, having never encountered the dragon before, noted Porunga's lack of action and marveled at the resurrection of the Earthlings. Son Gohan nodded thoughtfully and stated, for my second wish, let my father, Sun Wukong, be revived. Dandy, using the Namekian language, relayed this to Porunga, whose eyes flashed red once more. After a moment, he responded, Sun Wukong has died a natural death. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Please choose another wish. Son Gohan felt a tinge of sorrow, although he had anticipated this outcome. Hearing Porunga declare that the wish was unattainable still saddened him. Dandy added, I'm sorry, Gohan. A natural death is different from an accidental one. It has long been recorded by King Yima. Even Porunga cannot alter King Yima's records. Son Gohan shook his head, saying, it's all right, after all. My father died of a heart condition, which indeed makes resurrection difficult. Could you please ask Porunga if there is any method to bring him back? Dandy nodded and relayed the question to Porunga. Porunga's crimson eyes flashed once again as if searching for information within the universe. After a while, he finally said, there is indeed a method to revive him. A deity whose rank is higher than that of King Yima must willingly share their life force with Sun Wukong and then help him eliminate his heart condition in order to achieve resurrection. Son Gohan nodded, though this method is quite challenging. Thank you, Porunga. Porunga continued, do you have any other wishes? Son Gohan contemplated for a moment, finding no other immediate wishes, and turned to Bulma, asking, Aunt Bulma, do you have any other wishes? Bulma thought for a moment and said, how about restoring Earth to its state before the androids appeared? Son Gohan shook his head. We can accomplish that ourselves. I believe we shouldn't rely too heavily on the dragon. After all, things that humanity is capable of achieving should be done by ourselves. Bulma smiled, all right. Then I have no other wishes for now. Son Gohan pondered again and asked Dandy, could you inquire about the Yin Yang decree as well as the Supreme Kai? Dandy nodded and once more used the Namekian language to convey this to Porunga. Porunga's eyes glowed red as he explained. The Yin Yang decree was established by the first generation of Supreme Kai at the dawn of the universe. Any life form that has made significant contributions to the cosmos may apply for the decree upon death. The decree is nominated by King Yima of each planet's afterlife, then submitted to King Kai for review, and finally approved and issued by the Supreme Kai. Those granted the Yin Yang decree need not face exclusion from the living world and may traverse freely between the realms. Son Gohan nodded, while Bulma displayed a hint of surprise. Porunga continued, the Supreme Kai is a divine being responsible for the creation of the universe and is one of the highest gods within it. They possess powers far beyond those of mortals, even the universe's tyrant, Frisia, would struggle against them with just a single finger. However, they seldom appear among mortals, spending most of their time in the sacred world of the Supreme Kai, a realm inaccessible to ordinary beings. Even honored deities like King Kai and Grand Kai must be summoned to enter. Son Gohan felt a headache coming on. The Supreme Kai seemed to be an unreachable existence, entirely beyond his expectations. Bulma analyzed and, using the Namekian language, asked, so how can we meet the Supreme Kai? Porunga ceased to respond, stating only, your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell. With a flash, golden light flickered once more, and the dragon gradually diminished, ultimately merging into the 7 Dragon Balls, which fell to the ground like stones as the sky cleared. Trunks, puzzled, inquired, so, asking questions also counts as a wish? Dandy replied, I'm sorry, but for Porunga, answering questions is also considered a wish. Son Gohan said, that's all right. At least we know how to bring back my father. As for other questions, I believe the Earth's dragon has likely been revived as well. At that moment, the elder said, to traverse freely between the realms of Yin and Yang. There may be methods that do not involve the Supreme Kai. Son Gohan's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked, "What method is that?" The elder hesitated, saying, "I only came across it while reviewing Namekian records. It states that deities can ignore the boundaries of yin and yang, traversing between the realms." Deities? Son Gohan immediately thought of the Earth-S Supreme Kai and asked, "But our Earth-S Supreme Kai seems to lack such abilities after death." The elder shook his head, saying, "The deities of your Earth hold a lower rank and are subject to King Yima's authority. The records mention the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction as examples. I believe that to freely traverse between the realms, one would need to be of the same rank as the Supreme Kai or the God of Destruction." Son Gohan couldn't help but smile wryly. That makes it even more challenging. We don't even know what the Supreme Kai and God of Destruction truly are. So how can we hope to reach that level? The elder continued, "Perhaps that is something you must seek for yourselves, after all. My knowledge pales in comparison to that of my predecessor." Son Gohan nodded and expressed, "Regardless, I am very grateful to you all, the elder, Dandy, and all the friends from Namek." The Grand Elder then spoke, "Now that matters have concluded, I kindly invite our friends from afar to visit me for a while." Son Gohan shook his head and replied with a smile, "The Earth is in dire need of restoration. We still have much to accomplish, so we shall not impose on you." Following this, Bulma and Trunks bid farewell to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, resigned, clasped his hands together and said, "I wish you peace and prosperity in all your endeavors." After parting ways, Son Gohan and the others returned to their spaceship. Bulma inquired, "Gohan, have you devised a plan to resurrect Goku?" Son Gohan shook his head, although the dragon spoke of a method. "Transferring life from a higher deity to my father seems exceedingly difficult." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite challenging. Perhaps we could assist Sun Wukong in obtaining the Yin-Yang decree. As long as we can traverse both realms freely, it would be nearly equivalent to being alive." Son Gohan sighed. "We can only hope that the King Kai has a viable solution. We truly cannot do anything further from here." Suddenly, Trunks suggested, "Why can't we ask the dragon to transport us to King Kai?" Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she slapped Trunks on the back, exclaiming, "Yes. The dragon may indeed possess such power. If it can bring us to King Kai, surely there is a way to acquire the Yin-Yang decree." Son Gohan smiled. "That is a splendid idea, but do you think our unannounced visit might annoy King Kai?" Bulma chuckled. "We can prepare adequately for the journey." After some lighthearted banter, Bulma activated the spaceship, setting course for Earth. Son Gohan and Trunks continued their training, with Trunks determined to transform into a Super Saiyan by the time they reached Earth, and Son Gohan gladly offering his utmost guidance. On North Kai's planet, Goku glanced at everyone with a smile and said, "Well, the time for parting has come. Please place your hands upon me, and I shall send you on your way one last time." Krillin looked at the still training Goten and asked, "Shouldn't we say goodbye to Goten?" Goku shook his head. "Goten has just begun his training. It's best not to disturb him. Besides, you will all be living beings again. Meeting each other will not be a challenge." Krillin scratched his head and chuckled. "That's true. It just feels somewhat inappropriate to leave without a word." Goku remained silent, calling out to King Kai, "King Kai, I will escort Krillin and the others to Lord Enma." King Kai approached and said, "Go ahead. These individuals lack a sense of humor and do not appreciate a good joke." Tien, Krillin, and the others felt a bit embarrassed but still bowed respectfully to King Kai, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for your care over the years. Farewell, King Kai." King Kai nodded. "Just don't return so soon." With a flicker, Goku utilized instant transmission, disappearing from North Kai's planet along with Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. The once bustling King Kai's planet now felt oddly desolate. King Kai seemed somewhat melancholic. He looked around and called out, "Bubbles, the weather is splendid today. Let us take a leisurely drive." In the Hall of Judgment, Lord Enma was working diligently while the God of Earth waited nearby. Suddenly, with a whoosh, 6 figures appeared out of thin air. The God of Earth opened his squinted eyes, recognizing the familiar faces, and said, "Thank you, Goku." Goku smiled. "It has been a while, dear God of Earth. I have brought them here, so please guide them back to Earth." The God of Earth nodded. "Then please place your hands upon me." Krillin looked at Goku, his eyes slightly reddened, and said, "Goku, I'm sorry to leave you here in the afterlife once again." Goku maintained a nonchalant expression, stepping back and placing 2 fingers on his forehead. "It's no trouble. Perhaps I will see you again soon. Just remember to look after Gohan and the others." Tears welled in Krillin's eyes as he nodded solemnly. Goku's gaze swept over them, finally resting on Piccolo. "Well then, everyone, return to Earth, and do not come looking for me too soon. Farewell, Lord Enma, God of Earth, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu." With that, Goku vanished once more using instant transmission. Krillin chuckled amidst his tears. That guy always knows how to lighten the mood. Subsequently, Everyone placed their hands on the god of Earth, except for Piccolo, who hesitated before reluctantly placing his hand on the god of Earth. The god of Earth studied Piccolo intently, and in the next moment, an extraordinary sensation enveloped them, as their thoughts collided hundreds of times in an instant. Chapter 30. Super Saiyan Trunks on Earth. In West City, a bare-bodied Vegeta was oblivious to his peculiar state as he traversed several cities. Finally arriving at Capsule Corporation in West City. From his lofty vantage point in the sky, Vegeta surveyed the scene below, observing numerous bewildered individuals emerging from the ruins. Their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Folding his arms, he pondered, is this truly Earth? Are these individuals merely engaging in some trivial charade? So, I have been resurrected? Vegeta sensed his body and indeed noted a stark contrast to his ethereal state in the afterlife, furrowing his brow, but how exactly was I revived? I recall that Namekian was slain. The Dragon Balls should have vanished. He gazed down at the desolation wrought by the androids, continuing his musings. This destruction must be the result of those two androids. Thus, they must still be alive, resurrecting us to combat them? On the ground, a group of confused individuals began to congregate, evidently intending to rob passers-by. Vegeta merely cast a disdainful glance, smirking at their pathetic display. What a pitiful race. He then charged into Capsule Corporation, disregarding the astonished looks from the employees, and shouted, Bulma, Bulma, come out here. The workers, busy with renovations, were dumbfounded by the sight of a man descending from the sky, completely unclothed, shouting the name of their boss. Vegeta seized one nearby employee, his gaze fierce as he demanded, tell me, where is that woman Bulma? The employee, unable to withstand Vegeta's menacing aura, accumulated from the destruction of countless planets, fainted on the spot. Vegeta snorted dismissively, tossing the employee aside. Indeed, a lower class of beings, utterly useless. Just as he prepared to question another person, a man in a white lab coat emerged from the inner office. With spectacles perched on his nose, and both hair and beard white, he appeared somewhat frail. Upon seeing Vegeta, he expressed astonishment. Oh, it's Vegeta? I thought you had perished. Bulma had once resided at Capsule Corporation, so she recognized this as Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father. Vegeta huffed. How would I know? I was doing just fine in the afterlife, and suddenly I find myself resurrected. Dr. Briefs regarded Vegeta keenly and remarked, it seems Bulma and the others have succeeded. Vegeta abruptly turned to him, asking, what do you mean, old man? What have Bulma and the others accomplished? Dr. Brief regarded Bulma with a peculiar gaze before chuckling, Bulma and the others have gone to Namek. I must say, little Vegeta, if you continue this way, you might soon find yourself apprehended by the authorities. Vegeta, feeling uncomfortable under Dr. Brief's scrutiny, emitted a cold huff, turned his head away, and inquired. So they are left with no choice but to resurrect Kakarot to defeat the androids? Dr. Brief opened the door to the inner chamber for Vegeta and added, the androids have already been defeated, so you need not dwell on the past. Just as Vegeta was about to enter, he paused, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. He turned to ask, how is that possible? Is there anyone besides Kakarot who can defeat the androids? Dr. Brief replied, I believe it was that kid from Goku's family. Vegeta clenched his fists and exclaimed, damn it, that kid has become a Super Saiyan too. He is merely the son of a low-class warrior. Dr. Brief, puzzled by Vegeta's words, simply stated, you have been resurrected. Bulma and the others are likely returning soon. You can ask them any questions you have then. Vegeta suddenly let out a cold laugh, saying, if that kid can transform into a Super Saiyan, then at least I know that being a Super Saiyan is not exclusive. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I have no reason to be inferior to those low-class warriors. He stepped into the room, making his way to the sanctuary he previously inhabited. At the temple, 6 figures appeared out of thin air. Mr. Popo, standing beside the temple, suddenly turned his head, his eyes brimming with joy. The elderly Supreme Kai smiled and greeted Mr. Popo. It has been a long time, Mr. Popo. I appreciate your efforts. Mr. Popo, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears as he replied, guarding the temple is my duty, Supreme Kai. I am so glad you have finally returned. Krillin, Tien, and the others greeted Mr. Popo in turn, while only Piccolo stood aside, crossing his arms with an air of indifference. Mr. Popo's gaze swept over Krillin and the others before finally saying, I am delighted that you have all returned. Unable to endure the temple's atmosphere, Piccolo snorted, declaring, I'm leaving. Staying here even a minute is nauseating. However, the Supreme Kai suddenly called out to Piccolo, saying, Piccolo, I have just read your memories. Have you considered that if we were to become whole again, this crisis might never have existed? Pausing at the edge of the temple, Piccolo turned back and sneered. You want to merge with me again? Very well, merging with you would indeed grant formidable power, perhaps rivaling that of a Super Saiyan. But I refuse, old man. You discarded me so easily. How can I possibly merge with someone like you again? With a powerful leap, Piccolo soared from the temple, heading toward a distant part of Earth. The Supreme Kai watched Piccolo depart with a sigh, feeling a tinge of confusion in his divine role. Krillin, puzzled, glanced at the Supreme Kai and remarked, "This is not a time for warriors. As a divine being, you should lead humanity." The Supreme Kai shook his head, replying, "There are always ominous premonitions. I believe that when the time is right, Piccolo will willingly merge once more." Krillin, not fully grasping the Supreme Kai's meaning, chose to remain silent and bid farewell to the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo. Time swiftly passed. In what seemed like an instant, 18 days had elapsed. Within the gravity chamber of the spaceship, under 200 times the normal gravity, Trunks was fervently striving to elevate his energy. He yearned to become a Super Saiyan and had expended both of his precious fate points. Yet despite 2 additional years of training, he remained unable to transform. A brilliant white aura surged around him, gradually intermingled with hints of gold, as Trunks' eyes glazed over, seemingly losing his rationality. Gohan's eyes lit up with realization. He knew Trunks was on the brink of transformation. He urged, "That's it, Trunks. Anger. You need more anger." However, upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks did not advance further, and the golden aura dissipated. Gohan sighed inwardly. "I'm sorry, Uncle Vegeta?" Then he shouted, "Trunks, Uncle Vegeta was just revived, only to be killed by the newly reappeared androids." "Ah!" Trunks roared in response, his brilliant white aura surging violently, transforming into gold in an instant. His eyes turned entirely white, and his purple hair stood on end, shifting to a golden hue. "Androids!" Trunks' voice brimmed with uncontainable rage. As the golden aura wreaked havoc within the gravity chamber, affecting the entire spaceship, Gohan glanced at Trunks, recognizing that he was losing control over his state. Then, Gohan's expression sharpened, his golden aura erupted, and he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom! Trunks charged forward with a furious punch, but Gohan stepped forward, effortlessly grasping his fist. Trunks' right fist was caught, and instinctively, he swung his left fist, only to have it similarly seized by Gohan. Gohan sternly admonished, "Trunks, regain your composure. Do not let your violent instincts cloud your judgment." Trunks did not respond, merely attacking Gohan in anger. Gohan furrowed his brow and, channeling golden energy, enveloped Trunks in a protective barrier, preventing him from causing any further destruction. After a while, the golden glow around Trunks began to wane, and his eyes gradually returned to their verdant hue. Gohan sighed with relief, retracting the barrier around Trunks, and asked, "How do you feel now, Trunks?" Finally regaining his senses, Trunks gently descended to the ground, gazing at his hands, and beamed, "Gohan, I did it. I finally did it." Gohan smiled back, "Excellent, Trunks. Now, take a moment to embrace this state and strive to transform into a Super Saiyan at will in the future." Trunks nodded vigorously and began to savor the sensations of being a Super Saiyan. Gohan, dispersing his own transformation, moved to a nearby resting area, where he noticed unread messages on his wristwatch. Upon opening them, he chuckled, "Trunks, we have 3 hours until the spaceship lands on Earth. We should prepare." Trunks replied, "I'll continue to relish this state. I want to surprise my father when we disembark." Gohan nodded, refraining from further persuasion, and approached Trunks to impart some knowledge about becoming a Super Saiyan. On Earth, within the gravity chamber, Vegeta was enveloped in a golden aura, yet his flame-like hair remained black. After a while, the golden aura dissipated, and Vegeta, filled with confidence, mused, "At last, I have glimpsed the threshold of the Super Saiyan. It appears those tedious tricks from the afterlife are not entirely useless." Then, calculating the time, he realized it was approximately when Bulma and the others would return. He casually ripped off his tattered shoulder armor and stepped outside, pondering, "Though that lowly woman has tainted my noble Saiyan blood, she did ultimately play a role in my resurrection. I might as well see them, along with Trunks. Humph, that little brat, while born of that woman, still carries the bloodline of a Saiyan prince. If he seeks my guidance, I may begrudgingly oblige. After all, I am on the verge of becoming the legendary Super Saiyan." Vegeta strode toward the bathing chamber, pondering to himself, "Kakarot, and that little brat of his, I shall soon become a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan far surpassing you both." Chapter 31, Breakthrough, Super Vegeta. 3 hours later, Bulma piloted the spaceship, successfully landing at Capsule Corporation. Vegeta stood atop the company's heights, arms crossed, watching as the spacecraft descended to the designated landing area. Finally, a faint smile crept upon Vegeta's lips as he sensed Trunks' energy, a surprisingly potent aura. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Though born of an Earth woman, he undeniably carries my blood. He should far exceed the offspring of lesser warriors. The only flaw is that this energy bears an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot's wretched brat." Humph, It appears he has spent too long with that child. With that, Vegeta leaped down gracefully, landing firmly on the ground, his demeanor proud and aloof as he directed his gaze toward the spaceship. Inside the ship, Trunks, clad in tattered attire, yet sporting a wild mane of golden hair, exuded a formidable presence, his emerald eyes shimmering with joy. Gohan, observing Trunks, couldn't he help but chuckle. Trunks, you could actually transform in front of Uncle Vegeta. Maintaining Super Saiyan form is still too taxing for you at this stage. Trunks, shaking his head, revealed a glimmer of determination in his eyes. I can endure. I want my father to witness his son as a Super Saiyan. Respecting Trunks' resolve, Gohan refrained from further persuasion, merely sighing inwardly. As Gohan and Trunks approached the hatch, they spotted Bulma waiting nearby. Bulma scrutinized Trunks for a moment before inquiring, "Is this the Super Saiyan you often speak of?" Trunks nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, this is a Super Saiyan. I worked tirelessly to achieve this. It will surely surprise my father." Bulma, observing Trunks' exuberance, suppressed her urge to dampen his spirits, though internally she mused, "Seeing you like this might not elicit surprise, but rather shock." Then, Bulma, Gohan, and Trunks exited the spacecraft, encountering the proud figure of Vegeta, arms crossed. Upon seeing the hatch open, Vegeta felt an unexpected flutter of anxiety. Yet he maintained his haughty posture. After all, that little brat was merely a reflection of his bloodline. He, Prince Vegeta, would not be swayed by trivial familial bonds. "Father!" Trunks exclaimed upon spotting the fiery-haired man, instantly recognizing him. The proud stance, the solitary yet defiant gaze, it matched perfectly with his mental image of his father. The only imperfection was that, in reality, his father appeared somewhat shorter. However, such flaws were inconsequential, for Trunks felt an undeniable connection to the man. Vegeta remained imperious, while Bulma was the first to greet him. "Hello, Prince of the Saiyans. Congratulations on your resurrection." Vegeta scoffed, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Bulma. Noticing her weary appearance, he briefly lingered before looking past her to see a man in an orange martial arts gi and a golden-haired boy. "Father finally looks over." Trunks could hardly contain his urge to rush forward, yet as he prepared to do so, a flicker of trepidation crept into his heart. Upon catching sight of Trunks, Vegeta's pupils dilated sharply. He turned to Bulma, asking, "Hey, Bulma, who is that wretched brat? I distinctly remember Trunks having purple hair." Trunks momentarily froze, while Bulma shot Vegeta an incredulous glance, retorting, "Isn't that the so-called Super Saiyan you're always rambling about? Honestly, the Prince of Saiyans can't even recognize his own son?" Vegeta felt as though his pride had been struck 1,000 times, staring blankly at the golden-haired Trunks, his mind unraveling. Finally, he could no longer contain his outrage, bellowing, "What nonsense is this? A Super Saiyan is the mightiest warrior in the universe. The noble Prince Vegeta, have yet to achieve this. How could these brats possibly become the universe's strongest warriors so easily?" Gohan sighed, understanding that Vegeta was once again on the verge of a breakdown. Yet, he was not surprised, having interacted with Vegeta on Namek. He had come to grasp the man's character, proud and sensitive, dismissive of others, yet fragile under pressure. Bulma, observing Vegeta's fierce countenance, felt a sense of helplessness. Knowing Vegeta better than Gohan, she understood his sensitivity and could guess his thoughts. It was evident that the proud Prince Vegeta felt like the only Saiyan unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, as Bulma surmised, Vegeta was wrestling with these thoughts. He glanced at Trunks, then at Gohan, and finally recalled Kakarot from Namek, feeling incredulous. "Now, the only Saiyans left in the universe are Kakarot and me. Even if I count these two half-breeds, that makes 4. Yet all 3 of them have become Super Saiyans, leaving me, the esteemed prince, as the sole failure." Trunks, gazing at his father's fierce visage, felt fear creep but summoned his courage, stepping closer to Vegeta, calling out, "Father." Vegeta's chaotic thoughts began to coalesce as he looked again at Trunks. Unable to suppress his fury, he barked, "Wretched brat, keep your distance. Don't presume that just because you share my blood and have become a Super Saiyan, you can act brazenly before me. I, Prince Vegeta, shall not be outdone by you inferior Saiyans." With a mighty roar, Vegeta's pent-up anger erupted. His aura surged, a powerful energy soaring into the heavens, stirring an intense whirlwind. "What is this madness? I am the Prince of Saiyans." Vegeta's fury was fully unleashed, the torment he endured in the underworld morphing into energy, wreaking havoc throughout Capsule Corporation. Bulma, being merely an ordinary human, could not withstand such overwhelming energy and was on the verge of being crushed. Fortunately, Gohan swiftly intervened, dispersing his energy to form a barrier around Bulma and Trunks. However, Capsule Corporation was not so fortunate. Under the force of Vegeta's immense energy, it trembled precariously, nearly collapsing. Trunks turned to Gohan, asking, Gohan, why is my father acting this way? Did I do something wrong? Gohan shook his head, smiling reassuringly. Your father's pride is just too strong, but it will soon pass, as he too will transform into a Super Saiyan. Bulma interjected with a playful remark, honestly. What kind of Saiyan prince is he? Unable to cultivate his own strength, yet he has been provoked into becoming a Super Saiyan. In the next moment, Vegeta's aura intensified, the white flames gradually shifting to gold, as his fiery hair oscillated between black and gold. His pupils vanished, leaving only whiteness in his eyes. Gohan stepped forward, advising, Trunks, take Aunt Bulma and move away. Uncle Vegeta's energy is too potent. If this continues, the entire West City may collapse. Trunks nodded, grasping his mother and soaring into the distance. As Sun Wukong turned his gaze, he observed the cracks surrounding Vegeta and sighed softly. He too transformed into a Super Saiyan. His golden aura surging forth, expanding outward to form a circular energy shield that enveloped both him and Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's energy continued to escalate. On North Kai's planet, Son Goten, having made modest progress in his training, sensed the formidable energy emanating from Vegeta. He opened his eyes and remarked, is that Vegeta's energy? It feels surprisingly powerful. However, as Son Goten momentarily lost focus, his balance shattered, and he began to plummet. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, exerting force with his feet just in time to avoid being pierced by the sharp protrusions below. Sun Wukong, seated beneath, opened his eyes and smiled at Goten, saying, Goten, you've broken your balance again. That's the third time today. At this rate, you won't complete your training in 150 days. With a hint of exasperation, Son Goten replied, but it's really boring, Dad. Trunks and Uncle Vegeta have already transformed into Super Saiyans. When will I get to train? Sun Wukong chuckled and said, if you can sense energy from Earth, it means you've made progress. Don't rush. Training isn't something that happens overnight. If you're struggling, you can simulate battles in your mind. Shaking his head, Goten grimaced, no way. I can't even master that yet. I'm afraid our family line might end. Sun Wukong glanced at him and sighed. That's the fourth time. On Earth, Vegeta's energy peaked, altering the atmosphere, with faint sparks of lightning crackling in the air. At a certain moment, his hair turned entirely golden. Yet his eyes remained devoid of pupils. Observing Vegeta's stance, Sun Wukong prepared himself for a confrontation. Unexpectedly, Vegeta suddenly retracted his golden aura, an overwhelming radiance enveloping his body. And his pupils reappeared, transforming into a vivid green. Seeing Vegeta regain his composure, Sun Wukong exhaled in relief, dissipating the energy shield and reverting from Super Saiyan form. Vegeta, feeling the changes within himself, unveiled a confident and flamboyant smile, glancing at Sun Wukong, and said, Hey, cockroach brat, are you interested in witnessing the might of Super Vegeta? Sun Wukong paused, repeating, Super Vegeta? Vegeta's grin widened as he pointed to himself with his right thumb, declaring, Indeed, it's Super Vegeta. Unlike you low-blood Saiyans who transform. As the Prince of the Saiyans, my transformation is the strongest. Henceforth, I shall be known as Super Vegeta. Chapter 32. The World Peace Award. Sun Wukong regarded Vegeta without uttering any disparaging remarks, simply stating, Congratulations, Uncle Vegeta. However, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Vegeta, anticipating his departure, stepped in front of Wukong and insisted, I heard you defeated those two robots. They were lucky. Now, come fight me, cockroach brat. Sun Wukong looked up at Vegeta and questioned, What is the purpose of fighting me? Vegeta scoffed, To prove I'm stronger than you. To demonstrate that I am the universe's mightiest Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong sidestepped Vegeta, replying, That notion is utterly meaningless. If you merely seek to prove that, there is no need for a battle. I concede. Vegeta's expression darkened, his annoyance palpable. He abruptly turned and swung a punch at Sun Wukong. A powerful gust surged towards Sun Wukong as Vegeta's fist followed suit. Having battled androids for an extended period, Sun Wukong's reflexes were sharp. He transformed into Super Saiyan, swiftly grasping Vegeta's fist. Before he could speak, Vegeta roared in fury, Concede? What nonsense. You too. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Do I need your pity? As Vegeta spoke, he unleashed another punch, which Sun Wukong caught once more, stating, I have no intention of offering you any pity. You needn't dwell on such trivial matters. Trivial matters. Vegeta's anger flared. Though his hands were restrained, he leaped and kneed Sun Wukong, sending him flying. Boom. Sun Wukong crashed through the Capsule Corporation building. Vegeta advanced, shouting, You insolent brat, what do you know? You and your father have repeatedly resurrected me, allowing me to survive. Huh. As the proud Prince Vegeta, I should not depend on others to live. I will defeat both of you. Boom. Vegeta extended his right hand, unleashing a fierce blast of energy that swept away debris, revealing Sun Wukong. Rising and dusting himself off, Sun Wukong fixed a piercing gaze on Vegeta, stating, "If you genuinely wish to defeat me, let us battle a year from now. You are far from my equal at present, and I will not allow the recently restored peace to be jeopardized." With that, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant, startling Vegeta, who assumed a defensive stance. Yet, the next moment, a boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared before him, delivering a punch that shattered his defenses and struck his abdomen, unleashing a torrent of energy. Vegeta trembled, his vision blurring as he lost his Super Saiyan form. Collapsing to the ground in agony, Sun Wukong returned to his normal state, turning away from the fallen Vegeta and remarking, "While I may not comprehend your pride, as a person, especially as a father, you should possess more than this." At that moment, Trunks, having settled Bulma, returned to Sun Wukong's side, his eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before him. Vegeta clutched his abdomen in pain, gritting his teeth as he spat, "Damn you, you bastard." Observing Trunks' bewildered expression, Sun Wukong approached and ruffled his hair, smiling, "It's all right, Trunks. I must head back. I'm sure your mother feels quite lonely at home." Trunks hesitated, glancing nervously between Vegeta and Wukong, saying, "How could this happen? This shouldn't be the case." Sun Wukong sighed inwardly, understanding Trunks' feelings. Yet recognizing that such matters were beyond his control, Vegeta was simply that kind of person. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong believed Vegeta had improved significantly since the past, as he once would not have hesitated to kill even his longtime comrades. With a final glance at Vegeta, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, heading toward Baozi Mountain. Trunks stood rooted in place, wishing to assist Vegeta but feeling a surge of trepidation that held him back. After a considerable time, Vegeta managed to rise. Struggling to his feet, he stared in the direction Sun Wukong had departed, muttering, "Humph, Sun Wukong, was it? I will remember you." Trunks stood helplessly, grappling with a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain of how to approach his father, whom he had longed for. Vegeta turned his head, intending to exchange some playful banter with Trunks, only to find the latter's eyes glistening with tears. A wave of discomfort washed over him, and after a brief pause, he finally spoke, "Trunks, you are commendable, worthy of the bloodline of a Saiyan prince." At that moment, Bulma, having returned unexpectedly, caught the tail end of Vegeta's praise. With a smile, she approached him, nudging him playfully with her shoulder, and said, "Vegeta, when you compliment the child, you should express it fully. Speaking so subtly leaves no one the wiser." "Mind your own business," Vegeta retorted, abruptly turning away, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. He took a few steps before halting to add, "By the way, Bulma, you look quite worn." With that, he retreated to the gravity chamber, undeterred by the affection he felt for both Bulma and Trunks. For a proud Saiyan prince would not relinquish his strength for trifling matters. Bulma was momentarily taken aback by his words, watching Vegeta's departing figure, her eyes shimmering with realization. Indeed, she felt he had become more humane than before. At that moment, Trunks approached Bulma, his eyes brimming with tears. "How could this be? Father shouldn't he be like this?" Bulma affectionately ruffled Trunks' hair, reassuring him, "It's all right. Vegeta is simply who he is. If he believes you are worthy of the Saiyan bloodline, it indicates his fondness for you." Trunks remained troubled, continuing to inquire, "But why does father insist on battling Gohan, who is undeniably a good person?" Bulma chuckled softly. "I suppose that is simply the nature of Saiyans." Meanwhile, at the Baozi Mountain, Gohan gracefully descended to the ground, noticing numerous soldier-like figures outside his home. Curious, he first sensed his mother's aura and, finding everything normal, landed. Upon seeing him, the soldiers raised their firearms, shouting, "Who goes there? Do not approach." Gohan glanced back at his home and replied, "I am merely returning home, not seeking conflict with you." As he stepped forward, one soldier fired a shot. Gohan effortlessly caught the bullet and tossed it aside, pointing towards the house. "I have no intention of fighting you, but that is my home, and I merely wish to return." The soldiers, witnessing Gohan's ease in handling the bullet, felt a surge of fear. Ignoring any hesitation, they continued to fire at him. Gohan calmly caught the bullets until their ammunition was exhausted. He then discarded the bullets on the ground, stating, "I harbor no desire to engage in combat with you." The soldiers exchanged glances, a sense of impending doom settling upon them. Suddenly, Gohan vanished from their sight, reappearing before the door of his house. As he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open, revealing a striking woman with purple hair. Her expression was serious. Upon seeing Gohan, she swiftly brandished a dagger at his throat. Gohan's formidable presence rendered her blade ineffective, and he pushed past her, entering the house. "Gohan." He heard his mother's joyous voice as he stepped inside. Turning, he saw her conversing with a creature resembling a dog sitting at the table. Recognizing the king, Gohan navigated past the king's bodyguards and approached the table. "Mother, I'm home." he exclaimed, then addressed the king. You must be His Majesty. I am Son Gohan. Pleased to meet you. The king scrutinized Gohan, signaling to his blonde secretary, then remarked, Indeed, I am the king. You are Son Gohan, correct? Truly, a hero in youth. I have heard from your mother that you went to outer space to revive everyone? Gohan nodded. Yes, everyone has been revived. I wonder why His Majesty is here. We are merely an ordinary family from Bowsy Mountain. The king appeared astonished. Is it truly possible to revive the dead? Such a phenomenon exists in this world. Upon Gohan's affirmation, the king smiled and continued, I merely wish to confirm whether it was you or your father, Goku, who defeated the androids. It was I, Gohan replied. The king nodded, accepting this without skepticism, stating, Your father once saved the world from the evil demon King Piccolo, and you have vanquished the androids, restoring peace. Your family is indeed the heroes of this world. With a snap of his fingers, the king's bodyguards began bringing in boxes, and the king presented one of them, saying, This is the World Peace Medal and a reward of 100 million zeni. While it may not be much, it is a token of our gratitude for your heroism. Gohan hesitated to accept, but recalling his aspirations, he took the offering, saying, Though I would prefer to refuse, I truly need this money, so thank you, Your Majesty. The king settled back down. Now, let us discuss other matters. Gohan placed the medal aside and sat down, eager to listen. Chapter 33. A year time flows like water. And a year can seem lengthy, yet when counted, it amounts to little over 300 days. Since Gohan's conversation with the king, a year has passed, during which the earth has undergone tremendous changes. The king, having reached an understanding with Gohan, began to garner public support immediately after leaving Bowsy Mountain, inundating the citizens with news of the young hero who defeated the androids. Though Gohan preferred anonymity, he had long embraced the desire to spread martial arts to the world. Thus, he invested the 100 million zeni entirely into establishing a martial arts school. With the dual support of the government and Capsule Corporation, the founding of Gohan's dojo proceeded smoothly. Upon its opening, numerous aspiring heroes flocked to enroll. However, it was not just those aspiring to be heroes who arrived. Many martial artists, skeptical of Gohan's prowess, came to challenge him. Unfortunately for them, despite their own skills, they were no match for Gohan, who easily triumphed, rendering them docile. Notably, on the day of the dojo's inauguration, several individuals connected to the androids attempted a terrorist attack, but none could elude Piccolo's keen senses. During Gohan's dojo opening, esteemed figures such as Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Master Roshi all made appearances. Both Yamcha and Krillin declared their allegiance to Gohan's dojo. Tien and Kaiatsu also opened their own martial arts school, leveraging the excitement from Gohan's venture for promotional purposes. Tien, being the direct disciple of a martial arts master and a former champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, attracted significant interest, matching Gohan's popularity. As Gohan and Tien established their dojos, other martial arts masters followed suit, launching their own schools, such as the Saiyan Martial Arts School and the Champion Dojo, sparking a resurgence of martial arts enthusiasm. With the advancement of information technology, Gohan's identity became increasingly clear online. Many learned of his father, Goku, the former champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and his grandfather, who trained under the god of martial arts and also won the tournament. Consequently, many sought to delve deeper into the history of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Due to the pressing desires of the masses, a consortium, in conjunction with the government, decided to host the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament on May 7, 772 of the Age of Peace. During this period, disciples from various martial arts schools and sects began to diligently train, hoping to make a remarkable impression at the tournament. Although Vegeta was engrossed in his training at Capsule Corporation, indifferent to the happenings outside, the news of the tournament was so pervasive that even he could not remain oblivious. Initially, he scoffed at the trivial pursuits of Earthlings. However, upon learning that Gohan would also participate, he resolutely decided to take part himself. On King Kai's planet, after 200 days since Piccolo's revival, Goten finally achieved a perfect balance. At the moment of equilibrium, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease, as if all his energy flowed freely. For a brief time, he believed that no challenge lay ahead, even harboring confidence in mastering the legendary instant transmission technique. Yet, after merely 3 days of practice, he found himself humbled once more. Over the subsequent 100 days, he faced numerous failures. He had teleported to alien worlds, encountered bizarre races, and even ventured into the underworld, where he clashed with his Uncle Raditz before being brought back by his father. Throughout this time, he had traversed the realms of the afterlife, but failure weighed heavily on him. Lying on the ground with Goku, he asked, Dad, what exactly am I lacking in my instant transmission? I can integrate my body with my ki and understand how to achieve ki jumps. yet I still cannot execute the instantaneous travel I desire. Goku, chuckling, replied, I'm not quite sure myself. When I learned, I didn't struggle as you do. Perhaps your thoughts are too chaotic when attempting the technique, causing your destination to go awry? Goten felt a headache coming on. He had posed this question countless times, and his father had answered just as often. Alas, the success of instant transmission seemed to depend entirely on luck. At that moment, King Kai stealthily approached the duo, letting out a loud shout that startled them. Goten, irate, unleashed a torrent of ki that sent King Kai flying. When Goten turned to look, he found King Kai dangling from a tree branch. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he quickly ascended to retrieve King Kai, apologizing with a smile. I'm sorry, King Kai. I didn't know it was you. I've been so tense lately with instant transmission that I often end up in strange places. King Kai, disheveled and indignant, retorted. Though you are my most devoted disciple, you cannot treat me this way. I'm upset. Goten, with a glimmer of mischief, extended 2 fingers and said, Come on. King Kai, I've always regarded you as my guiding mentor in life. How about I tell you 2 corny jokes as compensation? King Kai scoffed, scowling at Goten. What do you take me for? I am the most esteemed deity of the North Galaxy. You think 2 jokes will appease me? He then raised 3 fingers, declaring, I'll need 3. Goten, astonished, nodded in agreement, pondering, no wonder you were King Kai. Once he had placated King Kai, Goten resumed his focus, placing 2 fingers on his forehead to sense Gohan's ki on Earth. He sought to merge his body with his ki once more to attempt instant transmission. Just then, Goku placed a hand on Goten's shoulder, smiling. Wait a moment. Come with me to the South Galaxy. If we can resolve the issue, I might also take you to planet Adetlin. Goten lowered his fingers, looking at Goku. I remember you've been to the South Galaxy several times already. Why is there still no news? Goku shook his head. Every time, I only sense a ki similar to that of the Saiyans. By the time I arrive, the planet is already in ruins, and nothing remains. It's quite vexing. Goten nodded. Then let us go see for ourselves. By the way, Dad, there should be many unique techniques on planet Adetlin, right? Goku nodded, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, smiling. Though the Adetlin people are not particularly strong, their research on ki is exceptional. They can enlarge or shrink their bodies and even create numerous clones through ki manipulation. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to delve deeper into their teachings. Hearing about those intriguing skills piqued Goten's interest, and he eagerly inquired, Aren't you interested in learning some of them? Goku chuckled. Those abilities are indeed impressive, but I believe I have my own path. There is no need to pursue those excessively. I sense the ki of a Saiyan. In a flash, Goku and Goten vanished from King Kai's planet, traversing an unknown number of light years to arrive on a planet in the South Galaxy. Meanwhile, King Kai, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly fell silent. Adjusting his glasses, he gazed at the spot where Goku had departed, sighing, what could be there? Goku has visited so many times without any discovery. I cannot sense anything there either. It can't be another time-space vortex, can it? Shaking his head, he recalled the last time a time-space vortex appeared, which had nearly cost them their lives. On a planet in the South Galaxy, Gohan and Goten suddenly materialized. Observing their surroundings, Goten remarked, the ki here is extremely chaotic. Even breathing is a challenge. What could this place be? At that moment, a purple vortex emerged, exuding a violently turbulent energy, and the next instant, a green energy wave shot forth from within. With a shout, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, gathering a brilliant light in his right hand and hurling it at the green energy wave. The collision produced a dazzling explosion, enveloping the entire planet in radiant light, followed by a tremendous roar that shook the very ground beneath them. Goten, too, transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. However, he sensed that his father was in complete control of the situation, yet he seemed to lack the opportunity to strike. Kakarot, Bloodstep, a fragmented voice echoed from the vortex. Goku shouted, unleashing a surge of energy that pulled the green wave back into the purple vortex. Within the swirling mass, flashes of electricity danced, revealing the silhouette of a muscular green-haired giant, his eyes blazing with fury as they fixated on Goku. Goku, steadying himself, declared, So you finally show yourself. The figure solidified, and the green energy flared, crashing against the planet with unrelenting force. Goku glanced at Goten, saying, Go for it, Goten. It's time to showcase the fruits of your training. Recognizing the figure as Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan known for bloodshed and carnage, Goten felt no fear. Instead, he charged forward. The impact of their fists colliding reverberated like thunder, and Goten felt a surge of wild power coursing through him. He quickly enveloped himself with his own energy and retreated a few steps, retaliating with a Kamehameha wave. A purple vortex seemed to crackle with lightning, before vanishing along with the legendary Super Saiyan. The Kamehameha wave surged forth from the planet, poised to randomly select a fortunate star. Goku swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself before the Kamehameha wave, and with one hand, he pressed against Goten's energy wave, shattering the luminous force. Chapter 34. Planet Adralant. Goten observed as his father obliterated the Kamehameha, subsequently dispersing the remaining energy. "Dad, that vortex seems to have disappeared," he remarked. Goku landed on the ground, nodded thoughtfully, and placed 2 fingers on his forehead, attempting to sense the Saiyan's energy, yet found nothing. Seeing his father's demeanor, Goten mirrored the pose, eager to discern the origin of this Broly. However, he too sensed nothing. After a moment, both father and son lowered their fingers. Goten asked, "Dad, did you detect any trace of that Saiyan?" Goku shook his head, replying, "Within my range of perception, there are indeed other Saiyans. But the savage and bloodthirsty energy has vanished entirely. It's quite perplexing. What is this fellow's origin?" Goten inquired. That vortex was rather peculiar. "Did you encounter anything similar during your previous investigations?" Goku shook his head once more, stating, "When I arrived earlier, that Saiyan had already departed, leaving behind only a shattered planet." Goten felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He knew this Saiyan was Broly, but knowing did little good when they could not locate him. After a moment, Goku suddenly smiled and said, "All right, we won't search any further. He will surely reappear one day, and next time, we won't let him slip away." Goten felt helpless. He wanted to assist his father in completing the mission promptly, but he had no effective strategies. After all, he merely recalled Broly's storyline, and merely knowing the plot did not guarantee success in locating him. The only method he could conceive was to seek the Dragon Shinron. "Goku, Goten, have you uncovered anything?" At that moment, a voice resonated in their ears, belonging to King Kai, who was communicating with them telepathically. Goten was somewhat curious, while Goku was already accustomed to this. He replied, "Apologies, King Kai. We only glimpsed a Saiyan. Unfortunately, after a brief exchange, he vanished." King Kai responded, "Indeed, it must be a Saiyan. However, I have inquired with several other Kais, and they continuously monitor the Saiyans in their domains. Where could this Saiyan have originated? By the way, you should have memorized his energy by now. Have you attempted to use instant transmission to locate him?" Goku replied, "I have tried, but I found no energy signature resembling that Saiyan." Goten added, "That Saiyan was rather strange. His energy was immensely powerful and bloodthirsty. When he appeared, he even shouted for his father, yet his disappearance was equally enigmatic, vanishing into thin air with that purple vortex." The purple vortex? King Kai bypassed Goten's earlier comments and began analyzing this point. "It seems to be exactly that. This complicates matters." Goku, intrigued, asked, "King Kai, is that purple vortex a formidable entity?" King Kai explained, "It is known as a time-space vortex, and due to its complete unpredictability, it poses significant challenges. For now, return to me. I need to prepare an investigation report for the Grand Kai." With that, King Kai severed the communication. Goku turned to Goten and said, "Goten, let us travel to planet Adralant. I believe you may learn much here." Goten asked, "But what about the Saiyan and the time-space vortex?" Goku shook his head, saying, "For now, do not concern yourself with these matters, and do not feel overly pressured. Simply do your best. After all, training is not something to rush. When you become too fixated, learning can become exceedingly difficult, yet when you relax your mind, understanding may come to you naturally." Goten was somewhat puzzled, thinking, "Am I not already at ease?" Goku, sensing his son's confusion, simply said, "All right, Goten. Place your hand on me, and we shall go to planet Adralant." Goten nodded and placed his hand on Goku. In the blink of an eye, their surroundings transformed, and they found themselves on another planet. Towering steel structures loomed around them, symbolizing the technological advancement of this world. As Goten surveyed the area, numerous figures materialized through instant transmission, encircling Goku and Goten. Upon turning, Goten noticed 2 distinct humanoid forms. One had a round head with simplistic features, while the other possessed an elongated head with pointed ears adorned with numerous spots on their foreheads. Goku raised his right hand in greeting to the inhabitants of planet Adralant, exclaiming, "Hi, Dabia, long time no see." The group of Adralantians recognized Goku and extended their hands in return, saying, "It's Goku. It's been such a long time." Another Adralantian glanced at Goten and then back at Goku, addressing Goten, "Congratulations, Goku. You've mastered the technique of energy division. You can now manifest bodies of various sizes." Goten awkwardly replied, "Sorry, I'm his son, Goten, not a division of him." The Adralantian quickly apologized, saying, "My apologies. You both bear striking resemblances, and even your Spirito shares many similarities." Goku chuckled and inquired, "No problem at all. By the way, Dabia, how have things been for you lately?" Dabia responded, "Thanks to you defeating the Jinyu force and subsequently rescuing us from Frisia, everything here is peaceful." Goku nodded, "That's good to hear. By the way, DBZ, my son has encountered some difficulties while training in instant transmission. Could he train under Lord Pibra for a while? DBZ nodded, of course. Goku, you are our planet's great benefactor, and we wholeheartedly welcome your son to train here. Goku said, then I entrust my son to you, DBZ. DBZ looked at Goku and asked, Goku, aren't you going to train here? I recall you mentioning you would return to continue your training. Goku shook his head, stating, I am already deceased. Even if I return to the living for the sake of the universe, I cannot stay for long. Moreover, while your techniques are excellent, I have my own path of training. DBZ nodded, somewhat understanding, as he was naturally averse to combat. He replied, all right, I shall take care of your son. Goku nodded, bending down to ruffle Goten's hair, saying, Goten, you should train here for a while. Perhaps before long, you will be able to use instant transmission freely. And whether or not to continue training here will depend on your own wishes. As Goten absorbed his father's words, an inexplicable sense of melancholy welled within him. Though his father had not overtly expressed love over the past year, he felt a deep sense of care and warmth in every gesture and action. Son Goten extended his hand but ultimately let it fall. He understood that one day he would have to bear everything alone. All his unspoken words coalesced into a single phrase, goodbye, father. Please take care of yourself over there. Son Wukong nodded, gently ruffled Son Goten's hair, and smiled as he said, all right, I will be waiting for you three over there. Make sure to learn instant transmission quickly. Though Son Goten felt a pang of sorrow, nearly succumbing to his father's emotional farewell, he thought to himself that his father could have been more considerate with his words. Did he mean waiting for them to perish? Then, Son Wukong took a couple of steps back and said to DBZ, goodbye, DBZ. In a flash, Son Wukong's figure vanished, reappearing moments later at the intersection of the Northern Galaxy and the Afterlife, at North Kai's planet. Son Goten stood there, staring blankly at the spot where his father had just been, his feelings a complex tapestry. He longed to master instant transmission quickly, yet he didn't want to part from his father. These days spent together had revealed to him that his father was not the fool portrayed in Dragon Ball Super. Rather, he was perceptive in many respects. Son Goten cherished every moment spent in his father's company. Noticing Son Goten's dazed expression, DBZ spoke up, you are Son Goten, right? I will take you to meet our elder. Son Goten nodded and followed DBZ into a building, winding through several corridors until they arrived at a modern hall where they encountered a towering Ardran alien, standing 3 to 5 meters tall. His appearance bore similarities to DBZ's. With a round head, but distinctively, he had 2 pointed protrusions on his head and 2 sharp tendrils at his chin. The Ardran aliens surrounding DBZ suddenly vanished, and he bowed, saying, Great Elder, this is Son Goten, the son of Son Wukong. He has requested your guidance for a time. The Grand Ardran Elder leaned down to inspect Son Goten and said, So you are Son Goten? Greetings, I am the Great Elder Pabala of this planet. Son Goten clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Hello, Great Elder Pabala. I am Son Goten, and I hope to receive your teachings. Pabala nodded, of course. I would be delighted to teach you, but your mind and body must be unified. There may not be much I can impart. Son Goten glanced at DBZ and said, My instant transmission is not yet perfected, and I would appreciate your guidance on it. Also, can I learn the clone technique that Mr. DBZ demonstrated? Pabala nodded, certainly. Those are merely applications of Spalito. Given your current state, mastering them should not be overly difficult. As Pabala spoke, his body suddenly expanded, nearly touching the ceiling, then shrank back down, followed by a rotation that transformed him into countless versions of himself, each differing in form, before merging back into one. Growing and shrinking, Pabala continued, are simply manipulations of Spalito. Achieving complete unity of your body with Spalito will allow you to realize these feats. Son Goten was taken aback. He had heard the term Spalito before but was unaware of its meaning. Though he suspected it pertained to energy, he decided to inquire further. Great Elder Pabala, what exactly is Spalito? The elder replied, Your father, Son Wukong, refers to it as energy. Son Goten nodded. I see, I think I understand now. Pabala continued. Our planet has passed down many techniques related to Spalito, such as instant transmission and transformation. However, if you truly wish to master Spalito, my advice is to create your own techniques during your training. Chapter 35, Bitterly Son Goten, feeling confused, asked, Create my own techniques? Pabala confirmed, Yes, your own techniques. On our Ardran planet, learning existing techniques is something every Ardran can do, but only those who can create techniques may become elders of the planet. Son Goten felt a headache coming on. So, creating techniques is no simple task. For now, I think I will focus on learning from the elder, perhaps through study. I can gradually grasp my own techniques. Pabala nodded. Very well, let us begin your training with instant transmission, which you have yet to master. Son Goten agreed. eager to learn the skill so he could return to Earth to reunite with his mother and brother. On Earth, at the Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan hastily finished his lunch, preparing to return to the dojo to guide his students in their training. Chi-Chi remarked, "Gohan, do you know anything about Goten and Yukong? It has been a year." Son Gohan's heart grew heavy. It was precisely because he remembered these matters that he hesitated to mention his brother and father to his mother, fearing it would cause her pain. Yet now that she had brought it up, he replied, "I spoke with them the day before yesterday. Goten has made progress with instant transmission and should return in a month or two." "A month or two?" Chi-Chi echoed. "I wonder how Goten is doing there. Wukong is not one to take care of others. Goten must be having a difficult time without a mother." After a moment of hesitation, Son Gohan finally said, "Mother, Goten is not like an ordinary child. He is strong and wise. He is surely working hard to reunite with you. We just need to wait patiently." Tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes. She felt sorrowful, yet unable to voice her feelings, as she understood that her children were considering her feelings. Son Gohan sat beside Chi-Chi and said, "All right, mother. You are also a dojo instructor, and the World Martial Arts Tournament is approaching. We should focus on teaching everyone martial arts." Chi-Chi nodded and stood. "Yes, regardless of our situation, we must move forward." Son Gohan agreed, and together with his mother, they headed to the dojo to begin teaching martial arts. Although Son Gohan spent the day at the dojo, not all his time was devoted to teaching. He imparted the fundamentals of martial arts to his students before engaging in his own training, fully aware that he, as Earth's tallest guardian, would bear the weight of future challenges himself. As the day passed, Son Gohan emerged from the training room, ready to return home with his mother, when a female student approached him. "Teacher Gohan, may I ask you some questions about energy?" The striking girl in a purple martial arts uniform bowed and inquired. Son Gohan recognized her as Biddy Lee, once the leader of the resistance against the androids. After their defeat, she had given up her military status to study under Son Gohan, achieving remarkable progress in martial arts within just a year. Son Gohan smiled and replied, "Of course. I consider myself your teacher. Feel free to ask any questions you have." Biddy Lee responded, "I have heard you speak about energy before, and I can now sense its presence. Can you teach me how to fly?" Son Gohan was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled and said, "Certainly. The purpose of my dojo is to spread martial arts across the globe." Biddy Lee asked, "Can we start now?" Son Gohan glanced at his wristwatch and replied, "We can. But it's getting late. If you don't mind, why not come to my place for a meal before we begin?" Biddy Lee was surprised. "Oh, can I really go to Teacher Gohan's home?" Son Gohan nodded. "Of course. My home is nothing special. However," Biddy Lee remarked, "I recall there were reports of our teacher sending some intruders at Baozi Mountain to prison." Son Wukong chuckled. "That wasn't my doing. It was Uncle Piccolo. Those individuals persistently attempted to excavate something from Baozi Mountain. Although my mother and I found it somewhat bothersome, we managed to endure it. However, they provoked Uncle Piccolo, who was training nearby. He dealt with them quite severely and decreed that no one should set foot on Baozi Mountain without permission." "Uncle Piccolo?" Biddy Lee paused, suddenly recalling the green-skinned figure from when the martial arts school had just opened. She smiled and said, "No wonder. I thought someone as kind as Teacher Wukong would never resort to such actions." Son Wukong shook his head, smiling as he replied, "There will always be those who speak. I merely wish to focus on my own endeavors. By the way, Biddy Lee, I remember you intend to participate in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, right?" Biddy Lee nodded, stating, "I believe I've made significant progress over the past year, and I hope to use this opportunity to test my abilities." "That's an excellent mindset." Son Wukong responded, "I also have some additional techniques I'd like to teach you. Let's all strive together for the World Martial Arts Tournament." Biddy Lee nodded solemnly, her fists clenched with determination to shine in the tournament and decisively counter those who slandered Teacher Wukong online. "All right, let's set off." Son Wukong accompanied Biddy Lee to the parking lot, standing by as she boarded the flying car. She inquired, "Aren't you coming along, Teacher Wukong?" Son Wukong shook his head, rising into the air as he replied, "I'll use the flight technique. It's also a form of training." Biddy Lee praised, "I never imagined Teacher Wukong had become so strong and maintained his training every day." Son Wukong smiled, saying, "Let us go. You should hurry, otherwise Uncle Piccolo might throw you out if he sees you." With that, Son Wukong soared into the sky, and Biddy Lee piloted the flying car closely behind him. In a brief span of time, they arrived at Baozi Mountain. From a distance, Son Wukong observed the smoke curling from their home and sighed silently before landing. Biddy Lee parked the flying car beside him and, somewhat astonished, gazed at the dilapidated house. Teacher's home seems even more modest than what was reported online. Given his stature, he surely doesn't need to live in such a place. Son Wukong replied, "I wanted to move my mother to a larger house, but she insists that this place holds memories of my father, fearing he might not find home if he returns. Biddy fell silent. Having learned of Sun Wukong's father's passing due to a heart condition from her research and official confirmations, as Sun Wukong opened the door, he found Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha already seated inside. He greeted them with a smile. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, welcome to my home. Krillin smiled back. Hey Wukong. We're here to discuss matters regarding the World Martial Arts Tournament. Is that so? Sun Wukong replied, then called to Biddy outside. Come in, Biddy. These are all familiar faces. Biddy entered and performed respectful greetings to the teachers present. Yamcha glanced at Sun Wukong and then at Biddy. Finally looking at Sun Wukong with a teasing expression. It's rare, Wukong. You finally brought a young lady home. Sun Wukong seated Biddy at the dining table, explaining. Biddy wishes to learn the flight technique. With the World Martial Arts Tournament approaching, I thought it wise to teach her a bit more. Piccolo interjected, but Wukong, have you considered that bringing a female student home at night may not sit well with certain individuals? Sun Wukong shrugged. In truth, even if I were to teach Biddy the flight technique at the martial arts school, there would still be those who would find fault with me. They can say what they wish. All I can do is strive to do my best. Piccolo regarded him seriously, softly murmuring, Wukong. Biddy observed Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor and suggested, perhaps I should return for now. There will be other opportunities to learn. Krillin chuckled, if you head back now, who knows when you'll have a chance to learn. Wukong has to guide other students and ensure his own training, which takes up so much of his time. Where would he find the time to instruct you in the flight technique? Sun Wukong nodded, expressing, I feel the current teaching methods at the martial arts school are somewhat limited. The traditional ways of teaching martial arts are unlikely to benefit the entire planet. Perhaps we should consider better approaches. Biddy interjected, Teacher Wukong, have you thought about collaborating with the government to integrate martial arts into schools? Sun Wukong acknowledged, I have indeed contemplated this, but many other issues arise. I plan to discuss specific reform measures with the king after the World Martial Arts Tournament since the current teaching methods at the martial arts school are insufficient. Piccolo remarked, it's not entirely useless. Promoting martial arts cannot rely solely on us. We need more hands. Among the students you've taught this year, some could become your allies. Sun Wukong replied, Uncle Piccolo, I share your thoughts. I also wish to seize this opportunity to select individuals who are skilled in martial arts and possess good character to help promote martial arts. As they conversed, Chi-Chi entered carrying dishes, announcing, everyone must be tired after training all day. Let us eat. Oh, Biddy is here too. How rare. Biddy stood and greeted Chi-Chi, saying, Teacher Chi-Chi, I'm here to learn the flight technique from Teacher Wukong. Chi-Chi responded, have a seat. We'll discuss martial arts matters after dinner. Thus, the group began to devour the food laid out on the table. Chapter 36. The World Martial Arts Tournament commences after dinner. Krillin, Yamcha, and Sun Wukong further discussed the World Martial Arts Tournament before each departed. Sun Wukong then took Biddy to the outskirts to begin teaching her the flight technique. Biddy proved to be quite diligent, managing to fly clumsily after 2 hours of practice. Sun Wukong subsequently taught her the Kamehameha technique. Although she was unable to unleash it, she grasped the method and was filled with confidence, eager to shine in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Once the instruction concluded, Sun Wukong sat on a nearby rock, observing Biddy as she trained her energy. A gentle breeze caressed the scene, stirring an unusual feeling within him. Suddenly, as the breeze swept through, the air trembled, and a figure began to materialize from the void. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious as he recognized his longed-for brother, Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian greeted his brother first. Long time no see, brother. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with joy as he nodded. You finally returned, Wutian. As Sun Wutian took a few steps closer, he turned around and noticed a beautiful girl in a purple martial arts uniform, watching him with a wary expression. Recognizing Biddy, Sun Wutian chuckled. Sorry, I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. At this point, Biddy finally discerned Sun Wutian's features. Recalling the child she had met before, she lowered her guard, saying, my apologies, I thought someone was trying to ambush Teacher Wukong. Sun Wukong approached Wutian, saying to Biddy, no need to worry, this is my brother, Sun Wutian. He trained under our father, and it seems he has completed his training. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Biddy was filled with confusion. She was aware that Sun Wukong's father had passed away. How could his brother still practice under his guidance? Sun Wutian nodded, glanced at the sky, and said, I learned this from the elders on Adralan Star after visiting there. I had intended to surprise my brother and mother, but it seems it is already deep into the night on Earth. Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, Mother is indeed asleep. It will be the same to see her tomorrow. After all, you have already mastered it. Sun Wutian continued, While there are still things I wish to learn on Adraland Star, I think it is best to see Mother first, as it has been a year since I last saw her. At this point, Biddle was perplexed. She looked between Sun Wutian and Sun Wukong, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. Wukong, what are you two discussing? I remember your father has passed away. How could your brother possibly train with him? Sun Wukong explained, though my father is deceased, he is unlike others. He retained his physical form and can train with Lord Kai, making his situation quite unique. Biddle nodded, somewhat understanding, and decided not to ask further questions, opting instead to practice nearby, planning to inquire more once she became better acquainted with Wukong. Sun Wutian turned to Biddle and remarked, "You must be the Biddle sister I encountered previously." Sun Wukong confirmed, "Indeed, she has now joined my dojo and is considered my disciple." Surprised, Sun Wutian thought to himself, "How intriguing, it seems there is a budding teacher-student romance." Sun Wukong then addressed Biddle, saying, "Let's conclude today's training here. You should rest in my room." Biddle tilted her head, responding, "But I haven't completed my Kamehameha yet. Isn't it too early to rest, Wukong?" Sun Wukong shook his head, stating, "The Kamehameha cannot be mastered overnight. Your practice today has been sufficient. Continuing would be detrimental to your future training." Biddle was taken aback. She felt no discomfort and wondered why she couldn't continue. At this moment, Sun Wutian added, "Sister Biddle may not realize it, but you have indeed reached your physical limit. If you do not rest, it will be torture rather than training." Skeptical of this reasoning, Biddle believed in her own physical sensations but chose to trust Wukong. She went to rest in Wukong's room, while Sun Wutian joined his brother in their shared space, where they exchanged stories of their recent experiences. On May 4th, 772, Kiki rose early, as was her routine, to fetch water and prepare breakfast. As she stepped outside with her bucket, she spotted her familiar younger son. The bucket slipped from her hands as she rubbed her eyes, finally embracing Wutian, exclaiming, "Wutian, my Wutian, you have finally returned." Seeing his mother's red-rimmed eyes filled him with remorse as he leaned against her shoulder, assuring, "I'm back, mother. Don't worry. I want to be away for so long again." After a considerable time, Kiki, satisfied with her son's presence, finally set him down, asking, "By the way, Wutian, have you learned your father's instant transmission?" Wutian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have. After breakfast, I'll take you to meet Lord Kai." Kiki's eyes sparkled with excitement. But she shook her head, saying, "Perhaps we should wait a few days. I need to freshen up. I've aged quite a bit over the years. If I meet Goku looking like this, he might be disappointed." Mentioning Goku caused Kiki to appear anxious again. Wutian reassured her, "That won't happen, mother. You're still very young. Besides, Dad has said you remain as beautiful as ever." Kiki chuckled at Wutian's words. "Is that what you think? Your father is quite straightforward. He would never say such things." Wutian felt a bit embarrassed. His father had indeed never said anything of the sort. He had intended to bridge the gap between his parents, only to be called out by his mother. Seeing Wutian's slight embarrassment, Kiki remarked, "You must have had a tiring time these past days. Go on and wait for dinner." Wutian acknowledged her and went to fetch water from the creek. As Kiki watched her son walk away, a warm sensation filled her heart as she softly said, "It seems this child is gradually growing up." At the dining table, as Wutian savored his mother's lovingly prepared meal, Biddle asked, "Wutian, are you going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament now that you're back?" Wutian nodded. "Of course. Although my brother is likely to win, I still wish to test the results of my training over these past days." Biddle commented, "But you're still quite young. You might face some challenges in this tournament." Sun Wukong laughed and said, "Biddle, do not underestimate Wutian's apparent youth. His strength is formidable. Across the globe, perhaps only 3 can match him." Biddle scrutinized Wutian with skepticism. "Are you suggesting he is on par with Trunks' father?" Sun Wukong sensed Wutian's energy. A year ago, Wutian surpassed Uncle Vegeta. However, it's hard to say now, as he has improved his energy control significantly while training with our father. Despite this, Biddle remained doubtful, thinking Wutian did not appear particularly strong. Wutian, taking a bite of rice, added, "Actually, I have spent nearly a year mastering instant transmission, so my strength hasn't increased that much. Trunks might even surpass me now." Instant transmission? Biddle had previously thought she had a decent understanding of Wukong's family, but this revelation was astonishing. Wutian explained, "It's a skill that allows one to teleport to any location in the universe, provided they can sense the energy." Biddle was no longer merely surprised. She was profoundly astonished, feeling that this concept defied logic. Listening to their family's conversation, she attempted to analyze the information but found herself at a loss, as her previously established worldview crumbled once more. After dinner, Wutian bid farewell to his mother and used instant transmission to return to Adraland Star for further training. At Capsule Corp, Trunks finished breakfast and headed to the dojo as usual. Suddenly, Vegeta stood beside him, saying, "Listen, Trunks. You should refrain from visiting Wukong for the next few days." Perplexed, Trunks looked at Vegeta and asked, "Dad?" Vegeta, arms crossed, snorted. "I have surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan. You carry the bloodline of a Saiyan prince. You cannot lose to CHRONOA'S son. From today onward, I will train you rigorously." Trunks' expression shifted from confusion to joy as he nodded vigorously. "Then I'll inform Wukong that I'll train with you starting today." Vegeta turned away, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Do as you wish. I'll be waiting for you in the gravity chamber." Trunks messaged son Wukong via his wrist device and then followed Vegeta into the gravity chamber. Trunks transformed directly into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura pulsating and filling the entire gravity chamber in an instant. Vegeta turned to glance at him, inquiring, "I have heard that Kakarot's second son can also become a Super Saiyan?" Trunks nodded, replying, "You mean Goten? He achieved his transformation even before I did." Vegeta silently scoffed, thinking to himself, "Damn it, is becoming a Super Saiyan so trivial now?" He then asked, "So, at present, who is stronger, you or that son Goten?" Trunks shook his head, admitting, "I am not entirely sure, but Goten was able to match the female android a year ago, while I still struggle against the androids." Vegeta let out a heavy huff, stating, "So he is stronger than you?" Trunks, feeling anxious, lowered his head in silence. Vegeta, observing Trunks' demeanor, disowned the boy's thoughts and coldly remarked, "Prepare yourself in the coming days. I will train you earnestly. You possess the blood of a Saiyan prince and should never be outdone by the offspring of lower-class warriors." Trunks nodded, steeling himself for the challenge. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, the day for the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament arrived, much anticipated by the martial artists. On the day of the tournament, the king personally attended and bestowed high praise upon Gohan and the other fighters. Subsequently, the tournament commenced, following the same selection process as in previous years, with 16 divisions where 16 groups of contestants battled in their respective venues. The victors from each group would enter the top 16, and the strongest among them would face off on the main stage, with the champion being awarded the title of the world's greatest martial artist. Gohan, Piccolo, Videl, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Din were all present, ready to participate in this prestigious event. Goten had intended to join as well, but after leaving home yesterday to practice new techniques, he became too engrossed to arrive in time. Gohan and the others had no means of contacting him, leaving them to watch him miss this significant tournament. As the tournament officially began, the various divisions commenced their battles. Thanks to Din's presence, Gohan and the others avoided encountering each other in the preliminary rounds, securing their spots in the main competition with ease. The day's matches passed in a flurry of cheers from the audience, and the top 16 were finally determined. Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Din, Videl, Satan, Andy, Nanyuan, Android 16, Leah, Barrett, and Gappa. Upon seeing the list of the top 16, Gohan's heart stirred with apprehension. Piccolo, sensing a shift in Gohan's energy, glanced at the list and noted the name Android 16, a sense of alarm surging within him. Nonetheless, he reassured Gohan, saying, "Do not worry too much, Gohan. Perhaps they are merely enthusiastic fans of those two androids." Gohan remained silent, but a foreboding feeling lingered in his heart. Suddenly, he felt an unusual presence and turned sharply to see a tall, imposing figure. The man had a stern expression, a tuft of orange hair atop his head, and wore a tight black bodysuit partially covered in green armor. As Gohan turned, the man's gaze darkened, enveloping Gohan in a palpable aura of malice. Gohan, sensing the threat, expelled that dark energy and with a piercing gaze, confronted the man. "You possess no detectable energy. You are an android, aren't you?" "Humph," scoffed the man in sunglasses beside him, turning to the towering figure. 16, we should leave. It is not yet time for conflict. Tomorrow will be your moment." Android 16 turned and followed the man in sunglasses out of the arena. Gohan chose not to stop them, despite being unable to sense the android's energy. He felt a degree of menace emanating from him, and engaging in battle here was not a prudent choice. As the man reached the exit, he halted abruptly, turning back to Gohan with a smirk of mockery. "Enjoy your remaining days, our savior, son Gohan." With that, he departed, leaving Gohan and the others in stunned silence. However, it did not take long for the group to chuckle, having encountered many challengers like this before. Videl approached Gohan, noticing the cold sweat on his brow. Realizing that these two were not ordinary individuals, she asked, "Gohan, what do we do about those two? Should we inform the organizers to disallow their participation?" Gohan shook his head, replying, "That one named 16 is formidable. Refusing him entry could lead to unforeseen consequences. even if he comes to kill me. Facing him in the World Martial Arts Tournament is far preferable to other methods. Videl nodded in agreement, understanding Gohan's instinct about the threat. Though she still felt a sense of unease. Piccolo reassured, do not worry. Although he is indeed powerful, Gohan now is more than capable of defeating him. Videl looked between Piccolo and Gohan, sighing, regardless, it seems this time it will fall upon you alone to fight, Gohan. Gohan nodded, stating, I will speak with the organizers shortly to see if we can arrange for the audience to be seated elsewhere during tomorrow's match. Piccolo remarked, that may prove difficult, as the organizers have their own intentions. Gohan concluded, ultimately, we must at least discuss it. If I encounter that individual tomorrow, the scene will be anything but trivial. On planet Yardrat, Goten melded his body with his energy, skillfully manipulating his form to expand and contract. Yes, I've finally mastered it, Goten exclaimed, returning to his original shape and wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling elated. Though he thought the technique was of limited use, he was eager to learn it, as it allowed him to control his size, which was quite appealing. Pibra observed Goten's progress, exclaiming, remarkable. Goten, your control over spirit is becoming increasingly precise. I believe the upcoming spirit division technique will pose no challenge for you. Goten, brimming with confidence, replied, let us continue then. Once I complete the spirit division technique, I will consider my studies complete for now. Pibra raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, you won't learn the spirit separation technique, spirit binding technique, or spirit aggregation technique? Goten paused, inquiring, what are those? Pibra explained, quite literally. The spirit separation technique can forcibly detach any spirit that does not belong to a person and return it to its rightful place. The spirit binding technique allows one to sever an enemy's cellular structures, rendering them immobile. The spirit aggregation technique enables one to forcibly seize another's spirit, enhancing their own power. Initially unconcerned, Goten's excitement surged upon hearing the applications. The spirit separation technique can forcibly extract energies that do not belong to an individual. Could it separate assimilated energies, like those of Namekians? Pibra contemplated before responding. The essence of the spirit separation technique is to remove any spirit not native to that body. So I believe it could indeed separate even those assimilated by Namekians. Goten exclaimed eagerly, excellent. I want to learn that. Pilaf remarked, this is somewhat challenging, given your current progress. It will take some time, Goten responded. No problem. I came here to learn. Pilaf then said, all right, let us begin. Wait a moment. Goten seemed to recall something and dashed aside to pick up a wristwatch from a rock. After checking the time, he exclaimed, oh no. I forgot that today is the World Martial Arts Tournament. Pilaf chuckled and replied, since you've missed it, there's no point in dwelling on it. Focus on your training, which is what you should be doing now. Goten scratched his head and said, I still need to let my brother know, otherwise they will worry. Pilaf assured him, that's easy. Place your hand on me and sense your brother's energy. I will establish a connection for you. Goten approached Pilaf, placed his right hand on him, and closed his eyes to sense Gohan's energy. On Earth, Gohan was staying at the hotel arranged for the World Martial Arts Tournament, still somewhat anxious about the Android 16. Brother, can you hear me? Just as Gohan was deep in thought, a familiar voice rang in his ears. He looked around but saw no one, replying, I can hear you. Is that you, Goten? The voice responded, it's me, brother. I apologize for forgetting our agreement today. I was too absorbed in learning from Master Pilaf. Gohan replied, it's all right, Goten. You can participate next time. It seems we won't be able to return home today, so focus on your training. Goten's voice came back. Okay, brother, you must do your best too. There will be the finals tomorrow, and I will definitely come to cheer for you. Gohan sighed and simply replied, all right, on the planet Adralath. Goten finished his conversation with his brother and said, thank you so much, Master Pilaf. I didn't expect you to be capable of this. Master Pilaf smiled and explained, this is one of the applications of Spalito, but it requires some mental techniques as well. Now, let us begin learning the Spalito division technique. Goten adjusted his focus and commenced his new training. May 8th, 772 AD. Earth, although it was still early morning. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was already bustling with excitement. Gohan observed the scene with a sense of frustration. He had discussed with the organizing committee the possibility of canceling the on-site audience, but they had declined. Their reasoning was simple, with the savior Gohan present. There should be no issues. If any casualties occurred, they would simply call upon the Eternal Dragon once more. Gohan had been extremely angered at the time, yet he found himself unable to unleash his wrath upon ordinary people. Moreover, the head of the committee had placed the burden of responsibility squarely on Gohan's shoulders, leaving him with no recourse. Filled with anger yet feeling helpless, Gohan was unafraid of cosmic tyrants and was willing to battle fierce androids. but he found himself powerless against the obstinate nature of humanity. Thus, the World Martial Arts Tournament proceeded as scheduled, and Gohan could only remain vigilant, prepared to swiftly neutralize any threats posed by the androids should they cause widespread harm. The organizers then posted the matchups. The first match was Gohan versus Vegeta. The second was Mr. Satan versus Barrett. The third was Yamcha versus Piccolo. The fourth was Gappa versus Dend. The fifth was Videl versus Krillin. The sixth was Laya versus Tien. The seventh was Trunks versus Annie. And the eighth was Android 16 versus Nanyuan. Chapter 38, Gohan versus Vegeta. As Gohan surveyed the match list, he felt a surge of indignation. These people are unwilling to even alter the match order. Is there truly anything more valuable than our lives? At that moment, Gohan experienced a profound sense of helplessness and a hint of confusion about his future path. Sensing Gohan's turmoil, Piccolo spoke up to console him. Human nature is inherently complex, especially for those driven solely by profit. You cannot outmaneuver them in their own game. But you possess your own strengths. Reflect on this, Gohan, and do not let them lead you by the nose. Gohan listened to Piccolo's words with hesitation, fully aware of his uncle's intentions, which essentially urged him to use force against those individuals. However, Gohan understood well that while force may suppress, it would not earn respect. Thus, he was reluctant to resort to violence against ordinary people. Piccolo, having watched Gohan grow up, could easily read his expression and coldly stated, "The desires of humanity are insatiable. When you continue to concede, you have already lost. One day, they will drain you dry and then cast you aside, so prepare yourself accordingly." Gohan looked up, wanting to speak, but hesitating. It was easy to confront the androids, yet challenging to act against ordinary people. Is this the extent of your resolve? Kakarot's son, Vegeta's voice suddenly cut through Gohan's thoughts. Gohan turned to face Vegeta, unsure of how to respond. Vegeta, seeing Gohan's demeanor, felt a surge of irritation and barked, "It's infuriating. If you are not prepared, be ready to relinquish the throne of the first universe to me." With that, Vegeta ignored Gohan and strode toward the tournament stage. Gohan clenched his fists, then released them. He knew he needed to make a change. Otherwise, those corporations might unleash unimaginable chaos. At the center of the tournament venue, the blonde host gazed at the sea of spectators, his heart swelling with emotion. It had been years since he had witnessed such a scene, and he discreetly wiped his slightly damp eyes, grateful that he could once again host the World Martial Arts Tournament. As the time approached, the blonde host began, "Welcome to the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. I am immensely grateful for the trust placed in me by the king and all martial artists, allowing me to return here as your commentator. I extend my sincerest thanks to all of you." He bowed to the audience and continued, "Without further ado, let us witness the pinnacle of martial arts competition and together bear witness to the emergence of the greatest martial artist in the world." As the host's words concluded, the atmosphere erupted with enthusiasm, cheers filling the air. The blonde host felt satisfied and glanced at the match list, his eyes gleaming as he announced, "You are fortunate. The first match features the highest caliber of competition. Let us welcome our savior, Gohan." Gohan stepped onto the stage slowly, bowing to the audience before positioning himself on the opposite side of the ring. As Gohan made his entrance, the energy in the venue intensified, cheers and shouts resonating throughout the entire island. Yet within Gohan, a trace of worry lingered. He feared that the android might become desperate, endangering the lives of the audience. Observing the audience's fervor, the blonde host was equally exhilarated and continued, "And his opponent is Vegeta. Please welcome competitor Vegeta." Dressed in a blue tight suit, Vegeta emerged from backstage, arms crossed, standing on the opposite side from Gohan. The spectators outside fell silent, exchanging glances, as they had never heard of this name before. The blonde host addressed Vegeta, "Competitor Vegeta, what are your thoughts on facing our savior Gohan in the first match?" Vegeta scoffed, declaring, "Perfect. My sole objective is that little brat." The blonde host felt somewhat awkward, stepping back as he remarked, "It appears that contestant Vegeta is quite confident. Let us await the outcome." The match commenced. As the host spoke, he had already retreated to the edge of the ring, aware from past experiences of the high-stakes battles that his position on stage was precarious. Vegeta turned his gaze toward Gohan, coldly stating, "Brat, are you prepared? If you still cling to that tiresome mindset, then you might as well leave and not waste any more time." Gohan lifted his head, his eyes sharpening in an instant as he responded, "Though I am uncertain of the best course of action, I must make a change. Uncle Vegeta, let us begin." With a disdainful huff, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous aura, a fierce wind sweeping through the surroundings. Shortly after, a golden flame ignited around him, transforming him into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. He tilted his head back, his gaze fixed downward on Gohan, proclaiming, "Indeed, This is the only way to be recognized as a worthy opponent by me, the Prince of Saiyans. Prepare to witness the power that transcends the Super Saiyan. Boom. As Vegeta spoke, his golden aura intensified, a powerful force radiating outward, overwhelming many in the audience. The sign for the World Martial Arts Tournament swayed perilously, while veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead, his muscles swelling as lightning crackled around him. Even Gohan, standing opposite him, felt the immense pressure emanating from Vegeta. He raised a hand to shield himself from the oncoming force and remarked, as expected of Uncle Vegeta, "Even I lack confidence in securing a victory now." Outside the ring, spectators muttered in disbelief, yet erupted in cheers upon witnessing Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan. Though they were unfamiliar with the specifics, they had heard tales of the Golden Warrior. Beside them, Videl sensed Vegeta's overwhelming power and began to worry for Gohan. Trunks' father is too formidable. Can Master Gohan really prevail? Not only Videl, but Krillin and Tien also expressed their astonishment. Yamcha commented, "Saiyans are truly monsters. This guy seems to rival Goku from back in the day." Tien nodded in agreement, stating, "They are indeed on another level, but we cannot afford to slacken our training. Regardless of their strength, with perseverance, we will catch up." Din marveled, as expected of Tien. Krillin, however, felt disheartened, lamenting, "But Super Saiyans are incredibly overpowered. Despite our relentless training, they merely need to transform to outstrip us." Trunks, feeling anxious, hoped for his father's victory, but also wished for Gohan not to lose. Where's Piccolo? Where did that guy go? Krillin looked around, unable to locate Piccolo. Vegeta's transformation was complete, and the audience below staggered under the weight of his terrifying aura. They were about to voice their grievances when a single glance from Vegeta silenced them. Then, he looked at Gohan, raising his thumb to indicate himself, and said, "Watch closely. Gohan, this is the power that surpasses Super Saiyan. I am now the true Super Vegeta." With a flash, Gohan transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, stating, "Super Vegeta." Uncle Vegeta is indeed impressive. Alright, let us begin. Boom. Vegeta propelled himself off the ground, causing a web-like crack to spread across the arena, and then unleashed a fist imbued with immense force toward Gohan. Gohan met the strike, their fists colliding and generating a powerful shockwave that created a vacuum around them. Tap. Tap, tap. In the next instant, Vegeta rained down punches upon Gohan with astonishing speed, delivering dozens of blows in mere moments. Gohan struggled to withstand the relentless assault, his right foot sinking deep into the shattered arena floor. "Gohan, is this truly the extent of your power?" Vegeta shouted fiercely, as he slowed the pace of his right fist, which was gathering golden energy. Oh no! Gohan discerned the weight behind Vegeta's punch was formidable. Instantly, a radiant light enveloped him as he launched a similar punch. Boom! The clash of their powers shattered the entire arena, sending debris flying in all directions. Vegeta, once brimming with confidence, was momentarily staggered by the force of Gohan's blow, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan quickly shielded the spectators from the falling rubble and returned to the ring. Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth, eyeing Gohan in midair, and remarked, "Now this is interesting. You should employ this kind of power to fight me." Gohan took a deep breath, saying, "I apologize, Uncle Vegeta. But the commotion we're causing is too great. To prevent further harm to others, I must defeat you swiftly." Vegeta, still with his arms crossed, arrogantly responded, "Umph. Such bravado. If you can manage it, then by all means, give it a try." Boom. Once more, two beams of golden light collided in the sky, leading to a fierce exchange of blows. The power surpassing that of Super Saiyan was overwhelmingly potent, even causing tremors that shook the very island itself. At the headquarters of the consortium, the director reclined in a chair, watching the World Martial Arts Tournament. He turned to his female secretary, stating, "So this is the Golden Warrior. Indeed, he possesses powers that transcend nature. It is a pity such strength must be utilized for my purposes." In the next moment, the light in the room flickered, and a green-faced man donned in a white cloak materialized, none other than the missing Piccolo from the tournament venue. Though the director felt a surge of panic, he feigned calmness, asking, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Piccolo sneered, naturally. "I'm here to show you some fascinating things." The secretary suddenly leaped toward Piccolo, but he effortlessly struck her down. With a glare, he emitted a laser from his eyes, obliterating the internal security system, and declared, "You can spare me those tricks, or I shall end you." With a chill of dread coursing through him, the director felt paralyzed. Stealing a glance at Piccolo before finally admitting, "You are the Piccolo who stands beside Gohan. Did he send you?" Piccolo chuckled coldly, gripping the director's collar. "I am the Demon King Piccolo. Who in this world could command me? However, since you recognized my association with Gohan, I shall grant you a chance." King Piccolo. Upon hearing this, the director broke into a cold sweat, losing all semblance of his previous composure, nearly fainting from fear. Piccolo smirked. Humph, is this all you've got? But if you dare to trouble Gohan, you shall witness something truly remarkable. Chapter 39. Victory and defeat Bic soared out of Papaya Island, carrying the head of the consortium like a chick, before plunging into the depths of the sea. In the abyss, various ferocious fish roamed in search of sustenance. Bic targeted a peculiar fish, removed the blindfold from the head, and unceremoniously tossed him toward it. The head, gripped by terror, opened his mouth in a futile attempt to scream, only to have a wave of briny seawater rush in through his mouth and nose. He experienced a torment unlike any other, sneezing uncontrollably as the salty liquid flooded in, and in that moment, he felt the presence of death looming from the other side. The strange fish, sensing the altered currents, opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and with a powerful suction, drew the surrounding water into its mouth. The head, a mere mortal untrained in martial arts, could not withstand such force and was swallowed whole by the beast, overwhelmed by the stench of decay. Bic, attuned to the head's mental state, observed as he neared the brink of collapse. Suddenly, with a swift slice of his hand, he cleaved open the fish and extracted the head, lifting him back to the surface. Gasping for air, the head had never before felt such a profound appreciation for the beauty of the world. Bic smirked and said, "Now, share your thoughts. I wish to arrange your forthcoming endeavors." The head stammered, "Aye, aye." Bic shot him a glance and remarked, "I gather you believe I lack the courage to kill you, hence your audacity. Worry not. I shall obliterate your entire consortium shortly, just as I effortlessly razed a city before." Upon hearing this, the head's eyes widened in horror, desperately attempting to articulate a response. Though small fish fry continued to spill from his mouth, Bic, finding some amusement in the head's predicament, decided to elevate him into the sky, declaring, "Let me show you something magnificent." The head struggled to utter, "Wabubio, Wabubio, Shio, Fanglewell." Bic ignored him, reapplying the blindfold before transporting him to the western wilderness, where he removed the blindfold at a great height and released him. "Ah, no," the head screamed, his body losing all support as he gazed down at the jagged stones below. In a flash, Bic appeared on the ground, catching the head by the right leg just before he collided with the deadly rocks. Crack! Although Bic grasped the leg, the head's weight caused it to detach. A horrifying scream echoed as Bic showed no sympathy. In truth, had it not been for Gohan, he would have been inclined to erase the consortium from existence. Bic gazed at the head and remarked, "This place is rather dire, is it not?" The head, unable to comprehend Bic's intent, simply nodded submissively. Ascending higher, the head braced himself, fearing another cruel trick. Yet, Bic's other hand shimmered with golden energy. The head, confused, watched as Bic sneered, "If this place is so wretched, let us obliterate it." Boom. The golden energy penetrated the earth, and in the next moment, it surged outward, tearing the ground apart and enveloping everything in brilliance. A resounding roar reverberated through the sky, leaving the head's mind buzzing. After a while, the cacophony subsided, the blinding light faded, and a gentle breeze swept through, revealing that the once desolate wilderness had vanished. The head's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "It's gone." Bic chuckled darkly, saying, "If it displeases you, then it can be erased. Soon, your consortium shall meet the same fate." The head, gripped by terror, pleaded for mercy, offering anything to appease Bic. Bic regarded him with disdain, retorting, "Do you truly believe that with my power, I cannot obtain what I desire?" The head fell silent, contemplating before a spark of insight lit his eyes. "But even if you annihilate us, human desires will persist. New consortia will arise to trouble Mr. Gohan. Surely you wouldn't want that, would you?" Bic's fingertips gleamed coldly, sending a chill through the head. He hastily added, "However, we are different. We now pledge our total allegiance to Mr. Gohan and will assist him in establishing an ideal martial nation." Bic lowered his finger and said, "Very well. I shall grant you a chance. Given your current stature, I can eradicate you at any moment." The head exhaled deeply, proclaiming, "I wouldn't dare oppose you. After this ordeal, I am unwaveringly loyal. We shall follow your every command." Bic transported the head back to the skyscraper and remarked, "By the way, I am Bic. If you wish to communicate with Gohan or anyone else, be clear. If you wish to make a public announcement, that is acceptable too. I could always become king again." Trembling, the head quickly responded, "I would never dare." Bic walked away, leaving the head slumped on the sofa, paralyzed with fear. Exiting the skyscraper, Bic communicated with the cat sage, "Thank you for simulating that scenario. The consortium will likely investigate again. Please cover for me when they do." In the heavenly temple, the old god observed from above, nodding in approval. "Bic's ability to act for others has exceeded my expectations. At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Gohan and Vegeta continued their fierce battle, yet their speed was so tremendous that the audience could only feel the vibrations in the air, never catching a glimpse of their forms. In midair, Gohan and Vegeta stood on opposite sides, both appearing somewhat fatigued. Gohan remarked, "Uncle Vegeta, your energy is waning." Vegeta scoffed, "You have enough to win." Then, with renewed vigor, Vegeta's energy surged, pressing forward toward Gohan. "Ha!" Gohan responded with a shout, his golden aura flaring as he met Vegeta's force in midair. Ultimately, Vegeta's body crackled with electricity, and with his hands cupped forward, his muscles appeared more defined, unleashing an even greater power. In an instant, Gohan accelerated to his utmost limit, akin to an arrow released from a bow, arriving before Vegeta, only to be met by Vegeta's golden aura that blocked his advance. Between Vegeta's hands, the golden energy coalesced, while Gohan's eyes blazed with fierce golden light. In the next moment, a golden halo enveloped him, causing his muscles to bulge with power. With a single punch, he pierced through Vegeta's defenses, striking him squarely on the right cheek. The force of the blow erupted upon contact, sending even the mighty Vegeta hurtling like a meteor into the ground outside the arena. Upon witnessing Vegeta's descent, Gohan dematerialized his Super Saiyan transformation, letting out a couple of breaths before landing on the shattered platform. Suddenly, debris flew as Vegeta, cloaked in golden light, emerged from the rubble, landing before Gohan. Gohan frowned and said, "Uncle Vegeta, according to the rules, you have already lost. There is no need to continue this battle." Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort, then reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Though his face bore bruises, his proud demeanor remained undiminished. He looked at Gohan and declared, "In terms of the match, I indeed lost, but in battle, I have not been defeated." Gohan, wary in his heart, responded, "So, Uncle Vegeta intends to continue fighting?" Vegeta scoffed, "Rest assured, I have no intention of continuing this fight, at least not for now. You are quite impressive, a worthy opponent in my eyes, so I advise you to avoid naivety in your future endeavors." With that, Vegeta turned and walked back behind the arena, ignoring Krillin and the others, seeking a quiet spot to sit. At that moment, Trunks approached Vegeta cautiously, saying, "Father," actually losing to Gohan. Vegeta glanced at him coldly and replied, "That boy Gohan is indeed remarkable. He has surpassed the Super Saiyan level before me. And now he has taken that state even further. You saw it, right? He can effortlessly switch between his forms in the heat of battle, alternating speed and strength, conserving energy while adapting to any combat scenario. I must admit, he is a formidable opponent, not inferior to Kakarot, and I have not been bested by him." Trunks was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he heard his father praise someone, especially someone he held in such high regard as Gohan. This filled him with joy. On the arena, due to the intense battle between Gohan and Vegeta, the stage had been left in ruins, prompting the organizers to announce a suspension of the match for repairs. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan decided to discuss audience matters with the organizers, even contemplating employing a few tricks if they did not comply. However, to his surprise, when he arrived, they readily agreed, even presenting him with a revised schedule for his review, their demeanor now cordial as if they were entirely different individuals. On planet Adrelent, Goten merged his body and energy, which then spread across the entire area. Suddenly, this continuous energy seemed to be attacked, tearing apart into countless fragments. Ultimately, these fragments coalesced into numerous Goten figures, all standing on the platform. As they looked at each other, they clapped and exclaimed, "At last, I have succeeded in my technique of duplication." Nearby, Pibra commented, "This is merely the first step. Next, you must learn to divide your energy into different parts, creating various versions of yourself." All the Goten figures vanished in an instant, leaving only one standing in the center. He said, "Such skills must be learned gradually. Now, let us continue, Master Pibra." Chapter 40. Android 16. The repairs on the World Martial Arts Tournament stage took an entire day, during which nothing significant occurred aside from the organizers issuing an apology on social media. The apology was straightforward, acknowledging their lack of preparation for the event, which led to some spectators being harmed by the residual energy from the fighters. The organizers expressed their willingness to compensate for any losses incurred by the audience. They also announced a complete overhaul of the tournament's upcoming schedule, notably canceling the physical audience seating and opting for a global live stream instead, promising to refund the ticket costs to those who had purchased them. Gohan and Piccolo were somewhat satisfied with the organizers' actions, yet the audience was in an uproar, particularly those who had not bought tickets, feeling as though their rights had been infringed upon and vocally attacking the officials and Gohan. In response, both the officials and Gohan chose to ignore the uproar, knowing that it is impossible to please everyone online. A day later, the stage was finally repaired, reinforced with the highest grade alloys, and the organizers confidently proclaimed it indestructible. With the repairs complete, the World Martial Arts Tournament resumed, the second match featuring Satan against Barrett. Having learned from the previous experience, the blonde host announced the competitor's entrance and quickly retreated to a safe spot for commentary. The enthusiastic spectators also took precautions, using binoculars to watch from a distance. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, this match was entirely different in style from the previous day. If yesterday's battle resembled celestial beings clashing, today's contest seemed akin to children playing pretend. Satan and Barrett engaged in a more conventional fighting style, lacking the aerial acrobatics and blinding speed exhibited the day before. The distant audience felt a mix of disappointment and relief. They were disheartened by the lack of high-level combat, but relieved to discover that not all fighters possessed the terrifying prowess displayed yesterday. Satan and Barrett engaged in a methodical battle, employing various intricate fighting techniques. While onlookers might find it entertaining, to masters like Krillin and Tien, it fell short of expectations. Krillin glanced at the side and remarked to Bai Dilly, "Is this your father, Mr. Satan?" "Indeed." He pondered, but could not find a fitting descriptor that was both truthful and elegant. Bai Dilly felt a bit embarrassed when her father boasted about being a champion. She had once felt proud, but now it seemed he could only be described as lackluster. Ultimately, the match concluded with Barrett being bested by Satan's decisive kick, sending him off the stage. The third match then featured Piccolo facing Yamcha, both competitors radiating a completely different aura as they took the stage, igniting excitement among the audience. Piccolo, draped in his cloak, stood across from a somewhat apprehensive Yamcha and said, "Give it your all. I want to hold back." Yamcha felt a surge of anxiety. But as a martial artist and a respected teacher, he understood he could not back down. Thus, he closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy and blood within him. Kaioken times 10. A brilliant white aura ignited, swirling around him with gusts of wind. As his energy surged, his muscles swelled, and the once bright white aura shifted to a deep crimson. Opening his eyes, Yamcha gazed at Piccolo, his expression steely as he declared, "Let us begin, Piccolo." Piccolo smirked slightly, unsure of Yamcha's sudden display of bravado, and chose to ignore it, simply standing coolly. With a swift motion, Yamcha propelled himself forward, leaving an imprint on the ground as he transformed into a streak of lightning heading towards Piccolo. Piccolo remained expressionless, effortlessly reading Yamcha's movements and countering his attack with ease. Kamehameha. Yamcha unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, ultimately executing the signature technique of the Turtle School. A magnificent wave of energy erupted forth, majestic as a flowing river and beautiful like fireworks. Watching the Kamehameha approach, Piccolo felt a twinge of impatience. He gathered his energy in his right hand, and just as the Kamehameha reached him, he thrust his hand upward, redirecting the wave into the sky. "Is this all you've got, Yamcha?" Piccolo felt his patience wearing thin and prepared to conclude the match. Yet, Yamcha chuckled, sweeping his hands downward. The Kamehameha in the sky suddenly coalesced, forming a circular energy sphere that hurtled back towards Piccolo. A smile crept onto Piccolo's lips as he remarked, "Now this is more like it." "Huh." Raising his right hand, Piccolo unleashed a powerful wave of energy directed towards Yamcha's ki blast. Yamcha deftly maneuvered his fingers, guiding the ki blast to evade Piccolo's energy wave before colliding with him. The impact was thunderous. As the brilliant light erupted, engulfing the arena, the explosive sound shattered what was deemed an indestructible venue once more. Impressive. From the searing brightness emerged a figure, who swiftly slapped Yamcha across the face, extending his arm to force him out of the arena. As the intense white light gradually faded, the golden-haired host gained clarity on the unfolding scene and hurriedly ascended the fragmented stage to declare Piccolo the victor. Following a 30-minute intermission, the staff meticulously prepared the arena for the next match. The third bout featured Dumpling facing off against Gappa. As Gappa strutted onto the stage, he arrogantly proclaimed, "Shorty, I advise you to concede early. My master, King Gappa, was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and I have inherited all of his profound teachings." Dumpling tilted his head and replied, "But my brother Tien is also a champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Why don't you concede to me?" Gappa scoffed dismissively and assumed a peculiar fighting stance with his fist raised, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the secret technique of our 8-handed fist dojo. Once unleashed, it is as if 8 fists are striking simultaneously, ensuring victory against any opponent." With a flourish of his fists, several illusory fists appeared in the air, creating the illusion of 8. Dumpling blinked a couple of times and remarked, "But those are still just 2 hands. Why call it the 8-handed fist? Your technique pales in comparison to my brother's 4-demon fist." Gappa sneered, "You little runt. How could you possibly grasp the essence of my 8-handed fist?" Floating in the air, Dumpling tilted his head, seemingly perplexed by Gappa's mindset, and simply asked, Can we start now? Gappa ignored him, continuing to address the camera. As you can see, this is the essence of the eight-handed fist. I solemnly promise an 8% discount for those who join the eight-handed fist dojo during the World Martial Arts Tournament. And members will have the opportunity for personal instruction from the tournament champion. The golden-haired host, visibly awkward, interjected, "Gentlemen, may we commence?" Gappa nodded and charged at Dumpling, shouting, "Experience the might of the eight-handed fist." Dumpling raised a finger, and suddenly Gappa found himself frozen mid-attack, unable to move. With another finger raised, Dumpling unleashed a burst of energy that propelled Gappa out of the arena. The host, momentarily stunned by the swift conclusion of the bout, quickly announced Dumpling as the victor. Dumpling clasped his hands together, bowing to the audience before declaring, "I am Dumpling from the Tien Shinhan Martial Arts School. I would like to recommend our dojo. My brother Tien is a disciple of the Crane School and has previously defeated Sun Wukong to become the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Possessing extensive martial arts experience and teaching techniques, we welcome everyone to train at the Tien Shinhan Martial Arts School." He bowed once more before exiting the stage. Meanwhile, Vegeta, initially bored, perked up upon hearing that Tien had defeated Sun Wukong, widening his eyes in surprise before letting out a cold snort. In the fifth match, Midlai faced off against Krillin, who, despite her best efforts and even using an unrefined Kamehameha, was ultimately outmatched and conceded defeat. The sixth match featured Rhea against Tien Shinhan, where the battle resembled more of a lesson than a fight, as Tien showcased a variety of techniques, greatly captivating the audience. The outcome was predictable, with Tien emerging victorious. The seventh match pitted Trunks against Anti. Although Anti had solid martial arts skills, he was no match for Trunks, who swiftly knocked him off the stage with just a few strikes. Lastly, the artificial human number 16 faced off against Nanyuan, and before anyone could register his movements, Nanyuan was already out of the ring. Gohan, observing the unscathed Nanyuan, pondered, "This fellow does not seem nearly as violent as the other two artificial humans." He didn't even harm Nanyuan. Piccolo glanced at Gohan and cautioned, "Gohan, do not let your guard down. Just because he hasn't attacked others doesn't mean he won't target you." Gohan nodded, affirming, "I understand completely. If I encounter him, I will do my utmost to defeat him." With the morning battles concluded, the competitors enjoyed a brief respite as the organizers prepared for the afternoon matches, deciding to pair fighters whose numbers added up to 9. Thus, setting the stage for the first match of the afternoon, Gohan versus artificial human number 16. On the afternoon of May 9th, 772, the weather was splendid. With a gentle breeze and clear skies, a rare occurrence indeed. Most residents of Earth eagerly tuned into their televisions to witness the world's premier martial arts tournament. While many had seen the savior in action before and knew their own limitations, this did not deter their desire to partake in the excitement. In the waiting area of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Gohan arrived early, closing his eyes to meditate in preparation for the unknown battles ahead. Other competitors followed suit. And upon noticing Gohan in deep concentration, Piccolo and the others refrained from disturbing him, casting wary glances at artificial human number 16. Sensing the unfriendly stares, No. 16 looked up and addressed Gohan's companions, stating, "Rest assured, my targets are solely Goku and Gohan. Once I eliminate them, my control program will terminate, and I will pose no threat to anyone else." Krillin inquired, "But Dr. Gero is already dead. What purpose does this serve?" Number 16 replied calmly, "This was not my choice. I was created to eliminate Goku. Though I have no desire to kill, I cannot defy my programming." Piccolo pondered briefly before asking, "You mentioned that your sole purpose was to confront Goku, yet he is gone. Why do you persist in pursuing Gohan?" Number 16 explained, "This is due to new programming injected into me upon my awakening. By killing Gohan, I can still fulfill my objective and attain my freedom." Piccolo thought of the mysterious man in dark sunglasses, scoffing, "How absurd. The very humans you were meant to protect are aiding your creator in his quest to eliminate their savior. If humanity is truly this misguided, perhaps it would be better for me, as the Demon King Piccolo, to guide them." Krillin opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the bell of the World Martial Arts Tournament rang, signaling the official start of the afternoon matches. Gohan opened his eyes and looked at Piccolo, stating, "The world is inherently a mix of good and evil. While some humans possess extreme malice, there are still those who harbor light in their hearts, willing to sacrifice everything for others. As long as such individuals exist, humanity will continue to strive towards a better future." Piccolo nodded, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Yet a hint of a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Son Gohan turned his gaze towards Android 16 and said, "Although you were compelled to kill me, I will show no mercy. After all, there are many things I have yet to accomplish, and I do not wish to leave my loved ones in sorrow due to a moment of weakness." Android 16 nodded, then shook his head, pointing to his own head and lamenting, "What a pity. If it were not for this programming, I believe we could have been friends, Gohan. You are indeed a pure-hearted individual, so I implore you, you must defeat me." Gohan paused for a moment, then replied, "I will." At that moment, they heard the announcer declare the two contestants to the stage. Android 16 turned and said, "Gohan, I will be waiting for you on the arena." As Android 16 ascended the stage, Gohan was about to enter when the air before him trembled, and a child with a crab head suddenly appeared. Gohan hesitated and then smiled. "Why are you here so soon, Goten?" Goten first greeted Piccolo and the others before replying, "Isn't today the finals? I thought I'd come cheer for my brother." Gohan explained, "The arena was damaged during my fight with Uncle Vegeta yesterday, so we're still in the quarterfinals." Goten chuckled and said, "Uncle Vegeta really lives up to his reputation. By the way, who is your opponent in this match?" Gohan hesitated to reveal it, but he knew Goten would not relent until he did, so he said, "It's Android 16. Well, if there's nothing else, I need to go compete now. You stay here and watch." Upon hearing the name Android 16, Goten paused, contemplating many things, then asked, "The targets of the androids should be Dad, right? Even if Dad is gone, they shouldn't come after you directly." Piccolo explained, "This Android 16 appears to be a pure robot. Its programming has been altered. And its current target is indeed Gohan. Is that so?" Goten pondered for a moment, then looked around and said to Gohan, "Brother, come with me for a moment. I think I understand what's going on." Gohan was taken aback, perplexed, and replied, "But the match is about to start. I can't just bail out now." Goten stepped closer to Gohan, grasping him firmly, and said, "Don't worry, it will be quick." In an instant, both Gohan and Goten vanished, leaving Tien, Krillin, and others bewildered. After a brief moment, the air trembled again, and Gohan and Goten reappeared, looking as though nothing had transpired. Gohan glanced at Goten and said, "I must go fight. This matter must be resolved." He then walked straight towards the arena. Piccolo looked at Goten and asked, "Hey, Goten, what did you two do? Why do I sense that Gohan's energy seems somewhat diminished?" Goten shrugged and replied, "I didn't do anything, Uncle Piccolo. Just trust me. I won't let my brother get hurt." Piccolo was puzzled but chose to trust Goten, knowing he was not an ordinary child. At that moment, Trunks joined Goten, and they began discussing various topics. Videl observed Gohan stepping out of the arena and then glanced at Goten chatting with Trunks, frowning slightly. Feeling that Gohan seemed a bit off, at the tournament venue, the blonde announcer called for Gohan, who finally made his entrance, standing on the opposite side of the arena, gazing at Android 16. "All right, let us begin. Above all, I hope you will not harm those innocent bystanders." Of course, Android 16 nodded and replied, "My only target is you. After I eliminate you, I might even protect this world, for I too cherish it." Gohan surveyed Android 16, then looked at the announcer and said, "Sir, please stand back a bit. I cannot predict what this being might do." Seeing the fear in the announcer's eyes as he recalled Android 16's name, he exclaimed, "He can't truly be." Upon Gohan's nod, the announcer jumped off the stage and said, "Then I entrust this to you, Mr. Gohan. You must not lose to such a creature." Gohan nodded, then turned, golden energy swirling around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. Android 16 seemed to calculate Gohan's energy and said, "Your energy appears to surpass mine. It seems I must prepare for the worst." With a thunderous roar, Android 16 raised his arm, gathering immense energy, and the arm detached from his body, lunging towards Gohan. Gohan stepped forward, his right fist clenched, golden energy coalescing at its center. With a single punch, he flattened the approaching arm, and then the power within him surged forth, sending the arm flying back. Android 16 stepped forward, his severed right arm reaching out just in time to reconnect with the fist. At that moment, Gohan's fist reached Android 16's face. Android 16 attempted to defend himself, but it was futile. A single blow sent him hurtling away. Masenko. Gohan placed his hands together on his forehead, energy gathering between them, gradually becoming brilliant, ultimately transforming into a beam of laser directed at Android 16. Suspended in midair, Android 16 spun his body and halted, his right hand having mysteriously repaired itself, and he retaliated with a punch aimed at Gohan's Masenko. A tremendous force erupted, causing a fierce disturbance. The Masenko was countered by Android 16's energy, and Gohan charged forward, aiming to defeat him in one fell swoop. In a flash, Android 16's eyes glowed red, and he unleashed two beams of laser. Gohan evaded to the side, maintaining his speed and momentum, and in an instant, he was before Android 16. Hell Energy Wave. Android 16 grasped his right arm with his left hand, then his arms suddenly fractured, and he clamped them tightly under his armpits, where terrifying energy gathered at the breakpoints. Kamehameha. Observing Android 16's actions, Gohan brought his hands together, beginning to gather energy. Preparing to clash with Android 16. The Hell energy wave surged forth, and sensing its overwhelming power, Gohan stepped back 2 paces, unleashing the Kamehameha to meet it. The 2 tremendous energies collided in midair. As the energies clashed, a blinding white light engulfed the entire tournament venue. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others quickly raised a barrier to shield against the residual waves harming others. With a thunderous boom, Gohan's emerald green eyes sparkled with golden light, and the beam in his hands thickened slightly as the Kamehameha surged towards Android 16. Android 16 was battered by the Kamehameha, his body severely damaged, revealing mechanical parts. And he crashed heavily to the ground, stating, "It seems I have lost." But, in the next moment, Gohan landed before him, saying, "Though you do not speak like a villain, you are still an android, and I cannot gamble with that outcome. I am sorry." Gohan's right hand opened, radiant energy gathering, ready to strike down Android 16. "I am sorry, Gohan, but I truly do not wish for this Earth to be destroyed, so let us descend into hell together." A white mist erupted from behind Android 16, his body rising suddenly, locking Gohan in place. On the other side, watching the match, Piccolo and the others were taken aback. They had relaxed their vigilance, not expecting such a twist. Piccolo, being observant, pondered, "What is happening?" Gohan's aura is completely different from when he fought Vegeta. Furthermore, when Android 16 stood up, Gohan could have easily escaped. What could be the reason behind this? Meanwhile, Gohan inquired, "You don't want to destroy this Earth. What are you talking about?" Android 16, with blood-like liquid dripping from one eye, responded, "I regret to inform you that there is a bomb inside me. One powerful enough to annihilate the entire planet. The individual who reprogrammed me has the means to detonate it, and he is watching us. If I win, I will kill you. If I lose, he will trigger the bomb, obliterating the Earth. Therefore, for the sake of this planet, Gohan, please join me in hell." Gohan seemed to surrender, reverting from his Super Saiyan form with a wry smile, saying, "So, I had no choice from the beginning. Regardless of victory or defeat, death awaits." Android 16's expression turned somber as he remarked, "I too feel remorseful. However, I can control the explosion if I self-detonate. If someone else triggers it, my programming will shut down, and I won't be able to contain the blast's radius. The entire Earth would then be destroyed." Gohan smiled faintly, "That would be fine. Uncle Piccolo and the others are still alive, and humanity is progressing towards a better future. Perhaps my absence wouldn't be so bad." Chapter 42. The one behind the scenes. Piccolo, with ears far more acute than most, overheard the conversation between Gohan and Android 16. He stepped forward, calling out, "Gohan." Gohan glanced at Piccolo, a smile spreading across his face as he said, "Uncle Piccolo, please take everyone away to safety." Piccolo paused, casting a deep look at Gohan before turning to shout, "Everyone, quickly get to safety." With a burst of energy, Piccolo ignited a white aura and soared through the roof, heading far away. Krillin and the others noticed Gohan's resolve and retreated to the waiting room, taking the others with them as they flew off. Gohan. At that moment, Videl was reluctant to leave, even charging toward him. Suddenly, Goten leaped up and knocked Videl unconscious with a swift strike, then turned to Trunks, saying, "Trunks, please look after Videl." Trunks took Videl, looking at Goten with confusion. "Goten?" Goten then approached Gohan and Android 16, advising, "You should leave quickly. I can't guarantee what might happen here." In the distance, a man in dark glasses suddenly removed his shades, revealing eyes filled with madness. "Destroying just a small island will suffice. You killed my beloved Android 18. I shall ensure that this planet accompanies her to the grave." He pulled out a black remote, gazing at the martial arts arena, declaring, 18, I am on my way to serve you in hell. Watch closely, for I shall complete my task." Just as the man was about to press the button, a figure flashed by, and he felt an emptiness in his hand, discovering a crab-headed child standing before him. The child was, of course, Goten, who inspected the remote and remarked, "This world truly has all sorts of people. I won't say anything about your obsession with the original 18, but a blood-soaked butcher who indiscriminately kills innocents? That's something I cannot condone." The man was startled but maintained his composure, stealthily reaching for his pocket while asking, "Which child are you? What are you talking about?" Goten, noticing the man's movement, swiftly shot 4 beams of energy from his fingertips, piercing the man's shoulder and knee, causing him to collapse. Goten then stepped forward, stripped the man of his clothing, and sent it soaring into the sky with a ki blast, stating, "When you commit an act, you must accept the consequences. You should be grateful I do not wish to kill." The man, with 4 wounds, was in excruciating pain and wept profusely, although Goten had knocked him unconscious. He frowned at the bloodied figure, grabbing his hair and instantaneously teleporting back to the martial arts arena. Upon arrival, Goten spotted Android 16, who was preparing to self-destruct. and tossed the man aside, crushing the remote, smiling as he said, "I've found this guy. Now you can avoid self-detonation." Android 16 glanced at the man on the ground, then looked at the two Gotens curiously, saying, "Thank you." Suddenly, Android 16's pupils glowed red as if receiving a transmission. Goten felt a tightening in his chest, sensing something was amiss. Android 16 stated, "I apologize, but my bomb has been activated. It will explode in 30 seconds. I also received a message during the activation, warning me that I cannot allow you two to leave, or he will take away my control and let the bomb destroy the Earth." After a moment's contemplation, both Goten stepped forward, merging into one, stating, "It must be Dr. Gero. This is truly troublesome. I'm only 6 years old, still just a child." Android 16 replied. The message was likely from the doctor. "I'm sorry, Gohan." Goten placed a hand on Android 16, suggesting, "Then let us find a deserted place for the explosion. Dying together is far better than taking the lives of those on a small island." In an instant, Gohan, Goten, and Android 16 vanished from the martial arts arena. On King Kai's planet, the void trembled as Goten and Android 16, carrying Gohan, suddenly appeared, startling the lounging King Kai. He quickly stumbled backward, muttering, "You little rascal. Why did you bring him here?" Goten glanced around, scratching his head and chuckling. "Sorry, I teleported to the wrong place. Please continue with your business. I'll be on my way." With that, the three figures disappeared once more, leaving the destination unknown. On a deserted island on Earth, a crab-headed boy sat on a rock, idly observing his surroundings when suddenly, the air trembled, and three figures materialized. Android 16's eyes widened in disbelief. He suspected his observation system had been damaged by Gohan, as he had already seen 3 versions of Goten that day. Boom. Android 16 opened his mouth to speak. But it was too late. The bomb within him activated, and in an instant, fierce flames engulfed the entire island, claiming Gohan and Goten in the inferno. At the martial arts arena, Piccolo, holding 2 people aloft in the sky, gazed into the distance with profound sorrow, for just moments ago. He could no longer sense Gohan and Goten's presence. Piccolo descended to the arena, placing the 2 ordinary humans back on the ground before heading towards the explosion site. Feeling a sense of unease about the unfolding events, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the others landed shortly after, their faces filled with grief as they struggled to find words. Piccolo moved swiftly, reaching the site of the explosion in mere minutes, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. The small island that should have existed lay shattered, thick smoke billowing into the sky, while debris and dark remnants floated in the scalding sea. Piccolo, still in disbelief, dove into the smoke, desperately searching for the 2 figures. "Gohan, Goten, you cannot truly be dead." In the midst of swirling smoke and drifting waters, Piccolo searched in vain for any sign of Gohan and Goten. At last, he halted above the floating clouds, clenched his fists tightly, and his aura rippled, shaking the clouds beneath him. Just as Piccolo's pent-up fury was about to erupt, he suddenly heard Gohan's voice resonating in his heart. Startled, Piccolo thought to himself, "Gohan, you are alive, aren't you?" On the other side, Gohan replied, "Yes, I am alive. After Goten rescued me, I have been with Lord Kai. And now I am using his abilities to communicate with you." Piccolo, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "So, the one who fought against Android 16 was not you?" Gohan clarified, "That was Goten. He mentioned he had just learned a new application of Ki and could fight in my stead." Piccolo furrowed his brow and responded, "But that presence was unmistakably yours. How could it be Goten?" Gohan explained, "I borrowed some of Goten's energy, which allowed me to simulate him to a certain extent through my duplicate." Suddenly, a voice echoed beside Piccolo. He turned to see Goten, sporting a crab-like head, hovering in midair. Piccolo scrutinized Goten and asked, "You seem unscathed. What is going on?" Goten replied, "The explosions were merely my 2 energy forms. I sustained some injuries, but they are not severe. We should discuss more with Lord Kai." Understanding Goten's intent, Piccolo placed a hand on Goten's shoulder, and Goten activated instant transmission, transporting them to Lord Kai's planet. On Lord Kai's planet, he was recounting Goten's misdeeds to Barbaros and Guruguri, deciding to use his authority to banish Goten from the realm of cold jokes. Meanwhile, Gohan stood beside Lord Kai, his expression still somewhat awkward. Goku leaned against a nearby tree, observing the lively scene with a sense of grandeur. Suddenly, the void trembled as Goten and Piccolo arrived at North Kai's planet. Upon seeing Goten, North Kai rushed over, exclaiming, "You treacherous disciple! You have been gone for so long, and now you return with a bomb? I am genuinely furious." Goten raised 5 fingers and chuckled, "Lord Kai, I simply miscalculated my position. After all, my 2 duplicates were in the same direction, and a moment's inattention led to the mistake. How about this, Lord Kai? I have 5 cold jokes I would like you to evaluate. North Kai's expression softened slightly as he clasped his hands behind his back, adopting a masterly demeanor. For this time, I will let you off the hook. But should there be a next time, I will not be so forgiving. Now, what are those 5 cold jokes? Ultimately, Goten appeased North Kai's wounded spirit with his 5 cold jokes. Meanwhile, Gohan conversed with Piccolo. Although Piccolo managed to piece together some information, several aspects remained unclear. Goten then closed his eyes, and in an instant, his form split into 3, 1 Goten, 1 Gohan, and 1 Trunks. Goten explained, this is a technique for creating duplicates. By dividing my ki and combining it with the giant shrink technique, I can transform into any appearance. I borrowed my brother's energy to battle Android 16 and sent a duplicate to locate the cloaked figure. As a precaution, I also had a duplicate scout for an uninhabited island as a backup, which turned out to be quite useful. Piccolo gazed at the 3 manifestations of Goten, astonished. You truly excelled, managing to devise these solutions in such a short time. Goku assessed Goten's split forms, commenting, you've done remarkably well, Goten. Mastering such techniques in such a brief period. Goten's 3 forms merged back into 1, and with a hint of shyness, he admitted. Learning these techniques was indeed tedious at first, but once I persevered, it became quite enjoyable. However, I still have much to learn. Piccolo affirmed, regardless, these are your skills. And it is thanks to you that this crisis was averted. Gohan looked at Goten, saying, you are truly impressive, Goten. I never expected you to grow so much in just a year. Goten shook his head, acknowledging that his growth stemmed from a narrative advantage and a touch of caution. He added, I fear that the threat to Earth may still linger, as Dr. Gero might still be alive. Piccolo was taken aback, questioning, Dr. Gero is alive? How could that be? The 2 androids claimed they had personally killed him. Goten replied, I am not entirely sure, but after I dealt with the individual accompanying Android 16, the bomb within Android 16 was still activated. Moreover, Android 16 mentioned receiving some information, and I suspect only Dr. Gero could orchestrate such a thing. Gohan pondered for a moment, recalling the wish he had made, and said, I apologize. This was my oversight. My wish was to resurrect everyone who died due to the androids. If Dr. Gero was also killed by them. Piccolo stroked his chin, acknowledging, this complicates matters. If Dr. Gero is indeed alive, who knows what new devices he might create. Gohan felt a pang of guilt, lowering his head and saying, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Goten interjected, but brother, you were trying to save everyone, and even if Dr. Gero has returned, you have saved many more lives. Piccolo nodded, stating, Goten has a point. Our focus now should be on how to confront Dr. Gero. Goku suggested, if you merely wish to locate Dr. Gero, you might seek the assistance of the Supreme Kai or the Fortune Teller. At the mention of the Supreme Kai, Piccolo scoffed in irritation. He had no desire to engage with that individual. Gohan remarked, even if we find Dr. Gero, we cannot be certain he does not possess more weapons like Android 16. If we corner him, who knows what he might do? Piccolo agreed, that is indeed a concern. Dr. Gero has the means to easily destroy Earth. Goten reflected, we can prepare for 2 scenarios, one to confront Dr. Gero and the other to summon Shinron in case of emergencies. Piccolo nodded, that approach would mitigate some risks, but even Shinron has limitations. Gohan concluded. Then there is nothing we can do. We must do our best with what we can control, while the rest is beyond our grasp. Goku chimed in, exactly. Just do your best. From my perspective, it seems Dr. Gero is not the type to act recklessly. Piccolo glanced at Goku, remaining silent. Although he had reservations about Dr. Gero's unpredictability, Goku's instincts had proven accurate in the past. Goten then suggested, all right, let us return. There are still matters to attend to at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Piccolo and Gohan approached Goten and placed their hands on him. Goodbye, Dad. Gohan and Goten called out to Goku. Piccolo bid farewell to Goku as well. Until next time. Son. In an instant, 3 figures vanished from North Kai's planet, reappearing beside Krillin and the others. At the tournament venue, Krillin and the others remained enveloped in a somber atmosphere when suddenly, 3 familiar figures materialized before them. Krillin was the first to react. He blinked in surprise and exclaimed, Gohan. Gohan nodded and replied, it's me. Tianjin Shinhan and Yamcha were equally bewildered, inquiring, what is going on? We clearly saw you, Goten, and the androids explode. Gohan glanced into the distance and said, Uncle Vegeta, Trunks, and Mom are on their way. I'll explain later. Moments later, Trunks and Vegeta arrived at the waiting room of the martial arts tournament. Vegeta scrutinized Gohan, then shifted his gaze to Goten, furrowing his brow before addressing Trunks. Hey, Trunks. What's happening? Gohan seems perfectly fine. Trunks looked at Gohan, then at Goten, scratching his head as he replied, I don't know either. I distinctly felt Gohan's and Goten's energy vanish just a moment ago. After a pause, he added, his face lighting up, regardless, it's a relief that everyone is alive. Vegeta snorted, then turned his attention to Goten, commenting, what a dreadful hairstyle. Is this brat really Kakarot's son? Goten, recognizing Vegeta, the legendary Saiyan, bowed respectfully and said, hello. I'm Goten. You must be Uncle Vegeta. I've heard so much about the Prince of the Saiyans from my brother. It's truly an honor to meet you. Vegeta huffed, lifting his chin with pride. You're not half bad for a kid, though you're a bit inferior to Trunks. Still, as the son of a lower-class warrior, your strength is commendable. Nearby, Piccolo scoffed derisively, turning his head away, as he held Vegeta in low regard. Trunks felt somewhat embarrassed. Despite his growth over the past year, he still felt his power was akin to Goten's from a year ago. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings and asked, what about the androids? Have they been eliminated? Just as Gohan was about to explain, Chi-Chi rushed in from outside. Gohan, Goten. Upon seeing her sons, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward to embrace them, tears welling in her eyes. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Gohan and Goten exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of guilt, and together they wrapped their arms around their mother, sensing her trembling from fear. Gohan smiled reassuringly and said, it's all right now, Mom. We've been safe from the start. I'm sorry for worrying you. Goten, floating in the air, added, I'm sorry, Mom, for making you anxious every time. But everything is fine now. Please don't be sad. Chi-Chi gradually stopped crying and asked, what was happening during the live broadcast? I saw you were clearly threatened by that vile android. Gohan and Goten recounted the events, and everyone was astonished, staring at Goten in disbelief. Trunks, with keen eyes, remarked, so it was Goten who fought the android. He has indeed grown stronger. Even with my year of hard training, I haven't narrowed the gap. Vegeta was visibly displeased at this remark. He scrutinized Goten again and said, humph, just some trivial tricks. But that's all there is to it. Trunks, I'll train you harder from now on. You must not lose to the son of a lower-class warrior. Klin, Tianjin Shinon, and Yamcha also praised Goten highly, leaving him feeling rather bashful. After a moment, Goten asked Trunks, by the way, where's Bulma? Did you bring her along? Trunks replied, yes, at my house. Still unconscious. My mom is taking care of her. She should be fine. Goten nodded and suggested, you should probably let her know that my brother is okay since she holds him in high regard. Trunks agreed and began sending a message to Bulma via his wrist device. At that moment, some officials approached, and Gohan went to explain what had transpired. Vegeta, dismissively snorting, declared, this is dull. I'm going back to train. Whether it's Dr. Gero or anyone else, if they dare show themselves, I'll crush them completely. Clint interjected, can't we find Dr. Gero ahead of time and eliminate him? Vegeta paused, turning to Piccolo and the others. Let that coward hiding in the shadows do as he pleases. Regardless, I will not lose now. Piccolo glanced at him, saying, don't forget. You were once killed by the very kind of coward you speak of. Vegeta clenched his fists, then relaxed, retorting, that was because I hadn't become a Super Saiyan then. Now, I have fully surpassed the Super Saiyan level. No matter what tricks that guy uses, I will not be defeated. Piccolo chose not to engage further with Vegeta, knowing that reasoning with him was futile, and they each went about their own business. Eventually, they agreed to search for Dr. Gero's whereabouts and eliminate him before he could strike. Consequently, due to the arena being destroyed once again, the tournament was postponed, and the warriors returned to their residences. In a mountain within the Dajiri Lake, Dr. Gero tapped away at his keyboard, calculating various data, his eyes gleaming with madness. This time, I must create the most perfect creation. The world should belong to the Red Ribbon Army. After inputting the data, he prepared to inspect the perfect embryo in the basement when he noticed a new notification on his wrist device. Upon viewing it, he said, Gohan is still alive. Is he? No matter. Once my perfect creation comes into being, all enemies will be mere trifles. Dr. Gero hurried to the basement, bypassing layers of security, and beheld a transparent tube filled with green liquid, within which lay a tiny embryo. What a perfect creation. He gazed at the embryo with near obsession. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression turned malevolent. Too bad that brat Gohan managed to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Otherwise, my cell would have reached the ideal state. However, there's still a way, there's always a way. Then, Dr. Gero's wrist device received another notification, prompting him to say, it appears I should leave this place. Everything proceeded as usual, and the World Martial Arts Tournament continued, albeit lacking the fervor of previous years. Even the final match between Gohan and Piccolo ended on a rather mundane note, which left many spectators feeling unsettled. In the end, Gohan claimed the championship of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament, with Piccolo securing the runner-up position, while Trunks and Klin rounded out the top four. Chapter 44, Dr. Gero. After the tournament concluded, normalcy returned. Gohan resumed discussions with the king about incorporating martial arts into education and establishing the first university, the specifics of which were still under negotiation. Klin, Tianjin Shinhan, and others sought out the Supreme Kai, hoping he could assist in locating Dr. Gero in the Divine Temple. The Supreme Kai observed Klin, Tianjin Shinhan, Yamcha, and Dend as they landed and stated, "I am aware of your purpose. Although, as a deity, I should protect the humans of my planet and refrain from disclosing their information. Dr. Gero's ambition to dominate the world with nefarious powers and the robots he has created have inflicted indelible scars upon it. I shall make an exception this time." Klin inquired, "So you must know the whereabouts of Dr. Gallo?" The deity nodded and approached Klin, placing his withered right hand upon Klin's bald head, stating, "Dr. Gallo's laboratory is situated near Lake Dirigi. The exact location is here." With a flourish, a flash of white light emanated from the deity's frail hand, and the coordinates of Dr. Gallo's research facility materialized in Klin's mind. Retracting his hand, the deity added, "Now, the safety of Earth rests in your hands." Klin took 2 steps back and replied, "I understand. Thank you, esteemed deity." Subsequently, the group bid farewell to the deity and transformed into streaks of light, darting towards the lower realm. They had not traveled far when they encountered Piccolo, who awaited them in midair. Upon seeing them approach, Piccolo inquired, "So, did the old god reveal Dr. Gallo's location?" Stopping before Piccolo, Klin responded, "He did, and we are preparing to head there now. Once we deal with Dr. Gallo, this will all come to an end." Piccolo shook his head, saying, "Though I have never interacted with Dr. Gallo, I can surmise that he is an exceptionally clever individual. I doubt he will remain unguarded after learning of our approach." Klin contemplated this and remarked, "So perhaps we are heading into a more brutal battle?" Piccolo scoffed, "I cannot predict what measures he may have prepared. One thing is certain, the path ahead will not be easy. If you harbor any hope of luck, I suggest you retreat immediately." Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow and asked, "So what should we do now?" Piccolo glanced into the distance and replied, "For the moment, let us wait. Goten has gone to gather the Dragon Balls. We will split into 2 teams. One will summon the Eternal Dragon, ready to respond to any unforeseen events, while the other will confront Dr. Gallo." Yamcha felt a twinge of anxiety at Piccolo's words, but as a warrior, he forced himself to remain steadfast. After a brief pause, Piccolo added, "You should decide what you wish to do. Engage Dr. Gallo in battle or wait for news from the Eternal Dragon." Shortly thereafter, a golden streak shot into the sky and landed before Piccolo and the others. It was Goten, transformed into a Super Saiyan. He retrieved a package from his back and declared, "Who is waiting for news here?" The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, Yamcha stepped forward, saying, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, I am likely the weakest among us. Even if I went, I wouldn't be of much help. Instead, I shall remain here to guard the Eternal Dragon." Goten handed over the Dragon Balls, stating, "Then I entrust this to you, Uncle Yamcha." Yamcha accepted the package and reassured them, "Go forth and fight without concern. I will summon the Eternal Dragon and stand ready to assist." Everyone nodded, but Tianjin Fan looked at Dend and said, "Dend, you should stay behind as well." Dend shook his head, declaring, "I want to be with you, Tien." Tianjin Fan insisted, "Stay here and assist Yamcha. If Dr. Gallo has any other tricks up his sleeve, your strength may not suffice, and I would have to divide my attention to protect you." Reluctantly, Dend acknowledged the truth of Tianjin Fan's words and nodded, floating over to Yamcha, saying, "Tien, please be careful." Tianjin Fan nodded, and Piccolo urged, "All right, let us depart." With that, several streaks of light surged towards Lake Dirigi in the north. Minutes later, Goten and the others stood at the crack of a canyon, their eyes falling upon the concealed entrance of the laboratory nestled within the rocks. Piccolo placed 2 fingers on his forehead, gathering a formidable aura, and addressed the group, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to engage in battle." Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Goten all assumed combat stances, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. Masenko. Piccolo directed his 2 fingers at the laboratory entrance, unleashing a spiraling energy wave that shattered the door. With a resounding crash, the door splintered, sending smoke billowing forth, accompanied by a thunderous noise that resonated throughout Lake Dirigi. From within the haze, figures began to materialize, causing Piccolo, Klin, and Tianjin Fan to tense, their energies flaring in readiness for an imminent assault. Goten harnessed his energy to disperse the smoke, revealing a gaunt old man with long white hair and a beard, clad in a jacket and a black hat adorned with a red satin band. Goten thought, "This must be Dr. Gallo. I wonder if he has transformed himself into Android 20 after his resurrection." Dr. Gallo regarded Piccolo and the others with a smug smile, declaring, "At last, you have come. But it is too late." Piccolo snorted in disdain and lunged forward, having recognized Dr. Gallo from photographs. He had no intention of granting him any opportunity. In an instant, Dr. Gallo raised his gaze to Piccolo, unleashing twin beams of energy from his eyes that shot toward him. Piccolo dodged desperately, but was still pierced through the shoulder by the beams, halting his momentum midair. The next moment, Dr. Gallo leaped forward, aiming to seize Piccolo and absorb his energy. With a swift motion, Goten intervened, transforming into a golden streak of light, arriving before Piccolo just in time to deliver a powerful punch to Dr. Gallo. The energy of the Super Saiyan erupted, shattering half of Dr. Gallo's body, which then crashed against the mountainside. Kamehameha. Though Goten was reluctant to take a life, he understood that hesitation could lead to dire consequences for his companions. Thus, he gathered radiant energy in his palms. A brilliant white Kamehameha formed into a beam, soaring toward the crater where Dr. Gallo had fallen. As the blinding light surged forth, a figure emerged, seemingly shielding Dr. Gallo. In that instant, Goten felt the Kamehameha uncontrollably surge ahead. Sensing something amiss, he ceased the energy flow and clenched his fist. Focusing on the figure ahead, a portly man who bore a striking resemblance to Dr. Gallo. The stout figure absorbed the white energy with his right hand and extended it toward Dr. Gallo, saying, "You seem to be in quite a predicament, Android 20. Dr. Gallo, with his remaining hand placed upon the stout man's, responded, "Thank you, Android 19. By this time, Piccolo had restored his body. Keenly aware of the conversation, he felt a surge of anxiety and remarked to Dr. Gallo, "You truly are remarkable, Dr. Gallo. In just a year, you've created 2 more androids and even transformed yourself into one." Dr. Gallo's right side crackled with sparks, yet he remained unfazed, responding with pride, "Of course. My intellect is boundless. Allow me to inform you that my perfect warrior is about to be born. If you are wise, you will surrender quickly." Goten, radiating golden light, charged toward Dr. Gallo with the speed of lightning, reaching him in an instant. Android 19, with a smug expression, extended his hands in defense. In a flash, Goten dashed past Android 19, turning to deliver a punch to the android's head, unleashing a tremendous energy that obliterated the upper half of Android 19's body. "I truly do not wish to take a life." As Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch, he turned away from the explosion behind him, directing his gaze towards Dr. Gero. The doctor was filled with profound fear, taken aback by Wukong's extraordinary strength. He retreated, gathering his energy, and unleashed a blinding burst of white light that engulfed the mountainside. With a sharp exclamation, Wukong's golden aura shimmered as he deftly sidestepped the energy wave and charged towards Dr. Gero. From a distance, Krillin stood in disbelief, rubbing his eyes as he witnessed Wukong effortlessly dispatching Android 19 with a single blow. "Is this truly the same Sun Wukong who fought me just a year ago?" He pondered aloud. Tien, with his third eye flickering, remarked, "His energy and combat style are entirely transformed from a year ago. Has he truly learned from Goku?" Piccolo shook his head, observing, "His energy feels more serene, his attacks more ferocious. His fighting style resembles that of Sun, but it surpasses Sun's offensive approach in strength and decisiveness." Krillin nodded in agreement, noting, "Indeed, Goku's combat style adheres to the principles of martial arts, while Wukong fights like a warrior, efficient and swift, striking only to achieve victory. What has this young lad experienced?" Yet, Wukong was unconcerned with such thoughts. His singular focus was on mastering the art of combat. Just as his fist was about to collide with Dr. Gero, a laser beam shot in from the distance. While Wukong's punch could obliterate Dr. Gero's head, he would also be pierced by the laser. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively extended his right hand, unleashing an energy wave towards Dr. Gero, using the recoil to propel himself backward. Chapter 45, Android 13. Wukong soared through the air, dissipating the energy wave from his right hand, and gazed at Dr. Gero. The doctor, with his sole remaining hand raised, was absorbing the last remnants of blinding light. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged before Dr. Gero, their presence suffused with a palpable aura of menace that enveloped Wukong. With his golden hair and azure eyes, Wukong hovered in midair, distinctly recognizing the 3 newcomers. To his left stood a burly man with a pale complexion, his black hair styled into a braid, exposing his strong, pale muscles. To his right was a diminutive figure clad in a large green hat, with purple skin and a yellow tunic adorned with a red silk ribbon and a bow. In the center was a man wearing a baseball cap, dressed in a vest and dark green trousers. New androids? Piccolo and the others had been observing the scene, quickly positioning themselves beside Wukong. Dr. Gero issued commands to the newly arrived androids. Androids 13, 14, and 15, eliminate these intruders. Android 13 turned to his companions, stating, "Of course, but rather than eliminating these weaklings, I am more interested in locating Son Gohan." Dr. Gero, retreating, insisted, "First, Deal with the enemies before you. That's an order. Android 13 faced Wukong and the others, declaring, if it's an order, then I shall deal with you first. Wukong recognized the androids and assessed their strength. He raised his right hand, conjuring a blade of energy that sliced through the air, aiming directly at the androids. The trio hastily dodged, the energy blade cleaving the earth and creating a deep trench. Wukong addressed Piccolo and the others. Uncle Piccolo, allow me to handle these androids. You should confront Dr. Gero. Krillin glanced at the imposing androids and then at Wukong, questioning, but they appear quite formidable. Can you truly manage them? Wukong nodded confidently, smiling. Just observe their movements. They are weaker than the previous androids 17 and 18. You must hurry to confront Dr. Gero, who knows what schemes he may concoct next. Piccolo agreed, then be cautious. Wukong. With a brilliant flash of golden light, Wukong charged at the androids, his primary target clear, Android 13, whom he knew possessed the ability to evolve. With a thunderous roar, Wukong's golden energy surged, propelling him to extraordinary speeds. In the blink of an eye, he was before Android 13, delivering a left punch. As Android 13 dodged, Wukong unleashed a powerful right punch, striking him squarely in the abdomen. The golden energy erupted, penetrating Android 13's core, revealing intricate circuitry and sparking with electricity. Just as Wukong prepared to finish Android 13, he noticed androids 14 and 15 positioning themselves in front of Piccolo and the others. He recognized that while Piccolo could handle one, it would waste precious time. Who knew what Dr. Gero might devise next? Thus, he abandoned his pursuit of Android 13, transforming into a streak of gold as he barreled towards androids 14 and 15. As he charged, Wukong concentrated his energy into a powerful gust, sending both androids reeling. Just as he was about to launch a series of attacks, he sensed a menacing energy approaching from behind. With a swift turn, Wukong retaliated, unleashing a brilliant energy wave that dissipated the incoming beam. The three androids closed in simultaneously, launching a coordinated assault. Unfazed, Wukong knew his strength and speed far surpassed theirs. Even in their combined form, he could easily navigate the battle. Though his smaller stature offered agility, it posed its own challenges in combat. After some time, Wukong thought, and then he unleashed his full power. A tremendous energy erupted from within him, swirling violently around, forcing the androids to brace themselves with crossed arms as they staggered back. With a series of explosive impacts, Wukong's speed surged to its peak. In an instant, he shattered Android 14's jaw with a punch, then delivered a kick that sent Android 15 crashing into the mountainside, and finally launched Android 13 away with a powerful kick. Kamehameha. A glimmer of light flickered between Wukong's hands, growing rapidly into a crescent moon's brilliance, before the golden energy beam surged towards Android 13. Android 13 lifted his head to regard Wukong, a smirk of arrogance gracing his crooked face as he rhythmically gestured with his hands. Boom. In the next moment, Android 14 and Android 15 were both grasped by Android 13, who hurled them forward while retreating. The golden Kamehameha wave struck the two androids, resulting in a violent explosion that caused the entire mountain range to crack open. Goten stood suspended in midair, observing the unfolding scene, and remarked, "It seems we still haven't defeated Android 13. Are we to face an even more formidable opponent?" The mountains continued to tremble, with countless fragments of rock flying about, as a fierce crimson glow gradually obscured the brilliant white light, transforming the area into a new hue. Goten pondered, "It appears an upgrade is in progress. I cannot afford to ignore this." With a swift motion, Goten dashed through the billowing smoke and emerged from the mountainside that Android 13 had breached, finally laying eyes on the android emanating a fierce red radiance. He raised his right hand, conjuring a 10-foot golden energy sword, and struck down upon Android 13. Without flinching, Android 13 stood his ground and absorbed the blow, the golden energy blade colliding with the red glow, sending arcs of electricity surging through the air, destabilizing the surrounding space. Goten, gritting his teeth in anger, realized the energy blade could not penetrate Android 13's defenses. He retracted the blade and prepared to unleash a more powerful assault to break through the android's defenses and conclude the battle. At that moment, Android 13 completed his transformation. His muscles swelled dramatically, his hair stood on end, turning a fiery orange, while his face and arms took on a blue hue, and his shoulders and chest became white. His eyebrows vanished, his brow lowered, and his eyes transformed into a piercing yellow, devoid of pupils. Seeing Android 13 had fully transformed, Goten refrained from rushing in, instead taking a moment to scrutinize Super Android 13, quipping, "What is this? A mimicry of Super Saiyan?" At that instant, Super Android 13 lifted his head to gaze at Goten. Strangely, he refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, he patted his muscular chest, pointed at Goten, and then shook his finger. Understanding the unspoken challenge, Goten unleashed his energy, the golden aura surging forth and eclipsing the crimson glow, before charging directly at Super Android 13. With a resounding crash, Super Android 13 stood firm, even exposing his chest. Goten, unyielding, gathered his full strength, enveloped in golden flames, and collided with Super Android 13's chest like a meteor, the overwhelming energy erupting and creating a vacuum around them. Super Android 13, remarkably resilient, absorbed the impact, leaning back slightly before regaining his stance. Without pausing for a moment, Goten, slightly sidestepping, clenched his left fist and delivered an uppercut that struck Super Android 13 squarely on the chin, causing his head to snap back. Goten took a step back, inhaling deeply as he prepared for the next exchange. Anticipating Super Android 13's imminent reaction, he alternated his punches, raining down blows upon the android's chest like a relentless barrage. Despite the ferocity of Goten's assault, Super Android 13, having transformed, withstood the barrage, only retreating a few steps. Gradually, he adapted to Goten's rhythm. As Super Android 13 swept his right hand, preparing for retaliation, Goten, ever observant, halted his attack and leaned back just in time to evade the incoming blow. As Goten tilted at a precise angle, his right hand unleashed a Kamehameha wave, propelling him backward as he kicked off Super Android 13, forcing the android back once more. Goten executed a somersault, hovering in the air, and taunted, "Finally, you're done pretending. Are you ready to fight me seriously?" Super Android 13 steadied himself on the ground, pointing at Goten with a finger that flickered with red light, quickly expanding into a menacing red energy sphere. This attack is capable of annihilating the entire planet. If you don't care about Earth, feel free to evade. Goten raised his right hand once more, a 3-foot energy blade manifesting, replying, "Such a trivial attack hardly warrants evasion." With determination, Goten advanced, slashing through the red energy sphere, shattering it into countless fragments. As the sphere was on the verge of detonating, he unleashed another energy wave that obliterated it entirely. At that moment, Super Android 13 charged at Goten, throwing a punch aimed at his head. Goten's energy sword dissipated, and he sidestepped, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 46. And having suffered a minor setback, Super Android 13's subsequent attacks were significantly more fierce, each punch and kick accompanied by a gust of wind, causing Goten to find himself challenged. Frustration welled within him. Facing an evenly matched adversary with such a powerful physique was proving to be a disadvantage. Although he could read most of Super Android 13's moves, his shorter reach made defense particularly arduous. In the heat of battle, Goten anticipated another of Super Android 13's strikes. He moved with rapidity, placing his hands on the android's outstretched leg and leaping backward. Though still unrefined, he felt compelled to attempt it. He deflected 2 energy waves from Super Android 13, then erupted with a golden aura, his body slowly fading from sight, leaving only the resplendent golden flames in their wake. Super Android 13, observing the vast expanse of golden flames, hesitated momentarily, aware that his sensors could detect Goten's presence, yet his eyes failed to locate him. He then clasped his hands together, forming a circle with his thumbs and index fingers, gathering red energy into a sphere. With a thunderous roar, the spherical explosive surged toward the golden flames, increasing in size as it drew closer, ultimately reaching a diameter of about 10 meters. From within the golden flames, a figure gradually emerged, and in an instant, a 40-foot energy sword cleaved the explosive sphere in two as the figure passed through the blast. The ensuing explosion echoed, and the fragmented sphere vanished into nothingness. As the golden flames dissipated, revealing the figure obscured by light, Goten appeared. No longer the child he once was, but resembling an adult version of Goku, his form more akin to that of his father. Super Android 13's identification system blinked red as a directive formed in his mind. Target identified as Goku. Commence extermination protocol. With a resounding clash, Super Android 13 initiated the attack, launching several energy spheres before charging at Goten. Goten, his energy retracted, now bore a faint halo around his body. He took 2 steps forward, his hands oscillating rapidly as he deflected the surrounding energy spheres, then launched a punch towards Super Android 13. The battle raged on. As 2 fists collided, the point of contact caused the air to explode violently, resulting in a series of resounding blasts. Sun Wukong felt the relentless energy emanating from his opponent's fist. With a swift bend of his arm, he propelled himself upward at an angle, unleashing a torrent of energy from his left hand as he charged past Super Android 13, delivering a decisive strike to his back. The white, hard shell of Super Android 13's skin was torn asunder, prompting him to pivot and launch another assault on Sun Wukong. In turn, Sun Wukong faced Super Android 13 head-on, engaging in close combat. This time, he had transformed to an adult size, which, while less draining than before, still posed a challenge as he adjusted to the intensity of the fight. Each punch and kick from Super Android 13 was laden with tremendous force, compelling Sun Wukong to evade rather than confront directly, employing various techniques to deflect the blows and exploit any openings. Despite his improved combat skills, this battle marked his first life-or-death struggle after learning these techniques. Many lessons from his father remained unrefined, leading to moments where he was unable to react in time, resulting in injuries. The clamor of their clash grew deafening, as both warriors reached unimaginable speeds. Sun Wukong found himself struggling to apply his skills, sustaining multiple hits from Super Android 13. Fortunately, his year of training against formidable foes had fortified his resolve, far removed from the timid boy he had been a year prior. Meanwhile, Super Android 13 fought with reckless abandon, undeterred by the damage he incurred, relentlessly closing the distance to Sun Wukong. The impact of their fists echoed as Sun Wukong's defensive maneuvers became ineffective. His hands were battered and bloodied. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a forceful punch that propelled Super Android 13 back several meters. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Wukong retreated to the peak of a rocky outcrop, tearing at his tattered shirt and declaring, "There is no other option. Prolonging this fight offers no chance of victory. I must take a risk." Hardly had he spoken when Super Android 13 loomed before him, his massive fist aimed to crush Sun Wukong's skull. With a deft sidestep to the right, Sun Wukong deflected Super Android 13's right arm and landed a punch squarely on his chin. Super Android 13's head snapped back, yet he remained undaunted, wrapping his arms around Sun Wukong and squeezing with immense force. The pressure was overwhelming. Sun Wukong felt the sharp agony of fractured ribs, and the fleeting moments offered no opportunity to escape. After enduring several crushing squeezes, he sensed numerous bones had broken, and even his lungs suffered severe injury, making it difficult to breathe. His form reverted to that of a child, slipping from Super Android 13's grasp. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong rolled on the ground, unleashing the Kamehameha wave that forcefully pushed Super Android 13 away. Kaioken. Upon sending Super Android 13 flying, Sun Wukong bore the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Rising to his feet as blood surged forth, breaking through his skin like a gushing spring. As golden energy flared, crimson light surged alongside it, intertwining and causing the very earth to tremble. Blood continued to pour from Sun Wukong, his consciousness fading. In a desperate bid for clarity, he bit his tongue, regaining a flicker of awareness as the power surged within him, compelling Super Android 13 to retreat. However, his lungs could no longer sustain him, and sensing his dire state, Sun Wukong launched himself at Super Android 13. With a single punch, he shattered Super Android 13's arm and rendered his head a mangled wreck, exposing the circuitry within. Sun Wukong's heart raced furiously, and waves of pain surged through his body, leaving him uncertain of how long he could endure. He plunged into the trench, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes to Super Android 13. In an instant, Super Android 13's form was riddled with punch holes, the sound of electrical currents crackling around him as black smoke began to rise. With no strength left to call upon the Kamehameha wave, Sun Wukong spread his fingers wide, unleashing a brilliant wave of energy that engulfed Super Android 13's remnants and deepened the trench significantly. Having expended all his energy, Sun Wukong succumbed to fatigue, relinquishing the dual transformation of Super Saiyan and Kaioken, collapsing heavily to the ground. Suddenly, a figure soared toward him, landing gracefully beside Sun Wukong and lifting him up. Producing a Senzu bean from his pocket, he urged, "Wukong, eat this. Everything will be all right." Sun Wukong blinked, barely recognizing his brother's face, struggling to speak as exhaustion rendered him immobile. At that moment, Piccolo approached from a distance, glancing at Wukong nestled in Gohan's arms. He instructed, "He lacks the strength to chew the Senzu bean. Gohan, quickly crush it and feed it to him." Nodding, Gohan crushed the bean and pried open Sun Wukong's mouth, forcing the pieces inside. The moment the fragments touched his tongue, a chill coursed through him, and his lungs began to recover, allowing him to draw in a long mist breath. With determination, he swallowed the remaining bits of the bean, feeling the healing magic commence within him. After a brief interval, Sun Wukong's injuries fully mended, and he sprang to his feet, surveying his body. The blood remained, but all other wounds had vanished without a trace. Although he was already aware of the miraculous properties of the Senzu beans, he could not help but exclaim, "The Senzu beans are truly extraordinary." Seeing his brother restored, Gohan released a sigh of relief. "I never imagined you would truly defeat that android. I was ready to intervene." Piccolo offered his commendation without reservation. "Indeed, Wukong has proven exceptional. It was his valiant effort that allowed us to overcome the androids." Embarrassed by the praise, Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo and inquired, "So, Dr. Gero's laboratory has been completely destroyed? Piccolo nodded, affirming it has been entirely obliterated. But just to be safe, Krillin and Tien are still searching for any lingering issues. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sun Wukong asked, "What about Dr. Gero's basement? Did you find anything?" Piccolo replied, "We did encounter a life pod containing some biological embryo. But it has been destroyed." Sun Wukong exhaled in relief, yet a sense of regret lingered within him. While he felt joy at the defeat of Cell and the elimination of Dr. Gero's threat, an inexplicable void remained, as if something was amiss. After a while, Krillin and Tien arrived, signaling to Piccolo and Gohan. Sun Wukong smiled. "It seems we have resolved everything." Gohan glanced at Sun Wukong and then at Krillin and the others, expressing, "I'm sorry, I should have been the one to fight. I wasn't he able to contribute at all this time." "How can you say that, brother?" Sun Wukong replied, "You are our ace in the hole. If you had to handle everything, what would be the purpose of our martial training?" Piccolo remarked, "Indeed, Gohan. It is precisely because you have been quietly following us that we have been able to engage in our battles with Dr. Gero without restraint. Therefore, there is no need for you to feel guilty." Krillin, Tien, and others offered their words of comfort to Gohan, who, naturally, did not linger on the matter. After a lengthy conversation, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Goten bid farewell to his brother and set off once more to the planet Adralant for training. Chapter 47. 3 years with the matter of Dr. Gero temporarily settled, most of humanity on Earth remained oblivious to the momentous battle that had taken place at Lake Darich. Gohan, in consultation with the king and supported by Capsule Corporation and various financial entities, established the first martial arts school. However, after a year of trial, the school was ultimately disbanded. Eventually, with the king's authorization, Gohan spearheaded the formation of a martial arts alliance, integrating martial arts as a subject within the educational system. With Gohan serving as the alliance's president, overseeing all martial arts educational affairs nationwide. As a result, martial arts became deeply embedded in the lives of the people. However, Gohan's training time was drastically curtailed, leaving one to ponder whether this was a blessing or a curse. Following the establishment of the Martial Arts Alliance, many martial artists from various dojos joined the educational sector, leading to a flourishing of diverse martial arts schools during this era. Naturally, Krillin, Yamcha, and others promptly joined the Martial Arts Alliance, taking up positions and receiving state salaries. Tien and Kaiatsu, however, merely became members of the alliance without opting to become school teachers or hold official posts, as they still wished to propagate the Crane School's martial arts through their dojo. Piccolo remained leisurely, neither joining the Martial Arts Alliance nor engaging in any activities, instead choosing to meditate in the desolate forests. Goku continued to train under King Kai, occasionally taking leisurely trips around the universe. Except for the inability to return to Earth, he enjoyed greater freedom than most living beings. Goten finally completed his training in the final year, even formulating ideas for developing new techniques, although he was still far from actualizing them. It was only after Goten truly mastered these techniques that he realized their limited utility. Take, for instance, the spirit separation technique. Initially, Goten believed that mastering the spirit separation technique would render him capable of countering Majin Buu's absorption effortlessly. However, upon actual mastery, he discovered the technique's significant limitations, rendering it somewhat impractical against Majin Buu. The spirit separation technique necessitates an attack on the opponent, enabling the practitioner to untangle the opponent's energy to gradually separate what does not belong to them. However, in a real combat scenario where there is a substantial gap in strength, the opportunity to make contact with the opponent may be non-existent. Moreover, even if Majin Buu absorbs someone relatively weak, the practitioner would first need to endure a beating, and it was unlikely that the opponent would remain oblivious to their predicament after being struck. Once the opponent became aware of the spirit separation technique's purpose, they would undoubtedly seek to evade the attack, rendering the technique ineffective. Despite these considerable limitations, the techniques were not entirely without merit. Their efficacy ultimately depended on the practitioner's inherent strength. Furthermore, Goten learned immensely during his training, and he was no longer the same person he had been 3 years prior. Of course, during these 3 years, Goten did not spend all his time on the planet Adralant. He would return to Earth every few days and take his mother Chi-Chi to King Kai's planet for a brief stay. Initially hesitant, King Kai quickly acquiesced under the dual allure of jokes and delectable food, and thus North Kai's planet became a rendezvous for Goku and Chi-Chi. Due to frequent training on King Kai's planet, Goten received dual instruction from his father and the king, rapidly enhancing his strength, though he still had not truly surpassed Super Saiyan. April 17, 775 AD, planet Adralant. Goten stood within the hall, his palms together in reverence as he addressed Lord Pibara, Thank you immensely for your guidance over the years. I shall utilize these techniques to the best of my ability. Pibara looked at Goten with a hint of nostalgia, observing him for a moment before smiling and replying, then please make good use of them. The coming era is likely to belong to you. Goten nodded and said, if there is anything you need, Lord Pibara, simply let me know. Farewell for now. After receiving a nod from Pibara, Goten made no further delay. He brought his index and middle fingers together at his forehead and glanced at the planet before vanishing from sight. Earth Gohan had now become the president of the Martial Arts Alliance. While his family's circumstances were not dire, Chi-Chi still chose to reside on Mt. Pozu. In that modest little house, for she believed that her most cherished moments were spent there. Gohan felt somewhat helpless, yet he honored his mother's wish, investing in the construction of several larger houses adjacent to their humble abode. After finishing her classes, Chi-Chi flew back to Mt. Pozu on the Flying Nimbus. She had transformed from her previously unkempt appearance into a vibrant and enchanting woman, seemingly a different person from 4 years prior. With a click, Chi-Chi unlocked the door and stepped inside, only to find the surroundings silent. She sighed softly, although her current life was quite pleasant. She missed the days just after marrying Goku. As she turned on the light, preparing to whip up a quick meal, a figure suddenly appeared before her, a small boy with a crab-like head. Chi-Chi seemed accustomed to this occurrence, but she still inquired, Goten, didn't you say you would return at the end of the month? Goten smiled and replied, my training on Adraland has concluded. I won't be returning there anymore. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi was filled with joy and exclaimed, this is wonderful. I have always told Goku and Gohan that you should go to school and learn something. Now, it seems you finally have the time. Goten was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. Me? School? He asked, puzzled. Chi-Chi nodded affirmatively, stating, of course. While our society is steeped in martial prowess, one must still learn something. Otherwise, you'll end up as a brute who can only fight. Goten plopped down in a chair. Realizing that while he had heard his parents mention school before, he had thought it was merely a casual suggestion. He had anticipated that his mother was serious. It was not that Goten opposed attending school, he simply felt that learning in the Dragon Ball world seemed rather unusual. He opened his mouth to speak but found no words coming out. Observing her son's expression, Chi-Chi insisted, regardless, you must learn something. You are already 9 years old and don't even know how to write your own name, which is unacceptable. Goten pondered for a moment. He could indeed write his name, as it was identical to the Chinese characters, but for everything else, he could only speak without being able to write. After careful consideration, Goten eventually nodded, saying, fine, I will go to school. I do need to learn something. Chi-Chi was overjoyed to hear Goten's agreement. She had prepared herself to persuade Goku and Gohan to help Goten, but now that he had readily accepted, she exclaimed, great. I will contact someone tomorrow to get you enrolled as soon as possible. Goten was slightly taken aback. So soon? Chi-Chi nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, you are already 9 years old. This cannot continue any longer. Goten looked at his mother, ultimately refraining from expressing any further reservations. He actually thought that attending school in the Dragon Ball world could be quite interesting, though he worried it might interfere with his training. After dinner, Chi-Chi hurriedly contacted Gohan and other acquaintances to find a suitable school for Goten. As Goten quietly washed the dishes, he stepped out of his home and ventured into the depths of the mountains to pursue his training. He could not help but acknowledge the addictive nature of cultivation, especially during moments of progress, which felt as exhilarating as the sound of firecrackers heralding the new year while donning new undergarments. However, during times of stagnation, he often felt a wave of frustration akin to the sentiment of learning nothing at all. After a session of rigorous training, Goten focused his mind and glanced at his hands, murmuring, even if I minimize the energy consumption of the Super Saiyan form, I am still far from achieving Super Saiyan 2. My father claimed that he surpassed Super Saiyan through sheer practice, but that offers little guidance. It's truly perplexing. Surely, he mused, one must concentrate energy at the back, right? A peculiar expression crossed Goten's face as he recalled certain aspects from Dragon Ball Super, where concentrating energy at the spine was said to trigger the transformation into Super Saiyan, even enabling further evolution beyond that form. Remembering that technique, Goten reflected on the sensation of transforming into Super Saiyan, during which he distinctly felt a stinging sensation in his back. He placed his right hand on the area behind him and contemplated. Could it be that by gathering energy at the back, inducing that stinging pain, he could ignite the evolution into Super Saiyan? With this thought in mind, Goten decided to give it a try. He transformed into Super Saiyan and attempted to gather energy at his back, striving for the evolution into Super Saiyan 2. Suddenly, golden flames erupted, engulfing the surrounding mountains in a radiant hue. Goten felt a sharp pain in his back, and his body surged with energy, veins bulging as his aura intensified, crackling with purple lightning. His eyes gradually turned white, and a fierce energy emanated from within him. In the next moment, he reverted from the Super Saiyan state. Gasping for breath, concentrating energy in that area indeed stirred a change in my emotions. I even sensed a profound anger, but my training still lacked sufficient depth. At that instant, Goten began to grasp that the notion of concentrating energy at the back to transform into Super Saiyan was somewhat misleading. The correct approach involved using that stinging sensation as a catalyst to ignite the anger within, transforming into Super Saiyan. However, this method demanded a delicate balance of mindset, as the anger it evoked could easily spiral out of control. With a clearer understanding of his path forward, Goten returned home under the cover of night, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next day. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corp, a slumbering Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance with a hint of astonishment. Is that Kakaroto's little son? For a moment, he even surpassed Super Saiyan. Just as Vegeta prepared to investigate, he sensed that energy dissipate, leaving only the ordinary aura of a Saiyan. He furrowed his brow, pondering, could that brat truly surpass me? What a joke. With sleep now eluding him, Vegeta donned his training attire, carefully tucked Trunks in, and slowly exited his room to train in the gravity chamber. The following day, Trunks awoke to find his father absent. He could only surmise that Vegeta had gone training yet again, sighing softly before getting up to wash up, readying himself for a day filled with study and training. After completing his morning routine, as Trunks prepared to head to the gravity chamber, he was greeted by a beaming Bulma approaching him. Confused, Trunks halted and greeted his mother. Good morning, Mom. Bulma responded with a smile. Good morning, Trunks. By the way, do you know where your father has gone? I need to speak with him about something. Trunks pointed into the distance. He is probably in the gravity chamber. I didn't see him when I woke up. Bulma shook her head, exclaiming, what has gotten into him? He was fine before. Please go find him. And make sure to bring him back with you. I have some new research that requires both of your input. A spark of curiosity lit up Trunks' eyes. Is it about the life simulator? Bulma nodded. Indeed. I've created something new using the data extracted previously, but I need to access the information in your minds. Trunks replied, as expected of you, Mom. You've developed something amazing so quickly. I'll go find Dad right away. As Trunks made his way to the gravity chamber, Bulma returned to her lab, continuing her work on two complex projects that demanded immense mental energy and time. A short while later, Trunks and a visibly displeased Vegeta arrived at Bulma's lab, where she was busy calculating data on a large computer, a series of incomprehensible figures flashing across the screen. Vegeta glanced around, exclaiming, Bulma, what do you want? I'm in the middle of training. At the mention of training, Bulma's demeanor shifted dramatically. She picked up a nearby teacup and tossed it at him, saying, all you Saiyans do is train. Can't you spare a moment for your wife? Vegeta caught the teacup and set it aside, coldly turning away without a word. Bulma observed him for a moment before pressing a button, causing a cylindrical machine to spring open. She pointed to it. Vegeta, get in there. Vegeta scrutinized the device, perplexed. What is this thing? Bulma explained. It's a research project utilizing the fragments of the red crystal from Trunks' mind. It can access the data in your brain and simulate your past opponents. Vegeta scoffed, tilting his head. What a trivial gimmick. The opponents I have faced no longer hold any significance for me. Bulma, pushing him toward the machine, retorted, yes, yes. Prince Vegeta is the greatest. You lost to Goku when you first came to Earth, were defeated by Frieza and Namek, and barely escaped the androids. You even fell short at the World Martial Arts Tournament against Gohan. Vegeta's temper flared, and just as he was about to retort, Bulma shoved him into the apparatus, swiftly closing the door behind him. Put that helmet on. Let me read the data and see if we can complete the simulation. Moments later, the computer responded to Bulma's commands, and she deftly began to input the collected data into designated slots. Trunks watched, utterly bewildered, scratching his head as he observed Bulma's calculations. Approximately an hour later, Bulma typed the final line of code and clicked run. The computer screen flickered as characters, maps, and various data rapidly flashed by. Bulma poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and leisurely opened the machine's door to release Vegeta. As the door swung open, Vegeta removed the helmet from his head and stepped out, grumbling, what a waste of time. All this nonsense is hindering my training. Unfazed, Bulma replied with a smile, Vegeta. A significant amount of data from your mind has been simulated. Although it's not yet a complete system, I can allow you to battle against your past opponents. Vegeta snorted dismissively, I have already surpassed Super Saiyan. Those former opponents are no longer worthy adversaries for me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must continue my training. Do not disturb me unless it's urgent. Bulma approached Vegeta from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder, and said, don't you want to give it a try? You could battle with your long-cherished Kakaroto. And what about that being named Frieza? Are you certain you don't wish to show him the might of Prince Vegeta? At the mention of these two names, Vegeta appeared somewhat stirred, then let out a cold laugh, replying, "Very well, since you plead so earnestly. I shall temporarily utilize this simulation device." Bulma and Trunks exchanged knowing smiles, then she pointed to a distant object resembling a cryogenic pod, saying, "In a moment, you will enter that, and wear the helmet to select your scene and characters. I need to make a few adjustments first." After a while, Bulma completed her adjustments. Vegeta walked to the other side, pressed a button, and lay down inside. He reached for the helmet beside him, placing it atop his head. As the visor descended, obscuring his eyes, the lid closed. The scenery before Vegeta shifted dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing amidst a vast starry expanse, with various planets floating around him, places where he had once fought. He immediately recognized Namek, the site of his profound humiliation. Without hesitation, he ascended to Namek, eager to demonstrate what it means to be Super Vegeta to Frieza. In the next instant, the scene transformed again, and he stood atop a mountain on Namek, surrounded by an array of his former adversaries. The first he spotted was a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform. He strode forward, smirking, and declared, "What a pity, Kakarot. This time you won't have the chance to become a Super Saiyan." Kakarot, of course, remained silent, and Vegeta felt a twinge of boredom. Ultimately, he approached Frieza, adopting a posture with his arms crossed, looking down at him, and proclaimed, "Frieza, it is time for you to witness the might of Super Vegeta." Frieza, too, did not respond, which irked Vegeta. He delivered a punch squarely to Frieza's head, causing a vortex to appear that engulfed him. Loading scene. Loading character data. Scene loading complete. Character data loading complete. Please select battle scene. Please select your fighter identity. A voice resonated in Vegeta's ears, followed by various scenes from Namek materializing before him. Naturally, he chose the location of his final battle with Frieza. Once the location was selected, several figures floated nearby. Vegeta glanced around and saw young Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Kakarot, and himself. He directly opted to enter the fight as himself. Suddenly, the scene shattered into fragments before reassembling, and the ground beneath Vegeta transformed into a blue landscape. He looked up to see a green sky, then glanced down to find his clothing torn, revealing his pale skin. Before he could reflect, he sensed a tremor in the air. A beam of light tore through the atmosphere and hurtled towards him at an astonishing speed. Memories flooded back to him, recalling the moment on Namek when Frieza, freshly transformed, had used his death beam to slay Dend. With that thought, Vegeta surged forward, his form morphing into a flash of lightning, colliding with the death beam, which he kicked aside. Turning to Frieza, he said, "Now is the moment to witness the birth of a legend. I cannot allow you to easily eliminate the audience." Dend, standing before Vegeta, felt a complex mix of emotions. Not only Dend, but even Piccolo, Krillin, and young Gohan were astonished, given that Vegeta had once killed their ally in front of them. And yet now he was saving a Namekian. Despite feeling their gazes upon him, Vegeta remained indifferent, crossing his arms and wearing an air of arrogance. Suddenly, Frieza's figure vanished, and Vegeta instantaneously turned, launching a punch into the empty air behind him. Boom! The air erupted as a white figure emerged, meeting Vegeta's fist. It was Frieza, who turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Not bad, Vegeta, you've managed to perceive my attack. You've certainly grown." Boom! As Frieza spoke, a glimmer of light flickered in his other hand, affixed to Dend, and a violent explosion ensued, turning Dend into cosmic dust. Vegeta felt a surge of irritation. Frieza's speed was overwhelming, and he had no time to intervene. With a disdainful snort, he retreated a short distance, aware that this body was his form on Namek, not his current one. Yet, he remained unfazed, knowing how to transform into a Super Saiyan. After dispatching Dend, Frieza elegantly remarked, "Now you have no chance of resurrection. Prepare to indulge in the hellish white terror." Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan were devastated upon seeing Dend's demise, charging at Frieza in fury. Vegeta swiftly positioned himself before them, waving his right hand to unleash a powerful gust of energy that tore a deep chasm before the trio. Piccolo and the others halted, gazing across the chasm at Vegeta. With a cold smirk, Vegeta turned to Frieza, declaring, "You lot should observe closely. I shall defeat Frieza myself. This time, Kakarot will have no chance to intervene." Chapter 49. Bulma's further concepts. Frieza stood leisurely before Vegeta, observing him with amusement. "Vegeta, you seem quite confident. Are you afraid to the point of madness?" Vegeta fixed a cold stare at the laughing Frieza, abruptly stating, "Laugh all you want. Soon, you won't have anything to laugh about, Frieza." Frieza found Vegeta's demeanor even more amusing, curling his fingers and resting his chin upon them, emitting a series of chuckles before saying, You certainly exude a formidable aura, Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, his body trembling as a formidable energy radiated from him, a brilliant white light expanding wildly around him. The earth trembled, and the waters roiled as Vegeta proclaimed, "Watch closely, Frieza. This is the Super Saiyan you have feared for so long." Upon hearing that name, Frieza's expression darkened momentarily before returning to normal, even breaking into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Then let me witness the power of this Super Saiyan." With a surge of energy, Vegeta's power escalated as he recalled the countless times he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his anger coalescing, causing sharp pains to radiate from his back. That energy gradually morphed into a golden hue. Frieza's pupils contracted sharply, sensing impending danger, yet he remained composed, confident in his ultimate Form's superiority. Vegeta's veins bulged as the energy within him surged outward chaotically, shattering the ground beneath him, while the surrounding mountains trembled. Purple lightning crackled around Vegeta's body as his energy fully transformed into gold. His pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes, while his flaming black hair remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others gaped in astonishment, feeling the overwhelming strength emanating from Vegeta, an aura deemed invincible. Piccolo stared in disbelief. "Is that really the Super Saiyan?" Klein appeared to be somewhat troubled, expressing, "While Vegeta may have the potential to triumph over Frieza, it is undeniable that this fellow is far from virtuous." Frieza, observing Vegeta from the sidelines, maintained his nonchalant demeanor and remarked, "Vegeta-san, is this what you refer to as a Super Saiyan? It seems there is little to no change." Meanwhile, Vegeta felt a surge of immense power within himself, yet curiously, it did not translate into the exhilarating transformation of a Super Saiyan in reality. Pondering this perplexity, he attributed it to his existence within a virtual realm. Clenching his fist and sensing his newfound strength, Vegeta finally smirked, declaring, "Frieza, do you see? This is the Super Vegeta who has achieved the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Upon hearing that irksome name, Frieza's expression darkened once more, and he coldly retorted, "Vegeta-san, do take care with your jesting, lest you become tiresome." Humph. With a dismissive scoff, Vegeta kicked a fragment of stone towards Frieza, who vanished in an instant. Yet, Vegeta adeptly tracked Frieza's location, darting forward to deliver a kick to Frieza's face as he reappeared midair. Boom. Frieza was caught off guard, suffering the full impact of the blow, and was propelled like a comet into the soil of a nearby isle, a plume of smoke rising to form a mushroom cloud. Rather than pursuing Frieza, Vegeta landed on the isle, biding his time for Frieza's emergence from the earth. With a thunderous roar, the isle split apart, and a torrent surged forth, hurtling towards Vegeta. Undaunted, he soared into the air, standing above the rushing water, and thrusting a hand downwards, unleashed a powerful energy wave that repelled the deluge, reducing the isle to mere dust. Suddenly, Frieza's silhouette reappeared behind Vegeta, delivering a swift kick aimed at him. Vegeta, sensing the gust of wind from behind, blinked out of existence just in time to evade, reappearing behind Frieza. With a firm grasp, he seized Frieza's tail and hurled him away. Watching Frieza crash into the isle once more, Vegeta crossed his arms, looking down with satisfaction at Frieza's dusty form, exclaiming, "Oh, this is the so-called Cosmic Emperor? You appear rather disheveled." Below, Frieza glared at Vegeta, inspecting his hands before stating, "That was quite painful, and not even my father has struck me like that." In a flash, Frieza enveloped himself in a brilliant white aura, transforming into a streak of light racing towards Vegeta with a speed rivaling lightning. Vegeta staggered back from Frieza's headbutt, but retaliated by pressing his hand against Frieza's head, unleashing a devastating explosion that sent Frieza flying thousands of meters away. Boom. The energy sphere clinging to Frieza detonated in the distance, creating a golden explosion that churned the sea and toppled mountains, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Vegeta scoffed. The former Cosmic Emperor possesses such paltry skills. How dull. You would do well to return to your training. Boom. In the distance, Frieza's aura suddenly surged, causing rivers to reverse and mountains to crumble, the golden explosion dissipating under a wave of purple energy. A fierce gust swept outward, pushing Piccolo and the others far away. Vegeta, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "It seems you still harbor strength, but no matter how formidable you become, you cannot surpass the current Super Vegeta." With a crackle, the distant energy intensified, causing the very planet to tremble, the ground fracturing as crimson magma erupted forth, followed by a flash of lightning from the epicenter. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing Frieza's aura eclipsing his own, yet he quickly dismissed the thought, for he was undeniably the true Super Saiyan. Boom. A colossal force shrouded the heavens, casting Namek into darkness as Frieza, his muscles rippling like lightning, materialized a mere 10 meters before Vegeta, declaring, "Impressive, Vegeta. You are the first to compel me to unleash my full strength. Are you ready to endure the torturous horrors of hell? Vegeta, with a disdainful smile, replied, Frieza, you still fail to comprehend. Standing before you is the universe's greatest warrior. Regardless of the power you unleash, the outcome remains unchanged. Boom. Both Frieza and Vegeta launched their attacks simultaneously. This time, Frieza's speed and strength overwhelmed Vegeta, landing a resounding slap on Vegeta's head, sending him crashing into the depths of the ocean. How infuriating. As a Super Saiyan, I find myself at a disadvantage? Vegeta was astonished, his golden aura exploding forth, cleaving the sea as he propelled himself back into combat with Frieza. However, Vegeta's speed and strength paled in comparison to Frieza's. Despite superior combat techniques, he was unable to counter the onslaught, sustaining injuries in mere moments. How could it be that I am outmatched by Kakarot on this planet? Vegeta's psyche began to unravel, and he unleashed a frenzied surge of energy, shattering the very fabric of reality. In the real world, at a certain moment, Vegeta, lying within the virtual pod, suddenly roared, his golden aura erupting and shattering the pod into countless fragments. Trunks, quick to react, transformed into a Super Saiyan to shield his mother. As the virtual pod crumbled, Vegeta awoke from the simulation, surveying the destruction of Bulma's research materials surrounding him. Bulma, witnessing the wreckage, erupted in fury, confronting Vegeta with a sharp slap, exclaiming, "You fool! What madness has possessed you?" Knowing he was in the wrong, Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, refused to admit fault, turning his head away and retorting, "It is that ridiculous simulation of yours, forcing me to fight with my former body. It is utterly tedious." Bulma blinked in surprise, deducing Vegeta's predicament, and teased, "It seems our Saiyan prince has suffered a defeat." Vegeta coldly scoffed, asserting, "Boring. Trunks, come train with me. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by Kakarot and his offspring." Trunks acknowledged him and exchanged a few words with his mother before following his father to the gravity chamber. Bulma watched their departing figures, glancing at the wrecked research items, shaking her head as she mused, "If only we could extract the crystal from Trunks' mind, we might achieve a true simulation, which could aid Gohan's endeavors." While Trunks and Vegeta engaged in training in the gravity chamber, Goten awoke to his mother, Chi-Chi, urging him to eat breakfast early, as they were to visit the school to meet his teachers later. Goten was taken aback, knowing his mother was typically strict, but this was rather sudden. They had only just returned yesterday, and now he was to attend school? Chi-Chi replied, "You are already 9 years old. It is essential to begin your studies without delay." "How long are you going to wait?" Goten protested, "But I still need to train. I can't expect my brother to face all dangers alone." Chi-Chi responded, "All schools now offer martial arts training. You can still hone your skills there. Besides, this is a peaceful era, even if trouble arises. It is unlikely you will be called upon. Now hurry to school. I must head to the university to teach martial arts." Mother, after all, is formidable. Even though Goten had achieved full power as a Super Saiyan, he was still subdued and compelled to obey orders. Thus, he accompanied his mother, Chi-Chi, to enroll in a private school in West City. Dressed in a classic blue outfit and carrying a backpack, Goten soared through the sky. While his mother rode on the flying Nimbus, both heading towards West City, Goten felt a twinge of complexity within. It struck him as peculiar that a Super Saiyan capable of shattering a planet with a mere flick of his hand would now be attending elementary school. Chapter 50. Rule Violation. West City is a metropolis established by the king and the people to honor Gohan's accomplishments. Located in the southeastern region of the continent, it boasts advanced transportation and is home to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. Goten and Chi-Chi departed from Bunyan Mountain, journeying westward, traversing majestic mountains, until they finally beheld the bustling cityscape and the distinct clamor that differed from their home. West City spanned over 2,000 square kilometers, even with Goten's extraordinary eyesight. He could not discern the city's boundaries. Standing on the city's edge, he gazed at the towering skyscrapers and the ceaseless flow of traffic, momentarily overwhelmed by an absurd sense of dislocation, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. Observing Goten's astonishment, Chi-Chi remarked, "It has developed rapidly, hasn't it? This city was once devastated by androids, and it took merely 3 years to transform from plans to its current grandeur." Goten nodded, marveling at humanity's resilience. Despite enduring such catastrophic destruction, they managed to recover and even flourish within just 3 years, a remarkable feat indeed. As he floated slowly in the air, absorbing the essence of the Dragon Ball world's urban culture, a speeding hovercar suddenly approached, nearly colliding with him. Reacting swiftly, Goten flickered out of the way and stood aside, bewildered by the flurry of hovercars around him. The hovercar halted mid-air, and the driver rolled down the window to greet Goten, saying, "Still a young martial artist, are you? But do keep an eye on the road. This isn't a designated flight path. Goten, somewhat dazed, managed to apologize. I'm sorry, it's my first time here, and I'm not familiar with the rules. With that, he swiftly darted out of the city and returned to his mother's side. The driver, bewildered by Goten's sudden disappearance, rubbed his eyes and scanned the surroundings, muttering to himself, did I just imagine that? Or are martial artists truly that incredible? My kid is the third strongest in their martial arts class, and I've never seen anything like that. Beep, beep. The hovercar behind him honked impatiently, prompting the driver to react, raising the window and restarting his vehicle. Outside the city, Goten rejoined Chi-Chi and inquired, Mom, are flying in the city prohibited now? Or are there new regulations? Chi-Chi pulled him onto the Nimbus, explaining, there are new regulations due to previous incidents. Your brother and others convened to establish new rules. Flying within the city now requires a flight license obtained through the Martial Arts Alliance, and one must adhere to designated routes. Violations may result in apprehension by other Alliance fighters. Goten stepped forward, standing on the Nimbus, and lamented, what a hassle. It seems I'll need to get a license. But I just flew into the city, surely no one will come after me. Just as Chi-Chi was about to respond, several figures rushed towards them, encircling Chi-Chi and Goten. The leader stated, flying in the city without a license incurs penalties. Which school are you from? Suddenly noticing Chi-Chi, the leader paused, then continued, ah, it's Teacher Chi-Chi. Surely you have a license, and you wouldn't be unaware of the flight paths. Chi-Chi replied, I apologize, this is my son Goten's first visit to the city. And he is unaware of these rules. We are willing to accept any penalties. The leader glanced at Goten and then shook his head, saying, since Gohan saved the world, his family deserves some leniency. We cannot impose penalties in this case. Goten stepped forward, asserting, while my brother indeed saved the world, it doesn't excuse my violation of the city's rules. I should face the consequences without favoritism. The enforcers felt conflicted, having been guided by Gohan. They regarded him as a mentor and were reluctant to penalize his family. However, they were also aware that failing to impose a penalty would invite scrutiny and backlash online. Just as they were deliberating, a voice cut through the air, let things unfold as they should. Although Goten was unaware, he must still bear the consequences for breaching established rules. Please take him to the Traffic Flight Bureau for safety training. I will cover any fines later. Turning to the source of the voice, they saw Gohan hovering in the sky. They quickly bowed and addressed him. Teacher Gohan, your brother doesn't need to. Gohan shook his head, stating, Goten is not only my brother, he is his own person, so do not attribute everything to me. I believe you should consider his perspective. The enforcers nodded, their respect for Gohan deepening, and turned to Goten, saying, Goten, is it? Please accompany us to the Traffic Flight Bureau. Goten nodded and said to Gohan, I'll see you later, brother. Gohan smiled in acknowledgement, albeit tinged with a hint of guilt, since Goten had not yet acquired a flight license. He was not permitted to fly within the city, prompting the enforcers to summon a vehicle to escort him to the Traffic Flight Bureau. Watching the hovercar depart, Gohan remarked, Goten must be upset with me. I had the power to exempt him from punishment, yet I insisted on it. Chi-Chi shook her head, replying, Don't underestimate Goten. He understands and empathizes with your situation. Gohan sighed, that's good. I've been so preoccupied with everything that I haven't seen Goten in ages. Noticing a hint of weariness in Gohan's eyes, Chi-Chi felt a pang of sorrow and said, You've built the framework. You can step away now. Gohan shook his head, gazing down at the city and then across the continent. Having made a decision, one must see it through. Although the path may be arduous, as long as everyone remains safe, the struggle is worth it. Chi-Chi sighed, observing Gohan's demeanor. You're just like you were before. Gohan smiled, Mom. Don't you have classes today? You should head out. I'll pay the fine for Goten and help him obtain a flight license. Chi-Chi nodded. Remember to take him to Gold Eagle First Martial Arts Elementary. I've already contacted them about his enrollment today. Son Gohan nodded and said, Mother, please do not worry. I will handle this. It has been quite some time since I last spoke with Goten. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement and then piloted the flying Nimbus towards the first martial arts university in Gohan City. Meanwhile, Gohan oriented himself towards the Traffic Flight Bureau. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, as a melodious tune played in his ear. On the other end, Biddy Lee's voice came through, Good morning. Teacher Gohan, is there something you need? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Gohan replied, I apologize for disturbing you so early, Biddy Lee, but I find myself in need of some funds. May I borrow a little? After a brief silence, Biddy Lee responded, Of course, Teacher Gohan. Has something happened at home? Gohan explained, Nothing serious. Just that my brother has violated a traffic flight law, and I currently lack the funds to address it, so I was hoping to borrow some from you. Biddy Lee paused again, and just as Gohan was about to seek assistance elsewhere, she said, That is certainly fine. I will wait for you at the Traffic Flight Bureau. Gohan thanked her and hung up, sighing, I must remember to set aside some money for household expenses. It cannot be fair to keep borrowing from Biddy Lee. He then flew towards the Traffic Flight Bureau, following the designated route for martial artists. Upon arriving, he found that Biddy Lee had not yet arrived. He hovered in the air, knowing that stepping onto the ground would invite a multitude of complications. After a while, Biddy Lee arrived from a distance and immediately spotted Gohan. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Teacher Gohan, she said. Gohan felt a twinge of guilt and replied, I'm sorry, Biddy Lee, for having to borrow money from you so often. Biddy Lee shook her head. While I do not mind lending you money, Teacher Gohan, you should always keep some funds for yourself. You cannot invest everything into building the future of martial arts. What will happen to your own family? Feeling chastened by her words, Gohan lowered his head and admitted, I made a promise, and if I were to keep some money for myself, I fear I would be criticized by others. Seeing Gohan's shame, Biddy Lee felt a pang of compassion. She understood how much he had sacrificed for the earth but was frustrated that he neglected his own well-being. Sighing, she said, well, I'm not complaining about your borrowing. I just think you should take care of yourself occasionally. Gohan smiled at her. Thank you, Biddy Lee. Moved by his gratitude, Biddy Lee turned her gaze aside and suggested, let us go check on Goten. There are others in the Traffic Flight Bureau. I hope they do not cause him any trouble. Gohan nodded, feeling resigned. For despite his current situation, many politicians still targeted him, believing that martial arts should not exist in the world, insisting that individuals like him should obediently follow their commands. Chapter 51. Son Goten's outburst. Goten followed a few members of the enforcement team to the enforcement window, where they began conversing with the staff inside. The leader of the enforcement team then received a card and stated, although Teacher Gohan said he would come to settle the fees as his disciple, I wish to contribute something. I will cover Goten's training fees this time. As the leader spoke, he took out his phone and used a payment app to settle Goten's training expenses. Observing this, Goten felt a swell of happiness for his brother. It seems they all respect my brother. His hard work has not gone unnoticed. Subsequently, Goten was escorted to the traffic flight training room, which, despite being called a training room, merely involved experts lecturing on the dangers of reckless flying. Upon entering, Goten was approached by a staff member who remarked, this is a child who has committed a minor infraction. Have children nowadays already mastered flight techniques? The enforcement team leader interjected, this is no ordinary child. He is Teacher Gohan's brother. The staff member, hearing this, appeared somewhat taken aback. Teacher Gohan's brother? That explains it. He must have received excellent training from a young age. The enforcement leader chuckled. Well, this is no longer our concern. Farewell, Goten, and Mr. Taurus. We shall meet again. After the leader left and closed the door, the staff member placed some materials on Goten's desk, saying, Goten, please take a moment to review this document. As Goten flipped through the materials, he realized he could not comprehend the strange characters. They were entirely different from any script he knew from his previous life. He could still recognize his father's name, Son Goku, as it remained the same. However, the other characters belonged neither to Chinese nor to any recognizable language. Noticing that Goten had barely glanced at the materials, the staff member reminded him, Goten, this will be checked later. If you do not pass, you will need to pay for additional lessons. Goten thought to himself, you acknowledge me as a child, yet you have never seen a 9-year-old taken to learn traffic regulations. This country lacks compassion. Naturally, Goten kept this thought to himself and instead said, I apologize. I am supposed to attend school today, and I do not recognize most of these characters. The staff member seemed taken aback, pondering, you appear to be around 9 or 10 years old. Are you not attending school at this age? Goten felt a twinge of embarrassment, suddenly aware of how he must seem like an illiterate child emerging from the mountains. After a moment, he explained, I was training in martial arts elsewhere for some time and have only just returned. The staff member nodded in understanding, indeed, at your age. Mastering flight techniques indicates rigorous training. It is understandable. Just as the staff member was about to suggest alternative methods, the door swung open, and a stern-looking man in a suit entered. He surveyed the room, his gaze locking onto Goten as he stated, you are Son Gohan's brother, Son Goten, correct? Goten glanced at the man, noting his imposing presence. Although he instinctively sensed hostility, he did not feel fear. He simply nodded and replied, that is me. The man looked down at Goten with a stern expression, exuding an air of authority. After a moment, he announced, I am the head of the traffic department's investigation team. You need to accompany me. There are matters that require verification. An expert seated in the distance seemed to grasp the situation and interjected, Director Hiss. He is just a child. The imposing man shot a glare at the expert, asserting, before the law, all are equal. In our country, there are no exemptions from investigation due to age. The expert trembled under Hiss's gaze, fearing to say more. Goten's mind raced. And though he could sense the gravity of the situation, He stood up and said, "If there is anything that needs verification, I will cooperate fully." Director Hiss regarded Goten with a slight smile. "That is the right attitude. As the brother of the so-called savior, you should be prepared for scrutiny." With that, Hiss turned and walked towards the exit, prompting Goten to follow. He thought to himself, "It seems that power struggles exist everywhere. My brother's life is not as easy as it appears." The staff member who had distributed the materials handed them over, whispering in Goten's ear, "Be careful." Sun Wutian, maintaining an air of calm, accepted a substantial stack of documents and followed Captain Hiss out of the door, venturing further into the unknown. As he exited, a handful of burly men trailed behind him, armed and exhibiting an unsettlingly serious demeanor. Navigating through the hall, Sun Wutian followed them as they twisted and turned until they eventually arrived at a rather ominous location. Captain Hiss glanced back at Sun Wutian, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before he pushed open a door and declared, "Step inside." Sun Wutian, casting a brief glance at him. Sun Wutian strode confidently into the room. Although he sensed something amiss about Captain Hiss, he chose to comply for the moment, believing himself to be a law-abiding citizen. Upon entering, he was greeted by a horrifying array of torture instruments, a nauseating stench of dust mingled with blood permeating the air. Unfazed, he took a seat at a table marked with the title of interrogator. Captain Hiss closed the door and settled into the chair opposite Sun Wutian, his gaze sharpening as he slammed his hand on the table. "Now, tell me, who instructed you to recklessly fly and violate national regulations?" Sun Wutian narrowed his eyes and replied, "No one instructed me. It was my first time in the city, and I accidentally flew incorrectly." "Nonsense." Captain Hiss banged the table, his expression fierce. "The flight regulations have been disseminated across the globe, regardless of your identity as Sun Wufan's brother. Even a crow in the sky or a rat on the ground should be aware of the flight regulations, unless you are not on Earth." Sun Wutian nodded and said, "You are correct. I have indeed not been on Earth for many years. I just returned from planet Adralant yesterday." Captain Hiss, taken aback by Sun Wutian's words, felt as though he had been made a fool of, and his rage flared. "Do you take me for a fool? Our nation's space exploration agency lacks the capacity to reach other life planets. You, a mere child, claim to have visited other planets, thinking your brawny brother makes you invincible?" Sun Wutian shrugged, maintaining his composure. "I am merely stating the truth. Whether you believe me is of no concern to me." Suddenly, Captain Hiss sprang to his feet. His muscles tensed momentarily before he regained his composure. Leaning back in his chair, he declared, "Even if you were on another planet, you could not have been oblivious. You must have been instructed by someone else. Just confess." Sun Wutian met his gaze and reiterated, "No, I have no reason to be instructed by anyone." Captain Hiss' eyes sharpened dangerously as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, attempting to exert pressure on Sun Wutian. "Do you know where you are?" Sun Wutian glanced around and said, "I caught a glimpse on my way in. It appears to be an interrogation room." Captain Hiss' voice grew menacingly sharp. "So you should understand, this is a place for interrogating criminals, and I can employ any methods I see fit. You'd best think this through." Sun Wutian shrugged nonchalantly. "What is there to think through when speaking the truth? It seems you have a particular narrative you wish me to endorse. I suspect you want me to implicate my brother, don't you? You seek to undermine him, but cannot find a blemish on his record." "Oh." Captain Hiss looked at Sun Wutian in surprise, though he did not concede, instead asserting, "I am merely enforcing the law. I hope you will reconsider and confess soon." Sun Wutian replied calmly, "I have said all I intend to say. If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate." Captain Hiss closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, exuding a murderous aura. He pressed a button beside him and stated, "It seems you're about to experience some discomfort. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what to say." With a gesture, two muscular men seized Sun Wutian by the wrists and forced him to the ground. Unfazed, Sun Wutian raised his head and said, "Ah, so you resort to torture when you cannot extract information. Are you not afraid my brother will find out?" Upon pressing the button, Captain Hiss appeared transformed, a disdainful smile curling his lips. "Your brother is merely a dim-witted musclehead who thinks he is formidable. His strength should be serving our Trip family, not promoting martial arts. It's laughable." Bound to a pillar, Sun Wutian surveyed the room filled with exposed wires. Remaining calm as he asked, "Your family? What kind of family are you? Are you truly esteemed?" Captain Hiss, emboldened by his family's power, stepped closer. Having long since uncovered Sun Wufan's vulnerabilities, even those of his ally Piccolo, he advanced 2 steps and activated the machine, unleashing a torrent of electricity that coursed through Sun Wutian's body. However, Sun Wutian was no longer the same person he once was. This pain was trivial. He decided to feign distress, letting out a loud scream while pretending to struggle. Captain Hiss laughed maniacally, reveling in the thought of Sun Wufan's inevitable fury. Yet the savior would have to endure, for even a king must heed the Trip family's authority. After a brief interval, the electricity ceased, and Sun Wutian panted heavily, inquiring, "What is your reasoning behind this?" "Reasoning?" Captain is sneered, seizing Sun Wutian by the hair and lifting him. "It is, of course, due to your foolish brother. He should focus on being a savior rather than conspiring with the king for global martial arts promotion. It's absurd. Social hierarchies cannot be altered. Does he truly believe he can oppose the elite with a smidgen of power?" Sun Wutian chuckled. "Aren't you afraid I'll inform my brother?" "Inform him?" Captain has scoffed. "Your brother is nothing but a coward, obsessed with martial arts propagation. With just a little maneuvering, he is left destitute, and my superiors can easily ensure even his secretary, Bidalai, is compromised." "Hilarious. Isn't it?" Sun Wutian's expression turned cold, and he asked, "Is there more?" Smack. Seeing Sun Wutian's icy demeanor, Captain has slapped him across the face. "Of course, there is. You may not know this, but your mother was forced to kneel due to offending certain individuals. When she refused, I merely encouraged a little pressure, and your mother nearly broke down, with the so-called savior himself bowing for forgiveness. Quite amusing, wouldn't you say?" Captain has laughed maniacally, releasing his pent-up jealousy and hatred towards Sun Wufan, yet feeling unable to bring him down. Those curious antics were known to very few. But if the savior's close allies remained oblivious, what significance would it hold? Indeed, it is quite amusing. Sun Wutian smirked, breaking the chains binding him with ease. He then seized Captain his right hand, stating, "I offer you a choice. Go to my brother and admit your wrongs, then imprison yourself for life." As Sun Wutian freed himself from the chains, Captain his was taken aback, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to feel a tightening grip. Hearing Sun Wutian's words, he found them laughable. "How amusing. You think your meager strength can intimidate me? Should you lay a hand on me, your family will face public outrage and societal condemnation." Crack. Sun Wutian's gaze turned frigid as he tore off one of Captain his arms, his entire being enveloped in a golden aura, shattering the interrogation room. Extending his palm, he unleashed a keyblade that pierced Captain his chest, crimson blood splattering across Sun Wutian's face. He proclaimed, "I initially intended to grant you an opportunity, but it seems you do not cherish it. I shall send you on your way. Wait for your precious Trip family below." As Captain has felt the searing pain coursing through his body, disbelief filled his eyes, and after a moment, he finally screamed in anguish. In Sun Wutian's eyes lingered a twinge of reluctance. However, he was acutely aware that his elder brother was inherently kind-hearted. Yet such kindness often left room for malevolence to encroach. Thus, despite his inner turmoil, he resolved to embrace the role of an antagonist. As he turned, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of warriors. A sigh escaped his lips as he thought, "Brother, since you have chosen to champion the martial path and protect this world, I shall safeguard you and our mother. Therefore, you must defeat me." Chapter 52. Fraternal Strife in the Realm of the Underworld. Lord Yinma was diligently reviewing the souls of the departed, a task that had begun to feel monotonous after an extended duration. Presently, he encountered a spirit named Shishi, who immediately launched into a complaint. "Lord Yinma, I hardly deserve to be here. I was wronged by others, and I beseech you to take swift action against my tormentor." Energized by the prospect of a new case, Lord Yinma responded, "You hail from Earth, do you not? Speak of your accuser, and upon verification, I shall notify the celestial beings to address the matter." Shishi, elated by the opportunity, eagerly recounted the alleged misdeeds of Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian on Earth, painting them as pariahs. As Lord Yinma perused the records, he was interrupted by a sudden distortion in the fabric of space, from which emerged a child clad in a crab martial arts uniform. The moment the child appeared, Shishi recoiled in fear, only to be met with a sinister grin from his opponent. "Huh, it seems your brother could not save you after all." Sun Wutian, unfazed, turned his attention to Lord Yinma and inquired, "Uncle Yinma, where is this fellow headed?" Upon examining both Shishi and Sun Wutian, Lord Yinma chuckled, "From my preliminary assessment, it appears this individual is destined for hell." Shishi's eyes widened in disbelief as he protested, "Impossible. I have protected humanity and received numerous accolades for my contributions." With a disinterested glance, Lord Yinma dismissed Shishi's claims. After all, Sun Wutian had aided him on several occasions over the past few years, and as an apprentice of King Kai, it was only natural for Lord Yinma to extend his support to Wutian. Nodding, Sun Wutian proposed, "Then, Uncle Yinma, may I take it upon myself to send him to hell?" Lord Yinma seemed momentarily taken aback. "There is no need for that. You are not of the netherworld." With a smile, Sun Wutian replied, "I recently visited my uncle and sensed that he is not faring well in hell. I wish to send someone to keep him company." After observing the hysterical Shishi and then turning to Sun Wutian, Lord Yinma agreed, "Very well. Such wicked souls deserve to descend into hell. I shall provide the necessary approval. And you may take him along. As for punishment, Raditz and the others can handle that." Without delay, Lord Yinma stamped Shishi's page with the seal of hell and handed it to Sun Wutian. With a simple thank you, Sun Wutian dragged the protesting Shishi towards the underworld. Shishi roared in defiance, "You cannot do this. I am a member of the Trip family, with power over the world. They will seek vengeance for me. Suit yourself." Sun Wutian shot him a glare, saying, "I wonder if my brother will resurrect a wretch like you. But if he does, feel free to lodge a complaint against me. Just so you know, the celestial being is my uncle, Yinma is my nominal senior, and King Kai, who governs the galaxy, is my master. Go ahead and complain." Though Shishi was bewildered, he was profoundly shaken. In an instant, Sun Wutian found himself deep within hell, witnessing its myriad tortures, which left Shishi increasingly reticent. At last, Sun Wutian arrived in a desolate expanse, where a gray, ominous mist hung heavily in the air, creating an eerie silence that sent chills down Shishi's spine. Standing amidst the gloom, Sun Wutian called out, "Uncle Raditz, are you here?" His voice echoed through the fog, taking on an otherworldly resonance that startled Shishi. Soon, two towering figures emerged from the haze, their bare torsos pierced by iron hooks. One was muscular, while the other boasted flowing hair, cascading to his waist. Initially proud, the pair faltered at the sight of Sun Wutian, instinctively attempting to retreat. However, Sun Wutian called out, "Do not flee. Uncle Nappa, Uncle Raditz. Or I shall find a way to make you feel pain, even without corporeal forms." Raditz and Nappa halted, turning to face him with smiles. "Why would we run? Dear nephew, we are family. It brings me joy to see you. What brings you here today?" Sun Wutian corrected him, "I am your second nephew. My brother is the first." Then, he tossed Shishi towards them, explaining, "There is nothing else. This person and his family have bullied my brother, so I killed him. I ask that you keep an eye on him for a while." Raditz's face flushed with rage upon hearing this. "How dare they bully my nephew? Fear not, Wutian. I shall ensure he learns to treat our family with respect." Nappa glanced at Raditz, retorting, "Since when did you become a member of our family?" Raditz boldly asserted, "My brother and two nephews share the Sun surname. What is wrong with me being a part of the Sun family?" Though Nappa had intended to retort, he ultimately refrained, recognizing that his second nephew was indeed formidable. As Sun Wutian prepared to depart, Raditz grasped his arm, asking, "Second nephew, could you do me a favor?" Sun Wutian regarded him curiously. "What is it?" Raditz explained, "You know, in this desolate region of hell, aside from enduring harsh punishments, we have our freedom. Yet, lately, Friesia's minions have been challenging us daily." Nodding in understanding, Sun Wutian replied, "I see. I shall pay them a visit and give them a good thrashing in a couple of days." On Earth. At the Flight Traffic Bureau, a blinding golden light illuminated the building, causing it to tremble as all personnel scrambled for safety. Amidst a throng of warriors, Sun Wutian surveyed his surroundings, then turned to Shishi, stating, "Is this the world you are defending? Conducting arbitrary interrogations of ordinary people? Inflicting punishment upon them without cause?" The warriors exchanged glances, lowering their heads, uncertain of how to respond, as many were aware of the darkness that still held sway. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and Sun Wutian effortlessly caught a bullet, crushing it into powder and discarding it on the ground. "Ah, so eager to strike?" he mused. "No matter. If I cannot be the good guy, then I shall simply abandon that role." With a commanding shout, a golden aura exploded forth, radiating power that surged like a tidal wave, sending the warriors, despite their training, flying away, scattering throughout the city. Sun Wutian strode purposefully out of the Flight Traffic Bureau. Just as Sun Wukong and Biddy rushed in, their expressions one of alarm upon seeing Wutian stained with blood. "Wutian, what have you done?" Sun Wukong gasped in disbelief. Wiping the blood from his face, Sun Wutian replied, "I killed Shishi. Now, I intend to annihilate the Trip family." Biddy trembled at the sight of him, her eyes wide in shock. Sun Wukong stepped in front of Sun Wutian, his expression grave. "You cannot go. If you destroy that family, your future will be irrevocably ruined." Unwavering, Sun Wutian continued to advance, stating, "Brother, I do not wish to fight you, so please do not stand in my way." Sun Gohan stood resolutely in front of Sun Goten, proclaiming, "Regardless of your justifications, you must not annihilate an entire family. I will prevent you from making this grievous mistake." Sun Goten halted 3 paces away, raising his gaze to meet his brother's. "Brother, you know, you are indeed a gentle and kind-hearted person. Yet, at times, such tenderness only encourages others to take advantage. Therefore, this time, I shall not heed your counsel. And, by the way, Biddy, please keep your distance." With that declaration, Son Goten closed his eyes, and a transformation coursed through him. In the next instant, an overwhelming golden aura erupted, shattering the building into fragments, which were then swept away by the fierce energy scattering across the city. Fortunately, the earlier tremors had already terrified many, leaving only Son Goten, Son Gohan, and Biddy within the crumbling structure. Son Gohan reacted swiftly, conjuring a protective barrier around Biddy as the building disintegrated, debris flying amidst the chaotic scene unfolding in the city. At that moment, Son Gohan found himself utterly bewildered by Son Goten's actions, his spirit on the brink of collapse. He roared at Son Goten. "Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Son Goten remained silent, merely observing. As more warriors converged, he finally spoke. "Brother, you never mentioned that the Trip family has been coercing you, even threatening others to force you into an apology." Son Gohan, taken aback, asked, "How do you know this?" The surrounding voices were a cacophony, some condemning the family while others defended them. Son Goten, irritated by the noise, once again amplified his energy, targeting the source with a blade of ki. With a thunderous crack, the ki blade surged forth, seemingly piercing the heavens, sending chills down the spines of countless warriors who looked up, overwhelmed by a sense of dread that left them trembling. Witnessing this scene, Son Gohan acted preemptively, soaring above the crowd and transforming into a Super Saiyan, grasping the descending ki blade with both hands. However, Son Goten showed no mercy. His energy surged, and although Son Gohan managed to catch it, he struggled to withstand the immense force. He crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Son Goten retracted the ki blade, gazing at Son Gohan. "Brother, you remain as gentle as ever. It seems this conflict is unavoidable." But before that, a flash of golden light flickered in Son Goten's eyes as he shot upward into the sky, racing away. At that moment, Krillin, Piccolo, and others arrived late. Observing the distraught Son Gohan, who was left perplexed, Krillin inquired, "Gohan, what transpired?" That energy felt similar to Goten's. Son Gohan's expression was one of anguish. He was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. It was Biddy who spoke up. "It's Goten. He was taken into the Flight Traffic Bureau for violating the law, and after unknown trials, he learned that the Trip family had once pressured Master Gohan, even forcing him to kneel. He killed Hiss and declared he would annihilate the Trip family. You were supposed to be the savior. How could your brother act in such a manner?" The uproar continued, casual slaughter and destruction, and as a savior, you do nothing to stop it? What are you doing? As a savior, shouldn't you protect us? Hurry and stop your brother. He's a harbinger of destruction. The Trip family represents the most esteemed of humanity. You, as the savior, cannot act recklessly. As Son Goten departed, the clamor escalated. Silence. Piccolo erupted, unleashing a fierce gust that quelled the noise. The crowd gradually fell silent. Such formidable authority. Is this the companion of the savior? Truly impressive. I hear he is the legendary Demon King Piccolo, a friend of the savior. Huh. I now suspect the androids were merely a ruse. What savior? Perhaps they have deceived us all. You possess such power. Why not confront the one who harmed the government instead of threatening us? The din subsided momentarily, only to be reignited by a few voices. Piccolo clenched his fists, longing to strike back at the crowd but refraining, for he understood that he was no longer the reckless Demon King of old. He had gained a disciple and friend in Gohan, and though he could disregard his own well-being, he could not ignore the repercussions his actions might have on Gohan, having already caused him harm once. Chapter 53. Gohan's Fury Kaizeljin, known as the City of Peace, is home to the king and several prominent families. Sprawling and economically vibrant, it boasts convenient transportation, making it the most prosperous city on Earth. Even after the turmoil caused by the androids, the city now exudes a sense of prosperity. Yet, the once tranquil city now sees military mobilizations, with battle machines lining the city walls, instilling a sense of foreboding. A golden streak shot across the sky, racing toward Kaizeljin. Along the way, it deftly evaded shells and lasers, effortlessly dismantling them. At last it arrived. The streak halted above the city, revealing Son Goten's figure. He surveyed the horizon, where an army surged forth like a tidal wave, armed with an array of weapons. With a sigh, he mused, ultimately, confrontation with the state seems inevitable. Suddenly, the military took notice of Son Goten, unleashing missiles and lasers in a concerted effort to obliterate him. Son Goten deftly sliced through the lasers and annihilated the missiles, declaring, "It appears that battle is unavoidable." Indeed, what lingers in memory are not the blessings, but the afflictions. In the next moment, Son Goten's gaze sharpened. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, engulfing the entire army in a cloud of dust. As he prepared to unleash the Kamehameha, the radiant energy began to flicker and fade. Son Goten sighed. then charged through the cloud of dust, heading straight for the heart of the City of Peace, where the king and the head of the Trip family resided. As he burst through the smoke, he was met by hovering robots that, upon spotting him, immediately launched missiles, disregarding the lives of ordinary citizens below. Son Goten transformed into a bolt of lightning, weaving through the machines. They disintegrated into fragments, consumed by the energy wave that propelled them into the sky, where they detonated. Son Goten's speed reached its zenith, and every obstacle that dared impede him was dispatched before they could even comprehend his presence. Soon, he arrived at the Trip family's estate. It was a grand and expansive manor, sprawling over half the inner city, inhabited by the elite capable of influencing the king's decisions in the frequency of warfare. Son Goten floated outside the estate, observing the tense standoff within, where various robots and martial artists were gathered, all turning their gaze toward him. Then, the king of Kaizelyagin emerged from the manor. He scrutinized Son Goten for a prolonged moment before stating, "You bear a striking resemblance to your father, Son Goten." Son Goten glanced at the eager warriors and then back at the king. "You should not be here, your majesty. This does not concern you." The king sighed. Glancing behind him, "I have no choice. The Trip family has contributed immensely to this world. As king, I cannot stand idly by and watch their destruction." Son Goten scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "You've done much, including instigating battles and relentlessly persecuting my brother?" The king's gaze wavered slightly as he replied, "Those were merely the errors of a few individuals. You've already slain his, so there's no need for further aggression." Son Goten extended his fingers toward the king, stating, "Some actions cannot be undone. There's no need for excessive words. My brother and mother are kind-hearted and do not hold grudges, but I cannot be so forgiving. Moreover, I believe there will be others who will continue to trouble them, so I must take action to ensure those individuals remember their transgressions." Seeing Son Goten prepare to strike the king, several of the king's guards rushed in, swords drawn, fixating their steely gazes upon him. Son Goten unleashed a surge of energy from his right hand, propelling the king and his guards far from the estate. In the next moment, the estate's elite warriors and robots charged out, launching a fierce assault against Son Goten. He erupted with power once more, his intense aura sweeping forth like a tempest, shattering the robots and sending numerous martial artists soaring into the sky, before he himself ascended high above, observing the estate below. In West City, Bulma was monitoring the footage on her computer. The screen displayed Son Goten hovering in midair, with the esteemed Trip family estate beneath him. Moments later, her phone screen lit up. She sighed, reflecting, "Is it truly necessary to go this far? You will inevitably become a global pariah." Ultimately, Bulma felt helpless. She first sent a message in a high-level group at Capsule Corporation, followed by a flurry of computer commands. In Wufan City, the cacophony intensified as crowds surged towards Son Gohan and the others. Piccolo felt a surge of anger but refrained from intervening, knowing that his actions would only provoke a more malicious response towards Gohan. At that moment, drones appeared from the distance, projecting beams of light that illuminated various skyscrapers, showcasing scenes from Kessler Golden City. Son Gohan suddenly looked up, spotting Son Goten's cold gaze as he stood above the estate, gathering energy in his hands. "Don't do it, Goten!" Son Gohan roared, but at that moment, Son Goten was on the other side of the planet, oblivious to his brother's cries. In desperation, Son Gohan transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring upward. While he could surmise Goten's intentions, he was determined to prevent his brother from making a grave mistake that could lead to his own destruction. The golden radiance shot into the heavens, moving faster than lightning, surpassing all earthly speed. Everyone watched in silent awe as Son Goten amassed energy in his right hand, addressing those below, "Your reasons are of no concern to me. If you wish to discuss matters in the next life, do so sooner rather than later." He hurled the energy sphere downward. The estate activated its shields, but it was futile. The energy sphere shattered the defenses and penetrated the estate. In an instant, a conflagration erupted, consuming the estate's treasures, ancient trees, and grand structures, reducing everything to scorched earth. Countless shards flew, yet all remained confined within the barriers, as searing white light obliterated all. Son Goten lowered his head, his eyes filled with compassion and anguish, but devoid of regret. He understood that once a life was taken, there was no turning back. However, having made his resolve, he felt compelled to proceed, knowing that if he did not act decisively, future troubles would surely arise. Majin Buu, Golden Frieza, and Black Goku were formidable adversaries, and should internal strife erupt on Earth, the consequences could be dire. As the smoke cleared, Son Goten dispelled the barriers, revealing the estate had been utterly annihilated, leaving only ashes behind. Son Goten gazed at his hands, murmuring to himself, "I can no longer be a hero. Let me instead instill a sense of dread within this world, so that all may know. A long cry echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of Son Gohan, who stood before Son Goten, surveying the ruin of the estate with pained eyes. Did you do this? He asked somberly. Son Goten nodded, replying, Yes, I did. Why? Son Gohan fixed his gaze upon Son Goten, as if seeing his brother for the first time. When Goten remained silent, Son Gohan's energy flared again, roaring. I demand to know why. The intensity of his aura reverberated, causing the city to tremble, while Son Gohan's power sliced through the air like a blade against Son Goten's face. Son Goten responded, Why? Perhaps because they have crossed my forbidden line, just as I am now crossing yours. Son Gohan appeared momentarily stunned before replying, Even if they have wronged me and mother, you cannot justify taking lives. What do you consider human life to be? Son Goten shook his head, stating, I do not wish to kill. I sought to offer his a chance for redemption, for both their sake and mine. Yet, they failed to appreciate it. I pondered how individuals like them could change, but I could not find an answer. Thus, I resorted to violence. Tears welled in Son Gohan's green eyes as he said, You are no different from them. Seeing his brother in tears, Son Goten felt his own eyes mist. He shook his head, asserting, There is no distinction. I realized this when I killed his. I can no longer be a hero. If that is the case, I shall embrace being a villain. Anyone who dares to bully my friends will face my wrath. 1 life for 1 life. 100 lives for 100 lives. With a thunderous roar, Son Gohan's energy exploded forth as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking Son Goten squarely in the face. Have you truly lost your mind? Son Goten, caught off guard, was unable to withstand the force and was sent crashing through several buildings, finally coming to a halt kilometers away. As he regained his composure, Son Goten felt a searing pain on his right cheek. He spat out a mouthful of blood, some teeth mixed in. He soared back into the air, facing Son Gohan as he declared, If you truly wish to stop me, then let us fight. Otherwise, anyone who has wronged or persecuted you and mother will face my judgment. Son Goten's voice was calm, yet sent chills down the spines of all who watched the live broadcast, for they sensed the weight of his words. At First Martial Arts University, Kiki, although indoors, witnessed the Force live stream, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, It shouldn't be like this. You two brothers. In the divine realm, the deity observed the mortal realm, his eyes shimmering with light as he contemplated. As a god, he found himself at a loss regarding the proper course of action. Over the years, he had witnessed Son Gohan's arduous journey, the various political factions and corporate moguls testing and manipulating him. He understood Gohan's convictions but realized that with his inherent goodness, achieving success amongst such ruthless giants would be exceedingly difficult. Even if he did succeed, it would only be others who reaped the rewards. What truly constitutes good and evil? At that moment, the deity felt a sense of confusion, struggling to discern the essence of virtue from malevolence. Chapter 54, The Power Beyond Super Saiyan. In West City, Vegeta and Trunks had finished their training long before Son Goten and Son Gohan unleashed their energy. They had naturally seen the footage of Son Goten annihilating the Trip family estate through Bulma's sharing. Trunks clenched his fists, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? How could Goten commit such acts? Those are lives at stake. Vegeta remarked, This fellow is far more ruthless than Kakarot. Bulma scratched her head and said, While this young man has commendable intentions, he may soon be regarded as a demon by the majority of humanity, and his later years may not be easy. Trunks glanced at Bulma and then at Vegeta, asking, Father, Mother, do you not care about those who have perished? Vegeta shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Care about those people? They brought this upon themselves. Trunks, remember, I do not concern myself with your desire to protect the Earth as you follow Gohan's teachings. Not everyone is worthy of protection. Trunks wished to retort but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Vegeta interjected, Enough. The two brothers are about to engage in battle. Let us go and witness it, Trunks. Trunks nodded and followed his father out of the door, heading towards Kessler City. Although he did not understand Goten's motives, he felt compelled to subdue him first, as he believed Goten was not a bad person. In Kessler City, Gohan's gaze sharpened as he observed Goten for some time before finally assuming a combat stance. If you insist on continuing down this path, then defeat me. Gohan was resolute, and a golden aura erupted from him, surging towards Goten. At that moment, Kessler City trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Goten first closed his eyes, and his golden aura fell silent for a fleeting second, only to erupt uncontrollably, resembling molten lava. The surging energy transformed into a golden flame that engulfed the sky, pushing back Gohan's presence, causing the ground to shake more violently, and the tremors gradually affected the entire planet. Crackling. Though Gohan and Goten had yet to engage in combat, The clash of their energies had already conjured lightning in the air, and the people below in the city felt an inexplicable pressure. Boom. Tears welled in Gohan's eyes as he swung a fist towards Goten. This time, Goten did not take the blow. He sidestepped and retaliated with a punch of his own. However, as Gohan prepared to defend against Goten's right fist, Goten swiftly unleashed a left punch aimed squarely at Gohan's chest. A seasoned warrior, Gohan instinctively anticipated Goten's feint. He positioned his right hand in front of his chest, successfully catching Goten's fist. Yet, Goten's strength still surged forth, unleashing a powerful shockwave that resonated through the air. Gohan gripped Goten's fist tightly with his right hand, then transformed his left hand into a knife-like strike aimed at Goten's body. Goten's right wrist slipped free, and he tilted his head back to evade Gohan's hand strike, then propelled himself upward, planting his feet onto Gohan's shoulders. Feeling a tremendous force on his shoulder, Gohan released his right hand, only to see Goten transform into a bolt of lightning, swiftly departing the city. Gohan, enveloped in golden light, pursued him, and the two brothers moved through the air at remarkable speeds, continuously engaging in combat. Each collision between them triggered tremors in the earth, scattering the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the brothers traversed the bustling metropolis and entered dense forests, where their attacks became increasingly unrestrained. Though Goten had spent years training with his father and had mastered the art of force absorption, Gohan had been forged in countless battles, diligently refining his martial arts. In these years, Gohan had delved deep into martial philosophy, and his techniques now matched Goten's prowess. Their strengths appeared evenly matched. Yet Goten sensed that his brother was holding back, as Gohan's speed and power were not being fully unleashed. Boom. Gohan's fist swung through empty air again. The gust of wind it created leveling a hill in an instant. As Goten sidestepped, his small figure crashed into Gohan's embrace. Gohan staggered back 2 steps but maintained his stance, reaching out to seize Goten. Swish. In that moment, Goten's form became ethereal, and the next second, Gohan felt a surge of energy erupt from behind him. Alarmed, he turned just in time to see a brilliant beam of light, with no time to evade. He crossed his arms to shield himself. Boom. Gohan was struck by a ki blast, his body propelled backward, shattering trees and boulders, and crashing through several mountain peaks. As Gohan continued to retreat, he could no longer suppress a cry. Shattering the ki blast, he dug his right hand into the ground, creating 5 deep trenches before finally coming to a halt. Boom. In the next moment, Goten charged again, launching a flying kick at Gohan. Gohan pressed his right hand onto the ground, unleashing a small Kamehameha wave, using the rebound to propel himself diagonally away. The next instant, Goten slammed into the earth, producing a tremendous sound that echoed across the land, shaking the mountains, causing the ground to collapse, and creating a massive pit. Gohan reacted swiftly, performing a somersault in the air and diving down to deliver a punch at Goten. Even before Gohan reached him, the fierce wind from his punch rushed past, causing the ground to sink further, with spiderweb cracks spreading beneath Goten's feet. Realizing he was locked onto, Goten decided not to evade. He clenched his right hand into a fist and retaliated with a strike of his own. The 2 fists collided, generating a powerful gale that dispersed frightening energy, shattering trees around them and causing the towering mountains to tremble, rocks cascading down and animals fleeing. The ground beneath Goten continued to fracture, and he steadily sank deeper into the earth, as if on the verge of encountering magma. With a resounding roar, Goten unleashed another surge of golden energy, drastically enhancing his power and speed, pushing Gohan back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Goten pressed the attack without mercy. Gohan, undeterred, engaged in a fierce tug-of-war as their figures flickered in and out, each clash resonating with a thunderous roar, each encounter accompanied by seismic tremors. Before the spectacle, all of humanity trembled. The previous martial arts tournament had been limited in scope. While they recognized Gohan's strength, they could not fathom its true extent. In this moment, they realized that a martial artist like Gohan could indeed possess such terrifying power, capable of collapsing entire mountain ranges. Thus, calls to subdue Gohan and Goten grew quieter, and many of the instigators gradually fell silent. As for Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and Trunks, they had already arrived at the heart of the battlefield, watching intently. Trunks wished to intervene between the 2 brothers, but Vegeta shouted, "Trunks, stand down. They do not require your assistance." Trunks turned back, puzzled, and asked Vegeta, "But they are clearly brothers. Shouldn't we stop them? Must one of them die for the other to prevail?" Vegeta remained silent, only letting out a scoff. "Are you foolish? Watch their battle closely." Trunks, still confused, chose to trust his father, gazing with curiosity at the fierce clash between the 2. Gohan wept as he swung his fists, while Goten laughed maniacally as he kicked. The brothers clashed amidst mountains and rivers. As the sky darkened gradually, lightning crackled around Goten and Gohan. The two brothers had already flattened numerous mountains and submerged countless islands, yet they continued their relentless battle. After observing for a considerable time, Piccolo suddenly felt a flicker of solace in his heart. These two brothers have even managed to deceive me. It appears that Gohan has genuinely resolved to effect change this time. Piccolo discerned certain truths, and Vegeta was equally aware, yet only Trunks, Tien, and Krillin remained anxious, uncertain of how to address the situation. Before the screen, the pace of Gohan and Goten gradually slowed, and they began exchanging blows, each refusing to evade the other's attacks. Then, they beheld Gohan's eyes brimming with tears, the scorching droplets propelled by his energy, flowing upwards. Meanwhile, Goten, drenched in blood, laughed maniacally, even from behind the screen. Spectators felt a chilling dread. The hero who protects humanity wept, while the demon who slays them reveled in laughter. What a paradox. Gradually, more began to ponder these questions, as the emotional turmoil depicted on the screen resonated with an increasing number of viewers. In the rugged wilderness, Gohan struck with a punch, despite Goten's battered and bruised state. He remained unyielding, crashing through several sand dunes before crouching on the ground. With a thunderous roar, Goten laughed maniacally as he threw a punch, appearing deranged. While Gohan equally stood his ground, his body retreating as everything behind him disintegrated. Gohan cried, his voice filled with anguish, a cacophony of emotions reaching a crescendo. Once more, he swung at Goten, an immeasurable golden aura erupting, as if the very earth were impacted by an unfathomable force, disrupting the magnetic field. Boom! A golden lightning bolt flashed across the sky, striking Gohan, causing his golden hair to rise more densely, crackling with electricity, while his eyes grew colder. Goten, struck by that punch, felt his insides shift, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, traversing half the globe before finally halting in Gohan City, having obliterated countless structures and ecosystems along the way. Even upon reaching Gohan City, Goten experienced uncontrollable spasms, struggling to stand, every inch of his skin aflame with pain. Blood pooling around him. Was this the power that transcended even Super Saiyan? At that moment, as the lightning coursed through Gohan, Vegeta's expression turned grave. He sensed a qualitative increase in Gohan's energy, distinctly different from before. Piccolo, Krillin, and others also tensed, having not anticipated such a transformation in Gohan, incited by rage. Seemingly struck by realization, Piccolo transformed into a streak of light, hastening toward Gohan City. In Gohan City, onlookers beheld Goten collapsed in a deep pit, barely breathing. Their emotions a complex tapestry. This merciless individual had annihilated so many of our kin. He is a scourge that must not survive. Yes, although he was defeated by Mr. Gohan today, who knows if he will rise again. Indeed, Mr. Gohan would surely hesitate to kill him. We must eliminate him to prevent further calamity. Humans are fickle. Just as they began to reflect, a few instigators ignited fervor, as if Goten was their mortal enemy, though many had likely never even heard of the Trunks family. Goten, on the brink of consciousness, lamented inwardly, "Brother, your sudden surge to Super Saiyan 2 has complicated matters." Gradually, individuals approached Goten, seemingly intent on extinguishing the life of this killer. Suddenly, a wave of golden energy surged forth. It was Gohan, now transcending Super Saiyan, who landed before Goten. Gazing at his brother, whose life hung by a thread, Gohan felt a pang of guilt, regret, and profound sorrow. "Mr. Gohan, we understand your kind heart. You need not concern yourself with what follows. We will handle it. Indeed, our savior has already managed the situation well. Leave the rest to us." Mr. Gohan, as our savior, you wouldn't shield your brother, would you? He has taken so many lives. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare. Gohan's eyes were icy, his golden aura bursting forth like an erupting flame, sending shockwaves through the surrounding crowd. He spoke coldly. "Keep your distance from my brother, otherwise I will not hesitate to kill you." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They had not expected the usually gentle Gohan to utter such words. Thus, the clamor resumed as they foolishly sought to coerce Gohan into submission once more. Gohan raised his head, tears streaming down his face, an overwhelming energy radiating from him, causing those nearby to feel their blood surge. He coldly declared, "Ah, what an amusing tactic. Do as you wish, but I will not permit anyone to harm my brother." Gohan then offered a senzu bean to Goten, lifting him as he stood, his expression cold and unwavering as he surveyed the crowd. Yet, the voices persisted, after all. Some believed themselves unique, intent on awakening the savior's conscience in their own manner. How can such a person truly be a savior? Can someone like him teach us martial arts? He likely only protects his own. Indeed, those in high positions are all the same. I believe it would be better not to learn at all than to have such a person as the head of the Martial Arts Alliance. Gohan's voice rang out, overpowering all others. "Whether you wish to learn or not is your choice. I have saved you once, but I am not obligated to save you a second time. If I cannot protect my own family, what good am I for this earth? With a surge of energy, Gohan's aura intensified, scattering the crowd. And he continued, I have been mistaken from the beginning. Perhaps everyone was right. I have been too naive. At that moment, Goten had regained his composure, gazing at his tearful brother, calling out, Brother? Gohan glanced at him and replied, I think I understand your intentions. But if it means my brother bears the stigma of a demon, I would rather renounce my role as a savior. As for promoting martial arts, their willingness to learn is ultimately their affair. Goten regarded his brother, familiar yet foreign, astonished to see this side of him in the face of humanity. Chapter 50. The Simulation Battle System. Gohan City is a city established by the king and the people to honor Gohan's achievements, located in the southeastern region of the continent. It boasts advanced transportation and logistics, with the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance situated there. Goten and Chi-Chi departed from the Bunyan Mountain, journeying westward, traversing formidable mountains, until they finally beheld the distant splendor and heard the bustling sounds unlike those of Bunyan Mountain. Gohan City, vast in its expanse, covers over 2,000 square kilometers. Even Goten, with vision surpassing that of ordinary humans, could not see the city's end. Standing at the city's edge, Goten gazed at the towering buildings and the bustling traffic, momentarily overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity, as if he had entered an entirely different world. Noticing Goten's astonishment, Chi-Chi remarked, The development is remarkable, isn't it? This city was once devastated by androids, and it took nearly 3 years to transform from its original planning and construction into its current form. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian, nodded thoughtfully, marveling at the remarkable resilience of humanity. Despite enduring such catastrophic blows, they managed to recover in a mere 3 years and even progressed further. It was nothing short of a monumental achievement. As Sun Wutian glided slowly through the air, he surveyed the vibrant cityscape of the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, a flying vehicle sped past, nearly colliding with him. Quick to react, Sun Wutian flickered out of the way and stood aside, bewildered by the flurry of flying vehicles around him. The vehicle came to a halt, and the driver lowered the window, greeting him, still a little martial artist. Huh? But please, keep an eye on the road. This is not the designated flight path for martial artists. Sun Wutian, slightly dazed, could piece together what was happening and quickly apologized. My apologies, this is my first time here, and I'm not familiar with the rules. With that, he flickered away. Reappearing before his mother, Chi-Chi, the driver, bewildered by Sun Wutian's sudden disappearance, rubbed his eyes and looked around, muttering to himself, Am I seeing things? Or are martial artists these days just too extraordinary? My kid is ranked 3rd in their martial arts class, yet I've never seen someone so impressive. The driver behind him, growing impatient, began honking, prompting the first driver to raise the window and restart the vehicle. Sun Wutian returned to Chi-Chi's side and inquired, Mom, is flying in the city no longer allowed, or are there new regulations for it? Chi-Chi pulled Sun Wutian onto the flying Nimbus and explained, There are indeed new regulations. Due to previous incidents, your brother and others have established new rules. Now, flying in the city requires a flight license from the Martial Arts Alliance, and you must follow designated routes. Violations are subject to arrest by other martial artists from the Alliance. However, your brother, having saved the world, is permitted to fly anywhere. Seated in front of his mother, Sun Wutian felt a twinge of guilt as he confessed, I didn't mean to obstruct traffic while flying in the city. I hope I won't get into trouble. Chi-Chi chuckled, Most of the enforcers are your brother's disciples. Not only are they unlikely to catch you, but even if they see you, it won't be an issue. Relieved, Sun Wutian felt a sense of ease, though he recognized that taking advantage of his strength to act recklessly would be unwise. After all, wasn't that the behavior of Raditz and the others? Moreover, the order he might be disrupting could very well be established by his brother. Causing chaos would be akin to slapping his own face. Without further contemplation, Chi-Chi activated her navigation and piloted the Nimbus along the designated route to the Golden Eagle Martial Arts Primary School. Although she was the mother of Son Gohan and enjoyed the privilege of flying freely, the airspace was crowded with planes and flying cars, making collisions a risk. Sun Wutian, brimming with curiosity, gazed around, experiencing a culture starkly different from his past life, which he found utterly fascinating. At that moment, he felt a surge of understanding. This was the place his brother and father had always sought to protect, and thus he must strive even harder. As they traveled, Chi-Chi began to impart some fundamental knowledge, aware that her younger son had been away from Earth for too long, leaving him somewhat oblivious to the basic tenets of this world. Though the Nimbus was not as swift as the instant transmission technique, it was still quite fast. And soon they arrived at the school. From a distance, Sun Wutian and Chi-Chi spotted Son Gohan and Videl waving at them. Chi-Chi skillfully landed the Nimbus in a suitable spot, and mother and son disembarked. Videl greeted them first. "Good morning, Teacher Chi-Chi, Wu-Tien." Chi-Chi responded with a smile. "Ah, Videl. You're here too. Good morning." Son Wu-Tien bowed to Videl, saying, "Good morning, Sister Videl." Son Gohan then chimed in, "All right, let us get Wu-Tien settled in first. We'll have plenty of time to chat later." Videl, looking puzzled, remarked, "I never expected someone of Wu-Tien's caliber would need to attend primary school. It seems rather strange." Chi-Chi replied, "No matter how great one's power, it cannot fortify the soul. I certainly don't want Wu-Tien growing up to be merely a warrior who knows nothing but fighting." Videl opened her mouth to respond, but could only acquiesce. Recognizing the authority of Chi-Chi, Son Gohan's mother, the three then escorted Son Wu-Tien to the principal's office for enrollment, after which the grade director assigned him to a class. Once Son Gohan and Videl left him in Class 1, Son Wu-Tien felt an immediate sense of emptiness, as if the world had shrunk to a singular moment. The day unfolded with the mundane rituals of joining a class, introducing oneself, and attending cultural studies. Then came the martial arts class, which was anything but dull. The instructor, claiming to be from Tien Shinhan's martial arts school, was indeed quite skilled. Son Wu-Tien had high hopes of learning some essence of the Crane School, but soon realized that the teacher could only instruct the novice martial arts students. Upon discovering that Son Wu-Tien was Son Gohan's brother, the teacher, perhaps in a moment of misguided enthusiasm, insisted that Son Wu-Tien demonstrate his skills, leaving the instructor in an awkward position. On the very first day of school, Son Wu-Tien had inadvertently put the teacher in a bind, causing him some frustration, as he was there to learn, not to cause chaos. Fortunately, Bulma somehow learned of Son Wu-Tien's enrollment and contacted Chi-Chi, suggesting that Son Wu-Tien study alongside Trunks. Trunks, having been tutored by Bulma's hired experts, was an appealing prospect, and Chi-Chi readily agreed. Thus, Son Wu-Tien transferred to Bulma's school after barely a day of classes. Time flowed like a river, and soon a month had passed since Son Wu-Tien began studying with Trunks at Capsule Corporation. During this time, Son Gohan couldn't help but admire Bulma's exceptional intellect, as she had even managed to devise certain advancements. A month later, Bulma unveiled a simulated combat system to the martial arts community, developed based on Trunks' life simulator yet considerably refined. The simulation featured various scenarios and formidable opponents, powerful adversaries from the past, allowing martial artists to engage in battles under 100 different simulated conditions to hone their skills. Participants could enter the game in two ways, by scanning their physical data or by selecting system characters for combat. Regardless of the method, both provided martial artists with valuable combat experience. Additionally, the combat system included both cooperative and competitive modes. The cooperative mode allowed multiple martial artists to join forces, while the competitive mode pitted players against one another, requiring no further explanation. Given that all characters within the system were high-difficulty modes, Capsule Corporation even promised substantial rewards for first kills, with payouts no less than 100 zeni. Both Son Wu-Tien and Trunks expressed great interest. Son Wu-Tien was eager to earn some rewards, while Trunks was simply curious to witness the might of those who had battled against his father. As Son Wu-Tien donned his helmet, the scene before him transformed, immersing him in a celestial expanse. Beneath his feet, countless planets revolved, while above him loomed a vast river of stars. He soon beheld an array of diverse planets floating in front of hhim, including Earth, Namek, and many other peculiar celestial bodies. Welcome to the simulation combat system. Extracting character data. Data extraction successful. Your character template has been generated. Please select your game mode. Observing the starry sky, Son Wu-Tien remarked, "What a virtual game. Your virtual game generates character templates without even showing them to the players?" The character templates reflect the current values of the individual, generated by the system's scan of their physical attributes. They cannot be altered or changed. The simulation combat system is at your service. Curiosity piqued, Son Wu-Tien asked, "Can I see my character panel?" Character panels are not displayed during this phase. Please await system optimization. Please select a simulation combat game mode, real combat mode, virtual combat mode, or cooperative mode. Son Wu-Tien promptly opted for real combat mode and proceeded to examine the various virtual combat characters. Cultivator, Battle Power, 1200, First Kill, Super Vegeta King Vegeta, Battle Power, 11,300. First Kill, Super Vegeta Prince Vegeta, Battle Power, 8,000. First Kill, Super Vegeta Son Goku, Battle Power, 8,000. First Kill, Super Vegeta Frieza, Battle Power, 2 billion. First Kill, Super Vegeta Android 17, Battle Power, 300 million. First Kill, Super Vegeta Son Wu-Tien. After browsing the virtual characters from various planets, he noticed that every character's first kill was attributed to Vegeta. With a puzzled expression, he mused, "Uncle Vegeta, is this what you deem as mundane? And Bulma, are you and your husband playing a trick on us?" Feeling somewhat disenchanted, Sun Wutian concluded that, given his current strength, none of these characters would serve as worthy opponents. After some contemplation, he exited Real Combat Mode and selected Virtual Combat Mode. Scene: Earth Virtual Character Selection, Cultivator, Combat Character Selection, Yamcha loading. In the virtual simulation system, Sun Wutian recreated a famous scene and encountered a world-renowned painting before logging off, preparing for his own training. However, as he stepped out of the simulation room, he noticed Bulma approaching from a distance. Seeing her seemingly waving at him, he took a few steps closer and inquired, "What's up, Aunt Bulma? Is there something you need?" With a smile, Bulma replied, "So, have you tried the simulation combat system? With your strength, you should have secured a first kill by now." Shaking his head, Sun Wutian responded, "Not at all. Uncle Vegeta is still far stronger than us. He has claimed all the first kills." Bulma's expression turned to one of astonishment. She glanced towards the simulation room, clenched her fist, and said, "That Vegeta, he's taken all the first kills. Now everyone will think the rewards were rigged." As if sensing Bulma's ire, the door to the simulation room swung open, and out stepped Vegeta, clad in a blue bodysuit. He glanced at Bulma, his gaze somewhat unfocused, before turning to Sun Wutian and scoffing, "Umph, just a bit of power, and I claim the first kill. Anyone who has an issue can come to me." Sun Wutian covertly gave Vegeta a thumbs up, acknowledging his resolve as the Prince of the Saiyans. Bulma shot him a glare, and after a brief exchange of glances with Vegeta, she appeared slightly intimidated. Before he turned and strode away towards the gravity chamber, Bulma sighed, "What a hassle. Vegeta's antics have thrown everything into disarray. I suppose I'll have to add a patch later and announce that completing the first kill in the shortest time also earns a bonus." Sun Wutian felt indifferent. Although he lacked money, he didn't feel the need for much, as he believed that if he truly desired wealth, it would not be overly difficult to acquire. Bulma then urged Sun Wutian to share his thoughts. After some consideration, he stated, since there are both real combat and cooperative modes, perhaps Aunt Bulma could further develop the simulation combat system into a complete world akin to Earth, where each player could find a place to call home and engage in various activities. Bulma pondered this and replied, "Similar ideas have been proposed before, but the implementation is incredibly challenging, unless we can extract the purple crystal from Trunks' mind for research." A spark of intrigue flickered in Sun Wutian's eyes. "Truly impressive. I've only heard of others exploiting advantages, yet I've never heard of anyone researching how to analyze such hacks." After a moment's thought, he added, "But that crystal is embedded in Trunks' mind. If we were to extract it, it might harm him." Bulma shook her head. "I've studied that thing. It contains an extraordinarily peculiar energy that seems capable of interfering with time and space. However, it relies on specific energies to function, so under normal circumstances, it possesses no distinct features, appearing merely as a crystal." "Special energy?" Sun Wutian pondered, finding himself somewhat bewildered. Bulma nodded, "From what Trunks has described, I suspect that it operates based on energy derived from temporal and spatial fluctuations." Recalling some information, Sun Wutian remarked, "So, it can only harness energy when the trajectory of our world undergoes some alterations?" Bulma affirmed, "Based on my conjectures, that seems to be the case. The crystal appears to grow stronger with energy acquisition, which leads me to believe that keeping it in Trunks is rather unsafe. Yet, with current technology, we cannot transfer it." After a moment's contemplation, Sun Wutian inquired, "Isn't the dragon capable of extraordinary feats? Could it not facilitate the transfer of this crystal?" Bulma again shook her head. "We consulted the dragon previously, but it could not comprehend such an entity, thus making the transfer impossible. However, my recent research has yielded results. If we could create a clone of Trunks, we might have a way to separate the crystal from his body." Bulma ruffled her hair in frustration. This past period has been exhausting, juggling the development of a life simulation device and researching time machines. It's maddening. And Vegeta remains utterly oblivious to the burden he places on us. Sun Wutian glanced towards the gravity chamber and smiled. Perhaps Uncle Vegeta has his own way of showing concern. "Well then, Aunt Bulma, I must return to my training." With a dismissive wave, Bulma replied, "Go on, go on. After all, you Saiyans only know how to train." Sun Wutian chuckled and made his way to the gravity chamber. Despite the tranquility that enveloped Earth in recent years, he felt an underlying unease. After all, somewhere on this planet lay the remnants of Majin Buu, and in the cosmos, there were those seeking to breach the seal of the evil spirit. As for Frisia's minions, they could very well attempt to resurrect him at any moment. In such circumstances, how could they confront these adversaries? Relying on his current Super Saiyan form, or on those mere mortals who had only trained for a few years? Clearly, neither option was dependable. The Super Saiyan was ill-equipped to contend with such foes, and those who had trained for a few years would likely only be capable of shouting encouragement from afar. Thus, Sun Wutian comprehended the urgency to devote time to his training, for his adversaries would not patiently await his ascension to strength. Although the rigors of training were arduous, he had grown accustomed to it, even deriving a sense of pleasure from the exhilarating feeling of power coursing through his veins. In the southern galaxy, a purple vortex materialized from thin air, lightning morphing into colossal serpents and ferocious dragons that wreaked havoc within. On the other side of the vortex, a verdant light flickered incessantly, and in the next moment, a wave of light surged forth, descending upon a distant planet. Boom! The immense planet erupted in a resplendent display of fireworks, illuminating the vast expanse of the starry sky, only to subsequently disintegrate into cosmic dust. On North Kai's planet, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi sat side by side beneath a tree, observing the serpentine path winding through the yellow clouds and the vast cosmos shimmering above. Neither spoke, yet the moment felt remarkably beautiful. Suddenly, the antennae on King Kai's forehead quivered, causing a moment of alarm within him, leading his vehicle to careen directly towards the tree. Boom! The vehicle collided with Sun Wukong, only to be repelled backward, with King Kai tumbling headfirst into a mound of earth. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment, hastily rising to extricate King Kai, exclaiming, "My sincerest apologies, King Kai. My body simply reacted." King Kai shot Sun Wukong an admonishing glare. Initially inclined to vent his frustration, but recalling the grave matter conveyed by Grand Kai, he chose to suppress his anger. He addressed Sun Wukong, "Wukong, it seems the time-space vortex that appeared 3 years ago has manifested once more. According to Grand Kai's estimations, this time it may stabilize completely. Thus I must implore you to venture forth again." Observing King Kai's serious demeanor, Sun Wukong remarked, "From your expression, it appears this situation is rather dire." King Kai nodded gravely, stating, "Once a time-space vortex emerges, it becomes exceedingly challenging to resolve, and powerful beings from parallel worlds may breach the barriers. Last time, Lord Beerus fortuitously awoke and intervened to dissipate the vortex, but this time..." Sun Wukong paused, inquiring, "Lord Beerus? Who might that be?" King Kai glanced at him, explaining, "He is a legendary deity, and we do not know when he will awaken again. For now, we must focus on addressing the immediate situation." Sun Wukong acquiesced, saying, "Regardless, we must investigate this matter." He then turned to Chi-Chi, saying, "I apologize, Chi-Chi, but I may need to depart for a while. I will inform Wutian shortly. You should return home for now." Though reluctant, Chi-Chi understood that no one could replace what Sun Wukong must do. With a sigh, she nodded, "Regardless, please be cautious." Sun Wukong nodded, placing a hand on King Kai's shoulder. "King Kai, might I trouble you to contact Wutian?" On Earth, Sun Wutian concluded his training for the day. Despite the lingering soreness throughout his body, he felt a unique exhilaration. Clenching his fist, he mused, "It seems I am not far from achieving Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. "Hey, Wutian, can you hear me?" Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, he recognized it was his father and responded directly. "Yes, Dad. Is there something you need?" On the other end, Sun Wukong replied, "Yes, I have some matters to investigate in the southern galaxy. So I need you to come over and pick up Chi-Chi." Recalling their last encounter with Broly on a distant planet, Sun Wutian asked, "The southern galaxy? Is that related to the Super Saiyan incident we faced previously?" Sun Wukong remained silent for a moment before affirming, "Indeed. King Kai mentioned that the time-space vortex there may stabilize, and something from within might emerge." Sun Wutian pondered thoughtfully, "Then I shall accompany you. I have a feeling there may be something ominous there." After another brief silence, Sun Wukong conceded, "Very well. If you wish to surpass Super Saiyan, that Super Saiyan may prove to be a formidable opponent." Sun Wutian responded, "All right then, let us proceed. If King Kai suggests it is a troublesome matter, we must prepare ourselves." Sun Wukong acknowledged, "Understood. I shall await you here with King Kai." Chapter 52, The Legendary Super Saiyan in the City of Gohan, Son Gohan. Having completed his tasks, prepared to explore the simulation combat system, a creation highly praised even by Bulma. As he was about to enter the simulation pod, a sudden distortion in the air revealed the figure of Sun Wutian. Momentarily halting, Gohan turned with a smile, "What brings you here at this hour?" "I recall you were supposed to be training with Trunks." Sun Wutian casually seated himself nearby, explaining, "Dad has some matters to investigate, and he asked me to spend some time with Mom. However, due to the involvement of time-space phenomena, I thought it best to accompany him while Mom stays with you for a while." The gravity of the time-space issue suggested it was no trivial matter. Son Gohan pondered for a moment before smiling, "Then go with Dad. I will stay with Mom and refrain from other activities for the time being." Sun Wutian glanced at his brother, asking, by the way, didn't you mention you were considering resigning from your position? Son Gohan nodded yes. The framework for promoting martial arts is established, and it can proceed normally without my involvement. Over the years, I've realized I am ill-suited for this role. I believe I should focus on training, and others will undoubtedly manage it better. My presence will suffice to deter any undue influence. Sun Wutian reflected for a moment before inquiring, have you chosen a successor? Son Gohan smiled. Indeed, I have made my selection. You are familiar with her, it's Videl. She possesses a remarkable aptitude for management and has been quite helpful to me, so I have decided to entrust her with this responsibility moving forward. Sun Wutian grimaced internally but maintained his composure. But is Videl truly up to the task? Promoting martial arts requires a global approach. Is there a problem? Son Gohan retorted with a smile. As long as I am here, I can support Videl's progress. With my strength, any challenges will be surmountable. And should anyone attempt to meddle, you can always lead them to Raditz, can you not? Sun Wutian chuckled, recalling the last incident where a family attempted to interfere with the martial artists. Having learned from previous experiences, Son Gohan swiftly retaliated, and after Sun Wutian intervened, they ensured the family experienced 3 days under Raditz and Nappa's tutelage, which left them thoroughly compliant. Sun Wutian glanced at Son Gohan. Well then, I shall head to Dad now. Until we meet again, brother. Son Gohan nodded as he watched Sun Wutian vanish in an instant, contemplating the space where his brother had been, gazing silently out the window. In a realm where yin and yang converged, yellow clouds billowed, and the serpentine path extended towards the residence of North Kai. Sun Wukong was engaged in conversation with Chi-Chi when suddenly, the air shimmered, revealing a child with the same hairstyle as Sun Wukong, none other than Sun Wutian. As Sun Wukong noticed Sun Wutian approaching, he turned to Chi-Chi and said, Chi-Chi, Wutian is here. You should head back for now. Don't worry, I am quite strong now, and the two of us will certainly be fine. Chi-Chi glanced at Wukong, then at Wutian, and replied, Wutian, you must accompany your father. Sun Wutian nodded and stated, yes, I want to grow stronger, to be able to protect Mom, my brother, and everyone else. Therefore, I must face more intense battles. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Chi suddenly smiled and said, all right, go with your father. You must become incredibly strong. Wutian nodded and took his mother's hand, saying, let us return to Earth first. I'll take you to brother. Chi-Chi nodded, then turned to wave goodbye to Sun Wukong and King Kai. In a flash, the two figures vanished from King Kai's planet, only to reappear in Wufan's office moments later. Wufan, still looking as he did when Wutian left, greeted them with a smile. You're here, Mom, and Wutian. Chi-Chi nodded, observing Wufan for a long time before saying, Wufan, you seem a bit thinner these days. Wufan paused, feeling nostalgic, and replied, I've been busy promoting martial arts and compiling textbooks, so indeed, I've been quite occupied. However, everything is progressing smoothly, and things will be better from here on. Chi-Chi sighed. If your father were still here, you wouldn't have to do all this. Perhaps you would have become an excellent scholar. Wufan looked at his mother and said, maybe in another world that could have been the case, but in this world, we have come this far, and we must continue moving forward. Therefore, I have no time to ponder the what-ifs. Protecting the world as it is now is my utmost priority. Chi-Chi sighed softly, knowing that Wufan's determination could not be swayed by words. She could only hope that the two brothers would support each other as they ventured into the future. Wutian, observing the scene, smiled and said, don't think too much. The future is still far away. We want to always be in this situation. As long as we keep progressing forward, the future will undoubtedly be brighter. Perhaps Dad might even come back one day. Chi-Chi sighed and remained silent, wishing for Wukong's resurrection, though that was a desire even the dragon could not fulfill. Wutian then bid farewell to his mother and brother, saying, I'll go to Dad now. Mom, I'll leave you in brother's care. With that, Wutian activated instant transmission and returned to King Kai's planet. On King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong warmed up, donning his iconic orange martial arts uniform, awaiting Wutian's arrival. Soon, a flash of light appeared, and Wutian stood before him, saying, everything is arranged with Mom. We can set off now, Dad. Sun Wukong nodded and addressed King Kai. King Kai, we are ready to go. Wutian stepped closer to his father, placing a hand on him, while King Kai nodded solemnly, saying, this time, you may directly traverse into a parallel world. So you must be extremely cautious. Even I am unsure of whom you might encounter. Handle everything else on your own, but if you meet Lord Beerus, do not confront him, and do your utmost to please him. Sun Wukong nodded. Though I'm not entirely clear about what Lord Beerus is like, I understand your warning. King Kai. In a flash, both Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian vanished, and King Kai's planet returned to its usual tranquility, leaving King Kai with an inexplicable sense of solitude. In the southern galaxy, countless planets exploded, and the cosmic expanse was filled with debris from various celestial bodies, transforming the entire galaxy into a wasteland of space refuse. On one planet, a purple vortex re-emerged, emanating grass-green energy. Within the vortex, a muscular figure flickered, exuding an unsettling aura. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the desolate planet, Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian, who trembled at the sight of the struggling figure within the vortex. Kakarot. The voice from the vortex resonated with clarity. With each syllable, a surge of power erupted, causing the stars to tremble and planets to shatter. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, observing the figure within the purple vortex, and remarked, "It seems this guy knows my Saiyan name, but my current name is Sun Wukong. Don't get it wrong." Sun Wutian, captivated by the struggling figure, felt an adrenaline rush. Although he knew it was the legendary Super Saiyan, he couldn't resist the urge to engage in battle. He turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Should we fight him here, or wait for him to come out?" Suddenly, the figure launched a green energy sphere, which expanded into a vast green sea, crashing toward the planet. Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hands glowing brilliantly as he unleashed a blue energy wave, colliding with the green energy sea. As expected of a legendary Super Saiyan, the intensity was formidable. However, the moment their energies met, Sun Wutian felt an overwhelming pressure. His strength was utterly insufficient to contend with the force. Observing Wutian's struggle, Sun Wukong also transformed into a Super Saiyan, releasing his Kamehameha wave, merging with Wutian's energy wave into a single beam that clashed against Broly's energy sphere. The two energies clashed fiercely, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the entire planet in brilliant light, obliterating everything in an instant. Sun Wukong, sensing the impending danger, grasped Sun Wutian's hand and transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the purple vortex. With a thunderous roar, fireworks of brilliance erupted once more in the southern galaxy, followed by the destruction of a massive planet, turning it into space debris. The purple vortex vanished without a trace, leaving everything as if it had never occurred. On King Kai's planet, North Kai had been observing the situation with Sun Wukong and saw them plunge into the purple vortex. At the moment they entered, North Kai's spirit tensed, but his probing was disrupted by the vortex's chaos, only allowing him to glimpse chaotic images. He sighed, saying, "Their energy has completely vanished. From here on, they're on their own." Chapter 53. The first battle with Broly. Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian plunged into the purple vortex, and in the next moment, the surroundings transformed into a surreal vista filled with overlapping purple crystals. Zila. Electricity crackled like a mighty dragon, suddenly revealing itself, ready to devour Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch, tearing through a purple crystal and venturing into the unknown. Crack. Countless purple crystals floated in the air, swirling to form a vortex. Sun Wukong glanced at Wutian and urged, "Let us get out, Wutian." With a burst of golden energy enveloping him, Sun Wukong surged forth, breaking free from the purple vortex, closely followed by Wutian, who similarly shielded himself in a golden barrier and burst out of the vortex. In the next moment, an expansive vista unfolded before them, the long-forgotten air returning once more. Goten stood suspended in midair, glancing about to discern their surroundings, only to behold a desolate landscape. Goku, however, furrowed his brow, gazing toward the far side of the planet where he sensed an array of familiar auras, accompanied by an overwhelmingly fierce and potent energy. Boom. The entire planet trembled violently, sand billowing, rocks soaring through the air, as if the very earth were on the verge of tearing apart. Following this violent upheaval, an overwhelming aura surged forth, that of the Saiyans, yet distinctly different from that of Goku and his companions. This energy was wild, bloodthirsty, and immensely powerful. The immense aura summoned a tempest, sweeping across the planet, while Goku, adorned with a halo, extended a hand to brace himself against the oppressive winds. He remarked, "Indeed, this presence belongs to a formidable foe. It seems we are in for a fierce battle." Goten nodded, feeling the tremors within his body, a response from the Saiyan blood coursing through him. Alongside this physical quaking, a surge of excitement welled within Goten. Goku appeared to sense this fervor as well. Glancing at Goten, he cheerfully stated, "All right, Goten, let us confront the source of destruction in the southern galaxy." Goten nodded, his energy surging. Though he could surmise that their adversary was Broly, he yearned for battle, eager to surpass his own limits through combat. With a flash, two streaks of light darted across the sky, traversing countless valleys in an instant, arriving at the opposite side of the planet. "I am the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta." Upon arriving in this new area, Goku and Goten heard a roar resonate through the air, instinctively turning toward the source of the sound. They beheld Vegeta, engulfed in a golden aura, soaring through the ruins of a shattered city, his sights set on a massive figure ahead. From the debris emerged a battered Super Saiyan, seemingly sensing something, who glanced back and called out, "Dad." Vegeta swiftly darted past the Super Saiyan, declaring, "Quit dawdling. The Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta, has come to be your opponent. Brace yourself." As Vegeta charged at the colossal figure, he shouted. Goku, Angel, observed Vegeta's spirited demeanor from above, chuckling. Vegeta is quite enthusiastic. And we have our own kind here in this world. Goten, meanwhile, turned his attention to the target of Vegeta's assault, spotting a massively muscled Saiyan, nearly 3 meters tall, with long hair tinged with greenish gold, exuding a palpable sense of power. His upper body was bare, showcasing explosive muscles adorned with golden wrist guards, while his lower half was wrapped in a red cloth belt and white pants, complemented by golden boots. Goten's pupils constricted. He recognized the figure as Broly, the old version from the movies. Although not as ferocious as the newer incarnation, he still possessed the monstrous ability to grow stronger indefinitely, just as Goten contemplated. Vegeta had already launched an intense offensive against Broly, yet no matter how hard he tried, Broly remained unfazed. Seeing that all his attacks were utterly ineffective against Broly, Vegeta stepped back, raising his hand to hurl a ki blast. Broly, with a devilish smirk, advanced toward Vegeta with deliberate steps. Vegeta's efforts were futile, and Broly soon stood before him, landing a simple uppercut that sent Vegeta flying into the air. As Vegeta regained his senses in midair and turned to counterattack, he witnessed Broly charging at him with a speed he could hardly evade, filling his eyes with renewed terror. Boom! Broly pressed a hand against Vegeta's face, smashing him into a massive boulder, the sheer force shattering the surrounding rocks and creating a peculiar landscape akin to a rocky plateau. Goten widened his eyes, taking in the scene, then heard Broly, rolling his eyes, taunt, "Is that all you've got, Prince of Saiyans?" Broly then playfully ruffled Vegeta's hair, who appeared to lose his fighting spirit, his gaze vacant as he reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Broly released his grip, mocking, "Is this how it ends? Trash is still trash." Suddenly, Broly seemed to sense something, turning his gaze toward Goku, Angel, and Goten. The familiar hairstyles registered in his mind, and his aura became uncontrollably ferocious as he bellowed, "Kakarot!" Boom! Broly spun around, charging toward Goku, Angel, with lightning speed, as if harboring an inexplicable grudge against him. Goku, Angel, stepped back, saying, "Goten, this fellow possesses considerable strength." "I know, Dad." Goten responded, transforming into Super Saiyan and charging at Broly. Bang! Broly did not flinch as Goten's fist collided with him, proving ineffective. Broly continued his relentless advance toward Goku, Angel. Goten was sent soaring, while he felt a torrent of fierce, brutal energy surging through his fist and into his body. Goten understood he could not allow Broly to dictate the pace. He executed the split spirit technique, separating the foreign energy within himself, channeling it into his free hand, and pressing it against Broly's abdomen. Boom! An explosion echoed, causing Broly to momentarily falter, giving Goten the chance to retreat a few steps while keeping a keen eye on Broly. Broly glanced at his abdomen, then fixed his gaze on Goten, declaring, "Kakarot's whelp, you shall be the first for my blood sacrifice. If you can manage it, then give it a try." Goten acknowledged with determination, raising his focus to its zenith, fully aware of Broly's terrifying prowess. Surprisingly, Broly did not launch an attack, but instead stood still, exuding energy, an oval-shaped shield shimmering around him. Such incredible power. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? The fierce and tumultuous aura erupted outward, creating a formidable wind pressure. Goten, at the forefront, felt the sheer terror of that energy, and with his current strength, he found himself being pushed back by its force. As Goten's body was continually forced backward by the wind pressure, he experienced unprecedented pressure. Simultaneously, the energy within him began to awaken. In a moment. As the energy within him reached its peak suppression, his blood surged, radiating golden light, his aura ascending. At that moment, Broly halted his energy buildup, advancing toward Goten, roaring, "I won't let you die so easily, Kakarot's son." This time, Goten dared not confront him head-on. He dodged left and right, continuously evading while seeking an opportune moment to strike. Regardless of Goten's tactics, Broly's method of attack remained singular. He absorbed Goten's assaults and retaliated, his approach, though simple, exuding an overwhelming pressure as he disregarded all of Goten's attempts. What a headache! As Son Goten gradually comprehended the terrifying presence of Broly, he found himself utterly helpless against an opponent who merely stood there, absorbing his attacks. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. though Broly had not yet made a move. His aura surged relentlessly, suppressing Son Goten's assaults and movements. In the distance, Goku and Gohan from this world beheld the unfolding situation, their minds filled with profound confusion. Vegeta, having relinquished the fight, nonetheless noticed the two approaching figures, his eyes widening in disbelief. Two Kakarotes? What could this mean? Despite the pain coursing through his body, Goku managed to rise, casting his gaze towards Son Goten, who was battling Broly, and the observing Goku, Angel, Gohan, Piccolo, and the others, though also gravely injured, rose in succession, their eyes drawn to the two combatants, each harboring their own questions. Son Goten's attacks proved entirely futile, prompting Broly to lower his head and declare, "Are you done yet? It's my turn now." With a thunderous crash, Broly's right hand shot towards Son Goten's head with such speed that Goten had no time to evade, forcing him to merge his essence with his energy and teleport through Broly's grasp. Reappearing at Broly's right side, he delivered a powerful kick to Broly's temple. However, this strike, infused with all of Son Goten's strength, had no effect on Broly, who seized the opportunity to land a decisive blow to Goten's forehead. Goten was sent spiraling towards the ground, disoriented and hurtling like a meteor. Ha ha ha! Broly cackled as he pursued Son Goten, his immense aura igniting the air around him, creating sparks of energy. In the next instant, he clutched Goten by the neck and turned to Goku, Angel, taunting, "Kakarote, aren't you going to save your son?" Before Goku, Angel, could respond, Son Goten regained his senses, feeling the constriction around his throat. Ignoring the ringing in his head, he pressed his feet against Broly's arm and utilized the spirit control technique to temporarily dispel Broly's defensive energy. Then bit down on the area between Broly's thumb and index finger. To his surprise, Broly felt pain in his hand and instinctively loosened his grip. Seizing the moment, Son Goten retreated, standing at a distance while clutching his throbbing jaw, spitting out blood, and muttering, "What a damn constitution." Chapter 54, The Power Beyond Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Broly glanced at the bite marks on his hand, erupting in fury. His aura swelled violently, darkening the sky as waves of terrifying energy radiated outward, alternating between blinding brightness and ominous shadows. The entire planet quaked, and the already crumbling city below shattered further, even crushing a recently launched spacecraft under the pressure of his energy. Goku, Angel, furrowed his brow, sensing Broly's aura escalating without limit. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted to Goten, "Goten, stop overthinking. Let go and unleash your true self. You can achieve it." Son Goten hesitated, feeling the weight of Broly's pressure while glancing at his father, muttering, "Unleash my true self?" Boom. Broly's aura surged further, reducing the city to ruins as the earth began to fracture. Facing Broly, Son Goten felt an overwhelming pressure and closed his eyes, sensing the blood within him quaking, as if the Saiyan bloodline was whispering to him, "I think I understand." His father's teachings echoed in his mind. Son Goten resolved to abandon his complex thoughts and refrain from using various techniques against Broly's might, instead choosing to confront Broly with his pure essence. With renewed vigor, Son Goten's aura surged once more, aspiring to match Broly's strength. As Broly's energy intensified yet again, he charged at Son Goten like an unstoppable tank. This time, Goten did not use any evasive tactics, but met Broly head-on. The result was inevitable. Son Goten was mercilessly pummeled, his body suffering countless broken bones in an instant. Yet, with each blow, he felt his blood boiling, as if Broly's ferocity was stoking the fire within him. Boom. Broly pressed Son Goten into the ground, creating a vast crater around them. Rubbing Goten's head, he mocked, "A lowly bloodline is still just that. Are you ready to give up?" Despite the agony and difficulty in breathing, Son Goten sensed something different stirring within him. Son Goten roared in defiance, releasing all his pent-up anger and helplessness, his aura swelling like an unstoppable tide against the weight of Broly. Boom. The already shattered earth continued to crumble, and Broly felt a tremendous resistance. He disregarded the force with his right hand, scoffing, "Trash is still trash. You're the trash. Your entire family is trash." Son Goten retorted, and in the next moment, a flash of lightning sparked in his eyes, his golden aura expanding exponentially, momentarily pushing Broly back. Seizing this opportunity, Goten escaped and stood atop a rock, declaring, "Now, I am the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, and also Super Saiyan 2. Boom. Son Goten's aura shot into the sky, scattering throughout the cosmos. As the ground beneath him fissured, his energy transformed into a jet-like form, enveloping him in crackling electricity. His golden hair became even denser, with only a single lock remaining on his forehead. Goku, Angel, watched Son Goten's transformation with a sigh of relief, unclenching his fist and turning his gaze toward the starry sky. Broly hovered in midair, observing the figure of son Goten standing on high ground. A flicker of unfamiliar emotion crossing his face. On Earth, at the Cell Games arena, a peculiar green-skinned creature stood atop the stage, sensing the winds around him. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed his face as he gazed toward the southern sky, exclaiming, "That energy is intriguing. It seems to rival my own. Could it be Goku?" This being was none other than Dr. Gero's ultimate life form, designated Cell. He sensed the two powerful auras emanating from the southern region. Closing his eyes to feel them for a moment before concluding, it doesn't seem to be Goku's energy, but it's strikingly similar. Who could it be? Gohan? Or perhaps a new Saiyan? Surely, Goku hasn't had another son. Cell dismissed these thoughts one by one, choosing not to dwell on them further. He gazed into the distance and said, "Regardless of who they are, it matters not. I am already invincible. I hope those two sudden Saiyans come forth. Only then can I experience the ultimate thrill." A gentle breeze stirred the air, lifting a fine layer of dust that swirled around Cheru. His mood was somewhat complex. Sensing that aura, he felt a surge of excitement. Damn it, I should never have given them 10 days. The South Galaxy, now renamed New Vegeta by Broly's father, Paragus, was currently suffering an unprecedented catastrophe. Turbulent energy surged across the planet, while a comet silently approached from beyond. On the surface, Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks, and the others felt the formidable energy emanating from Goten, yet they remained unaware of the origins of those two individuals. Vegeta was still grappling with the shock of encountering the legendary Super Saiyan, while Goku, with clear eyes, had gleaned some strategies for defeating Cheru from Goten. Perhaps those strategies would also aid in their battle against Broly. Broly observed Goten's transformation beyond that of a Super Saiyan and let out a couple of maniacal laughs, declaring, "Trash remains trash, no matter how it changes its form. The outcome remains unchanged." At that moment, Goten, having completed his Super Saiyan evolution, displayed an unusual coldness. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "You can certainly try." Boom. Broly charged forward once more, an overwhelming pressure bearing down like a mountain. This time, Goten crossed his arms defensively, though he was still pushed back a considerable distance, yet he retained the strength to retaliate. Goten, propelled hundreds of meters away by Broly, felt the surge of power and unleashed his energy, managing to force Broly back momentarily. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and struck Broly squarely. With a resounding crash, the golden energy condensed to a point and impacted Broly's chest, the subsequent explosion actually causing Broly to stagger back 2 steps. Goten, observing the imprint of his fist on Broly's chest, remarked, "It seems Super Saiyan 2 is sufficient to contend with you. Allow me to conclude this battle." Broly instinctively glanced at the mark on his chest, a deep, dark bruise. He wiped it with his hand, and, catching a whiff of the scent, suddenly went berserk, roaring as he charged at Goten. Goten, undeterred, surged forward, utilizing various techniques to confront the rampaging Broly. He was acutely aware of Broly's terrifying potential for growth, especially in the face of formidable adversaries. Boom. Explosions erupted continuously as Goten, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, experienced a significant enhancement in both speed and power, enabling him to match Broly's strength. In an instant, they exchanged hundreds of blows, with Goten perceiving and evading most of Broly's attacks, countering effectively. However, despite Goten's formidable power and speed, his strikes merely left faint bruises on Broly without inflicting any substantial damage. Goten clenched his fist, feeling a throb of pain. Watching Broly charge at him once again, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "What a troublesome foe. His strength is gradually surpassing mine." Goten lunged forward once more, skillfully dodging Broly's attacks and exploiting openings, yet each strike he landed seemed only to spur Broly's growth further. With a swift motion, Goten broke through Broly's defense, exposing an opening in his chest. He stepped back, extending his right hand forward, unleashing a blade of energy that pierced Broly's body. However, the energy blade failed to penetrate deeply, and Broly roared in fury, shattering the energy blade with a punch before hurtling towards Goten. Reacting quickly, Goten soared into the air and delivered a kick to Broly's face. Broly, unflinching, reached out to seize Goten's ankle. Goten, having kicked Broly's face, spun twice in the air, evading Broly's grasp, and then landed another kick to Broly's temple. Broly, undeterred, accelerated his attempts to grab Goten, moving faster than before. Realizing the futility of the situation, Goten resorted to instant transmission, reappearing near his father, preparing for the next round of battle. Suddenly, the sky darkened, an immense pressure descending upon the planet. Goten's heart raced as he instinctively looked up, witnessing a vast darkness overhead. Kamehameha. While Goten pondered the unfolding events, Goku Angel reacted swiftly, unleashing a brilliant wave of energy that collided with the encroaching darkness. Kakarot, and your son, I will not allow you to perish so easily. As Goku, Angel, executed the Kamehameha, Broly charged forward. Goten realized his father was intercepting the celestial body on a collision course with the planet. He raised his hand, unleashing an energy wave that struck Broly, declaring, Broly, our battle is far from over. Although Goten's attack proved ineffective, it successfully diverted Broly's attention, prompting him to charge at Goten once more. Goten braced himself, internally scoffing at Broly's simplistic assault method, which seemed unchanged for a century. Yet, despite its brutish nature, Broly's attacks were immensely powerful. Goten was struck hard, sending him soaring into the air. Broly's massive hand followed, poised to slap Goten's face. Goten activated instant transmission to evade, countering with a Kamehameha wave. However, Goten's current attack was ineffectual against Broly, who barreled through the Kamehameha, closing in on Goten. Goten's form flickered as he maneuvered behind Broly, interlocking his fingers and delivering a powerful blow to the back of Broly's head. Broly absorbed the impact, merely taking a couple of steps forward, before spinning around to grab Goten, only to be evaded once more. After enduring a series of assaults, Broly's fury ignited. He levitated into the air, a green aura shimmering around him, forming a protective shield. Accompanied by his roar, countless energy blasts erupted in all directions. Goten deflected 2 energy blasts with ease, preparing to charge at Broly to interrupt his onslaught. At that moment, a shimmering barrier revealed Goku, Angel, before Goten. Startled, Goten glanced at the sky, noticing the black shadow had vanished. Goku, Angel, effortlessly shattered several energy blasts and addressed Goten. You've done well. Leave the rest to me. Goten nodded, recognizing his inability to contend with Broly any longer. He took a step back, stating, Father, that foe will continue to grow, especially when attacked. Goku, Angel, nodded and turned to face Broly in the sky, asserting, I understand. To defeat him, we must strike swiftly when our strength far exceeds his. In a flash, Goku, Angel, radiated golden light, transforming from a fiery state into a jet-like form, purple lightning enveloping his body, and his golden hair becoming increasingly dense. Chapter 55, Goku's Limitless Power. Boom. Green energy orbs erupted across the planet, and in but a fleeting moment, the entire sphere lay ravaged, countless lives extinguished. Sun Wukong, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, wasted no time. His figure flickered as he appeared directly above Broly. With hands poised like a flower bud, he reached forward, then drew them back to his waist, where radiant light began to coalesce. In the next instant, a brilliant blue energy wave surged forth, obliterating the energy orbs and striking Broly's protective shield. Kakarot, feeling the onslaught from Sun Wukong, Broly's aura surged even higher, and the energy orbs he released multiplied. Yet, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha still propelled Broly and his shield deep into the earth. Son Goten observed from the sidelines, astonished, though both are Super Saiyan 2. My father's power seems to belong to an entirely different realm. Boom. As Broly was thrust deep into the ground, he unleashed his might, causing the earth to fracture and molten lava to erupt. Debris and trees were flung into the air as Broly slowly ascended. Sun Wukong, gazing at the floating Broly with a serious expression, remarked, What a troublesome foe. Just one hit from me has allowed him to grow so much. It seems I must end this swiftly. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, charging at Broly. Blue and purple lightning crackled, tearing through Broly's defenses, culminating in a powerful punch that struck Broly squarely on the forehead. The force was so immense that even Broly was sent sliding through the air before he could regain control. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Sun Wukong's attacks came in relentless succession. At this moment, Sun Wukong's power surpassed Broly's, and each strike he delivered pushed his abilities to their utmost, barely managing to breach Broly's defenses. Kakarot. With each assault, Broly's aura surged, rapidly closing the gap to Sun Wukong's prowess. Although Broly had yet to land a hit on Sun Wukong, he remained unyielding, countering each blow with increasingly ferocious attacks. Son Goten, watching in trepidation, recalled his previous knowledge of Broly's terrifying potential for growth and was astonished by the extent to which he had evolved. He even pondered whether, given time, this Broly could surpass Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. As Broly's aura climbed under Sun Wukong's onslaught, he gradually began to withstand the attacks. This situation seems dire. Son Goten contemplated, then flickered to his father's side, extending his right hand. A unique energy emanated from him, enveloping Sun Wukong. In an instant, a white aura surrounded Sun Wukong, causing him to tremble before his injuries fully healed. He stood, astonished, gazing at Son Goten. Is this the healing technique of the Adrantians? Son Goten nodded. Yes, father from another world. I may need your assistance soon. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. You called me father, so am I the one fighting? Sun Goten glanced at the scene before him, then smiled. That is indeed you, but it should be considered the future you. Now, I must go save others. Sun Wukong, still bewildered, recognized the urgency of the moment and refrained from asking further questions, simply saying, then I entrust you with this. Sun Goten flickered away, swiftly rescuing Piccolo, Trunks, and Gohan. When he finally reached Vegeta, he found him lying defeated. Sun Goten looked at this Vegeta, recalling the one he knew, unable to resist the urge to mock. What kind of Saiyan prince are you, displaying such a lack of resolve? Even your son surpasses you. Vegeta's injuries were not severe, but he had long lost the will to fight, lying despondently on the ground. He glanced at Sun Goten and lamented, what do you know? That's the legendary Super Saiyan. It's impossible to win. Seeing Vegeta in such a state, Sun Goten abandoned the idea of using the healing technique, choosing instead to conserve energy for the decisive battle with Broly. The battle in the sky raged on, with Broly rapidly growing stronger, beginning to counter Sun Wukong's angel moves. Sun Goten noticed this development and sighed, feeling helpless. After all, Broly's defenses were exceedingly formidable. Even though they recognized the need to avoid a protracted battle, striking him down swiftly proved to be an arduous task. At this moment, Sun Wukong and the others approached, having discerned the underlying issue. It seems that my other self is struggling against Broly. This truly poses a conundrum, Piccolo observed. Indeed, due to the influence of both father and son, Broly's strength has surged significantly. Though I hate to admit it, we are unable to contend with him. Trunks clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, reminiscent of the time he witnessed Gohan's demise. Gohan, casting his gaze skyward, asked, so what should we do now? Should we charge in together? Sun Wukong shook his head. Piccolo is right. Their battle exists in a dimension beyond our reach. We cannot lend any assistance. He then turned to Sun Goten. I apologize, my son from another world. Although you saved us, we cannot offer any help. Sun Goten looked at Sun Wukong, then at Gohan. The father and brother in this world should have a chance to surpass Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong glanced at Gohan. Gohan might have that potential, but I find it exceedingly difficult to reach that level. Gohan, initially puzzled by Sun Goten's call of brother, was then taken aback by his father's words. Surpass Super Saiyan. Me? Just as Sun Wukong was about to respond, a blinding golden light erupted in the sky, causing the entire planet to tremble, rocks to fracture, and molten lava to surge upward. Sun Goten was inevitably caught in the tumult, and they had no time for further discourse as they soared into the sky, escaping the searing heat below. Father. At that moment, Trunks spotted his father still lying amidst the ruins, and his heart raced with urgency. He dove down, deftly avoiding the flying debris and searing lava, finally reaching Vegeta's side. He cleared a path through the energy waves, driving away the encroaching lava, and lifted Vegeta into his arms. Sun Goten, gazing at the dispirited Vegeta, couldn't help but think, this Vegeta's mentality is lacking. Far inferior to the resilience of my world's Uncle Vegeta. What a disgrace. Boom. The clash between Sun Wukong, Angel, and Broly raged on above, though Broly was bloodied. His combat spirit soared, resembling a demonic deity. More importantly, his aura now rivaled that of Sun Wukong, Angel. Explosions echoed throughout the planet as Sun Wukong's attacks began to lose their impact, even at full strength. They could only force Broly back a few steps or leave insignificant marks upon him. Having faced countless battles, Sun Wukong understood that continuing in this manner would not only fail to defeat Broly, but could result in Broly completely surpassing him. Thus, he deliberately sought to create distance, intending to utilize a technique he had recently developed. However, at this moment, Broly was nearly driven to madness. Despite the blood flowing from his body, he relentlessly charged towards Son Goku, Angel. Although each of his attacks was deftly countered by Son Goku, Angel, the latter had no respite to engage in any other pursuits. Observing another version of himself in the sky attempting various tactics to create distance, Son Goku turned to Son Goten and inquired, "It seems that my other self is anxious to widen the gap. Is there a hidden technique we possess?" Son Goten, recognizing the shift in the situation, replied, "From the looks of my father, there must be something. I believe I should take action." With that, Son Goten closed his eyes and placed 2 fingers on his forehead, vanishing from this spatial realm in an instant. Initially taken aback, the others struggled to comprehend Son Goten's maneuver, but Son Goku quickly regained his composure, clenched his fists, and declared, "It appears we must buy some time. It is our turn to act." Though Piccolo was not afraid, he still harbored doubts and asked, "But can we truly confront that being right now?" Son Goku responded, "I cannot say for certain, but we have no choice. If we allow him to continue unchecked, everything we hold dear shall be obliterated. He then glanced at Gohan and urged, Gohan, you must embrace your fury. As long as you remain in a state of profound anger, you shall be invincible. Gohan hesitated, replying, though you say so, I am uncertain of how to proceed. In that moment, Son Goten reappeared, soaring into the sky and unleashing thousands of energy blasts that enveloped Broly's form. As smoke billowed and obscured the heavens, Son Goten seized the opportunity to shout to Son Goku, Angel, Father, I have sent my doppelganger to Earth. You may utilize your techniques there. No sooner had Son Goten spoken than Broly emerged from the smoke, bypassing him to charge at Son Goku, Angel. Hearing Son Goten's words, Son Goku, Angel, nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly teleported to the location of Son Goten's energy signature. Suddenly, Son Goku, Angel, vanished, leaving Broly to strike at nothing but air, inciting his fury as he frantically searched for Son Goku, Angel. Abruptly, he changed direction, charging towards Son Goku in this world. Son Goten, his form shimmering, conjured countless duplicates to shield Son Goku and the others, taunting Broly, Hey, Broly, your opponent is me. I was the one who woke you from your slumber as a child. Come at me, Kakarot. At this moment, Broly seemed to have lost all sense of discernment. Fixating on the multitude of Son Gotens, particularly the memorable hairstyle, he roared in rage and charged forward. On Earth, Son Goten awaited on a desolate island when Son Goku, Angel, suddenly appeared beside him. Glancing at Son Goten, he remarked, This time, it truly rests upon you, Goten. Son Goten shook his head, asserting, From here on, I must focus entirely on restraining Broly. Father, you must give it your all. With a nod, Son Goku affirmed. As long as I can once again transcend my current state, I will defeat Broly in an instant. May it unfold as smoothly as last time. Son Goten's figure gradually faded, while Son Goku tore off his orange outer garment and began to gather his energy, preparing to surpass the Super Saiyan level once more. Chapter 56, Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku, Angel, was enveloped in a radiant golden light, forming a luminous sphere as boundless energy erupted from his being, radiating in all directions. Crack! The intensity of Son Goku, Angel's aura reached its pinnacle, cleaving the sky with blinding golden light, followed by a descent of violet lightning that struck the island. An infinite expanse of golden brilliance enveloped Son Goku, Angel, as a torrent of majestic energy surged forth, generating an abundance of lightning through friction with the air. In an instant, the island shimmered with golden light, and the skies crackled with thunder, resembling a divine phenomenon descending from above. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The golden energy continued to expand, causing the sea to boil and the earth to quake, ultimately shaking not just the planet, but the very fabric of the universe due to this terrifying power. Nevertheless, Son Goku, Angel's energy continued to swell, his veins bulging and his muscles taking on a crimson hue. Suddenly, a vision of a colossal black ape flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, his aura expanded even more rapidly. As Son Goku, Angel's visage began to transform, his pupils shifted from emerald green to blue, his eyebrows gradually disappeared, and his brow lowered. His golden hair grew at a visible rate until it cascaded down to his waist. As the golden orb slowly dissipated, only Son Goku, Angel, cloaked in a radiant golden glow, remained. His golden hair flowed down to his waist, his features now fierce and menacing, with electricity crackling around him. Observing his hands, Son Goku, Angel, murmured, It seems I have succeeded. Now, I must swiftly eliminate that fiend, lest I exhaust my energy and face rejection from the mortal realm. With that, Son Goku, Angel, placed 2 fingers on his forehead, preparing to teleport back, only to sense a disturbance in the air. Before him stood a peculiar being with green skin. Frowning, Son Goku, Angel, detected a chaotic mix of energies emanating from this creature, his own, Frisia's, and even those of Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan. This green-skinned being was Cell, who had sensed Son Goku's energy surging beyond that of even himself, the perfect life form, during his recent gathering. Leaving his venue behind, he had come to investigate, only to find Son Goku in this unusual state. Son Goku, what is this form you have taken? Have you truly surpassed me? Cell inquired. Although Son Goku, Angel, found Cell's demeanor curious, he had no time to engage, as he was acutely aware of Broly's rampage in the southern galaxy. Noticing Son Goku, Angel's silence, Cell became irritated, declaring, Son Goku, while the time for my games has not yet arrived, your attitude is beginning to vex me. Son Goku, Angel, remained unresponsive, feeling the urgency to confront Broly, preparing to teleport away. In a flash, Cell, already unsettled by Son Goku's aura, was further incensed by Son Goku, Angel's disregard. He raised his hand, unleashing a beam of energy towards him. Son Goku, Angel, effortlessly deflected it and immediately launched an assault on Cell, his figure flashing as he appeared before Cell and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. A fierce electric surge enveloped Cell, the perfect android warrior experiencing unprecedented pain as he coughed up 2 energy forms before losing consciousness. Without pausing, Son Goku, Angel, executed another instant teleportation, departing Earth to confront Broly. In the southern galaxy, the countless doppelgangers conjured by Son Goten were swiftly dispersed by Broly's explosive rage. Son Goten, having no choice, consolidated his energy to face Broly directly. With a roar, Broly's aura surged, causing molten lava to leap violently. And the new Vegeta star teetered on the brink of destruction. Son Goten rushed to attack Broly, yet no matter how fervently he fought, he could inflict no damage upon him. Kakarot. Broly casually swung his hand, and before Goten could defend himself, he was seized by the face and hurled into the sky. With a thunderous roar, Broly clenched his right hand, gathering boundless energy, which transformed into a radiant green orb, and then he launched it directly at Goten. As the green orb departed from Broly's palm, it expanded rapidly, and by the time it reached Goten, it had grown to a colossal size, suffocating in its enormity. The Kamehameha wave. Goten faced the massive energy sphere, feeling the overwhelming pressure that made even breathing a challenge. However, he understood that evasion could spell doom for the entire planet, reducing it to cosmic dust in an instant. Thus, he took a step back and unleashed his Kamehameha wave. Goten's all-out effort was capable of annihilating an entire galaxy, yet it was utterly insufficient to halt Broly's green energy orb. At that moment, Gohan and Goku also released their Kamehameha waves, and the combined might of their 3 energy blasts in the air formed an even more potent wave, barely countering Broly's energy sphere. However, this act infuriated Broly further, causing his aura to intensify, and the force attached to the energy orb grew exponentially, pushing Goten and his companions to the brink of collapse. Gohan, unleash your full potential and transcend your current limits, Goku shouted, channeling all his strength. Gohan momentarily paused, then nodded solemnly. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, a fierce rage burned within his gaze. The ground shook as Broly's energy orb descended, amplifying the pressure on Goten and his companions. Gohan felt the overwhelming aura closing in, fueling his fury. What can I possibly do? Gohan exerted every effort. Yet his aura only marginally increased, far from surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold. Gohan. As the green energy orb neared Gohan and the others, Piccolo could no longer hold back. He unleashed his long-prepared special beam cannon directly at Broly. Boom. The blast struck Broly's wound, but it failed to penetrate. Broly glanced sideways, and with a swift motion of his other hand, he unleashed a torrent of energy that effortlessly tore Piccolo in half. Uncle Piccolo. Witnessing Piccolo's grim fate, Gohan could no longer contain himself. Something within him exploded, and his aura surged forth like a floodgate opening, revealing flickers of lightning throughout his body. With a resounding roar, golden energy surged as Gohan's hair stood on end, leaving only a single lock at his forehead. His gaze grew colder, and a more formidable energy infused his Kamehameha wave, pushing back the green energy orb. In midair, Piccolo's lower half fell into the lava, vaporizing almost instantly. But his upper body remained alight with energy and miraculously regenerated his lower half. Panting, Piccolo regained his composure and distanced himself from Broly, realizing that remaining there would only hinder the fight. Suddenly, he sensed a tremor in the cosmos, disbelief washing over him as he looked toward Earth. That energy. It belongs to Goku. Even the reclusive Vegeta was awakened by this energy, gazing at the sky in astonishment. Impossible. This energy. Kakarot. Simultaneously, Broly too sensed the immense aura emanating from Goku, Angel, plunging him into a frenzy once more. The green energy orb erupted violently, a cataclysm of energy engulfing the entire planet, sending Goten and the others sprawling uncontrollably. The planet teetered on the brink of collapse, devoid of life. Its surface transformed into molten lava, yet the green energy accelerated its demise. Suddenly, the figure of Goku, Angel, appeared, moving like lightning, rescuing Goten, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Piccolo, and Master Roshi in an instant. Goku, Angel, turned to Broly, saying, Goten, there is another version of me. Please return to Earth. I will handle the rest. Goku blinked at the radiant figure of his counterpart and remarked, This is. Goku, Angel, interjected, There is no time for explanations. The planet is on the verge of explosion, and I must eliminate Broly before that happens. I count on you. Goku nodded, urging, Everyone, quickly place your hands on me. Goten looked at his father, concerned, If the planet is destroyed, you won't survive either, will you, Dad? Goku, Angel, shook his head. shielding Goten and the others from the chaotic energy. I am already deceased. It won't affect me much in the cosmos. Rest assured, I will return before the explosion. I understand. Goten placed 2 fingers to his forehead, joining the others in an instant transmission. In a flash, the last remnants of new Vegeta vanished, leaving behind only a madman and a corpse. Goku, Angel, gazed toward the heavens, declaring, "You are indeed formidable, a foe I have never encountered before. If circumstances were different, I would relish the chance to battle you, but time is scarce." With that, Goku, Angel, surged forward, bathed in golden light, tearing through Broly's released pressure and confronting him directly. Boom. Broly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, but Goku, Angel, deftly evaded, sidestepping the explosions and leaping to deliver a powerful punch to Broly's temple. The force of the blow temporarily incapacitated Broly, sending him soaring into the air. Goku, Angel, pursued, unleashing a flurry of strikes, infusing his aura into Broly's body, then retreating to trigger an explosive reaction. Boom. The energy within Broly erupted, forming a golden barrier that trapped him, rendering him immobile. Dragon Fist. A dragon seemed to appear in Goku, Angel's eyes as he struck at Broly, the roar of the dragon resonating through the air. In an instant, the golden energy coalesced into a massive dragon that spiraled forth from his fist, piercing through Broly's body. Boom. The golden dragon continued its relentless advance, coiling around Broly, erupting in a brilliant golden blaze. In his final roar, Broly disintegrated alongside the golden dragon into a cascade of light. Chapter 57. The way back with Broly's demise, Goku, Angel, swiftly exited the Super Saiyan 3 state. For such a transformation was immensely draining, and he risked returning to the afterlife if he continued. At that moment, New Vegeta reached its breaking point, the sound of explosions resonating as crimson flames engulfed the planet, ready to unleash a breathtaking brilliance into the cosmos. Sighing, Goku, Angel, placed 2 fingers on his forehead, executing instant transmission to escape. Boom. The explosions rang out incessantly as the planet erupted in a spectacular display of fireworks, ultimately dissolving into cosmic dust. When the explosion subsided, a purple vortex re-emerged, accompanied by mystical ripples in the universe, as if something were traversing through the purple vortex to other worlds. Suddenly, on Earth, Goku and the others appeared beside Yamcha, startling him as he was deep in conversation with a young lady. Sun Wutian arrived shortly thereafter, gazing at the distant starry sky, a flicker of concern lingering in his heart, not merely due to Broly, but also because he had no recollection of Broly possessing the ability to create time-space whirlpools. However, his worries did not last long. Over there, Yamcha had just inquired about what had transpired when Son Goku, Angel, suddenly appeared, leaving Yamcha utterly bewildered. Sun Wutian exhaled deeply, remarking, "It seems to have been resolved. That fellow truly is a formidable adversary." Son Goku, Angel, nodded in agreement, stating, "Even with all my strength, he still possesses the capacity to resist. If given time, I fear that even Super Saiyan 3 would struggle against him." Before anyone else could respond, Vegeta quickly turned to Son Goku, Angel, with a pointed question. "Super Saiyan 3? What a frivolous transformation." Son Goku, Angel, glanced at his counterpart in this world, then addressed Vegeta, "You will come to know in due time. Now, Wutian, let us depart from this place." Sun Wutian hesitated, saying, "But the purple whirlpool has vanished. How shall we return now?" Son Goku, Angel, replied, "Let us first visit Lord Kai. As a deity, you should possess some knowledge. Otherwise, we may have to seek the Dragoness assistance." A sense of panic gripped Sun Wutian as he realized the possibility of never returning, for time-space whirlpools were inherently unreliable. At that moment, Piccolo seemed to have an epiphany. He gazed at the halo above Son Goku, Angel, and asked, "Son, what exactly is going on with you two? From your words, it seems you are not from this world?" Son Goku, Angel, nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Wutian and I have come at Lord Kai's behest to investigate certain matters. To our surprise, we seem to have encountered a different world." "A different world?" Trunks, having come from the future, was the first to react. "So, Mr. Goku has also arrived from another world?" Son Goku, Angel, regarded Trunks, sensing a hint of familiarity, and inquired, "I feel as though I have seen you before." Sun Wutian interjected, "He must be Uncle Vegeta's son. He has simply grown up now." Understanding dawned upon Son Goku, Angel, who chuckled, "Ah, so you are Vegeta's son. I can hardly believe how much you've grown." Trunks, taken aback, shifted his gaze between Sun Wutian and Son Goku, Angel, saying, "So, this Mr. Goku has another son?" Sun Wutian replied, "I am Sun Wutian, the second son of my father." Trunks nodded, then inquired, "And Sun Wutian, do you both recognize me?" Son Goku, Angel, confirmed, "We are acquainted, but in our world, You are roughly the same age as Wutian. Trunks expressed surprise. Mr. Goku has a second son? That doesn't exist in our world. Also, what is the significance of the halo above your head? Son Goku, Angel, pointed to his halo, smiling as he explained, "Ah, this is a mark of the deceased. In our world, I perished from a heart disease, and my arrival in the living realm is due to a cosmic threat." Trunks widened his eyes, about to speak. But Son Goku, Angel, interjected, "That this is not Earth from our world. I am, after all, deceased, and it is inappropriate for me to linger here. Farewell, everyone." With that, Son Goku, Angel, took a deep breath and instantly teleported away from Earth. Sun Wutian noticed a hint of fatigue in his father's demeanor and recalled what he had once heard from Lord Kai. Those who had made significant contributions to the world before their demise could retain their physical forms. They could enjoy eternal youth, tirelessness, and boundless stamina. However, they were bound by many limitations. The most significant constraint was that the deceased relied on the energy of the afterlife to sustain themselves. Once they left the underworld, their strength and vitality would no longer be infinite, nor could they replenish it through mundane means. Realizing this, Sun Wutian felt a twinge of concern. He pressed his index and middle fingers together and raised them to his forehead, bidding farewell to the group. "Everyone, I shall take my leave now. May we meet again by fate." Though Son Goku, Trunks, and others had lingering questions, they did not impede him, understanding that he was not an adversary. They bade him farewell. In a flash, Sun Wutian vanished. Trunks gazed at the spot where Sun Wutian had disappeared and mused, "From what world do they come? Mr. Goku's death from heart disease parallels our world, yet we have no one named Sun Wutian." Piccolo contemplated for a moment before stating, "The world is inherently complex and diverse. Each individual's choices can alter the course of existence. This is what we refer to as parallel worlds, of which there are many." Trunks pondered this, then nodded, affirming, "Indeed, even my world is vastly different from yours. Perhaps it is not my doing, but rather the world's own choices." Son Goku scratched his head, smiling as he remarked, "Though I do not fully grasp your discussions, it seems events are unfolding favorably. Now, let us anticipate the Cell games." Krillin turned to Gohan, saying, "Goku, you and Gohan should have the means to defeat Cell, right?" Son Goku looked at Gohan and replied with a smile, "Such matters can only be determined through battle. However, Gohan should now be capable of facing any opponent." Piccolo's eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation as he regarded Goku, saying, "Gohan does possess that kind of ability," but at that moment, Vegeta appeared to awaken from his stupor, snorting, "What nonsense about surpassing Super Saiyan? What's Super Saiyan 3, and Cell? I shall vanquish them all, just watch." With that, Vegeta soared into the sky, seemingly heading straight for the temple above the clouds. Gohan examined his hands, clenched his fists, and felt an extraordinary power within him. He declared, "I am indeed strong now. If my opponent is Cell, I should not falter." Son Goku was taken aback, sensing an unusual pride and coldness in Gohan, a stark contrast to his usual humility. He understood that the Saiyan blood was influencing Gohan and cautioned, "Gohan, while your strength is indeed formidable, Cell is still not to be underestimated." Gohan nodded, affirming, "I understand, Dad." On the deserted island, Cell awoke from his pain. Yet he could no longer feel the invincible combat prowess he once possessed. Staring in disbelief at his regressed form, he roared to the heavens, "Damn it. I am the perfect ultimate warrior." Cell's energy surged like a raging tempest, stirring the surrounding waters, clearly indicating that he was now consumed by fury. Yet, he found himself helpless, for the previous encounter had made him acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and Son Goku, one that filled him with despair. Contemplating the terror of Sun Wukong, Cell reined in his aura and began to survey his surroundings, intent on locating the two androids to revert to his perfect form and devise a counter-strategy. However, disappointment washed over him as he realized that the two androids had vanished from the desolate island. Cell's mind raced as he contemplated his next course of action. That Sun Wukong bore a halo and seemed unfamiliar with him. Could it be that he was not of this world? Given Cell's own experience with time machines, the thought struck him that Sun Wukong might hail from the future. The halo above his head could signify that he had indeed perished, suggesting he had come from a future where Cell had defeated him. Yet, Cell shook his head. Continuing to ponder, it could not be, as this Sun Wukong did not recognize him and had not attempted to kill him. This indicated he was likely from another realm and not specifically targeting Cell. Nonetheless, the existence of someone stronger than himself was a troubling prospect. Cell's mind worked at lightning speed, devising a plan to vanquish Sun Wukong. As the ultimate life form, he would never tolerate the existence of anyone surpassing him. Reflecting on his own capabilities, he mused that he still possessed the wisdom of his past self. meaning his cells retained memories of previous sensations. Perhaps he could surpass his own perfection. On King Kai's planet, the appearance of Sun Wukong and Sun Goten startled King Kai. Sun Wukong proceeded to recount the events surrounding the temporal vortex investigation, leaving King Kai utterly perplexed. After a brief moment of contemplation, North Kai expressed his apologies, stating, "I regret to inform you that while I appreciate your inquiry, I possess limited understanding of the temporal vortex. Such matters are likely best comprehended by the Supreme Kai." Sun Goten, taken aback, inquired, "So, does that mean we cannot return for the time being?" North Kai felt a twinge of awkwardness, as he had previously solicited assistance from these two individuals from another world, yet now found himself unable to facilitate their return. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flickered in King Kai's eyes as he suggested, "Perhaps you could consult the Eternal Dragon." Upon hearing this, Sun Goten expressed some skepticism, asking, "The Eternal Dragon possesses many extraordinary abilities, but can he truly influence parallel worlds?" North Kai broke into a cold sweat, shaking his head, "While no one has attempted it, I believe the Eternal Dragon should possess such capabilities." Sun Wukong, the angel, interjected, "This is something that could be clarified by the Supreme Kai or the Elder of Namek. However, if even you, King Kai, cannot assist, then the Eternal Dragon may find it equally challenging." Sun Goten proposed, "If the Eternal Dragon is unable, we might consider seeking Trunks' help." At the mention of Trunks, King Kai's face lit up as he exclaimed, "Yes, indeed. That Trunks traveled here using a time machine. If all else fails, you could request his assistance." Sun Wukong, the angel, glanced at Sun Goten with a smile, remarking, "Your knowledge proves to be quite valuable at times. I entrust you with the task of locating Trunks." Sun Goten queried, "Am I the only one going? Isn't Dad coming along?" Sun Wukong, the angel, shook his head, explaining, "Although this is not our world, I am, after all, deceased. It would be inappropriate for me to linger on Earth. Furthermore, I believe you are capable of handling this matter." Sun Goten nodded. "All right, I will investigate on Earth shortly. However, I still have some questions I wish to pose to you." Sun Wukong settled comfortably beneath a tree, smiling as he said, "There is little more I can teach you regarding cultivation. The rest is for you to comprehend on your own." Sun Goten scratched his head, replying, "Though you say so. Dad, you have walked the path ahead of me and possess much experience." Sun Wukong shook his head, stating, "While there may be lessons to glean from my journey, to become a true warrior, you must forge your own path. Goten, you have performed admirably thus far. I hope you will continue to advance and eventually surpass me." Upon hearing this, Sun Goten was initially taken aback but then clenched his fists, declaring, "Though it seems daunting to surpass Dad, I must certainly give it a try." Sun Wukong regarded Sun Goten with a serene gaze, saying, "Whether in your training alongside me or your studies on Yard Rat, you have excelled. What you now lack is the ability and courage to explore independently, and these are lessons I cannot impart. Thus, whether you aspire to achieve Super Saiyan 3, or the subsequent forms of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, the journey must be yours alone." Sun Goten's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, you actually know about Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God?" Sun Wukong, the angel, chuckled, "You shared that knowledge with me." Sun Goten felt a sense of confusion, as he could not recall discussing Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God with his father, especially since he had been unaware that his father had already attained Super Saiyan 3. Observing Sun Goten's bewilderment, Sun Wukong explained, "During that moment when I touched your head, I sensed not only your soul and body but fragments of memories as well, which included hints of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God." Sun Goten nodded. "So, does that mean you have a rough idea of how to reach that level?" Sun Wukong shook his head, replying, "Some things cannot be understood merely by observation. Furthermore, I only glimpsed fragmented images, aware that those two forms may exist, but the path to achieving them must be explored gradually." "Very well," Sun Goten agreed, realizing through his training that many things could not simply be known. For instance, he understood the concepts of the Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan Blue, yet he still needed to explore further within the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Thus, Sun Goten engaged in a prolonged discussion with his father regarding various aspects of the Super Saiyan transformations, a conversation that spanned nearly the entirety of the day. On Earth, the waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, gently ushering two figures onto the beach. "Android 17, are you all right?" The golden-haired beauty struggled to rise, only to collapse back onto the sand, seemingly devoid of strength. The man, who also lay on the ground, fought to regain his footing but stumbled unsteadily, cursing, "Damn monster. We should possess unlimited power, yet here we are, unable even to stand." These two were none other than the androids 17 and 18, expelled from Cell. They had awakened earlier than Cell, intending to eliminate him, yet for reasons unknown, they found themselves utterly drained of energy. In their current state, they were incapable of defeating Cell and had no choice but to submerge themselves in the water to evade him. Even now, their energy had yet to be restored. Android 18 remarked, "It seems we have lost our prior energy, but Cell will undoubtedly pursue us. What should we do next, 17? Android 17 rolled onto his back. Lying on the beach, reassured her, "Do not worry. Our eternal energy core remains intact. The current depletion is likely due to Cell absorbing our power. We should recover shortly. As for Cell, I believe he may soon encounter problems of his own." Android 18 sat on the beach, responding, "Are you referring to the individual who defeated Cell and separated us? But that person did not kill Cell." Android 17 nodded, saying, "That is sufficient. It at least indicates that there exists someone on this planet capable of restraining Cell. Now we need only to recover gradually and seek an opportunity for revenge." The words of Android 17 are laced with profound fury. He has always prided himself as the ultimate invincible warrior. Yet he never anticipated suffering such a significant defeat at the hands of Cell, which he finds utterly intolerable. Suddenly, a soft sound resonates beside the two androids, followed by a voice proclaiming, "It seems I am fortunate. Once again, I have found you before those others." Android 17 and Android 18 turn abruptly, only to behold a green monstrosity, the ultimate warrior created by Dr. Gero, known as Cell. Instantly, both androids become alert, struggling to prepare their defenses, but ultimately their strength wanes. Cell cackles maniacally, exuding an overwhelming aura as he approaches the two androids, instilling in them a great sense of dread. Though the distance is less than 10 paces, Cell takes an agonizing 3 minutes to close the gap, seemingly in no haste to devour them, preferring instead to toy with them at his leisure. Just then, several powerful auras surge from the distance, and a flicker of resolve crosses Cell's eyes. His tail swiftly extends towards the androids, its tip morphing into a trumpet-like shape, evidently intent on completely absorbing them. In an instant, a circular energy blade slices through Cell's tail at an astonishing speed. Goku and Gohan swiftly arrive, positioning themselves protectively in front of the androids, facing Cell. Alarmed, Cell stumbles back 2 steps, exclaiming, "Impossible. You lot should be on another planet." Goku responds, "We were indeed off-world, but we just happened to return. Speaking of which, Cell, your appearance is quite repulsive." Furious, Cell seems to unravel, his voice hoarse with rage. "How can this be? I am destined to become the perfect life form. I should be the strongest. You lot." As Cell rants, he lunges forward. Goku instantly transforms into a Super Saiyan, delivering a powerful blow that sends Cell crashing into the sea. "While I look forward to battling you in your complete form, I cannot idly stand by and watch you absorb the innocent." Soaring out of the water, Cell glares at Goku, his rage palpable. He bellows, "Goku, do you not possess the dignity of a Saiyan? Are you truly going to kill me while I am weak? Do you not feel any regret?" Goku chuckles lightly. "Regret? Indeed, I would feel. I want to have a proper fight with your complete form. But I cannot simply allow you to absorb the innocent. Besides, I never said I intended to kill you, after all. We are set to face off in the ultimate battle soon." Cell, driven to madness by Goku's words, retorts, "What is this? False kindness? If I am not in my complete form, then what significance does this battle hold? And these androids cannot be considered innocent in our world. They have undoubtedly destroyed countless lives." Goku replies, "That is the case in your world, but as far as I know, they have not harmed anyone in our world." Cell's fury reaches a boiling point, his aura surging as he roars at Goku. "Since you refuse to grant me the chance to revert to my complete form, then let us descend into hell together." With a whoosh, Cell's body inflates like a balloon, his immense energy swirling around him like a tornado. Piccolo is the first to react, shouting, "Goku, stop him. He intends to self-destruct." Even before Piccolo's warning, Goku has already charged forward, his Kamehameha energy wave fully charged. In the next moment, a brilliant blue energy wave engulfs Cell's form. A deafening explosion erupts, a searing wave of heat rippling outward. Goku braces himself, instinctively forming a barrier with his Kamehameha to shield himself and the two androids behind him. The catastrophic blast reverberates for miles, the earth cracking under the force, the seawater evaporating, and an immense cloud of smoke rising to form a mushroom-shaped cloud in the sky. Coughing, Goku, though somewhat protected by his barrier, finds himself injured, spitting blood as he turns to Gohan and Piccolo. "Are you both all right?" Gohan dispels his protective shield, stating, "I'm fine, but I have a nagging feeling that Cell is up to something." Piccolo concurs, "It seems Cell is plotting something. We cannot afford to let our guard down." Chapter 59. The advancing Cell. Goku nods. "Yes, I too sense that he has some ulterior motive, but he is no longer in his complete form, is he?" Piccolo glances at Android 17 and Android 18. Even though he is not in his complete form, we cannot underestimate what other tactics he may employ. If we eliminate these two androids, then Cell will lose his means of transformation. In a flash, Goku places himself in front of the androids, shaking his head at Piccolo. They haven't done anything wrong. It would be too much to kill them just because of Cell. Piccolo replies, "What are you saying, Goku? These two were created to kill you, and they pose a threat that could facilitate Cell's complete form." Goku insists, "Regardless, they have yet to harm anyone, and besides, they had spared you before." Piccolo counters, "And what about Cell? I do not believe a cunning creature like him would easily accept death. He must be lying in wait. If he absorbs these two androids again, that would spell trouble." Goku observes, "Piccolo, have you noticed? From the moment we sense Cell's aura, he has not moved." Piccolo pauses, reflecting, then suddenly feels a chill run down his spine. "You mean Cell had a chance to absorb them, but he chose to lure us here instead?" Goku nods. "It seems likely. Though hard to believe, Cell appears to have intentionally set us up for this." Piccolo recalls, "Goku, I remember that Cell has your cells within him, which means he possesses the Saiyan trait of power surges near death." Goku adds, "That may be true, but since I became a Super Saiyan, that ability has become nearly useless. Does that mean Cell could still harness that power? My previous attack should have been sufficient to eliminate him." Piccolo gestures to his head. "Do not forget, Cell also has my cells. This means as long as he protected his core during the explosion, he could regenerate." Goku scratches his head. "That's quite troublesome, but there is little we can do. If Cell truly has more tricks up his sleeve, we shall just have to see." Piccolo glances at the two injured, unconscious androids, asking, "What shall we do with them? Just leave them here?" Goku replies, "Let's leave them to Bulma and Krillin. I'm sure they will know how to handle them." Piccolo seems to ponder something, then states, "What a pity. If the other Goku were still here, we wouldn't have to worry about Cell's tactics at all. Now, dealing with Cell is going to be rather challenging." Goku pauses, while on the other side, Gohan, sensing Piccolo's intent, quickly responds, "Indeed, Cell in his complete form is already formidable. If he were to enhance his power again, we would truly be at a loss." Goku smiles, "All right, let us head back for now. We'll take these two androids to Bulma. She should know how to manage them." Then Son Wukong, accompanied by two androids, along with Son Gohan and Piccolo, executed an instantaneous teleportation, departing from the tumultuous sea. The waves continued to churn, and a vague mass swiftly grew, transforming in mere moments into a formidable green monster, the complete form of Cell. Cell flexed his fists, electric currents flickering throughout his body, and proclaimed, "It appears to be a success. The protective shield flawlessly safeguarded my core, and my cells have not only retained the form of a perfect organism, but have also been enhanced by the gifts of Son Wukong, rendering me even more exquisite. Truly unbelievable." With merely a clench of his fist, an overwhelming power radiated from him, creating a vacuum within the ocean. He exclaimed with delight, "This power is simply magnificent. I never anticipated that there was still room for my strength to escalate. Dr. Gero, you truly are a genius." Suddenly, Cell seemed to realize something and reined in his energy, stating, "Even with this power, it may not suffice against that Son Wukong. Fortunately, he has already departed. How infuriating. I, the ultimate life form, find myself feeling fortunate merely because a human has left." In that fleeting moment, Cell experienced profound humiliation and bitterly remarked, "As for the Son Wukong of other realms, I shall remember you. This time, I shall surpass myself once more, and then I will venture into your world." In West City, the Capsule Corporation, Trunks, Krillin, and others sensed a violent explosion in the distance. Astonished, they hastened to gauge the fluctuation of energy. After a while, Krillin remarked, "Did you feel that, Trunks? Cell's energy seems to have vanished." Trunks replied, "Yes, Mr. Wukong and the others' energy has weakened, but they appear to be fine. It seems Cell's matter has been resolved." Krillin sighed in relief, as the pressure they had been under was suffocating. Yet, while feeling reassured, he recalled Android 18, absent-mindedly touching his cheek, reminiscing about that teasing kiss from her. Suddenly, Son Wukong and the others materialized in the Capsule Corporation, accompanied by the two androids expelled by Cell. Krillin first noticed that Wukong and the others were safe, then shifted his gaze to Android 17 and Android 18, focusing particularly on Android 18. Trunks questioned, "Weren't those two absorbed by Cell? How did they reappear here?" Son Wukong explained, "It seems Cell encountered a formidable foe, and these two androids were forcibly separated." Trunks speculated, "A formidable foe? Could it be another Mr. Wukong?" Piccolo responded, "Most likely. On this Earth, only he could have subdued Cell to such an extent." Seeing Android 18 unharmed, Krillin felt a wave of relief wash over him, but upon witnessing her compatibility with Android 17, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "So, did you all directly resolve Cell?" Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, "I merely prevented him from absorbing these two androids. He was the one who chose to self-destruct, and Cell may not necessarily be dead." "What?" Trunks exclaimed in surprise, "but we distinctly felt Cell's energy vanish." Sun Wukong clarified, "The disappearance of energy does not equate to Cell's complete demise. He could have intentionally concealed his presence." Krillin interjected, "Even if Cell is alive, it's not a significant issue, as both androids are here. A non-complete Cell isn't that terrifying." Trunks appeared to be reminded, stating, "Right. As long as we eliminate these two androids, Cell can never become a perfect life form again." With his decisive nature, Trunks turned to eliminate the two androids. Determined to thwart Cell's transformation into perfection, Krillin hurriedly positioned himself in front of the androids, saying, "Trunks, don't be so rash. Perhaps there are alternative methods to thwart Cell." Suddenly, a familiar energy surged, prompting Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Trunks, Piccolo, and Krillin to turn in unison, as they all sensed Cell's presence, albeit fleetingly. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and remarked, "It seems Cell indeed has a strategy. Now he has not only regained his complete form but has also grown even stronger than before. This could be troublesome." Trunks abandoned the idea of destroying the androids, realizing that Cell had reverted to his complete form, making the elimination of the androids pointless. He suggested, "Perhaps we could enlist the help of that Mr. Wukong. If he is willing to intervene, dealing with Cell would be a non-issue." Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, "It's not that simple. Though the other me is powerful, he is neither from our world nor a being of the living realm. We cannot overly depend on such strength, as this is our world." Trunks paused, saying, "But isn't the goal to restore peace to our world?" Sun Wukong continued, "Indeed, so let us prepare thoroughly. The day after tomorrow marks Cell's game. Rather than relying on another version of myself, we should contemplate how to defeat Cell on our own. After all, he is merely a transient presence. We cannot eternally depend on the strength of others. Trunks, this is a lesson you must understand. We can teach you how to cultivate and fight, but we cannot perpetually substitute for you in your world." As Trunks pondered Sun Wukong's words, Son Goten suddenly appeared before the group, surveying the surroundings and inquiring, "Everyone is here. Has something occurred?" Sun Wukong replied, "Indeed, something has happened. Goten, did you come here for a reason?" Son Goten said, "It seems my father and I cannot return, so I hope to ask Shenron to send us back or borrow Trunks' time machine." Piccolo remarked, "While Shenron can accomplish many incredible feats, as far as I know, he cannot interfere with time and certainly cannot assist you in returning to your original world." Although Son Goten had anticipated this, disappointment washed over him as he turned to Trunks, asking, "What about you, Trunks? Can you lend us your time machine?" Trunks shook his head and replied, "I wouldn't mind lending it to you, but unfortunately, the energy in my time machine is only sufficient for my return, and its settings are configured for our world. I wouldn't know how to adjust the time and location for your world." Feeling a headache coming on, Son Goten turned to Piccolo and asked, "If Shenron cannot send us back, could he perhaps inform us of a way to return?" Piccolo contemplated for a moment and said, "I am uncertain, as Shenron's knowledge far surpasses mine. Perhaps you might inquire directly with Shenron."